Chapter 151 The Seal of the Holy Beast. Fang Jie, Lillian, why are you here? Get out quickly. The breath of the Holy Beast may affect the recovery of the body. Really, Fang Jie? Why don't you try to persuade Lillian? I want to persuade her. But I can't. She just married magic. She can't move when she sees those weird tadpole symbols. What can I do? Fang Jie picked up a piece of snail meat from the shell and fed it to the little tentacle in Lillian's arms. Lillian was busy observing the magic runes on the monument with a telescope and had no time to eat. I always feel that this stone is not a seal. Although I have never seen some of the runes on it. They have nothing to do with seals. Lillian did not even turn her head and kept staring at the monument. See. I said she married magic. And I don't care about her. What about you? Do you want to have a piece? Your sea people snacks are not bad. Little Tentacle likes them very much. Fang Jie's back was already full of things. Such as shell pots, sea grapes, snacks, etc. When he came here, he passed by the snack street of the sea tribe. On a small volcano. They used the high-temperature steam from the eruption of the small volcano to cook. The pot is a shell-like thing. The two lids can be closed to put the food to be cooked inside. It looks very interesting and convenient. It is a bit like the double-sided pot in the previous life. Fang Jie plans to get two back to add 2 dishes to the menu of the Great Earth Palace. I don't want to be in the mood to eat now. Lord Saint Beast is determined not to sleep this time. It really gives me a headache. And I wanted to ask just now. Where did you get the seashell coins to buy these things? Oh, these? I told him to put them on your account. Fang Jie said confidently. Huh? Then I want to eat them. I want to eat them back. Some of them I haven't even eaten. Polly immediately snatched the big shell from Fang Jie's hand, forked a piece of it in anger, and put it in her mouth. At this time, the little dogfish swam over quickly with a lot of crystal-like things, and put these crystals in front of Fang Jie, and its eyes opened into the shape of seashell coins. Fang Jie waved his hand. These crystals turned into seashell coins. The little fish was so happy that it kept circling around a pile of seashell coins. What benefit do you get from cheating me? Polly was speechless, pouting her cherry lips. She was going to be cheated, and she was going to be punished. She had lived a hard life. How could she not be anxious? You seem too nervous. Just a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Ha ha ha. It felt good to tease Polly. By the way, can you use your skill to reshape the seal? It's cracked so badly. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Polly also sat on the steps, interrupted by Fang Jie, and felt much better. I tried it when I came in. Not to mention shaping. Even the magic exploration couldn't reach the 5-meter range of the stone tablet. Fang Jie spread his hands to show that he had no way. Polly saw that Fang Jie had no way either. So she could only sigh. However, you can let the little tentacle try. The little tentacle just said that she felt a familiar breath. It might be her kind. If she can communicate with your sacred beast, then you can save a lot of trouble. The lower tentacle also bubbled at the right time, and floated in front of Polly like a jellyfish. Puff. Puff. Polly grabbed the small tentacle covered with cloth, and pretending to be a jellyfish. Is it really possible? The holy beast has no wisdom. It can only destroy and devour. We have tried countless times to communicate with the holy beast and failed. Try it. Puff. The small tentacle looked at Polly with wet eyes through the 2 holes in the cloth. Okay. Then I take you to see it. Polly had no choice but to hold the little tentacle and swim towards the direction of the monument. But when she was within 10 meters of the monument, Polly stopped moving forward. She felt very uncomfortable here, as if the seawater here had turned into a sticky and slippery substance, trying to get into her skin pores. Is the little tentacle okay? Can you talk to the holy beast? Polly asked uncomfortably. Puff. Come closer. No. Little tentacle, I can't get any closer. I think I go crazy if I go in any further. Polly was somewhat disappointed and helpless. The little tentacle glanced at Polly, and waved its tentacles to break free from Polly's embrace, and swam straight to the monument. Be careful, little tentacle master. Polly wanted to get closer to grab the little tentacle, but the little tentacle dodged it, and she only grabbed the camouflage cloth on the top of the little tentacle's head. The little tentacle lay directly on the monument. Angry. Puff. Change position again, and wrap your tentacles around those transparent tentacles. Sad. Puff. Woo. Strange. Puff. The little tentacle circled the stone tablet twice, and simply extended its tentacles into the broken stone tablet. With a force, the whole stone tablet crashed and turned into rubble, revealing a cold and dark hole. Polly was stunned in the spot. Her brain had stopped thinking. The girls in the choir behind were also stunned for a second, and then they screamed and scattered, trying to quickly escape from this place of trouble. The scene became extremely chaotic. Puff! Fong Jia almost spit out the liquid blood magic gold. I asked you to help others seal it. I didn't ask you to open the seal. But the little tentacle didn't care about that. She went straight into the hole. That state of mental pollution has disappeared. Lillian muttered to herself. Let's go. Fong Jia. Let's go in and take a look. I think I may know what the stone tablet is. Fong Jia also felt that the location of the stone that could not be reached by the magic exploration before. Now it has disappeared directly, and has become a normal environment. Are they worshipping a fake holy beast? Fong Jia also swam to the edge of the cave with Lillian in confusion. Polly was still staring blankly at the dark cave. Why are you staring blankly? It's broken. Go down and take a look. At least you can die with a clear mind. Fong Jia pushed Polly and woke her up from her daze. Fong Jia didn't wait for Polly and took Lillian directly into the black hole. The black hole was very deep, probably more than 100 meters, and it took 4 or 5 minutes to descend to the bottom of the cave. The cramped black hole suddenly became clear. Fong Jia's eyes activated the lighting mode, illuminating the entire white cave. This place is made entirely of crystals, like an upside-down bowl. Oh my god! These are rare gem crystals. They are all rare raw materials for making staffs. Lillian opened her eyes wide, looking at these gem clusters of various colors. The little tentacle didn't care about the unpalatable crystals. She was not like Lostia who liked these shiny things. She was now leaning her little head against the ground. She could feel that her people were under this ground. Puff. Below, feeling uncomfortable, unhappy, angry, sad. Fong Jia quickly grabbed the little tentacle to prevent her from encountering any weird places again. But Lillian's eyes widened. This is a magic attribute conversion model. Fong Jia only noticed at this time that he was stepping on a huge magic circle, although it was not a perfect model, but 5 rings. Each ring was surrounded by 2 rings to form a figure, which did look a bit like a perfect model. But these are not the most important things. The most important thing is that each of these small rings has a rune. And among them are the 2 mysterious runes that Lillian is missing. Perry stared at the seal blankly, muttering to herself. The seal of 10 ultimates. The ring of 5 wheels. It turns out that the seal of 10 ultimates refers to 10 kinds of magic runes. And the ring of 5 wheels refers to 5 kinds of roots. At this moment, the earth began to shake violently, and the huge magic circle on the ground also lit up with fluorescence. But it flickered in the violent shaking, and it felt like it was about to collapse. Damn it! Get out of here! Fong Jia immediately pulled Lillian and Pearly to leave. But Lillian stopped. Fong Jia, let me cast the perfect attribute change magic. If I can repair the seal, the whole world can be saved from destruction. If you leave now, there is no way to repair it. Damn it! Don't talk nonsense to me. Get over here right now. Don't you know what state you are in now? You will die if you do it again. Let's get out of here first if it comes out. I don't believe I can't kill it. I haven't used many of the things I know yet. If nuclear bombs are not enough, there are hydrogen bombs. If hydrogen bombs are not enough, there are annihilation bombs. There is always a way to kill it. Fong Jia pulled Lillian's hand and dragged her out without saying anything. But how many people will die? Let me try. Trust me once. I know my condition. The price of overdrawing life is irreversible. If I can save countless people with myself, then I am willing. Lillian broke free from Fong Jia again. Damn it! Fong Jia looked at the face, and Xiao Bai's words to him before appeared in his mind. Believe in Lillian. Damn it. Xiao Bai is not talking about this time. Right? Fong Jia was a little undecided. Lillian saw Fong Jia's hesitation, and took it as her acquiescence. She straightened her hunched body, closed her eyes, exerted her greatest strength, and used her life force to build that super complex magic formation. She had just memorized the appearance of the 2 unknown magic runes. A perfect chaos curve was forming under her feet. As the magic took shape, the properties began to change, and the magic runes were being lit up one by one. The various colored gemstones around also began to light up as the properties changed, decorating the entire cave with their own colors. The magic power began to flow towards Lillian, and even turned into a magic storm. Rotating around Lillian, the vibration slowly stopped, and 10 magic runes floated up. At the same time, Lillian also floated up. Her clothes and hair began to move without wind. The perfect attribute transformation curve appeared on her forehead again, and the magic of the bubble protection was directly shattered. At this moment, Fang Jie could feel that it was submission. The magic elements were paying tribute to their queen. Lillian's aging face and cracked skin became moist and smooth again, as if time had begun to flow backwards, giving her back her appearance. Wu Lilian whimpered and opened her eyes. Just as Xiaobai said, they were not human eyes, but more like a pair of blue arcane orbs. Lillian looked at the dazed Fang Jie and smiled, making the magic power fall for her. I feel great. The elemental witch, Lillian, was fully awakened. Fang Jie's prompt sounded at the right time. It turned out that her current state was the complete form. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The magic seal that was originally repaired disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and turned into a black sphere. Damn it. That's not repairing. That's unlocking. Polly smiled bitterly. She finally understood the meaning of the last two sentences of the hymn. Chapter 152, The World-Destroying Demonic Beast. Lillian was also a little surprised. She had no time to study the seal below carefully before, but she did study the stone tablet above. She guessed that the seal was like a pressure cooker. The inside of the seal would continuously generate negative energy. It would easily destroy the seal if accumulated over a long period of time. So there was the stone tablet above. It was equivalent to a vent hole of the seal, which released the energy inside the seal, so that the entire seal could be maintained for a longer period of time. But because time was too urgent, she did not have time to study the seal carefully. So she directly cast the attribute transformation magic. With extremely precise calculations, she alone unlocked the super complex seal set by 10 gods, without encountering any resistance. The moment Lillian felt the seal unlocked, she floated in front of Fang Jie and blocked Fang Jie and Lillian behind her. With a wave of the staff, 4 or 5 light flower wheels appeared beside Lillian, like soldiers ready to go, ready to strike a thundering blow at any time. But Lillian frowned. Feeling awkward, she simply threw her staff aside and waved her hand. Countless light flower wheels appeared in the spacious cave, like a kaleidoscope, constantly changing, all aimed at the black sphere. Fang Jie also made an attacking gesture. As long as the world-destroying monster appeared, the high-temperature ray was ready to be emitted at any time. He could feel the negative thoughts that wanted to destroy everything emanating from the inside of the black sphere. These thoughts, like a tide, almost drowned Fang Jie. With a pop, a piece of white tentacle fell from the black sphere. After that, the black sphere that exuded all kinds of negative emotions quickly shrank and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Just like that, time seemed to freeze. Fang Jie and Lillian stared at each other. Where is the promised world-destroying monster? Only one tentacle of the world-destroying monster? Shouldn't a huge monster that destroys the world appear? The little tentacle's eyes lit up, and it wanted to swim forward to take a look. But the next second, it was hugged tightly to Polly's chest, and it couldn't move at all. Puff. I want to see. Don't take it lightly, maybe the tentacle is the world-destroying monster? It can't be killed. But Fang Jie's eyes were fixed on that tentacle, and he had no intention of paying attention to the small tentacle. The white tentacle fell out of the black ball and remained motionless, as if it was dead. Strike first. Attack. Fang Jie thought for a while. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to strike first. As Fang Jie finished speaking, the countless flower wheels created by Lillian cut towards the white tentacle. Boom! 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 Countless explosions sounded, directly blowing the entire crystal cave to the point of collapse. And the dust from the seabed was everywhere. Alright. Alright. Lillian attacked with this intensity for 3 minutes before Fang Jie called her to stop. When the dust from the seabed cleared, Fang Jie and Lillian saw that there was no damage on the surface of the white tentacle. The little tentacle's eyes lit up again. Puff, I said. Damn it! What the hell? Before the little tentacle finished speaking, Fang Jie fired another high-energy laser with maximum power, directly at the not-so-big tentacle. The high-energy laser attacked the surface of the white tentacle, without any ripples. Lillian didn't believe it, and began to try other methods to attack. Compound Magic Dark Ice. Miss. Compound Magic Steam Storm. Miss. Ah! Mathematical Olympiad Sphere. Miscast several strange spells. Even the most basic arcane magic was used. And even Lillian in the witch state was a little tired. The tentacle was still like a dead pig, without any reaction. This frustrated Lillian, who had just been promoted to the complete elemental witch. Is it dead? There is no reaction no matter how I hit it. Lillian was completely helpless with this thing. She could not see it at all with magic exploration. As if it did not exist. Magic attacks and even energy attacks seemed to be ineffective against it. The little tentacle was held by Polly. Watching Fangjia and Lillian attacking the tentacle, I was so anxious, I struggled to get out of Polly's arms. Puff. Me too. He won't die. If he dies, then how do you explain those things that came out of the monument? Polly grabbed the little tentacle again without even looking at it. He's really not dead. I can still feel the anger from him, the desire to destroy everything. Fangjia confirmed Polly's thoughts. Lillian, what do you think? Do you feel a sense of crisis from him? Fangjia remembered that Lillian had a skill called Compass Girl, which was a sixth sense of crisis. This is also what I find strange. I don't feel any crisis from him at all, so I asked you just now if he is dead. Lillian smiled bitterly. But I think it's better for us not to get close to him, because who knows if he can affect my feelings. Then let's retreat first. I hope he won't move. We can come up with a perfect strategy to deal with him later. Fangjia nodded, and prepared to lead everyone to retreat carefully. Puff. No. The little tentacle looked hopeless. None of the people listened to her. Fangjia led everyone to retreat 1 meter, no response, another meter, still no response, and retreated 8 or 9 meters without response. But just when they retreated to the cave entrance, turned around to leave the cave, the tentacle finally moved. Countless tiny tentacles grew out of the tentacles. Some were solid, some were transparent. They twisted together and squirmed. If anyone saw it, they would definitely have intensive phobia. The tentacles grew very fast. After a while, they filled the entire crystal cave and spread towards the entrance. Be careful. Polly was the first to notice something was wrong. Fangjia also made an attacking gesture again, and Lillian's kaleidoscope flower wheel appeared again. But as Fangjia turned his head, the tentacles suddenly stopped growing again. What are you doing? You're playing wooden man? What does this thing want? Fangjia cursed. At this time, the little tentacle finally found a chance to jump out. She was held tightly by Perry just now. Now she found a chance to break free from Perry's tight ring. She was so angry that her whole body turned red. Poochie! Wait! I do it! The little tentacle, which was a little red, swam directly in front of the white tentacles. Be careful of the little tentacles. Fangjia couldn't help shouting from behind. Don't mind me. Poochie. The little tentacle ignored Fangjia, just like Fangjia ignored her just now. This little brat. But what Fangjia was worried about did not happen. As the small tentacle approached, the white tentacles actually shrank back, as if they were a little afraid of the small tentacle. As the small tentacle moved forward, the white tentacles shrank back, and finally all shrank back into the white tentacle. The small tentacle poked the white tentacle of the world-destroying monster with its own tentacles. The white tentacles did not react at all. Is it dead? Fangjia could not help asking. The little tentacle shook her head, wrapped her own tentacles on this tentacle, and leaned her forehead against it, feeling the longing of this tentacle with her heart. Family. All dead? Heal you. Bite you. Destroy you. Destroy you. Bite you. The little tentacle couldn't help but shed tears. She could perfectly feel the sadness of this fellow. Poochie. It's so sad that her family died, and only one person was left. Poochie. She is so pitiful. Poochie. Can we take her home? The small tentacles tightly wrapped the white tentacles, and the red body slowly calmed down. Even a little blue. The 2 little eyes looked at Fangjia, full of hope. Just like a child who wanted to raise a favorite cat or dog. This Fangjia was a little embarrassed. If he took it home, wouldn't it be like taking a nuclear bomb home? This is someone's sacred beast. It's not good to take it away like this. Fangjia thought it was better not to take it back. It's very troublesome to deal with such an uncontrolled thing. It's okay. It's okay at all. What's wrong with this? See, this kid likes it very much. Just take it back. At this time, a voice came from behind. Fangjia turned around and saw that it was the Fat Mermaid City Lord David. Fangjia saw that the fat man was smiling like a fox, and he was furious. He really wanted to beat this fat man up. He and the High Priest Baines must have been paying attention to the situation here. Otherwise, they would not come after the riots had been going on for so long, and wait until the world-destroying monster was controlled by the little tentacles, and then they would jump out to show their presence. Do they think they are the Blue Star who challenged the Dark Light Dragon? It would be fine if Fangjia kept silent, but he jumped out to show his presence at this time, and spoke so righteously, as if he was so hospitable. In fact, he just wanted to throw this hot potato to them, with a politician's face. No wonder Polly didn't like him. Fang Jie understood now. Oh, how can you be so embarrassed? This is a sacred beast. It is the treasure of your Sea clan. If we take it away, wouldn't it be stealing someone else's love? Fang Jie also started to practice Tai Chi, with a fake joke on his face, but a dagger hidden in the counterattack. Although it is our holy beast, it seems that it prefers to be with you. There is a saying that goes, liking is not possession, but fulfillment. So, you take the holy beast away, and of course we are willing to fulfill it. The fat guy even pretended to be heartbroken. Ah, this fat guy really deserves a beating. Fang Jie really felt itchy. Lin Ziachu looked at Fang Jie from the left, and then at the fat mermaid. He was confused by the two of them playing Tai Chi. So, can he be raised? When Polly saw that Fang Jie was about to lose his temper, she immediately stood between Fang Jie and David. To be honest, Fang Jie, you also saw that when the holy beast was with the little tentacles, he was so quiet. I have never seen him so quiet. Usually when I sit in front of the stone tablet, I can feel the endless violent emotions. In a sense, the little tentacles have become his new seal. Hey, come here now. Tell me the origin of this thing. If you can't explain it clearly, then you can solve it yourself. Fang Jie finally gave in after being persuaded by Perry. Okay, come with us. Seeing Fang Jie finally take a step back, the high priest Bayonnaise, who had been waiting for a long time, finally smiled. There is a secret room under the temple, which is used to record what happened to the world-destroying monsters in the past, to warn us and remind us to remember our duties. You can come with me to take a look. Then he took Fang Jie and the others to a secret room under the temple. Chapter 153 set off. Target, Yavig. The secret room of the Krusar temple. This is the secret room of the temple. It records the origin of our temple and the hymn. Baines opened the door of the secret room, revealing a long passage inside, with murals on both sides of the passage. The world-destroying beast appeared suddenly. We could only learn about it from the murals. When he appeared, even the world changed color. He first appeared on the land. He could devour anything. What followed was a super huge body and 10,000-meter-long tentacles. But its threat is far more than that. His appearance will cause all those who see him to suffer from mental illness, and then react from the mental level to the physical body, turning them into monsters that are neither human nor ghost, causing all living things on the ground to be devastated, and no grass can grow. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of the god realm Gondias. They sent 4 lower-level gods to negotiate with the world-destroying demonic beast, hoping to attract the world-destroying demonic beast to Gondias. As a result, these 4 gods were swallowed by the world-destroying demonic beast before they could even say a word. Heh? Are these gods stupid? They still expect negotiations? Fang Jie curled his lips in disdain. At that time, the god of light, Heliska, led the army of the gods to fight against the destroyer demonic beast. The destroyer demonic beast was extremely powerful. It could seriously injure the gods with a light wave of its huge tentacles. That battle caused mountains to collapse, and the sea to dry up and rocks to crumble. The earth collapsed and sank because of the battle, becoming an ocean. But they were still no match for the destroyer demonic beast. The high priest Bayonnaise did not care about Fang Jie's attitude, and continued to tell everyone the story on the mural. Hiss, I found that this Heliska is everywhere. I smell a strong smell of conspiracy. Fang Jie raised his eyebrows. Finally, Heliska led 10 main gods with high status in the god realm to defeat the world-destroying monster, cut off its limbs, and sealed it in the Hall Abyss trench torn apart by the world-destroying monster itself. That is, here, among them is our main god of the sea, Gardesia, who asked the people of the sea to guard it for generations. And those severed limbs of the world-destroying monster are called the cubs of the world-destroying monster, scattered everywhere, causing a lot of trouble, and finally the god sent troops to destroy it. Bayonnaise looked at the little tentacle meaningfully. We didn't expect that the cub of the world-destroying monster could grow to this point. Fang Jie stepped forward to block Banai's sight. Don't look at the little tentacle. She is different. Because only Fang Jie knew that the little tentacle was given by the big turntable. And it had nothing to do with those cubs of the world-destroying monster. Bayonnaise smiled and said nothing more. At this point, as Bayonnaise finished his story, the entire long corridor had come to the end, and the hymn was engraved on the wall at the end of the corridor. Isn't there any exaggeration in your myth? For example, some battle caused the mountains and rivers to tear the earth into an abyss or something like that. To be honest, Fang Jie didn't quite believe it. Even if it was blown up, it could only blow out a pit, a long trench? To be honest, he couldn't think of how to tear it apart. Bane shook his head. It's impossible to investigate this. After all, a very long time has passed. The war between the world-destroying monsters happened before the gods disappeared. The war between the world-destroying monsters and the gods severely damaged the gods, making it difficult for the gods to recover for a long time. Maybe this is also the reason for the disappearance of the gods. Alcock, you've talked so much to us, but you still haven't gotten to the point. How did this world-destroying monster come from? You just vaguely said that it suddenly appeared. What about the past of this monster? Is there no trace at all? Barnes could only shake his head helplessly. There is no record of the world-destroying monster. Its appearance was very sudden and appeared without any sign. Impossible. Couldn't it be the evolution of other tentacle monsters? Each species will leave its own special evolutionary traces. Fang Jie really didn't understand. When he was still a stone, he had seen tentacle monsters appear in the dungeon. But those tentacle monsters and small tentacles were different from the world-destroying monsters. They were more like a mess of nematodes coiled together. I really can't answer you this. Barnes was really helpless. Unless he caught a god who had participated in the War of Gods to ask, it would be impossible to know. They have been passed down here for more than 10 generations, and information will be lost in every generation. Fang Jie shook his head in disappointment. Suddenly appeared? Could it be an alien? Although he knew the past history of the world-destroying monster, Fang Jie still couldn't make up his mind whether to take the remains of the world-destroying monster away. Until then, take it with you. I think it's okay, Xiaobai said while holding the more than 1 meter long white tentacle with his claws. More than a week after the world-destroying monster was unsealed, Xiaobai finally woke up, so Fang Jie threw this question to Xiaobai. He always felt that Xiaobai seemed to know a lot of things that he didn't know, such as the prophecy about Lillian, and so on. The problem is, what should I do if he suddenly explodes one day? It will become so huge in an instant. It's hard to say whether the entire Kepamir will be buried with him. Fang Jie told Xiaobai all the information and concerns he had learned in the past few days. Ha ha ha, you think too much. Don't worry, the world-destroying monster is not as exaggerated as you said, not to mention that he still has small tentacles. As long as you are with the small tentacles, you don't have to worry about his explosion. It is safer than listening to the mermaids singing in the seal. Xiaobai fiddled with it for a while, and then returned the white tentacle to the worried little tentacle. She treasured the white tentacles of the world-destroying monster very much. She could squeeze her, but not the white tentacles. For this reason, she specially commissioned Fang Jie to build a super gorgeous treasure chest for the white tentacles. Strangely enough, the tentacles of the world-destroying monster would eat basically anything. But Lillian would not touch them at all, because as soon as she touched them, the white tentacles would start to absorb Lillian's magic power crazily. Even if Fang Jie grabbed them for a while, they would corrode a mark on Fang Jie's metal surface. However, Xiaobai and the little tentacles seemed to be completely immune and were not afraid at all. Since Xiaobai said that he could take her with him, Fang Jie could make up his mind to take her with him. He had asked all the members of the Great Earth Palace these days, and they all thought that if they could take her with them, they should take her with them. It was possible that it would increase the strength of the Great Earth Palace. Unlike Fang Jie, who was busy asking around to get information, Xiaobai and Xiaobian were busy studying the marine biosphere these days, and could not be seen at all. Momo and Lillian, who had fully recovered, were studying the broken stone tablet in the underwater temple. Only Xiaoyu and Lostia were shopping in the sea city. They bought a lot of clothes, gems, and other miscellaneous things. Zayakusha was even respected as a VIP by the sea people. She was escorted by special guards wherever she went, and she was given whatever she wanted, which made Xiaoyu and Lostia, who had been playing with her, very envious. Xiaobai was not interested in these things. She was interested in the crystal of Thetis, a specialty of the sea tribe. Fortunately, because the sea tribe wanted Fang Jie and his team to take away the tentacles of the world-destroying monster, they basically responded to their requests. When Fang Jie proposed to study the tears of Thetis, they immediately took a lot of this magic crystal and stuffed it into Fang Jie's hands. There were various qualities, but they were not very big. The largest one was only as big as a fingernail, and the quality was not very good. Fang Jie even felt that he was going to lose out. Fang Jie started to study this magical blue gemstone as soon as he got it. His shaping magic had no effect on these magic gemstones. This was the first stone Fang Jie encountered that could not be shaped. He studied it for a long time. The conclusion given by the magic exploration was that there was magic inside. After heating, this gemstone would sublime faster. After that, it would just be a stone that looked better. This almost drove Fang Jie crazy. So is this the magic core that the system that hadn't popped up for a long time wanted? Since getting this gem, Fang Jie has been expecting the system to give some hints. But this useless system has not responded at all. However, after Xiaobai woke up, Fang Jie gave all the stones to Xiaobai to study. She guessed that it was because the crystal was not big enough, and the magic power inside could not meet the system's requirements. They stayed in Gardesia for nearly half a month. During this time, everyone filled the airship with local specialties of the sea tribe, and they were still a little reluctant to leave. In addition to local specialties, there are more than 20 unexpected characters on the airship: the High Priest and the mermaids in the choir. They are here to take care of the world-destroying monster and the little tentacles. There were originally hundreds of people who wanted to come together, but because the airship can't hold so many people, they can only wait for Fang Jie and his friends to return from their trip and take them back to the underground palace. After dealing with these miscellaneous things, we can finally set off for the next plan to visit the edge of the world. Yavig, the closest sea city to the edge of the world, is less than 200 kilometers away from the edge of the world. It is praised by the sea people as the pearl under the eternal night. The crystals of Thetis are the most here. Most of the residents living here make their main source of income by picking up the crystals of Thetis. This is a little bit of popular science that Pearly gave everyone on the way here. She was the most excited person on the way, because this time, they might just catch up with the Sea Tribe's wave trial. Before they flew to Yavig, Fang Jie could already see the thick dark clouds through the telescope, covering the sky and the sun, like a wall. As the airship approached, the wind blowing from the outside world became more and more violent, directly blowing the huge airship to creak, making Fang Jie nervously inspect the steel frame structure of the airship, for fear that the structure would break. In order to continue sailing, Xiaoyu had to lower the altitude of the airship again and again. But it couldn't be lowered too low, as there were huge waves of dozens of meters below. Fortunately, Lillian was there, and she cast a storm-attributed magic for the airship, called Storm Protection. With this magic, it could offset the damage caused by the strong wind to the airship, which made Fang Jie feel relieved. Even so, it was completely impossible for the airship to get close to the edge of the world. At most, it could advance to the outskirts of Yavig. The sky in this place was as dark as night, and the whole sky was covered by thick storm clouds. It was raining heavily all the time, and the wind speed might be comparable to a typhoon of level 11 or 2. Fortunately, the High Priest band also came along this time. More than 20 mermaids used the bubble protection to the maximum extent for the airship. However, this way, the airship could only be parked at the bottom of the sea and could not move. However, this was also good. The sea was much milder than the storm in the sky. At least there was no need to worry about the airship being blown away by the storm. Xiaoyu could also hang out with Lo's Tia and the little tentacles at the first time. Chapter 154, Mermaid of the Sea Tribe. Yavig is a special sea tribe city. It is always in the eternal night. Therefore, there are many fluorescent creatures here. The whole city is dotted with these fluorescent creatures. It is very beautiful. There is a very bright lighthouse at the top of the city. Its light shines directly into the deepest part of the dark sea. And other places are like the abyss. There is no light at all. Such an environment is not unfamiliar to everyone in Capamere. Before Fang Jie and his team reached Yavig, they could hear cheers from inside the city, as if some kind of celebration was being held. Hurry up. Our wave trial is about to begin. Perry was very excited and kept urging everyone to walk faster. Because of the presence of the High Priest Bayonnaise, Fang Jie and his team encountered no difficulty in entering Yavig this time, and the guards at the city gate let them in smoothly. After entering Yavig, the true face of the city was finally revealed to everyone. The buildings here are very different from the shells and anemone-shaped houses in Gardesia. Most of them are made up of various shipwreck shapes, which are very distinctive. In addition, the festive atmosphere is strong, and everyone comes out to decorate the lights and wait for the trial warriors to pass by. Little Tentacle, Lostia, Xiaoyu rushed to Fang Jie at the first time, looking at Fang Jie with hopeful eyes. Fang Jie covered his forehead. Go. Go, Little Tentacle. Don't bite people, and don't run around randomly. You three must stay with Pearly. There are so many people. Don't get separated. Did you hear me? Yeah. Yeah. Pudgy. Yeah. The three little ones cheered, and went to find Pearly to join the parade with lights and colors. It's okay, I gave each of them a love grasp before leaving. Xiao Huabao patted Fang Jie's shoulder, telling him not to worry. What about you? As a person with poor sense of direction, do you need it? Xiao Huabao said with a sweet smile, while taking out a small love grass from her skirt, which was the kind of love grass with some characteristics of aquatic plants, which should be an aquatic variety improved by Xiao Huabao. No need. Fang Jie said unhappily. You guys can go if you want to play. I go and see if the nearby Thetis crystal purchasing station has the crystals we need. Don't be so arrogant. Have it. What if the thing gets lost? Little Flower Bud smiled and forced Fang Jie to put a love grass in his small bag. Okay. Okay, I'm not a little tentacle. Fang Jie complained while shaping his head into a shark head, putting on a cloak and preparing to pick up the leaks, see if he could come across a large piece of Thetis crystal that could be used. Little Flower Bud and Little Other Side went to do another ecological survey. Maybe the environment here can be copied to the Great Earth Palace in the future, increasing the ecological diversity of the Great Earth Palace. Xiao Bai joined Lillian and Momo's team, and went to the nearby archives to study various materials and documents. In this way, the Great Underground Palace was divided into 4 teams, and each team started their own adventure. Fang Jie really felt that he was too arrogant to want to try his luck. He was obviously a super unlucky person, and he had never had anything to do with luck. But he still had to try his luck. After going around for several times, he couldn't find any useful information. There were only some older people watching the store at the purchasing station, and the young guys went to participate in the wave trial. As a result, he went around for a long time, but didn't get any useful information. Then, he was very sad that Xiao Huabao was right. He got lost and didn't know where he went to. It was a strange and remote place. Damn it! What the hell is this place? It's even more complicated than the maze I designed. The alleys here are cramped and chaotic, all made up of piled-up shipwrecks, one on top of the other, giving it a Kowloon-walled city feel. Young man, why are you hanging around in the old city instead of participating in the wave trial? Suddenly, an old man's voice reached Fang Jie's ears. I'm sorry, I'm not here to participate in the wave trial. I want to come to the nearby crystal purchasing station to purchase Thetis crystals. Fang Jie suddenly saw an old mermaid, who was warming himself with a flower-shaped sea anemone that was emitting light and heat. This mermaid was very tall, wearing patched clothes, but very clean. His tail was a bit like a shark, very thick and strong, covered with mottled scars. And he was obviously an old man with a story. Are you here to participate in the wave trial? The mermaid looked at Fang Jie and shook his head. TSK. Young people nowadays, why do you always want to get something for nothing? You are wearing such a sophisticated armor. Listen to the advice of the old man, and go to the wave trial. If you want a large and high-quality crystal, head to the edge of the world. Exercise your body there, and be able to endure the suffering that ordinary people cannot endure. Then you will definitely be rewarded. As the old man spoke, he approached Fang Jie and made a fist as big as a casserole. Do you know who brought back the best quality tear of Thetis that is as big as a fist? It was the sea god Gardesia herself. It is now stored on the lighthouse. Well, it is a holy object. Right? Fang Jie was thinking if he couldn't find a suitable one, should he just grab their holy objects and take them away? But that was just a thought. Fang Jie didn't want to be hunted down by the entire Sea clan. Old man, can you tell me more about the wave trial? I came from somewhere else, so my understanding of this aspect is rather one-sided. Fang Jie took out a bottle of blueberry wine from his bag. This is the wine from my hometown. Just consider it as a token of my appreciation. Oh, it's a human wine bottle. How embarrassing. Although he said this, he still took the wine and clamped a shell similar to a geoduck on the bottle, just like a pacifier. And you can just suck it directly, and it won't be polluted by seawater. Hee, it tastes good, but not too strong, a bit like a drink, but it's also delicious. You are quite knowledgeable. Okay, I will tell you about it today. The wave trial was originally a test of the potential to become a god at that time. Not just anyone could participate, only the selected people could take the trial. The closer you are to the edge of the world, the more you can withstand the violent magic there, which proves that your potential is higher. The old man took another sip of wine. And the closer to the edge of the world, the higher the quality of the tears of Thetis there, and the larger their size. These are the news brought back by our brave men who have entered the absolute forbidden sea. There, if you are not careful, you will be sucked out of the world and never come back. But now, most people can't even reach the forbidden area, and can only walk around the periphery of the forbidden area with a chain. It's really worse from generation to generation. The old man shook his head with regret when he said this. What about outside the world? Are there any strange things? Fong Jia became interested. He had wanted to go to the big waterfall at the edge of the world before to see if he could directly see the universe outside. Because according to his careful observations during this period, this world still has a sea line, and when a ship appears, the sail is seen first, and then the hull is seen, which proves that this planet is still a sphere, which is inconsistent with the theory of a flat world with an edge. The old man looked at Fong Jia as if he was a fool. What are you thinking about? Beyond the edge is an endless storm. A storm that can tear apart space. No creature can survive outside the world. Even our sea god, Gardesia, has only reached a position 21,000 round shells away from the edge waterfall. From the old man's intermittent narration, Fong Jia roughly understood how they divided the edge of the world. Generally speaking, starting from the edge waterfall, within 12 kilometers is an absolute sea of no return. Even if a god is in this position, he will only be sucked into the outside of the world. 12 to 40 kilometers is the absolute forbidden sea. The sea god Gardesia once entered this area and later became the sea god. 40 to 90 kilometers is the forbidden sea. Most of the sea tribe warriors used to stop at this distance. 90 to 150 kilometers is the vigilance ocean. Most people who participate in the trial now are within this range. Beyond 150 kilometers is the safe zone. Does that mean that even gods have never seen what the outside world looks like? Then how do you know there is a big waterfall outside? Fong Jia keenly discovered a blind spot. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I can guess that it is a big waterfall just by looking at the roaring water flowing down. The old man said thoughtfully with a frown. Fong Jia was a little strange. He had never seen it, but had heard of it. You have heard of it? Well, the sound is very loud, and it can be heard in the restricted area. The old man took a sip of blueberry wine with some embarrassment. Okay, I won't argue with you young men anymore. I've rested enough. It's time to go home. Goodbye, weird fishman boy. The old man drank the blueberry wine in his hand in one gulp and left here in a hurry. Wait, old man. Fong Jia wanted to call the old man, but before he could finish, Polly's voice came from the other direction. Fong Jia. Where are you? Fong Jia? Come out quickly. I'm here. I be there right away. Fong Jia replied, if you look back, you won't see the strange old mermaid anymore. Even the magic exploration didn't find any trace of the old man. Strange. Fong Jia muttered to himself. Why did you come to the abandoned city? Polly looked worried. If it wasn't for the little flower bud that gave you a couple grass in advance, I wouldn't have found you. Is this an abandoned city? Fong Jia's eyes widened. Yes, this is the oldest site of Yavik. In the beginning, it was too crowded because there was no planning, so everyone built the current Yavik next to it. In addition, the lighthouse couldn't reach here, so it was gradually abandoned. Even the homeless people disliked this place. Why did you come to this place where fish don't shit? Polly was also a little confused. Huh? Who was the old man who just boasted to him for a long time? Chapter 155 Exploration Team, let's go. Okay, Xiaobai is looking for you. She found some information in the archives. I swim the fastest in the water, so I was sent out to find you. Polly was a little resentful when she said this. She was taking the three little eating, drinking and playing groups to watch the warriors parade, but was sent here. Is there really no one here? I just talked to an old mermaid for a long time. Fong Jia could only stare at Polly. It's been abandoned for hundreds of years. Who would come here? Come on. Come on. Stop talking nonsense. Sister Xiaobai is waiting for you. Polly was impatient. She had to go back to see those handsome mermaid warriors. So she pushed Fong Jia back. Outside the archives, Xiaobai finally waited for Fong Jia. Fong Jia, the edge of the world may have the Thetis crystal we need, but it has to be close enough. At least we have to enter the restricted area. Right? Yes. How did you know? I met an old man in their abandoned city. He said he had entered a place at least at the level of the restricted area. Fong Jia told Xiaobai everything he heard. Wow. Why do I feel that what you heard is more detailed than the documents I saw? Xiaobai shook his head in distress. The book only said that the sea god Gardesia brought back the tears of the ocean. which is the largest crystal on the lighthouse. It did not mention where the sea god had advanced to. Nor did it mention any loud noise. Oh, could it be that the old man I found was a real warrior who had participated in the sea god trial period? Fang Jie became interested. Haha, do you think it's possible? The sea god trial was hundreds of years earlier than the arrival of the world-destroying demon beast, and it may have been thousands of years ago, not to mention the god's disappearance. Xiao Bai rolled his eyes x6. Well, could it be someone who has recently entered the restricted area? Fang Jie was still a little unwilling. According to the records in the archives, now everyone is basically wandering around the alert area. Since the god's disappearance, no sea creatures have been able to enter the restricted area. They basically stopped at the ocean of vigilance, so the old man you mentioned is very likely to be making up stories based on past events. The high priest Banace was attracted by the conversation between Fang Jie and Xiao Bai, and asked Fang Jie, with some curiosity, "What race is the old man you saw?" "Well, it's an old man with scars all over his body. His fishtail looks a bit like a shark," Fang Jie said honestly. "Shark? That's a symbol of the royal family. If it's someone else, it might not be the case. But if it's a shark, you might have encountered the spirit of the sea god guard." Banace thought about it, and gave Fang Jie an answer that was similar to an urban legend. The sea god guard spirits? What are they? Fang Jie and Xiao Bai said together. Yes, the sea god guard spirits are the legend of Yavig. It is said that they are warriors selected by the sea god himself. They have participated in countless wars. After they died, the sea god even asked the goddess of death for these sea god guards, and asked her to return the souls of these sea god guards to him. They became the sea god guard spirits. It is said that they have been guarding the Hall of Heroes of the Sea Clan. Huh? Why don't they stay in their Gardisia Sea City to protect the heroes? And go to the abandoned old city of Yavig? Fang Jie was puzzled. That old city was built by the sea god Gardisia himself. The current Gardisia Sea City was named Gardisia to commemorate the hidden sea god Gardisia, and also to use the name of Gardisia to intimidate the world-destroying monsters sealed there. The entire city was built in just a few hundred years. The old priest explained the history of the Sea Tribe city building to Fang Jie helplessly. It still feels a bit far-fetched. The old man I met didn't look like a soul at all. To be honest, he gave me the feeling of an ordinary old homeless man. Fang Jie covered his bald head with a headache. Okay. Anyway, we have a goal now, which is to go to the edge of the restricted area of the world and find a usable Thetis crystal, and then go home. Fang Jie also made up his mind to test the waters in their wave trial. I go with you, Xiao Bai said immediately. No. You are a spider girl, not a mermaid. You can't move easily, and you have to rely on big bubbles to breathe. Be careful not to get sucked in. Fang Jie certainly didn't agree. But I really need to go. I feel like something is calling me. If I don't figure it out, I might regret it for the rest of my life. Xiao Bai's eyes were full of determination, and for a moment Fang Jie didn't know how to refuse. Alas, seeing Xiao Bai's insistence, Fang Jie couldn't say no. Do you have any strange prophecies again? Can you tell me about it? Just like the strange prophecy of giving Lillian a chance before. What's going on? Xiao Bai hesitated for a while, and finally spoke. After I woke up in the winter of the year before last, I could always see some trivial fragments, all about the people in the underground palace. Later, I found that these fragments were basically omens of the future, so I would remind you from time to time. But I couldn't see anything about myself. Oh, so you also saw my future. What is it? Fang Jie was a little interested. Xiao Bai rolled his eyes again. Forget it. With my own strength, I can't see your future either. Unless there is that magical creature. Unless what? Fang Jie was even more curious. Oh, don't ask me. You just need to know that I have a feeling that I must go on this journey to the edge of the world. This feeling has been there since this winter, and it is getting stronger and stronger. The closer to the edge of the world, the clearer it is. Xiao Bai still couldn't say it, but changed the subject. Okay, I go prepare some things, and then I take you to the edge of the world. Fang Jie saw that Xiao Bai didn't want to say it, so he couldn't force her. Well, Miss Spider's bubble protection may not last forever if possible. Take Polly with you. It will be good for your body to be washed by magic there. The High Priest Baines also spoke up. Okay, no problem. Let's ask those crazy Polly to come back and prepare. Fang Jie also thought it was okay. Just stay outside and don't go deep. The next day, outside the city of Yavig, Fang Jie was counting the supplies used. This time, Fang Jie planned to avoid the exploration range of the large sea tribe and go to a farther place, where it might be easier to find large pieces of Thetis crystals. He also made some small devices, such as rivets for climbing, oxygen bottles for breathing, etc. Who knows if the bubble protection will still work as the team goes deeper. Little Tentacle, Lostia, Xiaoyu, Momo, and a few other little friends followed the more Buddhist Shiobian and were dragged out by the choir girls to play. This kind of dangerous thing can't be done with naughty children. Lillian didn't go either. She didn't really care whether the world was flat or spherical. So she continued to look at the magic materials that made people sleep in the archives, researching which two mysterious magic properties. Little Bud was quite excited. This was a good opportunity to study the changes in the biosphere under extreme ecological environments. But in fact, the key purpose of Fang Jie calling Xiaowabao was to let her plant fluorescent plants along the way, as a signpost, to prevent getting lost in the dim seabed. Polly put a layer of bubbles on Xiaobai for protection, and Fang Jie also turned his eyes to lighting mode, and the World Edge exploration team was formed. The exploration team moved very fast, and it took only more than an hour to enter the range of the ocean of vigilance. There are still many marine creatures living at this distance, and even wild sea dragons and seahorses were seen. But from here on, Fang Jie could feel the water flow speed was slowly increasing, and the magic power was also increasing. After walking for a while, Fang Jie could clearly feel the water flow speed increasing, and there were fewer marine creatures. The fish living here were all spindle-shaped, and many of them had a long sword on their heads, which made them more aggressive than the previous fish. There were even two fish that wanted to attack the exploration team, but they were all made into grilled fish fillets by Fang Jie and went into the stomachs of Xiaohuabao, Xiaobai and Polly. The exploration team was moving faster and faster. If they jumped at random, they would be swept away by the current for dozens or hundreds of meters. As they went deeper, Polly could no longer keep up with the speed of the current. From time to time, she had to swim against the current to avoid being swept away by the fast-flowing current. No, I can't go any further. If I go any further, I might be swept away by the current here. Polly looked at the direction of the deep water with some fear, as if there was a monster that was devouring everything. Dark, cold, unable to escape, unknown, and unspeakable fear was eroding her heart. This feeling was a bit like the illusion of close contact with the world-destroying monster. This position was probably close to the edge of the restricted area. Don't be afraid, Polly, we are all here. The little flower but summoned a vine to wrap around Polly's waist, so that she didn't have to swim so hard, and the other vines wrapped around Xiaobai and Fang Jie respectively. In this fast-flowing sea, Fang Jie's huge weight became the best stabilizer. But this was only here. Fang Jie estimated that if he went further, his 8-ton weight would become insignificant in front of nature. Why don't we turn our heads? I'm afraid it will be dangerous if we go further, Xiaohuabao said with some concern. There were very few marine creatures here. Even the spindle-shaped arrowfish were much less. And only a lot of seaweed was left, like neatly combed hair, all pointing to the depths of the water. No, we have walked for so long, and have not seen a single crystal of Thetis. Fang Jie was also a little impatient. He punched a stone bed next to him fiercely, and countless broken stones were blown away by the sea current. Fang Jie, turn off your eyes, Xiaobai said behind Fang Jie. Huh? Although Fang Jie wanted to ask why, he still did what Xiaobai said. When Fang Jie turned off his eyes, countless blue dots of light appeared in front of the exploration team. Chapter 156 Wave Trial. The Edge of the Forbidden Sea. When Fang Jie turned off the lights in his eyes, a picture like a sea of stars appeared in front of the exploration team. These blue dots are the crystals of Thetis, but they are not big, very small, rising and falling among these seaweeds, and the light they emit is also very weak. Fang Jie stepped forward and picked up a crystal. The crystals at this location are very small. Fang Jie estimated that they may only be a few grams. Now he finally understood why he could not find larger crystals in Yavig. Only such sparse and small crystals could be found at this location. The large crystals that could be blown to this location are very few, and the quality is even more uneven. No, we may really have to go deep into the restricted area. Fang Jie threw away a piece of crystal in disappointment again. This may be a long way from what he wanted. After Xiaohuabao confirmed that he, Pili, and Xiaobai were all fixed behind Fang Jie decided to speed up. He led everyone to jump up directly, and then was pushed forward by the strong water flow before landing, somewhat like walking on the moon, so their speed would become very fast. A few jumps can advance hundreds or thousands of meters. Each jump will push you farther. Each jump is accompanied by Polly's screams. She holds on to the vines of the small flower bud tightly and refuses to let go. As she jumps, the surrounding environment changes rapidly. There are fewer and fewer creatures. In the end, even the seaweed has disappeared, leaving only bare rocks washed by the water. After the last jump, a large hill-like terrain appeared in front of Fangjia. There were patches of blue light, like a carpet, covering the entire hill. They were just below a strange-shaped underwater cliff. Look! There! There are so many Thetis crystals! Little Flower Bud shouted excitedly. Oh my god, I've never seen so many Thetis crystals. Polly also opened her eyes wide. The Thetis crystals here are all very large. The smaller ones are the size of pigeon eggs, and the larger ones are larger than chicken eggs, all embedded on the stone bed on the seabed. Hold on. Get ready to land. Fangjia also saw it, but what he had to consider now was how to land in this position without falling or being washed away by the turbulence caused by the cliff. Fangjia adjusted his posture and stepped into the crystal field with a long jump into the sand pit. At the moment of landing, Fangjia immediately lifted up a streamlined mound like a quilt and hid. Even so, Fangjia almost stumbled. But because there was a streamlined mound behind him, it blocked some of the rapidly rushing water, allowing Fangjia to land successfully. God, can't you make the space bigger? As soon as he landed, Polly complained to Fangjia, because the space he shaped was too small, and everyone was squeezed into a ball. Try how much magic you can use in this environment. I feel like we have almost entered the absolute forbidden zone. Fangjia was also somewhat helpless. The concentration of magic in this crystal field suddenly increased. Fangjia had already used all his strength to create such a small area of 2 meters square. Polly felt the magic around her, and found that it was indeed the case. There was a rapid flow of magic all around, and there was no way to use it. Xiaobai had already taken out the oxygen cylinder from behind Fangjia. The bubble protection in this place had become shaky. If I'm not mistaken, your wave trial is divided into at least 3 stages. The first stage is the alert zone with slow water flow. Here, the main test is psychological fear. Walking in a dark environment, you need to beware of various strange creatures. The second stage is the test of magic. In the restricted area with fast water flow, you will use your magic to fight against nature and ensure that you are not washed away by the water. The third stage may be a test of physical strength. In such an environment, the magic you can use is basically ineffective. It's like removing the last layer of protection and being exposed to the harshest environment. You can only rely on your own body. The 4th floor. No one has been there. I can't imagine what it's like. Don't even mention the 4th floor. After these 3 trials, even a small mullet can become a god. The little flower bud also interrupted. Her vines were suppressed here, but she could still summon vines. They were just shorter. She couldn't summon a large area like before. Don't talk here. We can't hold out for long. Let's go to the bottom of the cliff. Although there will be some turbulence, the water flow there will intersect more smoothly. Fangjia once again carried everyone out of the small earthen nest he had shaped, and with difficulty led the 4 people to move to the bottom of the cliff, and once again shaped a small temporary pit that was not deep, and climbed in. Okay, we will use this nest as our base camp. Explore freely, but don't go too far from this place. Xiao Huabao, do a good job of security. Fangjia instructed Xiao Huabao and walked out. Xiao Huabao immediately summoned vines to tie the extremely tough vines around Xiaobai and Boli's waists. Fangjia didn't need the vines of the small flower buds. He stepped heavily with each step, stepped directly into the stone, and then fixed it with a shaping machine. He relied on his weight to walk to a relatively large crystal, and knocked on the crystal carefully, and the crystal embedded in the surface of the stone bed fell off. If Fangjia hadn't been quick-witted, this egg-sized crystal would have been washed away by the water. Ding! It was detected that the capacity of the magic storage medium was too small to be used. Damn it! The system that hadn't popped up for almost a year finally popped up. But the message was not friendly at all. Fangjia found 7 or 8 in a row. The largest one was as big as a goose egg, but the prompt of each system was that the capacity was too small to be used. Fangjia was going crazy. It couldn't be shaped into a hole. Is it really the only way to steal the sea people's sacred object? The tears of the ocean? After listening to Xiao Bai's analysis just now, Polly no longer hid behind the shelter created by Fangjia and tried to use her own power to fight against the turbulent water, using magic to wash her body at the limit. Such practice is very much like an ascetic standing under a small waterfall and letting the cold waterfall wash over him. While looking for large crystals, the little flower bud observed the topography of the place. She even discovered a kind of phagocytic creature. This coral, which looks like a bellows, floats on the surface of the stone bed. When the water flows through its barrel, it will bring it the nutrients it needs. Xiaobai cannot leave the range of this nest. He can only lie at the bottom of the nest and watch the busy Fangjie outside. However, at some point, Xiaobai's sight was attracted by the darkness deep in the water. Her feeling was even stronger, as if she would definitely go there, to the deepest part of the darkness, possibly in the sea where there is no return, or perhaps in the waterfall at the edge of the world, or maybe outside of that world. No, none of these crystals can meet my requirements. Fangjie threw away another blue Thetis crystal, watching it disappear into the darkness as it was swept away by the ocean current. He had already pried off several crystals. How about we move forward a little bit? Xiaobai has been staring at the depths of the water since the beginning. No, we can't go any deeper. We have entered the boundary of the absolute restricted area. If we go any further, we will be sucked out of the world. Polly was the first to raise objections. At this position, she couldn't escape the scouring of the water even if she used all her strength. If it weren't for Fangjie and Xiaobao, they would have been washed out of the world long ago. Fangjie remained silent. He hadn't found the crystal he needed yet. If he gave up now, then he might really have to steal the tears of the ocean. Xiaobai, did you see anything? Yes, I saw some very blurry images. There were endless storms. There were scarred little flower buds, and Perry. Xiaobai shook her head. She could only see these things. After hearing what Xiaobai said, Fangjie knew that it would be very dangerous to go forward, and it was possible that even little flower buds and Perry would be injured. Forget it, it's better not to take the risk. Who knows how many difficulties are waiting for us in the future. Little flower buds also came forward to dissuade Fangjie and Xiaobai. Be happy. We are now in a position similar to the sea god. Who knows if we can get the title of Sea God Guardian after we go back? Polly said to Fangjie and Xiaobai while struggling to resist the current. Okay. Xiaobai, let's listen to Xiao Huabao and go back. Fangjie also backed off. It was too dangerous ahead, and Xiaobai's condition looked a little wrong now. Xiaobai seemed to have finally come to his senses, turned his head and smiled. But sometimes our fate may be fixed. We are destined to be here, and we are destined to go to that storm in the future. What did you say? Why don't I understand? Fangjie frowned. At this moment, the cliff above the exploration team collapsed under the impact of the sea water, and the huge rock smashed directly towards the 4 members of the exploration team. Damn it! Be careful. Fangjie only had time to warn him, but Xiaobai had already rushed in front of Fangjie, as if she had seen the scene. Fangjie watched the huge rock smash directly on her back, and she was instantly smashed away, and the vines around her waist broke directly, and were washed away by the water. He was so familiar with this scene. Just like when Xiaobai jumped up and hugged him to his chest to block the fatal blow when he was chased by the adventurer army. The same scene. Fangjie was stunned for a moment, and was also knocked out, rolling in the turbulent flow. Fangjie. Xiaobai? The little flower bud didn't care about the injuries on its body, and tried hard to grow vines, trying to catch Xiaobai. But in such an environment, the vines were useless. No matter how many they grew, they would be washed away by the water. Perry on the side also fainted, but the vine around her waist saved her life. But now the vine has been broken in many places, and is about to fall. As expected, Perry's vine also broke, and Xiaobai jumped up and hugged Perry, who had lost consciousness. But the two of them were also swept into the darkness by the sea current. Chapter 157. Outside the world. Fangjie was hit by the current, and hit the stone bed several times, which made his head hurt. He finally managed to hold on to the stone bed, and stabilize his body. He saw Xiaobai's body being blown over by the current. Xiaobai. At this time, Fangjie didn't care whether he was dizzy or not. He jumped up again, and grabbed Xiaobai, who had lost consciousness. This jump caused the two of them to be at least thousands of meters away by the current. A huge rumble really came from the depths of darkness. It really sounded like a super waterfall. Xiaobai. Wake up! Wake up! Xiaobai. Don't scare me. Wake up! Fangjie struggled to stop his body from running forward, while constantly calling Xiaobai. Xiaobai's condition was very bad now. The carapace on his back had been smashed open, and the oxygen cylinder had flown away. Only the mask was still on his head. Blood flowed out like it was free, and was instantly diluted and washed away by the sea water. The magic power content around was very high now, and it was all violent magic power, making Fang Jie's shaping magic almost ineffective. Fang Jie could only grit his teeth to increase the temperature of his palm, and pressed it on Xiaobai's wound, hoping to stop Xiaobai's bleeding. Xiaobai was awakened by the pain. It hurt so much. Damn it, stop talking, hold on, I take you out of this damn place. Fang Jie held Xiaobai with one hand with difficulty, and with the other hand? He grabbed the stone bed and crawled against the water flow, but no matter how he crawled, he seemed to be pressed against by an invisible wall, and he had to slide back 2 steps for every step he took. The fast water flow with magic washed over the metal surface of his body, like a knife, cutting Xiaobai in his arms, with wounds all over his body. I can't get out. This should be the 4th stage. The sea of no return. Even if I can climb, there is not enough oxygen to support me to climb out. However, if I am gone, you may still be able to climb out. Xiaobai shook his head and said weakly, and put his head on Fang Jie's warm and broad chest. Don't say those useless things. If you don't go out, I can't go out either. Fang Jie gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. I know. But it's great that Fang Jie met you. So live well, and take care of everyone. Xiaobai spat out a mouthful of blood, kicked his 8 spider legs, broke free from Fang Jie's arms, and rushed straight into the darkness. No! Don't think of leaving me behind. Fang Jie's reaction was also very fast. He turned around and grabbed Xiaobai again. However, he was successfully swept up by the sea current and rushed towards the waterfall at the edge of the world. A sea where there is no return. Fang Jie completely gave up the idea of going back. The water flow here was beyond Fang Jie's imagination. He hugged Xiaobai and protected Xiaobai under his body, allowing those magic sea currents like blades to hit the surface of his blood magic gold. The rumbling sound resounded throughout the sea of no return, as if there was a huge waterfall ahead. What should I do? What should I do? Fang Jie's mind was working rapidly. Xiaobai had already fallen into a coma. The magical torrent seemed to have wrapped them in a meat grinder. Even if Fang Jie tried his best to protect her, it was inevitable that many scars would be left on her body. Fang Jie could clearly feel that Xiaobai's body temperature was dropping rapidly, maybe in a short time. Even if Xiaobai was not cut into pieces by the blade-like sea current, she would go into shock due to low body temperature. As the rumbling sound became louder and louder, Fang Jie knew that they were approaching the big waterfall at the edge of the world. Fang Jie opened his eyes wide. The water was flowing very fast now. It was not very clear in the dim environment, but he felt that the sea was trembling and the sea level was tilting and dropping. It was as if it was compressing its existence and squeezing itself out of the waterfall in front. This moment finally came. Fang Jie was carried by Xiaobai and was rushed out of the world by the rapidly surging sea water. The wind was howling. Even Fang Jie's overweight steel body was like a small leaf, and was blown around in the sky. The sky and the earth were in chaos, and it was impossible to tell up from down. Damn it! What the hell is this place? This was completely different from the world outside Fang Jie's imagination. There was neither outer space nor any broken space. It was just a superstorm. Just like that, Fang Jie was carried by Xiaobai and was blown away by the storm for who knows how far. Blue lightning was jumping everywhere, and countless storm tornadoes seemed like the end of the world. Fang Jie was almost vomiting because of this chaotic scene. Not knowing how far the storm had blown him away, Fang Jie only knew to hold on to Xiaobai tightly, not letting the strong wind blow Xiaobai away. The magic power had become stale in the storm, like a liquid tightly wrapping Fang Jie and Xiaobai. At this moment, Xiaobai, who was held in Fang Jie's arms, emitted a pale blue light. Fang Jie could feel that the sticky magic power around was rushing towards Xiaobai. A repulsive force was getting stronger and stronger, forcibly squeezing Fang Jie's hands apart. Damn! What is this? Fang Jie felt that he was about to lose Xiaobai. Drop Guardian Xiaobai can evolve. Drop Guardian Xiaobai, surpass evolution, remaining time 999 minutes. Fang Jie did not expect that Xiaobai actually evolved outside this world. In order to allow Xiaobai to evolve better, Fang Jie took the initiative to let go of his hand. When Fang Jie let go of his hand, the storm formed by magic power rushed up instantly, wrapped up the unconscious Xiaobai, formed a magic storm cocoon, and it was getting bigger and bigger, and countless tiny blue magic lightning slowly appeared around, and was becoming thicker and thicker. Fang Jie did not fall anymore. His weight seemed to disappear. He just floated in the air, attracted by the magic egg like a satellite, and kept rotating around it. He could clearly feel the magic power around him rushing towards the magic egg, wrapping it up layer by layer. He tried to move, but he was like being in a gravity-free environment, unable to move at all, and could only circle in a predetermined orbit. On the other side, Xiao Huabao held the unconscious Pearly, and tried his best to mobilize the magic power in his body, growing huge leaves, wrapping himself and Pearly inside, to protect himself from injuries to the greatest extent. However, since entering the sea of no return, the magic power cut the leaves into pieces like a sharp knife, and the blood that flowed out was instantly diluted and disappeared by the sea current. Damn it. This time there is really no way back. Sorry I couldn't save you. Little Flower Bud muttered to herself while holding Polly. She herself was not too worried. After all, Little Other Side was still playing in Yavig. She would also be reborn in the Sea of Flowers because of her relationship with Little Other Side. But Polly was not so lucky. As the rumbling sound became louder and louder, she knew that they would be irreversibly washed out of the world. The kinetic energy of the water was so great that it rushed them to the edge of the world. This bastard world. Let me see what the hell is outside your world. Starting from the big waterfall at the edge of the world, the sea water began to rush down from here and rushed into the storm. The Little Flower Bud opened her eyes wide. She felt that they broke through the water flow and were instantly taken over by the strong wind. They were not as fat as Fang Jie. They were blown to a magical place by the strong wind. This place was completely different from the dark world outside her imagination. This place seemed to be the center of a huge storm. She could clearly feel that she was like a leaf, blown up, spinning around the eye of the storm. The eye of the storm and the surroundings were all covered with light blue magic lightning. In the center, there seemed to be a black figure circling a storm egg. That figure seemed to be Fang Jie. Fang Jie. Fang Jie. The Little Flower Bud screamed, trying to attract Fang Jie's attention, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was immediately filled with strong winds. Not to mention that there were lightning and thunder all around, and the storm was raging. Fang Jie couldn't hear her shouts at all. The Little Flower Bud tried hard to move towards Fang Jie, but the strong wind didn't think so. In this chaotic storm, no matter how hard the Little Flower Bud struggled, she couldn't change the direction of her movement. She could only watch Fang Jie being blown farther and farther away by the storm, until he was completely submerged by the storm. Because of the rapid circling in the storm, Xiao Huabao could no longer tell where the sky was, and where the ground was. A huge feeling of dizziness surged up, and the wounds on her body were constantly bleeding. This storm seemed to be a super large centrifuge, which was quickly drawing their blood out of their bodies. The cold wind quickly took away the body temperature of Xiao Huabao and Pearly. At this time, Xiao Huabao only felt that her body was getting colder and colder, and her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes. Damn. Solution. In a trance, she seemed to hear a gentle female voice in her ears. I explain it to you later. Little Bud. Wake up. Little Bud. Open your leaves quickly. According to calculations, now is the best time. The strong wind will blow you away quickly. Wake up. Fang Jie has come out of the initial nervous state, and is boredly observing the strong wind whirl behind him. The magic egg seems to be the center of the entire superstorm. Everything around it is spinning around the magic egg. But there is not even a trace of wind at the eye of the storm. There seemed to be another invisible membrane in front of Fang Jie, blocking the superstorm outside. Only pure magic power could be absorbed into the range of the magic egg. Looking out from here was like sitting in a plane and flying into a storm outside. It was dark everywhere, and from time to time you could see lightning and thunder of various colors jumping around between the clouds and rain. This kind of waiting without being able to do anything was the most boring, and compared to Xiao Bai, he was more worried about Xiao Huabao and Polly now. I didn't know how they were doing. If nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely be sucked out of the world. At this moment, he felt his face was wet. Fang Jie wiped it gently with his hand, and actually wiped off a lot of water. At this time, he found that the surface of his body seemed to be sweating, and a lot of dew condensed. The dew was still increasing. Fang Jie tried his best to open his magic exploration in this high-concentration magic environment, but he could only barely cover the layer of water droplets on the surface of his body. The feedback of the high-concentration magic liquid system made Fang Jie narrow his eyes. These dewdrops are actually made up of magic. This phenomenon made Fang Jie think of the question that Xiao Bai once asked himself. which is that carbon can form beautiful diamonds under high temperature and high pressure. What will magic form under high temperature and high pressure? A thought appeared in Feng Jia's mind. Maybe the crystal of Thetis was formed in such an environment. The magic first turned into liquid, and finally turned into solid, forming that kind of crystal. This also explains why the crystal disappears. It is because the magic pressure is reduced, and its own high concentration of magic is released, which will sublimate and disappear. Feng Jie turned his head to Xiao Bai's magic egg again. Even the edge of the Feng Jie could be turned into liquid magic water by the extremely high magic concentration. Then what kind of state would Xiao Bai, who was in the center of the magic egg, be in? Would he become a piece of amber frozen by magic crystals? Feng Jie couldn't help but start to worry. As time passed, 16 hours, Feng Jie felt like 16 years had passed. During this period, Feng Jie kept trying to use the ability of shaping or magic exploration, trying to spy on the magic egg, but he failed. When the countdown reached 0, the magic egg instantly shattered and disappeared, and a dazzling light emerged. The violent storm trembled, paused for a second, and began to dissipate. The magic power that condensed into a liquid instantly scattered out. These magic power impacts also hit Feng Jie, who was trying to use magic power to explore. These magic powers passed through Feng Jie's body and went away. It felt like it was going to knock Feng Jie's soul away. But it was also because of the impact of these magic powers that Feng Jie had conducted the largest scale magic exploration in history. As the magic power passed through his body, it brought back a huge amount of information that Feng Jie could not imagine. The feeling of his head bursting, which he had not felt for a long time, came again. Although the width of this magic exploration was not wide, it was hundreds of kilometers long. Even those thick cumulonimbus clouds could not stop it. Under the effect of the magic exploration, the world outside lifted a corner of its mysterious veil, revealing its true face. Although in this not-so-wide magical vision, Feng Jie only saw a small part of the world outside. But this did not prevent him from imagining a complete model of the world outside. This should be a super huge hole, and the boundary of the hole could not be seen at a glance. Under Feng Jie's feet was a magma sea that could not be seen at a glance. Fuck. This is not the outside world at all. This is a super huge meteorite crater. Chapter 158 Arachne. Because this hole is so big that Feng Jie can't measure it, the super huge edge waterfall looks like a circle of small water curtains at this location, falling into the pit helplessly, evaporating into water vapor by the high temperature magma, and then forming a superstorm above the super pit, which also explains why the ocean currents rush to the outside of the world. But the storm blows continuously from the outside of the world to the whole world. At this moment, a pleasant moan of him brought Feng Jie back from his daze. The dazzling light was disappearing, and what slowly appeared in front of Feng Jie was a giant spider girl curled up in a ball. Her white hair was draped over her back like a waterfall, and her skin was as white as ice and cream. When she opened her eyes, everything in the world dimmed. A pair of human eyes as bright as rubies matched with two pairs of spider eyes on her forehead, which were clear and bright, and as bright as stars. Beautiful and delicate clavicle gives people endless reverie. Further down, Feng Jie feels that he is going to be deeply lost in it. The lower body of the girl is a spider body, but the two pairs of slender claws are twisted and put together like the girl's slender legs. At first glance, Xiao Bai's appearance is exactly the same as the Arachne Eternal Golem that Feng Jie once made. Feng Jie even suspects that Xiao Bai created the account based on the face of the Arachne Eternal Golem. The awakened Xiao Bai noticed that Feng Jie was staring at him intently, and shyly covered his face and the pair of huge white and round breasts. This kind of half-covered beauty instantly penetrated Feng Jie. What kind of world is there outside of Xiao Bai's majestic chest fragrance? Slurp. Don't look at it, I give you this. Xiao Bai opened her red lips gently, and her voice, as gentle and soft as a wind chime, was heard by Feng Jie with a little bit of shyness. Xiao Bai waved her hand, and a huge icosahedron hit the forehead of Feng Jie, who was already dazed. With a crisp sound, Feng Jie's head was hit hard, and he reacted, and immediately caught the icosahedron in a hurry. This is a super Terra Thetis with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Feng Jie has never seen such a large magic crystal, and the magic in it is so thick that he can even vaguely see the mist-like magic flowing in it. Drops detected magic storage medium capacity. Super huge quality, optimal. Feng Jie looked at the Super Thetis crystal in his hand, with mixed feelings in his heart, and couldn't say a word. He didn't expect that this crystal would be produced in Xiao Bai's evolution. At this time, Xiao Bai had already put on a white translucent Hanfu gauze dress. She had liked this dress for a long time since Fang Jie drew it, and now she could finally wear it. Seeing Fang Jie staring at the magic crystal in a daze, Xiao Bai's soft hands gently brushed Fang Jie's back, and climbed up Fang Jie's neck from behind. The storm that had subsided for a few minutes became violent again after Xiao Bai broke out of the egg. The rolling cumulonimbus clouds were forming, and the lightning and thunder that had subsided for a few minutes appeared again. So the very important thing you said is evolution? Fang Jie's voice was a little low. Although Xiao Bai evolved and got the treasure he needed, he always felt that Xiao Bai was getting farther away from him. This sense of distance was not physical distance, but the distance between hearts. No. I really can't see the future of you and me. This feeling is very strange. As if I will definitely come here. But I don't know what to do specifically. Xiao Bai climbed onto Fang Jie's neck from behind and said softly, "But this is too dangerous." Fang Jie was a little angry, and turned around and hugged Xiao Bai tightly. What if you were torn apart by the magic storm? What if you were swallowed by the magma sea below? Do you know that I felt like I was about to lose you for a moment? If it weren't for the fact that he had no tear glands, he would really cry. No, you won't lose me. Xiao Bai gently stroked Fang Jie's head, hoping to comfort Fang Jie. I said, I won't go out if you don't go out, and how can you be so selfish? You are the only one who is allowed not to leave you, but you can leave me at will? Push me away? Fang Jie was really angry. If the current environment didn't allow it, he would definitely teach Xiao Bai a lesson. Xiao Bai listened to Fang Jie's angry words, but laughed easily, as if the increasingly roaring wind around him had disappeared. The closer I get to here, the more I can feel that I am destined to come here. This is my destiny, but not yours. So I want you to live. Bullshit destiny. Who gave you the right to destiny? I, Schrödinger, am the first to disagree. Don't say anything about destiny in the future. Even if it is destiny, you are destined to be with me. Go back and write a good self-criticism. Fang Jie really wanted to beat Xiao Bai. Well, okay. I will write a good self-criticism when I go back. Xiao Bai closed his eyes with peace of mind, and touched his forehead with Fang Jie's forehead, which could instantly calm Fang Jie, who was upset. I deal with you when I get back. Fang Jie finally calmed down after getting the guarantee, and then he realized that he and Xiao Bai were standing on a storm in the air. This is my new ability. I can feel the flow of magic power, and even use the magic power for my own benefit. Fang Jie was simply amazed by this control ability. He immediately opened Xiao Bai's panel. Sure enough, the data card had been updated. A perfect spider web world had formed behind Xiao Bai's data card. The beautiful white spider lady was observing this world. Her wise red eyes seemed to see Fang Jie, who was looking at the system panel, and almost scared Fang Jie. The skill only added one more magic dominator LV10 max, add 1. Fang Jie's jaw dropped when he saw this skill. After level 10 max, can it still break through the upper limit and rise? Seeing Fang Jie staring at him in astonishment, Xiao Bai knew what he was thinking. So he decided to pour cold water on Fang Jie. I can now perfectly control magic power. Within the range of my magic power, I can even use it to stop the storm. But this range is not far. This is probably what you call the field, Xiao Bai said as he waved his hand. And the storm within a range of 7 or 8 meters from Xiao Bai seemed to stop. Well, okay. Fang Jie stepped on the storm under his feet, as if he was stepping on cotton. But he did not fall from the air. Hurry up and find out if Polly and the others are there. They might have been swept into the storm. They have been blown out by the strong wind. Let's get out quickly. This kind of pure magic control is very exhausting. Let's go! Xiao Bai smiled and pulled Fang Jie up. He cancelled the magic without caring whether Fang Jie was willing or not. Fang Jie felt that his feet were empty. After a second of stunned silence, he instantly fell into the storm. Ah! The most legendary day in the history of Yavigzi City came. On this day, after all the warriors set out for the edge of the world, it seemed that someone had really defeated the god of storms, and suppressed the storm in a rare way. Something smashed through the thick clouds, allowing a ray of sparse sunlight to pass through the thick cumulonimbus clouds, and once again sprinkled on this city that had never been visited by the sun. Although it was only a few minutes, it was enough for everyone in Haicheng to float to the surface and worship the sky. The ones who fell from the sky were Xiao Huabao and Polly. There was a layer of white frost on both of them, and both of them had lost consciousness. A huge red lotus-shaped plant bloomed on the sea surface and successfully caught Xiao Huabao and Polly. Quick! Hurry up and help them warm up by the fire. Their body temperature is too low. Xiao Bian was directing the rescue work on the sea surface. A few hours ago, she felt that something seemed to have happened to Xiao Huabao and the others. Xiao Huabao's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and she could feel that they were approaching her quickly. And she could feel that Xiao Huabao was not in the sea, but in the sky. Although Xiao Bian was confused and couldn't understand why she went to the bottom of the sea when she went there, but came back from the sky when she came back. This did not hinder her from rescuing Xiao Huabao and Pearly. The little tentacles and Lostia had been waiting on the side. Seeing the little Bud and Pearly fall into the lotus of the little other shore, Lostia immediately sank with the lotus, approaching the volcano on the seabed, using the temperature there to dispel the frost on the two of them. The little tentacles moved several tentacles at the same time, quickly climbed onto the two of them, and tacitly poured the red bottle directly into the mouths of the little Bud and Pearly, regardless of whether they drank it or not, just poured it in anyway. The little flower Bud recovered very quickly, and with the help of little other side, she woke up immediately after the frost melted. Except for the tattered seaweed skirt that looked a little wilted, she was basically fine. Polly's vitality was also extremely strong. After the little tentacles filled her belly with red bottles, she slowly recovered. However, because she consumed too much energy, she fell asleep again. Why did you come back from the sky? Where are Fangjia and Xiaobai? Surrounding the small volcanic furnace, little other shore helped little flower Bud recover its vitality, while asking what happened at the edge of the world. We were smashed apart by a big rock, and all washed into the outside world by the sea. Little flower Bud paused. Shock! Did you really go in? Little other shore was also a little unbelievable. Then how could you fly back from the sky? The outside world is full of storms. Polly and I are like a leaf caught in a tornado. I thought we couldn't come back. Just when I was about to faint, I heard a voice. She told me to open my leaves. I did it. And Polly and I were blown out by the strong wind. The little flower Bud said thoughtfully. Huh? Did you hear a voice? Yes, that voice sounds familiar to me. She seemed to be giving a lecture to someone, and mentioned it to me by the way, but I just can't remember who she is. The little flower Bud pulled her hair in annoyance, pulling off a few yellow leaves. Forget it. It's useless to think about this now. Now we need to wait for Fangjia to come back. Okay, but can Fangjia come back? That's outside the world. Xiao Bian was also a little worried. Don't worry. I can come back. He will definitely come back. He's a piece of iron. He can crawl back no matter how hard he tries. Xiao Huabao was right about this. At this time, Fangjia was screaming in the clouds, like a little girl being held by Princess Xiaobai. Chapter 159 Unexpected Visitors. In the clouds, Xiaobai seemed to be stepping on an invisible skateboard, and rushed into the violent storm, as if the entire huge storm had become Xiaobai's playground. Gliding between the storms, and ups and downs, it was even more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Fangjia had never been involved in extreme sports such as surfing, let alone surfing the storm in the sky, so his current condition was not good at all. It was very humiliating to be held in Xiaobai's arms, like a princess, and he held Xiaobai tightly with one hand, and tightly held the huge magic crystal with the other hand. He knew that Xiaobai liked extreme sports. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so happy to drive fast. But he didn't expect that Xiaobai actually liked surfing in a superstorm. An extreme sport where you are blown hundreds or thousands of meters in a second. This time, he really experienced what Shagar felt when he was riding in Xiaobai's car. Go slowly. Fangjia felt that his soul was about to fly out. But Xiaobai was still excited to rush to the top of the storm wave, and then flew out with a whoosh, and fell into the cumulonimbus cloud while spinning. A series of giggles were left between the storm and lightning. When Xiaobai landed on the ocean, Fangjia's black metal had turned a little pale. As soon as Xiaobai landed, Fangjia knelt on the seabed, and tried hard to retch, but nothing came out, and he didn't even care about the magic crystal hitting the seabed. On the other hand, Xiaobai's face was flushed, and he looked unsatisfied. Ugh. Well, Xiaobai, you are prohibited from driving high-speed vehicles from now on. Ugh. It took Fangjia a long time to recover. This was much more exciting than a roller coaster. TSK. Xiaobai pouted in dissatisfaction. Fangjia? Here. Here. Xiaobao and Shubian waved their hands at Xiaobai and Fangjia from a distance. A gray-black little guy swam over at a very fast speed. Several tentacles turned into propellers, and hit Fangjia's face like a small torpedo. Sister Fa. Pudgy. Happy. Pudgy. Finally. I'm back. Happy, Xiaoyu swam over second, and circled around Xiaobai. Sister Xiaobai? It's you? You become so beautiful. You look exactly like the statue in the underground palace. Lostia also swam over with her tail twisting, looking at Xiaobai with some doubt, asked uncertainly. Are you really Xiaobai's sister? Of course it's me. I've evolved too. Xiaobai smiled and opened her arms to Lostia and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu didn't care much, and threw herself into Xiaobai's arms. So soft. Lostia looked at Xiaobai's majestic chest, and then touched her own chest, and felt that she had received 10,000 points of critical damage. This is unscientific. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian were also shocked. Are you really Xiaobai? Indeed, Xiaobai has changed a lot. Although Xiaobai has grown a lot before, it was less than 2 meters long at most. Now it is 3 meters long. From a distance, it looks like the size of a small car. Adding to the perfect figure, it is so beautiful. She is indeed Xiaobai. She has evolved in the superstorm outside the world. Fangjie pulled the little tentacle off his head, throwing it to Lostia, letting her hold this naughty little fellow. The little flower but pouted in jealousy. You are biased. Why wasn't it that big when I evolved? This. Fangjie couldn't explain it at all. Maybe it's because I had more magic power when I evolved. In the storm outside the world, the magic power is extremely dense, as if it is inexhaustible. Xiaobai smiled and smoothed things over for Fangjie, and stepped forward to hold Fangjie's arm in his arms, making Fangjie's arm sink deeply into the ravine, looking at the little flower bud provocatively. Fangjie smiled bitterly. Is Xiaobai trying to put out the fire or start a fire? Puff puff. The little flower bud was still unwilling to give up. The flame of jealousy made steam appear on its head. It stared at Fangjie's arm. Jealous puff. The little tentacle was about to pounce on the little flower bud happily, but was stopped by Fangjie. Ah! Sister! Really, you are so childish. Xiao Bian pinched the little flower bud, almost pinching it so hard that it jumped up, and rolled his eyes at the little flower bud, who was rubbing his arm frantically. Did you find what you wanted? Of course. This time, Xiaobai helped me condense a large piece of Thetis's tear. Fangjie said, as he stepped aside, allowing everyone to see the large piece of Thetis's tear behind him. Oh my god, it's so big. It's at least 10 times bigger than the piece of the heart of the ocean that the sea god Gardesia brought back that year. The little flower bud widened his eyes, and after a second of stunned silence, he immediately summoned seaweed to wrap the big gem tightly. We need to set off quickly. If the crystal you brought back is seen by the sea tribe, they will definitely regard it as a sacred object. You may not be able to take it away by then. Hey, I'm not really afraid of this. We want to leave. Can these sea tribes stop us? If they dare to stop me, I will let the little tentacles release their world-destroying monsters. Fangjie started to show off. Okay, Xiao Huabao is right. It's better to have less trouble than more. Let's wrap it up. But Xiaobai stood on Xiao Huabao's side. Okay, you decide. Where's Polly? Where did she go? Fangjie realized that a few people seemed to be missing. Polly, Momo, Lillian were not there. She was not in a good condition this time. It seemed that her body had changed. She is still in the treatment room. Momo and Lillian are taking care of her. Xiao Bian naturally took up Fangjie's words. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Fangjie heard that Polly was not in a good condition. He thought that Polly was seriously injured. In a huge nautilus, Polly was lying on a waterbed made of seaweed, eating small dried fish and honey, while listening to a ragged old man talking. Lillian and Momo also stayed by Polly's side. Of course, it would be better if they didn't look like they were watching an 8 o'clock soap opera. So you want to tell me I'm your granddaughter? You want me to go with you to learn the Sea Clan's divine power? Perry looked puzzled. Not a granddaughter, but a great-great-great-granddaughter. The old man was a little entangled, but still said it. Oh, a great-great-great-granddaughter? How old are you then? Are you a god? And you're learning the Sea Clan's divine power? Perry looked alert, like an old man on guard against fraud. The old man shook his head, straightened his back, and said very imposingly, Okay. I tell you who I am. I'm the warrior who conquered the waves, the guardian of the seal of the world-destroying monster, the son of the 5 oceans, the sea god Gardesia. Perry was stunned for a second, then suddenly burst into laughter, and almost laughed herself to death. Ha ha. Goose goose goose. Sea god Gardesia. Why don't you say you are the lord of creation? You old man is so funny. Cough cough cough. Perry! How are you? Fong Jie heard Perry's cough outside and thought Perry was in trouble. So he rushed into the ward and saw Perry lying on the small bed. She looked very strange now, with fins growing on her ears, a beautiful blue scale in the middle of her forehead, and her tail becoming slender. The wide fins were floating in the water, like a very silky satin skirt, looking so elegant and luxurious, and overall becoming more beautiful. Fong Jie, Xiao Bai, you guys are out too. Great. I'm fine. Polly saw Fong Jie and the others coming back, and took a few deep breaths to stop laughing. Sorry, I just heard the funniest joke ever, ha ha. It's you? Fong Jie then noticed that there were other people in the room. That sea god ghost. So you're that guy? I remember you're not a fishman from the shark clan. This old man was the shark-tailed mermaid that Fong Jie saw in the abandoned old town of Yavik. Do you know each other? Fong Jie, Pali, the old man said in unison. When the other members of the Earth Palace who followed Fong Jie heard this, they looked at each other, their eyes lit up. This was epic gossip. They immediately moved their stools and listened to the story of the old mermaid. After the introduction, Fong Jie finally understood the situation. This old mermaid claimed to be the sea god Gardecia. He felt the awakening of his sea god bloodline, so he followed the breath to find his great-great-great-granddaughter. Pali. Oh, I see. You said you were the sea god Gardecia. And you hid in the abandoned old town? You hid for 300 or 400 years? As time went by, someone recognized you as the sea god's heroic spirit. Fong Jie heard the old man's story, and his first reaction was that you were lying to me. Even though I didn't have much education, I could feel your expression. The old man nodded honestly. Fong Jie still didn't believe it. Give me some of your blood. I check it. Fong Jie turned to look at Pearly again. And you? I check it together. Polly didn't hesitate at all, and handed her finger to Fong Jie, and asked Fong Jie to prick her fingertip. The blood bond has been established. Target, Awakened Ocean Elf Polyhydra. Skills, communicate with the Ocean LV1 Max, Summon Sea Beast LV3 Water Controller LV4 Ocean Singer LV5, Max, Bloodline Awakening, Ocean Elf. Fong Jie looked at Polly's panel and nodded. It's okay. There are a few useless skills, and the rest are within controllable range. As for the old man who called himself Gardecia, he hesitated for a moment, but still handed his scarred hand to Fong Jie. Fong Jie poked the old man's fingertips, squeezed out a little dark red blood, and the system responded immediately. Drops unable to establish a blood contract. Target, the sea elf who lost his power Gardecia Neptune. Gardecia Neptune? Unexpectedly, the old man immediately became alert. How do you know my real name? It seems that you are really the sea god Gardecia. Fong Jie felt overwhelmed. He always felt that things were getting serious. How did you get seriously injured and lose your power? Hiding in the abandoned old town of Yavig? Where is your Gondias? The gossip group immediately became interested. They all stared with wide eyes, and looked at the old sea god who had lost his power with curiosity. Gardecia also looked helpless. Yes, that's right. I have been hiding there, because I was seriously injured in the Dusk War more than 400 years ago. I could only hide and recuperate. Oh, by the way, the Dusk War is what you call the disappearance of the gods. Chapter 160 The Truth of the Hidden Gods. 416 years ago, the god realm Gondias started a war. The new gods, who had been holding grudges for a long time, were dissatisfied with the rule of the old gods, and started a war of resistance, preparing to overthrow the rule of the entire gods. The old guys in the Council of Elders certainly would not let themselves be slaughtered, so the new and old camps of the gods collided with each other. This war lasted for many years, and countless gods fell, but because the old gods had a rich foundation, the new gods were almost destroyed at one time, so the remaining new gods had to hide themselves, and develop themselves while dealing with the old gods. Finally, 20 years later, a turning point came. The world-destroying monster came. The old gods fought against it, and successfully sealed it. However, their own strength was greatly reduced, and their rear was empty. So Oros designed to kill the goddess of death, who was in charge of the power of death, in the Council of Elders. The power of death was stolen, which gave the new gods very powerful power. In this way, the new gods, led by the goddess Oros, strongly suppressed the old gods, who were seriously injured by the world-destroying monster. Oros absorbed the power of the goddess of death, and gained the ability to regenerate other gods from her. Therefore, the old gods were dragged into the quagmire of attrition war by Oros. With the blessing of this power, the new gods became fearless and kept attacking, becoming an undead army. The old gods had no choice but to passively defend, and became shaky without the replenishment of fresh blood. The old man's turbid eyes became deep, as if he had completely returned to the war-torn era in the past. At that time, Oros was young and full of vigor. He led the new gods directly into Gondias, vowing to slaughter all the old gods. He ignored the advice of others. So the Lord of Light at that time, Aliska, used the strongest artifact of the gods, trying to die with Oros. Gardisia recalled the past with a sigh. I still remember the violent explosion and the flash that was too bright to look at. The whole earth was illuminated blood red. Gondias was blown into a basin. Everything was destroyed. Basically all the gods disappeared in this self-destruction. Later, this battle was called the Dusk War by the surviving gods. When Gardisia talked about the explosion, his cloudy eyes were a little dull. Since everyone died together, how did you survive? Or were you one of the resurrected ones? Fang Jie interrupted the old man's contemplation. Haha. I'm not a newcomer. I was seriously injured in the battle with a world-destroying monster at that time. I never recovered. So I left Gondias and returned to the Sea Tribe to recuperate. When I received the news that Gondias was attacked and rushed back, I happened to witness the big explosion. So the attack turned into a rescue. I also learned the specific information from the people I rescued. And because of the heavy casualties, you all decided to hide away. Fang Jie felt that this didn't make sense. Haha. You are wrong. The gods are all arrogant and conceited. They won't easily hide themselves. After the explosion, the real tragedy happened. The old man seemed to be trapped in that time again. Telling the story, Aliska used the artifact to self-destruct. And basically all the new gods were killed. His regret issued an oracle in human society, asking them to eliminate the reborn rebels. This can effectively alleviate the resurrection of the followers of Oros, and give the remaining gods some time. Fang Jie didn't say anything. This should be the reason why they slaughtered the witch. But he was wrong. Not only was Oros not killed by the explosion, but he also planted a seed of hatred in her heart, making her think that the power of the gods was too strong, and that there shouldn't be so many gods in this world. But at this time, her strength was damaged, and her ability to resurrect was affected. From instant resurrection to relying on the birth of a newborn, and then growing up and awakening, this slowed down her pace of slaughter. Then why did we only see witches? Where are the male witches? Fang Jie suddenly asked. Well, to be precise, they should be called male wizards, but there are very few of them. It's mainly because these mothers of reborn gods have certain magic power. So, the old sea god was also stunned for a moment, and said uncertainly, Oh, I see. It turns out that the witches killed by humans should actually be the mothers of gods. Right? As a result, because they don't know the principle, and because of religious persecution, they all kill them as witches. Okay, you continue. Fang Jie nodded in sudden realization. Oh, what are you talking about? She was looking for her own guards, while slaughtering other surviving gods. She would eliminate all those who did not obey her. But at that time, she was actually at the end of her strength. Although the explosion of the Dusk War did not kill her, it also hurt her foundation. She could not move for a long time, and could only be carried away by her followers. Oh, I am familiar with this plot. Raising a big banner, eliminating dissidents, and ruling the world by herself, is not a good thing either. Fang Jie scoffed at this, but although he said so, the magic exploration, the soul echoes were all shrouded in the little lowly Momo. I thought there would be some discoveries, but the feedback he got made him laugh and cry. Yes. Yes. They are not good people. If it were Momo, I must send these gods into the indescribable maze to reshape their worldview. Another 100 years of labor reform. Is it a bit too much? Or 5,030 years? 30 years. Momo nodded seriously while thinking. I fought her last time, and found an opportunity to severely injure her, and kill the follower she had just reborn. But even in such a weak state, she still easily injured me, and devoured my power. As the old man spoke, he unbuttoned his clothes, revealing the scar on his chest that almost covered the entire left chest. Heh, such a big hole? You're probably a fishman, or maybe a cockroach man. When Fang Jie saw this scar, he felt that if it was a normal person, he would have died long ago. The heart and half of the lungs are gone. What's the point of playing? This is the good thing about the God clan. The body recovers quickly. Gardisia is very open-minded. But my divine power can't be restored. In order to avoid her followers, I lived in seclusion in the abandoned old city. Well, it seems that you are not much smarter than humans. You are all a group of people with self-destructive tendencies. From what you said, you should belong to the old-fashioned Protoss. I am very curious. What did you do to cause such a big reaction from these new Protoss? If you didn't do something too extreme, I believe that no idiot would give up his peaceful life and rebel. Fang Jie continued to ask Gardecia. It seemed that his story lacked the initial contradiction. Gardecia was silent for a moment. Yes, there were indeed some problems with the rule of the gods at that time. They did not look at ability but at seniority. As a result, the newly promoted gods basically could not get the recognition of the old gods. If you showed strong ability, you would be excluded by other gods. In addition, there are many gods in each power. These gods basically will not die. For example, there are 10 to 20 gods in the light system. The earlier the gods are promoted, the greater their power is. They can use the newly promoted gods at will. With such pressure layer by layer, the newly promoted gods are like slaves. And Oros happens to be the most powerful god among the newly promoted gods. And his rejection of her is even more. Gardecia did not say anything more. But Fang Jie could figure out what was going on with his toes. No wonder she wants to overthrow your rule. If it were me, I would also revolt and overthrow your rule. You are hopeless. Destroy it. Quickly. I am tired just listening to it. Fang Jie sneered. Gardecia just kept silent. And did not refute Fang Jie. Which made Fang Jie feel like a punch on cotton. I don't think you are any better than humans. You are all a selfish, destructive group. Let's not talk about that. What about the witch's curse? Did you cast it? Fang Jie had other questions to ask. He finally caught a god. So of course, he had to ask all the questions clearly. Gardecia was stunned. Witch's curse? You mean the plague that infected humans? That was the power of the goddess of death. When the goddess of death was killed, her power leaked out uncontrollably, which had a great impact on humans at that time. Then what about the world-destroying demonic beast? How did it come from? How did you defeat it? Fang Jie continued to ask. World-destroying demonic beast? It really appeared suddenly, without any signs, just appeared in the world, devouring everything, without any wisdom. Gardecia was a little impatient. Why do you care so much about it? It has been sealed by the Sea Tribe. Haha, sealed? Fang Jie winked at the little tentacle pretending to be a jellyfish. The little tentacle's eyes lit up. And it turned into a small torpedo again. And rushed out. In less than 2 minutes, it swam back with a golden treasure chest. Gardecia frowned. He didn't understand what Fang Jie was doing. Open it, and take a look. It will refresh your worldview. Fang Jie said coldly. Gardecia opened the treasure chest half-believingly. And was stunned for a moment. There were actually patches of small bumps on the shark's tail. Damn it! How did this thing get out? Gardecia threw the treasure chest out directly. The little tentacle didn't even bother to disguise itself, and instantly wrapped around the treasure chest, looked at Gardecia fiercely, and raised its tentacles, and made a sound of Poochie! Bad guy. Poochie! This person is really ignorant. She showed him her treasure, and he actually threw her treasure away, and she would feel sad for a long time if this box was bumped into. Who are you? 2 world-destroying monsters? Gardecia felt that the world was going to end. Don't get excited, we are not the devil who will destroy the world at any time. Fang Jie stood in front of Gardecia, because if he didn't stand up, if Gardecia made any more moves, he might really return to his Hall of Heroes. Almost invisible spider silk was floating around Xiaobai, Xiaowabao, and Shibian summoned countless vines, which had surrounded the entire conch house. Xiaoyu was ready to summon the black flame skeleton. Lostia lowered her body. Dragon's might shone through her body. Lillian summoned 4 light wheels that kept changing their attributes. Momo hid behind Xiaobai. Even Polly stood up from the small bed and looked at Gardecia seriously. 2 world-destroying beasts? 2 goddesses with the power to convert life and death? A dragon that can transform. Dragon god? This? The god of the underworld with soul power? What is this? A godhead that all magic has never seen before? A strange spider goddess? You. The sea god who lost his power stared at the group of Capamir demon kings with full aura, and fell into a daze. Chapter 161, The Lost Little Tentacle. Everyone believed that Gardecia was once the sea god, so everyone was very alert, and all their eyes were on Gardecia. Are you new gods? Gardecia made a weird defensive posture. I am the strongest sea god. Even if I am injured, you can't beat me. Come on, don't fool yourself, you have lost all your strength, And you still want to fight? You all should also restrain your aura. Otherwise it will be bad to call the guards of the sea tribe. Fang Jie waved to everyone, signaling everyone to relax a little. I don't know what the standard of your so-called new gods is, but we are all from Kepamir, and we are the demon kings of Kepamir's underground palace. Everyone in front of you is the master of the underground palace. Don't worry. We are not here to arrest you. We are here for a spring outing. Before you tell us the secrets of your gods, we don't know anything about your gods, let alone the genocidal Orlos. Hearing Fang Jie say this, Gardecia relaxed a little. Fang Jie saw that Perry was hesitant to speak, so he led everyone out of the ward. The melon was finished, and it was time to prepare to go home. Finally, give the grandparents and grandchildren some time to themselves. Before closing the door, Fang Jie only said one sentence to Perry. We wait for you on the airship. You know where it is. Fang Jie led everyone immediately. Perry had a complicated expression. She really didn't expect it. So, what you said about you being my great-great-great-grandfather is true. Of course, most of the mermaids have my bloodline, especially those who can awaken the power of the sea tribe. Gardecia said her true thoughts. I originally thought that you were the only one who awakened the power of bloodline. In order to prevent those bastards from finding you, I took the initiative to take you away. But I didn't expect that so many gods had gathered around you. This time, my bloodline awakened because they took me to the outside world. And I awakened it after I came back. Outside the world? You were swept into the outside world. Gardecia's eyes widened. Then how did you get out? That place is a place where even gods can't get out. I'm not sure about that. I was knocked unconscious by a huge rock on the seabed. When I woke up, I was already lying on the bed. Polly spread her hands, indicating that she didn't know. Gardecia looked at the door that Fang Jie had closed, and whispered to Polly. Polly, you need to leave with me. They may be powerful, but they must have been spotted by Oros. If you act so high profile, they will come to you sooner or later. That's enough. I'm already a member of the great underground palace. How can I run away alone without caring about my friends' lives? And I'm the caretaker of the world-destroying monster. My mission is to take good care of the world-destroying monster. Polly shook her head and slapped away Gardecia's big hand. You hide alone. I will fight side by side with my friends. They are still waiting for me. Goodbye, Gardecia. Grandfather. Polly shook her head and swam out of the ward without looking back. On the airship, all the people in the great underground palace were in a mess, because there were too many local specialties. How many villages of the sea tribe have you raided? Where did you get so many things? Fang Jie looked at the pile of luggage helplessly. 180 books about the sea tribe? More than 300 toys of the sea tribe? More than 500 seaweed samples? Various sea beast cubs. This is a coral barrier reef. You even want to take this away. Are you serious? Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian stuck out their tongues. Most of the things in this pile belong to them. They are really interesting. We want to take them all back. Please. Little Flower Bud immediately stepped forward and held Fang Jie's left hand, shaking it vigorously. Are you sure? You are taking them back for research and not because you are worried that you won't be able to eat seafood in the future? Fang Jie looked at me with an expression of disbelief. Little Flower Bud immediately made a look at Little Bian. That's right. My sister and I want to take them back for research. Please. After receiving Little Flower Bud's signal, Little Bian also stepped forward and held Fang Jie's right hand, acting coquettishly. Sure enough, within 2 minutes Fang Jie was defeated by the sisters' double attack, and had no choice but to agree to let them take everything away. Just because the airship was already full when they were in the Gardecia Sea City before. And now there was a super double. It might be that they really couldn't take it all away, and they could only make 2 trips. The magic core was placed in a very secret place by Fang Jie, and it was not only wrapped with the vines of the small flower buds, but also wrapped with a layer of metal. Not because he was afraid that the sea people would see it, but to prevent the small tentacles. That little guy curiously took a piece of Thetis crystal brought back by Perry and the others, but it disappeared in less than 2 seconds, which scared Fang Jie so much that he immediately protected the magic core, and did not allow the little tentacles to get close to it. If the little tentacles accidentally touched the magic core, and it disappeared, Fang Jie would not know who to cry to. After packing up, Perry also came back, and the former sea god Gardecia was still following Perry, under the pretext of teaching Perry how to use the sea clan's divine power. For this sea god that he picked up for free, it was useless, but it was better than nothing. Finally, the airship. fully loaded with this pile of seafood spoils, took off from the sea smoothly, riding the hurricane blowing from the outside world, and began its journey back to the city. The speed was extraordinary. Xiaobai, Momo, and Lillian, the three crazy researchers, began to study how to make a magic restraint device on the airship, without wasting any time. The little tentacles were a little strange these 2 days. They jumped around the whole airship, jumping to the cockpit to see Xiaoyu, jumping to the laboratory to see Xiaobai, jumping to the biological laboratory to see Xiaowabeo and Shubian, who were studying marine microorganisms, and finally jumping to the observation room to see Lostia, who was drooling over the tears of Thetis, and finally touched Fangjia, who was boiling water in the power room. Poochie. The little tentacle sounded a little disappointed. What's wrong? Lottie doesn't want to play with you? Fangjia propped his cheek, looking at the little tentacle in front of him that had lost all its color, feeling as if she had been hit by something. Everyone. Poochie has a human body. Poochie. The little tentacle used its tentacles to weave a silhouette of a person with some sadness. But? Little tentacle. No. The little tentacle lost himself and stopped himself into Fangjia's arms, seeking comfort. This? Fangjia was stunned for a moment. Regarding this question, Fangjia really didn't know how to comfort the little tentacle. Evolution might not be counted on. After such a long time, the little tentacle has only evolved once. It's unknown when the next evolution will come. And Fangjia seriously doubts that the little tentacle will still be a tentacle monster after evolving again. How about letting the little tentacle learn from Lostia how to use the dragon shape shifting? It probably won't work. That requires magic support. The little tentacle's magic absorption system may be insulated from using magic. Well, I make you 2 toys to cheer you up. It doesn't mean that all monsters have to become monster girls. Fangjia sighed. In order to comfort the little tentacle, he had to get a piece of iron, recalling the appearance of those beautiful girl tentacle monsters in the previous life, and made a few figurines for the little tentacle. One figurine has tentacles in its hair, a completely girlish figure, a Cthulhu singer, and the other figurine has a girlish upper body, and a half-body monster girl with a bunch of tentacles in the lower body. Damn. The work is done. How is it? Does it look good? Fangjia placed the 2 tentacle monster figurines in front of the little tentacle. Looks good. Poochie. The little tentacle monster used 2 tentacles to wrap the 2 figurines respectively. The voice rose a little. It seems that she likes these 2 figurines very much. The little tentacle looked at the 2 figurines, and then at Fangjia. She happily huddled in Fangjia's arms. She liked all the gifts Fangjia gave her. Unconsciously, she thought of Fangjia's shaping skills. It would be great if she could also shape her own image like Fangjia. Unconsciously, the little tentacle fell asleep in Fangjia's warm embrace. She had a magical dream. In this dream, she saw the tentacle of the world-destroying monster. It could control the growth of its own tentacles at will. Countless tentacles grew out and piled up together. These tentacles piled up bigger and bigger, and higher. Slowly, a figure appeared in the dream world. She was so tall that she even surpassed the sky, as if she could pick the stars with just a raise of her hand. Finally, she straightened her waist, and everything in the world changed color. It was an extremely tall figure. She was made up entirely of countless tentacles. The small tentacles looked so tiny in front of her. The small tentacles looked at the huge figure with envy. The graceful figure seemed to be wearing a tight and noble dress. Under the skirt were endless tentacles. If a normal person saw such a scene, they might directly force the judgment of sand value to fail. But the small tentacle did not feel uncomfortable at all. She only had yearning. She also wanted to be such a person. The little tentacle flew up in the dream, flying towards the giantess. She wanted to see what this woman looked like. Boom. Just then, the world in the dream began to shake. Little tentacle? Fangjia's voice came from a distance. The little tentacle felt that she was retreating rapidly. She tried hard to see the face of the giantess, but she was getting farther and farther away from the giantess. The little tentacle stretched out her tentacles to wrap around the giant, but it was useless. The giant was still moving away from her. Wake up! Little tentacle. Fangjia's voice became louder and louder. Woo! The little tentacle finally woke up, and rubbed his eyes in confusion. You finally woke up. Get off me quickly. Fangjia's helpless voice came from under his feet. Fangjia had been wrapped like a dumpling by the tentacles that proliferated from the little tentacles. Chapter 162 Tentacle Girl. The little tentacle realized that it had grown so big that it had directly pressed the 2-meter-tall Fangjia under it. It was a little embarrassed, and restrained its proliferation skills. Sorry. Puff. The little tentacle helped Fang Jie stand up with some embarrassment. It's okay. How do you feel? I saw you were sleeping well. But suddenly you started to grow in size. Fang Jie was fine. After all, he was solid. It was mainly because the boiler next to him was in trouble. It was just pinched by the little tentacle. Now it has burst. And it is constantly emitting boiling water and steam. Ding dong. Power compartment received. Please reply. The control room found that the steam engine pressure reading dropped suddenly. Is there something wrong with the power compartment? Xiao Yu's voice came from the speaker. Power compartment received. It's okay, the engine was accidentally crushed. I fix it. Give me 10 minutes. Fang Jie answered Xiao Yu's doubts. Received. Okay, can you tell me what you dreamed about when you fell asleep? Fang Jie answered Xiao Yu perfunctorily, while pretending to repair the boiler carelessly, while wanting to hear what happened to the little tentacle, because just now, when he was burning the boiler, when he was drowsy, he heard the system prompt sound. Guardian Tentacle Monster can evolve. Tentacle Monster Essence evolves into Tentacle Monster. Tentacle Monster evolves. It takes 0 minutes and 1 second. 3 messages in a row directly shocked Fang Jie. I don't know what's going on with the little tentacles. Can they evolve even when they are sleeping? If Lostia knew about this, she would be furious. Then the little tentacles began to grow rapidly in size. The tentacles tightly wrapped around Fang Jie, pressing him under them. Same race. Tentacles. Change. Change. So big. Girl. Puff. The little tentacle used her tentacles to show Fang Jie the previous dream. Although it was not clear, Fang Jie roughly understood what happened in the dream. After listening to the little tentacle, Fang Jie fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, the monster girls in the Great Earth Palace were all evolved from monsters. Moreover, the little tentacle was the only monster given by the system in the Great Earth Palace. The other monsters were collected by Fang Jie from all over the world. The little tentacle evolved twice in a row, both of which were essential evolutions. Both times, it evolved from a tentacle monster to a tentacle monster. There was no change in appearance. At most, there was a change in skills. While thinking, Fang Jie opened the skill panel of the little tentacle. Overall, there were not many changes. The proliferation skill was strengthened and became infinite proliferation, while the others remained unchanged. Little tentacle, try to see if your tentacles can be controlled to grow. It will now. Fang Jie planned to let the little tentacle test it directly. Oh, yes. Puff. The little tentacle thought about it, and countless tentacles emerged from the surface of the body. In a few seconds, it turned into a large ball of tentacles entangled with each other. No. 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 I'm not asking you to grow randomly. Fang Jie quickly stopped the random growth of the small tentacles. Come. Make your tentacles thinner and smaller for me to see. The small tentacles immediately stopped growing randomly and stretched out a tentacle to rest on Fang Jie's palm. The tentacle slowly became thinner and smaller, from the thickness of a finger to the thickness of a noodle. But it was still able to move flexibly. Yeah. Not bad. Can it be thinner? The thinner the better. Fang Jie encouraged the little tentacle again. The little tentacle looked at Fang Jie strangely, and this time closed its eyes. The noodle-thick tentacle became thinner again, reaching the thickness of a hair. The little tentacle opened its eyes again, and looked at Fang Jie with some confusion. She didn't know why Fang Jie asked her to make such a thin tentacle. She could feel that the strength of this thin tentacle was much weaker than the thick tentacles. Strength. Smaller. Puff. Fang Jie saw that the tentacles of the small tentacle had become extremely thin. He gently pulled them with his hands. They were very tough and elastic. It doesn't matter, as long as they are elastic and tough. It's fine. Then copy countless of these tiny tentacles, and see if they can be combined into a thick tentacle? The small tentacle shook the tentacle in doubt. Countless silk-like tentacles grew out, and combined into an extremely tough tentacle. She could clearly feel the power contained in this tentacle, which was many times greater than ordinary tentacles. The little tentacle wanted to gently pull Fang Jie's hand, but with a crisp sound of click, Fang Jie's hand was twisted into a knot by the little tentacle. Sorry. The little tentacle immediately let go of Fang Jie's hand, and wanted to retract its tentacles a little awkwardly. It's okay. It's okay. It's an experiment. There are bound to be some unexpected situations, but I may know how you evolved into a monster girl. Fang Jie shook his hand, and the twisted palm immediately returned to its original state. Remember the muscle system and muscle fibers in biology class? Fangjia said, looking at the little tentacle's eyes. The little tentacle's eyes began to wander. You can control your little tentacles at will. Make them very small and combine them. Just like cells. When these little tentacles are stacked in sufficient numbers, you can pinch your face at will. Fangjia talked about his thoughts. The little tentacle was already in a trance, and she understood the 2 words pinch face. So she touched Fangjia's face with her tentacles involuntarily. Fangjia, who was speaking enthusiastically, finally found that something was wrong with the little tentacle. He took the tentacle off his face and covered his forehead. He had forgotten how bad the little tentacle's grades were. Didn't you understand it all? Fangjia asked unwillingly. I understand. Pudgy the little tentacle answered. But if the 2 little bean eyes were not so empty, it might be more convincing. Fangjia had no choice but to do it himself. It was just a clay figurine. Right? It was left over from college. Make your tentacles as thin as possible. Follow my hand. Yes. That's it, gently. I'm not asking you to bite me. Take your time, Hey. Hey, this is the pectoralis major. Stand up. Don't collapse. Yes. Yes. Slow down. Make it bigger here. Turn around and let me see. Well, a smaller trapezius muscle. It will show the slender and soft neck, a higher collarbone position. It will be very sexy. And the back muscles will be portrayed. Okay. Perfect, beautiful back. Just like this. Fangjia faced a strange tentacle lowly in the engine room, and touched her all over, helping her shape her image. The little tentacle itself has no bones. It's soft, and Fangjia can't directly use the shaping skills to help her shape her face. So various problems occurred frequently, making Fangjia very anxious. The whole face shaping process lasted for 4 hours, which exhausted Fangjia. Finally, he helped the little tentacle to create an account. It's finally done. Fangjia looked at the beautiful queen in front of him with great satisfaction, well, very satisfied. Yeah. I am also a monster girl. Pudgy. Happy. The little tentacle said happily. But it was also because of her childish and stuttering words that she looked extremely out of place with the figure of the queen. She looked so unbearable. Fangjia slapped her face, causing 1,000,000 tons of damage to his head. Forget it. Let's start over. Little Lolita is still more suitable. Fangjia started working again, and pinched the little tentacle back to the cute Lolita shape. And he was completely exhausted. Okay. Can't you change color? Change your skin color to a more normal one. Fangjia was already lying on the ground exhausted. Now the last step is color. The little tentacle now has the original black and gray spots all over its skin. Color change. Poof. The little tentacle was very excited. She finally became the same as everyone else. Various colors began to appear on the surface of the little tentacle, turning green, white, and even black. She imitated Fangjia, and made a Fangjia-painted girl. I'm not asking you to change like me. Change into human skin. Fangjia was really defeated by the naughty kid. The little tentacle stuck out its cute little tongue, and the black skin quickly changed into human skin color. Pink and tender skin appeared on the surface of the little tentacle. Just like that, a bald little Lolita, who looked a little strange, appeared in the power cabin. Overall, the little Lolita looked very good, and was no worse than Lostia and the others. Her skin was very delicate and tender, but it had a plastic feeling for some reason, and looked very much like a toy girl. Ahem, if you put the skin of this toy girl under a microscope and magnify it, you can see that the girl is made up of countless small tentacles stacked together, and the muscles inside are also tightly pulled together by countless slender tentacles. Complete? Poof. The girl's big eyes were bent with joy, and she curiously examined her whole body. Scared. This action scared Fangjia, because the head and hands of the small tentacles turned several times. This scene was very scary. Don't do that. I know you don't have bones, so you have to be more careful. You know, you can easily scare people like this. I understand, Poochie. The little tentacle reluctantly straightened its head. It tried to take a step like a human, but its legs were like noodles, and couldn't support its body at all. It just folded several times, and it was so painful to watch. This scene was like a major bug in the game, extremely scary. Fangjia hadn't thought of this. It seems that you may not be suitable for human legs. Why don't you turn your legs into tentacles? That might be better. The little tentacle tilted its head to look at Fangjia, and thought of the tentacle girl figurine he had just made. It lifted the restrictions on its legs, and turned its legs into several enhanced tentacles again. Now the little tentacle is not awkward to use. It happily waved its several tentacle legs and cheered. Seeing the little tentacle so happy, Fang Jie also smiled with some relief, as if his daughter had finally grown up. Okay. Okay. Little bald head, don't run away, you can style your hair yourself, just use your very thin tentacles. Fang Jie grabbed the little tentacle helplessly, and tapped the little guy's head affectionately. Hee. The little tentacle giggled and shook its head, and a head of smooth hair grew out, and it instantly grew to the waist, and it could change color at will, and even save the money for dyeing hair. Fang Jie was so envious of this skill, he also wanted such ability. However, Fang Jie also secretly made up his mind, in the future, he would teach the little tentacle more about the structure of the human body, and the structure of organisms. Because of the special characteristics of the little tentacle, maybe she can become a real versatile girl in the future, and she can do whatever she wants. From Greasy's senior sister to Beast Girl Cat Ears, from Queen to Lowly. There is nothing she can't do except what you can't think of. Hee hee. After doing all this, Fang Jie helped the little tentacle to tie a cute bun, and then took the little tentacle that had turned into a monster girl to find Xiao Bai. Now the little tentacle must also wear clothes. Chapter 163 The Underground Palace is under attack. The little tentacle has evolved? It was the first time that Xiao Bai saw the tentacle girl shape, and he was a little surprised. He picked up the little tentacle and turned it around to check. Yes, she has evolved. The evolution time is 1 second. It was so fast that I was caught off guard. I spent a long time to help her create her face. I have tried my best, but her feet still can't support her body, so she still looks like a tentacle. Fang Jie spread his hands. It's okay. It's okay. My lower body is still a monster. I think it looks pretty good too. Xiao Bai raised her spider legs. But it will look really good with a little skirt. Xiao Bai used her forehead to touch the soft belly of the little tentacle, causing the little tentacle to laugh. Chuckle. Xiao Bai snapped her fingers, the spider silk was still around the little tentacle, and within a few minutes a beautiful little skirt appeared on the little tentacle. But the little tentacle didn't seem to like it very much. She frowned her pretty eyebrows, shrank her whole body, and ran out of the dress. No. Poof! The little tentacle broke free from Xiao Bai's restraints, giggling with its naked body, and several reinforced tentacles under its feet moved together, trying to escape from Xiao Bai's room in a flash. Ah! Don't run around. You haven't put on your clothes yet. Fang Jie was shocked, and immediately wanted to catch the little tentacle. If she ran out, she would be seen naked by others. Xiao Bai waved her hand, and the little tentacle that had not yet run out of the door was immediately hung in the air by invisible silk threads. No matter how her tentacles moved, they could not touch the ground. Little tentacle, don't you like the clothes I made for you? Xiao Bai gently raised the corners of her mouth. The expression was originally very gentle, but for some reason, Fang Jie had goosebumps all over his body. If there were still sweat hairs, he would have had them standing on end now. This was a subconscious reaction to the danger. Even a big iron lump like Fang Jie felt it, not to mention the little tentacle in the center of the storm. The frequency of her sliding the tentacles gradually decreased, and she felt as if her whole body was frozen, as if she was being watched by some natural enemy, and she was sweating profusely. Xiao Bai turned to Fang Jie and smiled gently. Fang Jie, give me and Zayakusha some space and time. I need to talk to Zayakusha about some girlish things. No problem. Fang Jie almost patted his chest and promised to the sky that he would never disturb them. He immediately turned around and left Xiao Bai's room, completely ignoring Zayakusha's pleading eyes, not even looking at Zayakusha, just let her fend for herself, and he was kind enough to close the cabin door before leaving. The little tentacle turned his head stiffly, and gave a stiff smile to the gentle Xiao Bai. Sister, you are so pretty. Pudgy, but the only response to the little tentacle was Xiao Bai's gentle smile. Fang Jie didn't know what Xiao Bai and the little tentacle talked about in Xiao Bai's room. But since that day, the little tentacle never took off her clothes and ran around again. If anyone dared to pull her clothes, she would be fierce to them, which made Fang Jie amazed. When the little tentacle appeared in front of everyone with empty eyes, holding a little tentacle doll, and wearing a Lolita dress, it really surprised everyone. No one expected that the particularly naughty little guy would become so beautiful after evolution. Lostia, Xiaoyu and Momo kept circling around the little tentacle. The little tentacle is now a little bigger than the three of them. Little tentacle, you really evolved into a monster girl. Xiaoyu happily threw herself on the little tentacle. Lostia pouted with jealousy. This is unscientific. Why? The little tentacle is obviously smaller than us. Why does she look like our sister now? Poochie. Poochie. The little tentacle held Xiaoyu awkwardly. Although she didn't dare to take off her clothes. She was still not used to the feeling of wearing clothes. Polly's eyes were wide open from the moment the little tentacle appeared. As if she had seen some particularly interesting toys. Even her hands couldn't help shaking. Little tentacle master. Can I touch your tentacles? Polly's voice trembled. Her face flushed. And she almost drooled. The little tentacle tilted its head to look at Polly. And raised one of its tentacles, and put it in Polly's hand. Polly's face was distorted with excitement. She kept holding the tentacles of the little tentacle, and stroking them. She looked like a pervert holding the legs of other beautiful women and stroking them. Enough. You perverted salted fish. Let go of the little tentacle's legs quickly. Fang Jie immediately stood up. Snatched the little tentacle's legs from the salted mermaid Polly's hands. And protected the little tentacle behind him like a daughter. Don't show this expression. It will lead the children astray. Go away. The little flower bud looked at the little tentacle with interest. Touching here and pinching there. Little tentacle. You should have bones. Right? Does your body rely entirely on muscle structure to support your body? Can you do an anatomical study for us? Yes, yes. Do you really have no bones? Then you can turn your hand at will? Xiao Bian said, as he folded the little tentacle's hand, very easily. Just like the little tentacle's arm was folded in a reverse joint position. These two sentences made the little tentacle's hair stand on end, and he shrank his hand, hid behind Fang Jie, and whispered. Help. Sister Fa. Fang Jie was helpless. Have you finished your research? Why are you all here teasing the little tentacle? Haha, she looks cute. The twins looked at each other, and said in unison. Everyone laughed. The little tentacle's fear and grievance were so cute. At this moment, the system sounded a prompt. Ding. The underground palace was attacked. The first maze is 100% complete. The underground palace was successfully defended. Obtained 0 soul points. As a result, within 2 minutes, the system received another notification. The Great Earth Palace was attacked. The first maze was 100% complete. Fang Jie frowned. Xiao Bai noticed something was wrong with Fang Jie. When everyone was surrounding the little tentacle, he walked in front of Fang Jie. What happened? I saw your face suddenly changed. Xiao Bai's gentle words pulled Fang Jie's thoughts back from the panel. Yes, the Great Earth Palace was attacked. We may need to speed up and rush back. I'm a little worried about Xiaogar. Fang Jie's face was not very good. Xiao Yu, something happened in the Great Underground Palace, said Sail at full speed. Got it. Xiao Yu was still playing with the little tentacles, but when he heard Fang Jie's words, he immediately took out a captain's hat, and put it on his head, and walked quickly towards the cockpit. In less than 2 minutes, all the little black men were busy. All crew members, listen to the order, turn the steam engine to the maximum. Full speed ahead. The airship was very fast, flying at full speed with the sea breeze, and it only took 4 days to complete the entire journey, and appeared at the northern foot of the Pamirs. These 2 days, Fang Jie received notifications from time to time that the Great Underground Palace was attacked. After a while, he would receive news that the Great Underground Palace's defense was successful. Sometimes there would be some soul points, and sometimes there would be none. It was very much like someone was testing the defense of the Great Underground Palace. From a distance, Fang Jie set up a telescope and looked at the situation in the distant Mir City from a high altitude. Mir City seemed to have nothing happened. The patrol team patrolled as they should, and the training team trained as they should. The people in Mir City hawked as they should, and the farmers who contracted the land outside the city farmed as they should. How could it look like it was invaded? Fang Jie was confused by the scene of peace and prosperity. He opened the panel again with some uncertainty. It took a long time to swipe through the attack records on it. They were all concentrated in the first maze, and basically nothing in the first maze was damaged. The integrity was still 100%. The big demons looked at each other. They were all ready to directly airdrop into the ruined Mir City and kill the enemies inside. But you told me that this was it. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian were also a little confused. They could feel that there were indeed people moving around in the big maze, and there were quite a few of them. However, this kind of attack directly broke through the defense of the Orc guards and entered the underground palace. The Orc defense outside seemed to have not been attacked, which made them a little confused. Don't take it lightly. Prepare to land. Fang Jie scratched his head, but couldn't understand the current situation. On the airship landing pad, waiting for Xiao Yu to park the airship. Fang Jie walked off the airship with the alert group. Shagar was already waiting for Fang Jie and the others to return. Shagar, are you okay? The first thing Fang Jie saw Shagar was to look around her to make sure she was not injured. How could I be in trouble? You are the ones. I heard from the human refugees that they were hit by a tsunami. Twice. They said you asked them to come to Mir City for refuge. Apart from that, Gruel has made relatively good progress and has replenished supplies several times. I don't think the rest is a big deal. Shagar smiled. She didn't expect Fang Jie's first question was to confirm whether she was okay instead of whether the Great Underground Palace was okay. Then how did I get the news that the Great Underground Palace was attacked? I thought someone had come to take over Mir City and started attacking the Great Underground Palace. Oh, that's a long story. Come with me. Shagar took Fang Jie and his group to the elevator leading to the Great Underground Palace. As soon as they entered the former Night Light Forest, which was the entrance to the Great Maze, Fang Jie felt something was different. A small square was opened up at the entrance of the big maze. Many humans set up small stalls in this small square, and many people shouted there. Capamir Maze, detailed explanation of trap types. First come, first served. Prize 2 Thastos gold coins, or 5 grams of Pamir yuan. 3 are missing 1. Directly recruit Tower Shield Warriors. Recruit and start immediately. 3 are missing 1. 3 are missing 1. The coolest exploration team in history. Recruiting beautiful priestess lady. We are hiring beautiful priestesses. The special snacks of the Pamir Underground Palace, grilled golu, grilled thief lizard, grilled mushrooms are on sale. How can you explore the Underground Palace on an empty stomach? Grilled golu is enough to fill you up. Fang Jie was completely dumbfounded. His jaw dropped to the ground. Are you guys playing online games here? Chapter 164 God's Servant. You are right. The adventure team came some time ago. There was no conflict. But they just wanted to explore the Great Labyrinth. They said it was a dungeon left by the gods. I couldn't stop them. After the exploration failed, I thought they would give up. But I didn't expect that their number would increase and the result would be like this. Shagar explained helplessly. But don't worry. I have closed all the exits of the first Great Labyrinth. They can only play in the first Great Labyrinth. No one can enter other places. Shagar looked at Fang Jie with some trepidation. And continued. If you don't agree, I asked the patrol team to drive them all out. At this time, Fang Jie reacted and raised his mouth. He seemed to have found a way to make money. It's okay. It's good. Go on. But we will sell tickets here in the future. 2 yuan per person. And we can also increase some taxes for Capamir. And standardize things that should be standardized. Then organize a special rescue team to provide rescue services for those injured in the Underground Palace. 5 yuan per time. Oh, you can also add a monthly card, 50 yuan a month for unlimited exploration of the Underground Palace, and add a platinum VIP for 648 yuan, providing rescue, cremation, funeral, and one-stop service. By the way, you can also provide special rescue activities. Just treat it as a resurrection coin, with a minimum issuance, a maximum of 2 coins per month, and then auction it directly in the future. The function is that after being fatally injured, you don't have to forcibly repatriate, you can treat them on the spot, and keep their strategy progress, and Zio Abeo and the others should be able to save them. Well, it should be almost done. I add more later if I think of anything. Shagar was dizzy with Fang Jie's long list of ideas. What a talent. She didn't expect that she could play such a trick. Fang Jie had just finished talking to Shagar about the future plan for the first maze. And the sea god Gardija came up to him. Fang Jie didn't feel that he was teaching Perry the power of the sea god these days. Instead, Perry gave him a wave of salty fish tactics. It can be seen from the fact that his shark tail seemed to be fatter. Well, I want to ask you, where did you find so many pure-blooded servants of God? Salty fish god Gardija asked Fang Jie in a somewhat tangled manner. Huh? Pure-blooded servants of God? Where? Fang Jie was confused by Gardija's words. It's someone like her. Gardija saw Fang Jie was confused, and raised her hand and pointed in the direction of Shagar. Are you saying that Shagar is a servant of God? Fang Jie felt a little unbelievable. And suddenly an idea appeared in his mind. The orc grandmother once told him that the orc's hometown Singadir was destroyed by a huge explosion. It was initially speculated that the explosion was caused by a nuclear test. This could be the same explosion as the Battle of Twilight mentioned by Gardija later, where Haliska and Oros died together. No. Is there anything else you haven't told me? Explain it to me clearly. What is the relationship between your god's city Gondias and the orc's hometown Singadir? If you were the one who caused the nuclear explosion, then the timing doesn't match. Fong Jie pulled Gardisia to sit on a seat nearby. Singadir? In the divine language, it means God's servant. The model at that time was actually very similar to yours. Singadir was the city of God's servants. And the God's city, Gondias, was located underground in Singadir. However, Gondia's location was kept secret at that time, and they were generally not allowed to know. So you Protoss had an internal conflict and destroyed the orc's hometown. Right? Fong Jie rubbed his head. So Gondias is also a dungeon. You gods are really uncreative. There's nothing we can do about it. We saved many servants of the gods when we rescued them. But for some reason, they got an incurable disease, which almost killed all of them. The offspring of the servants who survived became uglier and uglier. So these servants were deprived of their status as servants. In addition, the reckoning of Oros began at that time, and the Protoss was too busy to take care of themselves. So, just let them grow wild. Right? Fong Jie finally figured it out. These gods are really not good people. The records of the orcs were incomplete. After a few hundred years, they were probably almost lost. That's why the old orcs told Fong Jie about the explosion that happened thousands of years ago. I want a servant to serve. Gardisia was ready to ask Fong Jie for an orc who had been transformed by the blood spring. Fong Jie's face fell. Don't even think about it. They are people with independent personalities and thoughts. They are not your slaves. At least the orcs are no longer your slaves. You can call them whatever you want. They are my friends. They are independent. They are better off without your rule. Don't let me hear you say such things again. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you back into your sea. Okay. Don't get excited. Young man. It's easy to get too excited. What you're saying? Oh. It's easy to get angry. Gardisia raised her hands to show that she had no ill intentions. You have the final say. I won't make this request again. You'd better keep your word. Lord Poseidon. Fong Jie snorted coldly, no longer looking at this powerless Poseidon. He still had a lot of things to do. Since nothing happened in the great underground palace, and there was a stable source of income, Fong Jie would let Shagar run it. He also needed to build a living place for those sea people. The first wave was more than 20 mermaids in the choir. And there might be more than 100 mermaids, who would settle here later. A piece of land was specially planned on the outskirts of Mir City, and an artificial lake was built. At the bottom of the artificial lake, there was a building with a very rich sea tribe style, such as conch houses and sunken ships. Fong Jie built everything he could, and instantly raised the happiness of those sea tribe ladies to more than 90%. From now on, the sea tribe will also become one of the residents of Mir City. In order to facilitate the actions of the sea tribe people, Fong Jie rebuilt the city corridors of Mir Village and added waterways for the sea tribe people to swim. These waterways are connected in all directions and basically spread throughout Mir City. The original residents of Mill City were shocked by the arrival of the sea tribe. They only heard from the residents who participated in the first harvest festival that there were sea tribe girls in the underground palace. But they had never seen them. Now they have seen them. In addition, in order to facilitate the free coming and going of these sea tribes, Fong Jie also connected a canal from the artificial lake to a clear water river next to it. The estuary of this river is at Cape Hopeless, which is convenient for them to travel. During this period, Fong Jie was doing construction outside. Xiao Bai and Lillian continued to study magic in the laboratory of the underground palace. The huge Terra-Thetis brought back from the sea tribe had been immersed in a sealed box filled with clean sea water since it was brought back. No, we have no way to stop the magic crystal from sublimating. This is useless again, damn it. Why have the crystals sublimated faster since we started the research? Polly said that it usually takes at least several years for them to become smaller. But it changes so quickly here. It's only a few days, and there is only a tiny bit left. Lillian shook her head. She had a small glass box in her hand, which originally contained a Thetis crystal the size of a pigeon egg, but now it has sublimated to the size of a grain of rice, no matter what Lillian replaced the medium with. She couldn't stop the crystal from sublimating. Xiaobai didn't respond to Lillian's words, but just looked at the byproduct of her evolution, the super magic crystal, and recalled the feeling during the evolution. I think this may not only be the change and sublimation of matter. I can't describe this feeling. It's like the attraction between magic. The low density is attracted by the high density. Just like the stars in the sky. The big stars will capture the small stars. Huh? Xiaobai. I feel like I'm confused by you. What's the star? Lillian was confused. Xiaobai knocked on the sealed glass jar of the super magic crystal. Don't you think the seawater here is a little bluer than before? Is the magic content more abundant? Yes. It is a little bluer, but does this have anything to do with magic and stars? Lillian still didn't figure out what the connection was. Think about it, why did the speed of sublimation of these crystals increase when we were studying magic crystals here? But the super magic crystal in this jar has basically not changed. Because it is soaked in seawater? It doesn't seem so. Lillian pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Because of attraction. This magic crystal is an unprecedented super crystal. Its own attraction ensures that its magic power will not escape, so its volume has basically not changed, and the magic power content of the seawater that stores it has increased a lot. Xiaobai felt like he had figured something out. Huh? You mean these magic powers will be attracted by themselves and then gathered? Lillian also fell into deep thought. It seems that this explains why they're mages. The stronger they are, the more magic power they can mobilize. It's not that they control more magic power, but more magic power is attracted by them. Yes, when I was evolving, I was madly absorbing magic power from all around. I felt that every cell of my body was filled with magic power. But when I wanted to stop, there were still a lot of magic power attracted by me. In the end, I had no choice but to guide these excess magic power to form such a crystal. I think we can do an experiment to verify it. Xiaobai immediately started to act. Chapter 165 The Heart of Magic. First, 5 magic crystals of similar size were taken, and then these magic crystals were placed according to the distance. The first one was 1 meter, the second one was 10 meters, the third one was 50 meters, the fourth one was 100 meters, the fifth one was 200 meters. In order to ensure the variables, all members with higher magic power in the underground palace were not allowed to approach. The placement of these magic crystals was done by Yu and Qiong, and all the magic crystals were soaked in a relatively heat-insulated box, soaked in the same liquid. First, record the magic content in the super crystal sealed jar, and the state of the magic crystals at different distances. Then leave it for a while, and compare the previously recorded data. The first crystal has disappeared. The second has also disappeared. The third has almost disappeared. The fourth is only half the size of a grain of rice. And the fifth is only the size of a grain of rice. The magic of the small crystal is being attracted by the big crystal. It's true. Lillian was extremely surprised when she saw Yu and Qiong's test report. But the magic in the sealed jar is much higher. At least 300 Lillian higher than those sublimated magic. But Xiaobai did laugh. I think it's normal. The range it absorbs is not just that large. It is still constantly absorbing magic from the outside world. Then doesn't it need any magic restraint device? It is its own magic restraint device. Lillian said happily. Yeah, I think so too. Xiaobai smiled and nodded. When Fangjie got Xiaobai's test report, he was also confused. This super magic crystal has reached the point where it will not disappear by itself, and it is still attracting more magic to grow itself. Fangjie took out the huge magic crystal and opened the task panel again. It only showed that the high-density magic storage medium was ticked. The magic restraint device was still needed. Did it just need a base? Fangjie was a little skeptical. When the monster sand table was built before, the system automatically made the magic sand table. Fangjie tried to build a simple base for the magic crystal, and found that the magic restraint device was really ticked. This really pissed Fangjie off. If you want a base, just say you want a base. What kind of magic restraint device do you want? You said it so professionally, I thought it was some high-end gadget. Rubbish system. How is it? Can it be used? Xiaobai said, standing next to Fangjie. Yes, you guessed it right. It can be used. Wait a minute. I will redesign this magic restraint device. Fangjie said to Xiaobai while complaining about the system. Fangjie waved his hand, and a ring-shaped device similar to the Tesla coil appeared on the open ground. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the device, injecting a strong sci-fi style into the entire device. Okay. It's done. Now it's time to witness the miracle. Fangjie said, as he pressed the task submission button. The icosahedral magic crystal placed in the ring device vibrated, and the blue light was bright. It was directly suspended and rotated, and from time to time, blue magic lightning was produced, which bombarded the brass coil and turned into tiny magic flows. In an instant, Fangjie felt the magic power in the whole room surge, slowly spreading, and spreading to the entire underground palace. Oh! This feels so comfortable. Lillian beside her closed her eyes comfortably. This feeling is like a warm current rushing into the body. It feels so good. Fong Jie stared at Lillian, whose face was a little flushed. In amazement. He didn't feel anything at all. Xiao Bai pulled Fong Jie's hand, pointed at the magic core device and said, "Look! Under those coils." Fong Jie looked in the direction Xiao Bai pointed. The coils that were bombarded by magic lightning seemed to have a layer of dew on them. It was accumulating more and more. Fong Jie walked forward curiously and wiped it gently. A liquid with a very high magic content actually came down. Fong Jie gathered the liquids and put them into a glass bottle. A bottle of azure blue magic bottle with a very high magic content was born. The magic heart has been built. Mission, Underground Palace Heart, completed, get 3,000 soul points, magic aura. As the system prompt sounded, it announced that the task that had been put on hold for almost a year was finally completed. The magic halo can direct the magic absorbed by the magic core to the guardian of the underground palace. Fong Jie covered himself with the magic halo, but he felt nothing. Fong Jie looked at Xiao Bai next to him and covered her with the magic halo. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Bai was a little confused, looking at Fong Jie and then at herself. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. You don't feel anything at all? Fong Jie was a little unwilling. Don't you feel that your magic power is a little more abundant? No. Xiao Bai tilted his head and felt it. But he didn't find any changes in the magic power in his body. Fong Jie had no choice but to cancel the effect of the magic halo. It shouldn't work. After connecting to the magic core, the magic power should increase greatly. Right? How could there be no effect at all? Could it be because this super magic crystal was born with Xiao Bai? Fong Jie gave up the experiment on Xiao Bai, and instead cast his eyes on Xiao Huabao, who was happily thinking about what kind of barbecue to eat at the celebration party. Following Fong Jie's setting, the aura of magic instantly enveloped Xiao Huabao. Oh, Xiao Huabao suddenly straightened his body. His face suddenly turned red. He let out a soul-stirring moan, and then fell down softly. This scared Fong Jie half to death, and he immediately ran forward. Xiao Huabao. Little bud, don't scare me. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? How do you feel? I feel great. I feel a warm current flowing into my body, making my body swell up. Ah, this feeling is so good. It's like... The little bud shyly put her legs together, and her face flushed. Stop. Stop. Stop driving. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? I just connected you to the magic core of the underground palace. Fong Jie quickly stopped Xiao Huabao from saying anything. Magic core? No wonder. My magic power seems to be endless. Can we do it again? Xiao Huabao lay in Fong Jie's arms, feeling a little unsatisfied. No. Look at you now. I'm afraid you die if you do it again. Fong Jie pulled Xiao Huabao up. He felt that this magic core couldn't be used casually every time he used it. It felt like driving a car. Is it really that useful? Xiao Bai looked confused. She didn't feel anything. How about you try it again? Fong Jie was a little uncertain. He was afraid that Xiao Bai would also have the same experience. Are you sure? Do you want to sit on that mat? I'm afraid you fall down too. Try it. It's okay. Xiao Bai sat on the mat obediently. Fong Jie once again cast the magic halo over Xiao Bai. How is it? Do you feel anything? Fong Jie stared at Xiao Bai with wide eyes, hoping to see some clues from Xiao Bai's expression. No, not at all. Xiao Bai carefully felt the changes in his body, and indeed there was no reaction. Forget it. Fong Jie shook his head. He did not see any discomfort in Xiao Bai's expression. This halo still needs to be tested carefully. In this way, Fong Jie began to test his new toy. He pulled everyone he knew into the underground palace to test it once, and even pulled Shagr in to test it once, and came to 3 conclusions. 1. This magic halo can cover all corners of the maze. As long as you are in the maze, you can get the blessing of the magic halo at any time. If you are outside the underground palace, you can still use it within a range of more than 20 kilometers from the underground palace, but the effect will be weakened. 2. The halo is only effective for underground palace guards who have a blood bond with Fong Jie. It has no effect on Shagr, who has no contract. 3. The allergic symptoms of the magic halo only affect Fong Jie, Xiao Bai, and Xia Tuchu. The 3 did not appear. The others were all effective. Fong Jie did not dare to watch the scene. Note, The small tentacles are not allowed to be connected to the magic core. Because Fang Jie curiously connected the magic core and the small tentacles when doing the experiment, the magic core was almost sucked dry by the small tentacles, and the small tentacles still looked unsatisfied. Time passed quickly. While Fang Jie was experimenting with the effects of magic toys on the monster girls in the Great Earth Palace, Lillian and Momo were not idle either. They have been obsessed with the magic bottle recently. This blue potion is very useful, but the output is a bit small. Only about 10 bottles can be collected a day. However, Momo found that if these magic potions are placed under the magic core, the amount of magic loss will be very small. This is completely different from the situation when the magic crystal was evaporated during the experiment. Xiaobai guessed that it should be the effect of the magic heart. These magic springs should be the manifestation of the excess energy of the magic core. After testing, although this magic blue bottle has a good effect in replenishing magic, it has a certain shelf life. If it is kept for too long, it will gradually lose the magic inside, unless it is kept under the magic core. So for the convenience of use, Fang Jie directly placed an ancient stone basin at the bottom of the magic core, which is specially used to catch these magic potions. After a long time, it will naturally be full, and it will be very convenient to use. I have developed a new magic potion with blueberry juice flavor. Do you want to try it? Lillian was fiddling with her bottles and jars of various magic reagents with interest. She has now begun to develop new flavors of magic potions. Sister Lillian, can you do something more serious? Momo was helpless and pushed away the small glass bottle that Lillian handed to her. For example, what Brother Fang Jie said, how to achieve the project of fixing magic on a certain device without anyone casting a spell. If that thing is made, then it can break the shackles of magicians being able to use magic and turn magic into productivity. Chapter 166 Magic Liberates Productivity. When Momo mentioned this, Lillian lay on the table like a salted fish, and competed with Pearly, who was basking in the fluorescent light. I want to, but now I have no idea. No matter what I used to form the magic rune before, it didn't work. Lillian grabbed her silver gray hair hard, making her big waves look like a chicken coop. I tried everything I could: mithril, fine gold, blood demon steel, blood demon tungsten. I used them all. But they are all shit. Use? No. Yes. Aren't there magic potions now? Can't I just use it to draw? Momo always felt that Lillian was a little crazy now. Do you think I haven't tried it? I used it to draw a magic circle as soon as I got it. Lillian grabbed Momo's chubby little face and rubbed it hard. But the magic power of the magic circle drawn by this magic spring evaporates very quickly. It loses its effect before I finish drawing. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. You can continue to do nothing. I go ask Brother Fang Jie if he has any other ideas. Momo pulled her head out of Lillian's arms, rubbing her red face, and ran away from Lillian. Lillian smiled and shook her head. It's impossible to do nothing. She still has to study the 2 runes of unknown properties. That, Brother Fang Jie, I want to ask you, did you add that kind of magic spring water when you refined the blood magic steel? Momo, with a red face from Lillian's pinch, came to Fang Jie, who was studying the magic aura. I tried it once. That kind of magic spring water has no effect when added to the steelmaking process. The magic will quickly spread out. If I use the shaping skill to force the magic to penetrate into the material, it will be no different from me using the shaping skill to enchant directly. Fang Jie raised his hand helplessly, and told the cute Momo, with a red face, the results of his experiment. Momo bit her finger, frowned and thought for a while. Well, what about the magic crystals? Crush the magic crystals, and add them to the metal material? Instead of injecting the magic at the end, add the crystal powder to the metal material like the carbon powder you add when making steel? This really stumped Fang Jie. He had never done it this way. This is indeed worth our experiment. Wait for me. I go get some metal and magic crystals. Fang Jie picked up the lovely Momo, kissed her rosy little face, and then stood up to prepare the materials. There were many metal materials, but there were few magic crystal materials. Most of them were taken by Xiaobai and Lillian for magic experiments. Fang Jie prepared several small magic crystals, crushed them all into fine powder, and then put the steel into the graphite crucible, and heated it directly to melt and boil. Under Momo's gaze, he gently poured the light blue powder into the boiling crucible. The magic exploded on the crucible like a blooming firework, which scared Fang Jie. Was this a special effect? It has never appeared before. The evenly fused molten steel slowly solidified, and turned into a piece of steel with a magical luster. It seems that there is no difference? Fang Jie picked up the magic steel ingot, and gently knocked on the surface of the ingot, which made a crisp sound. Just when Fang Jie wanted to shape this special steel to test its flexibility, a problem occurred. No matter how Fang Jie shaped it, this thing was like Fang Jie trying to shape the magic crystal directly. It was extremely difficult, and it didn't move at all. Momo watched Fang Jie stare at the steel for a long time without seeing any movement, and couldn't help asking, "Brother Fang Jie, how is it? How does this steel feel?" "I feel like it is slightly absorbing magic power." Little Momo's words successfully awakened Fang Jie, who was struggling with the magic steel. "Well, indeed, it seems to be absorbing magic power. If it can absorb magic power, then it should be able to be used to carve magic runes." Momo's eyes lit up, and she suddenly thought of the use of this magic steel. Fang Jie also nodded involuntarily. This is a good idea. He did it right away. Fang Jie molded the graphite crucible directly into the shape of the mold of the fireball magic circle, melted the magic steel again, and poured it into the mold. When the magic steel cooled, a fresh magic steel fireball magic circle appeared in front of Fang Jie and Momo. Fang Jie tried to pour magic power into the magic steel magic circle again. The edge of the magic steel magic circle sparked, and with a bang, a small fireball appeared in front of Fang Jie and Momo. Fang Jie and Momo looked at the little fireball in disbelief. Momo asked in disbelief, We succeeded?" Fang Jie happily picked up little Momo and spun around. "Yes, Momo. That's great. We succeeded? You are really my lucky star. So awesome. Kiss." Fang Jie kissed Momo's red cheek excitedly, but without Fang Jie's magic power. The magic circle dimmed, and the little fireball went out. Does this still need someone to inject it? Fang Jie was a little unwilling. He hoped that this magic circle could be always on, so that it could be used to boil water. "Yeah, we can use magic spring water." Momo took out half a bottle of magic spring water from her small bag. This was the leftover from the experiment. She poured it all over the magic circle. The magic circle lit up again, and the little fireball floated above the magic circle again. Fang Jie couldn't help but curl his lips. Isn't this gasoline? It seems that the magic engine is just around the corner. This is another epic-making discovery. Although Momo is cute, her little brain works very quickly. When Fang Jie showed Momo this discovery to everyone in the Earth Palace, it immediately won unanimous praise from everyone, among whom Lillian was the most excited. She finally found a new direction. Xiaobai has already begun to think about how to make this technology practical, and has begun to study the magic engine. The energy contained in a drop of magic potion is much higher than that of boiling water with coal. In addition, with a complete magic curve chart, it is a piece of cake to maximize the power. However, due to the special nature of this magic steel, it is destined that it cannot be kneaded by Fang Jie like other materials. So the construction of industrial infrastructure such as processing machine tools has become the top priority. However, Fang Jie decided to give this task to Shagar and others. After all, this is a good opportunity to lay the foundation for industry. You can't always have everything you want. Throwing all these things away. Fang Jie, who was relaxed, imitated Polly, and leisurely basked in the fluorescent light. Fang Jie, you should not be idle either. Help us rebuild a laboratory. We need a high-energy magic laboratory. Fang Jie had not been comfortable for a few minutes when Xiaobai came up to him. The library's laboratory is no longer enough. We need to teach, design various machines, firearms, and study magic. Now it is filled with various drawings and materials. I go right away. Fang Jie was forced to get up by Xiaobai. Don't worry. There is also the magma maze of Lostia. It can also be developed. Except for the thousands of degrees in the center of the lake, the temperature on the shore has dropped to about 330 degrees. Far away from the magma lake, it has dropped to about 200 degrees. Ordinary magicians can come in with a simple protection. So you have to develop it quickly, and then Xiaobai, like a conscientious secretary, told Fang Jie all the tasks and matters. Fang Jie was stunned as he watched Xiaobai's pink cherry mouth opening and closing. Okay. Don't say anything else. Fang Jie quickly hugged Xiaobai and kissed her lips, stopping Xiaobai from speaking. In fact, Fang Jie already had a plan for the construction of this magic laboratory. It was also a maze, and the guardian was the witch Lillian. However, the level design in the maze still needed to be carefully considered. The theme is actually very simple. It is a mirror maze. The whole maze is composed of countless mirrors, glass, crystals. The core of this maze is the crystal house that seals the world-destroying monster. At that time, Fang Jie thought that since the Great Barrier Reef had been packed up and taken away, he might as well empty the crystal house as well. After all, Lillian once said that these crystals are very rare magic materials. He must make the fat man, the mayor of the Gardesia Sea City, feel the pain, and let him know that the blame cannot be passed around casually. If the mirror maze is completed, it will be different from any other maze, because it is bright in this maze, which is completely different from other dark, damp, and cold mazes. The super headlights will illuminate the entire maze with golden splendor. The warriors who enter it will see countless reflections of themselves in the maze, making it very easy to get lost, which is more effective than the Lost Halo. It also fits Lillian's favorite light magic. After all, light will reflect. If Lillian uses light magic in this maze, it will be twice the result with half the effort. And it is extremely lethal. But there is another problem. These mirrors are too fragile. It is easy for those monster-like maze adventurers to destroy the structure of the mirror maze. So Fang Jie is still struggling whether to build it. Apart from the mirror maze outside, the magic laboratory in the mirror maze can be built first. All the instruments in this magic laboratory are carved from those precious magic crystals. The decoration of the entire laboratory is all made of crystal. The overall style is minimalist. The first feeling when people step into here is as if they have come to the future. Just when Fang Jie was getting happier and happier with the construction, the system prompt sounded in Fang Jie's heart again. The system task that had been silent for a while appeared again. Ding! The ultimate task has been unlocked. Chapter 167 Labyrinth Construction. The final mission has been unlocked. Requirement: build 9 complete labyrinths. Each labyrinth has a diameter of no less than 5 kilometers. Reward: 1 complete labyrinth reward. Several teleportation rings in the underground palace. 1 for each underground palace guardian. Ding! The number of labyrinths has reached the requirement. 6/6. Unlock the solid halo. Fang Jie's eyes widened. This triggers the final mission? 9 labyrinths? Each with a diameter of 5 kilometers? This is going to drain his brain cells. Currently, the largest labyrinth is the Endless Forest Labyrinth of Little Flower Bud and Little Other Shore. The diameter has just reached 3 kilometers. None of the others has reached a diameter of 3 kilometers. 9 mazes of this size spread out over nearly 225 square kilometers, which has reached the size of a smaller city in the previous life. This is the rhythm of Fang Jie digging out the entire bottom of the Pamir Mountains. And the reward actually directly rewards a maze. This is a bit unexpected for Fang Jie. It can actually be played like this. Since you can reward a maze, you should reward more. Finally, the teleportation ring in the underground palace is what Fang Jie covets the most. If you have this thing, then you don't need to go to great lengths to design an employee passage. Wouldn't it be enough to teleport directly? Just thinking about it makes me happy. In addition to unlocking the final mission, an achievement reward was also unlocked, and a solid halo was obtained. Solid halo. Under the solid halo, physical resistance and magic resistance will be greatly improved, making the facilities in the big maze more solid. Oh, this is a good thing. It's simply a super patch for anti-cheating. With this anti-cheat halo, all those weird magic cheats or physical wall-penetrating cheats can be made invalid. What are you thinking about? You look so happy. Your mouth has been curled up since just now. Xiao Bai stood beside Fang Jie in a professional secretary suit, looking at Fang Jie with her head tilted in confusion. She was personally supervising Fang Jie's construction here. Oh, nothing. Just now, I was thinking about what our future maze will look like. It will definitely be spectacular. Fang Jie planned to design the entire maze carefully. Fang Jie covered the mirror maze with a solid halo, so Fang Jie would no longer be entangled. It's glass. Let's try it first. Fang Jie made a thick glass brick and smashed it on the stone beside him. The stone was smashed into pieces, but the thick glass brick was not damaged at all. It only had a small white hole. Such strength and toughness were comparable to the super reinforced glass in the previous life. Fang Jie became interested and repeatedly tested it with steel cones and iron pickaxes, and obtained very gratifying data. The hardness and toughness of the glass brick reinforced by the solid halo were far beyond Fang Jie's imagination. Seeing how powerful this kind of glass brick is, Fang Jie couldn't help but curl his lips. He imagined that the treasure chests he had made before were so weak. He directly built a small room of 10 square meters, which was filled with gold coins of thaltos, various crowns inlaid with gems, swords, and small golden sculptures. He threw everything he could think of into it, and it was like a small treasure house. Then the surroundings of this room were piled up with this kind of thick and super glass bricks, which were only built in 2 or 3 layers, reaching a thickness of more than half a meter. In this way, everyone who arrived here could see that there were countless treasures inside, but they just couldn't get them. This feeling was so uncomfortable. Thinking of the adventurers who had gone through so much hardship, experienced all kinds of hardships, and arrived here to find that they could see the treasure but could not get it. Fang Jie felt secretly happy. Sometimes a man's happiness is so simple. Xiao Bai wore a yellow safety helmet and shook his head at Fang Jie's silly smile. He sighed. Everything else was fine, but sometimes he was very childish. Just like a child, Fang Jie built the heavy industry very quickly. It only took him a week to build the core of the mirror crystal maze, the high-energy magic laboratory. Lillian, Xiao Bai, and Momo, 3 research maniacs, immediately rushed in and couldn't wait to start their experiments. Fang Jie shook his head, ignored the 3 fanatics, and continued to design the main part of the mirror maze. To be honest, Fang Jie had never played a mirror maze before, but the design concept was still similar to that of an ordinary maze, except that the walls of the mirror maze were replaced by mirrors and glass. However, Fang Jie didn't intend to let it go, and he also increased the difficulty a little bit, making the entire channel no longer a right-angle channel design, but a triangular module channel, which made the changes in the entire maze more complicated. As you approach the core area, the difficulty increases again. The complete mirror channel becomes fragmented, forming a fragment maze, and then a glass fragment maze with a very mirror-like style is added. If you are not careful, you will be cut by these fragments. And finally, you can only die alone from excessive blood loss. And it is also very suitable to breed a small animal here. It is called a gem crystal worm. It looks a bit like a small turtle, but its 6 short legs run very fast. The spiked shell on its back will change with the changes in the minerals it eats. Although it is relatively timid, if it is forced into a dead end, it will curl up and roll towards the enemy to achieve the effect of killing. This small animal was accidentally discovered by Xiao Huabao when he was catching the mineral-eating fluorescent insects. In the end, the entire maze killed countless brain cells of Fang Jie, and only made a diameter of less than 1,800 meters. The magic laboratory in the middle occupied 1,000 meters, and the real maze was only more than 800 meters. It was still a long way from 5 kilometers. But Fang Jie's own stored materials had been completely exhausted. The consumption of this amount of materials is not a small number, and Fang Jie had to outsource the work of preparing materials to the residents of Mirror City outside. This made Shagar very happy. She was just in need of such a big order to boost the economy. It was like a sudden change. She excitedly set up a Kepamir Material Reserve Company. A celebration party was held in the big maze again to celebrate the completion of the mirror maze. You, Momo, Little Tentacle, Xiaoyu and other naughty kids couldn't wait to enter the mirror maze to play. They had been holding back for a long time. This special maze especially had an inexplicable attraction to them. The only one who kept pouting and looked unhappy was Lostia. Although she also wanted to play in the mirror maze, she was even more angry that Fang Jie had been waiting for her for a long time. He had promised to help her build the lava maze after she lowered the temperature of the lava room. So Lostia ran to Fang Jie, said nothing, and just stared at Fang Jie with her big, shining eyes. She stared at him no matter what he did. Fang Jie was helpless with this uninvited follower. Fortunately, he didn't need to go to the toilet. Otherwise, what could he do? Okay, I surrender. Let's go. I help you build your lava maze first. Fang Jie rubbed Lostia's head helplessly, and her pink hair came out. Yeah. Lostia jumped 3 feet high with joy. It was finally her turn to build her maze. However, she immediately realized that she was too proud of herself, and immediately stood up straight. Ahem. Even if you help me do it right away, I won't be super happy. Humph. After saying that, he shook his head proudly. Fang Jie shook his head helplessly, pulled the little guy into his arms, and kneaded his pink hair into a ball. In fact, Fang Jie's next step is to build a lava maze, because as the temperature of the lava room drops, it has forced part of the geothermal steam engine to shut down, and the entire steam engine room needs to be moved downwards. The lava maze is mainly divided into many large lava lakes, and then there are some lava floating islands floating on the lava lakes. These lava floating islands can form a natural maze, some big and some small, and their positions will change with the slow flow of the lava. This will test the adventurer's luck and ability to resist high temperatures. Fong Jia was particularly malicious and set many traps in these floating islands. These traps are not complicated, they are just the simplest drop traps. After all, which brave man who wants to die doesn't want to try an activity and try the fun of swimming in the magma? Fong Jia did not make too many designs for the magma lake under the lava floating island, leaving space for Lo Tia, so that she can swim and suddenly look up from below to attack the heroes. As for her dragon's nest, Fong Jia renovated it again, expanding her nest by nearly one-fold, and piled up various crystal currencies into a small hill as her bed. This made Lo Tia very happy, and she lay on the pile of shiny gems and squinted her eyes like a cat. After doing all this, Fong Jia finally got a short break. The high-intensity work during this period made Fong Jia feel liver pain because there were only 6 large mazes in total, and the locations of 3 of them had not even been selected. Compared with Fong Jia, who was torturing himself crazily, the little troublemakers in the underground palace had a very comfortable life. Especially after the Mirror Village opened the Dungeon One-Day Tour project, they were extremely happy. In the past, they were just sneaking around and trying to get out of trouble. Now they can torture the heroes who come to challenge the dungeon. Although in their opinion, these adventurers are all weak, this does not prevent them from having fun with pranks. This made the heroes, who were already experiencing the hell difficulty dungeon, even worse. They were miserable, and could not even explore the first maze. As the youngest great swordsman in the Principality of Rocker, Zane successfully became a silver-level adventurer at the age of 17, founded the Black Steel Adventure Group, and visited many dungeons. This is his second visit to Kepamir. The last time he came here, it was just a very small dungeon, and the final boss was a Minotaur King. Losid, it didn't seem like this when we came last time, right? Zane looked around, curious about the harmonious coexistence of orcs and humans. Yes, it had not been developed when we came here last time. Although we had a lot of harvest last time, we did not explore the entire dungeon, but only explored its surface. I didn't expect that there was such a huge and prosperous dungeon hidden here. The old wizard felt a little painful. He felt that he had missed countless treasures. That's not a big deal, although this place is occupied by humans and orcs. That's not right. Zane thought about the wording for a while. It was occupied by the mill people, but they don't seem to worry that others will find the treasure in the underground palace. Chapter 168: The Daily Suffering of the Heroes. This is where they are smart. They actually fenced off this place and charged a fee. Look at how many people are here. This will be an astronomical figure in the long run. Their income may be more than finding the treasure in the underground palace. The old wizard counted on his fingers for Zane. In front of them was a super long line. All of them were adventurers who were ready to enter the underground palace for exploration. After waiting for them for a long time, they were received by a very beautiful orc lady, who smiled and said politely, "It's a pleasure to serve you. The ticket to enter the Great Labyrinth is 2 grams of Pamir Yuan per person, and the personal accident insurance is 5 yuan per person. If you become our VIP member, you can enjoy unlimited access to the underground palace exploration service within 1 month." This exotic style made Zane's eyes light up. Forget about VIP. After all, generally speaking, we only need 1 time to pass the entire dungeon. Then, is there any discount for 30 people? This beautiful lady? Zane smiled confidently, lifted his hair in a self-conscious way, and took out a dozen Pamir Yuan that he had just exchanged from the currency merchant. Yes, you can enjoy a 50% discount for group purchases. The orc lady at the front desk didn't care about Zane's confidence at all, and still quickly and efficiently processed tickets for 30 people, and handed them to Zane. 2 days later, the dusty Zane and Losid appeared in front of the front desk lady again, and said awkwardly to the smiling front desk lady, "Well, please help me process the 120 VIP tickets for the group purchase." God knows what they have been through in the past 2 days. Just when Zane and his team prepared all the supplies, paid for insurance, polished their weapons, and entered the dungeon with great anticipation to get rich overnight, the nightmare began. The first stage first. They were tortured by various traps that made them want to die and doubted their lives. The second stage. They were taught a lesson by a strange girl with a lowly upper body and tentacles on her lower body who suddenly jumped out. All attacks on her were ineffective. Her body could twist at will and grow twisted and slippery tentacles. If you encounter her, you can only run away. But she would not catch up with Zane and his group quickly, but would play with them like a cat and mouse, chasing them in a marathon in the underground palace. When they were exhausted and unable to resist, she would crawl in front of Zane with a smile, and extend her tentacles into their clothes in his horrified expression, and eat up all his food. The third stage. When the strange girl left, Zane breathed a sigh of relief and fell into a tired sleep. Their weapons, armor, luggage, supplies, as if possessed by an evil spirit, she would get up and leave, and directly strip them all naked, without even their underwear left. Stage 4. When he is plucked out, many skeletons with black flames will appear and chase him, forcing him to run naked in the underground palace with tears in his eyes. Finally, he is driven into a thorny jungle and paralyzed, poisoned, and devoured by plants in despair. Stage 5. Finally, he wakes up in a sanatorium in Mill City wearing a grass skirt, and a special customer service lady will say goodbye to them with a smile. Equipment and weapons can be redeemed for 2 yuan each. Welcome to visit next time. Are you sure we want to go in again? That's a monster. Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen such a twisted monster. And the undead. These people are crazy. Loseed has been almost torn apart these past 2 days. But their reward for clearing the game is a complete set of garrison steel armor. This is much more powerful than my black steel armor. Zane pointed at the bulletin board and said to Loseed next to him. And did you notice? That weird girl didn't hurt us. The life insurance contract we bought is really useful. Oh, okay. Loseed said helplessly. This time Zane is super well prepared. Isn't it just to clear the level? Anyway, he has a lot of money. It's just one word. Krypton. Aren't there snacks for sale outside? Bye. Everyone carried a big bag. When the little tentacle, meow, Pudgy, jumped out, they threw the prepared delicacies in front of the little tentacle, and then they ran away quickly. This trick really worked. The little tentacles were instantly attracted by the food. They stopped chasing them, and became addicted to the food. The only thing left was Shuyo's skeleton ghost formation. Last time, they were chased by the little tentacles, and had no strength to resist. This time, these skeletons will no longer be a problem. They defeated Shuyo's skeleton harassment several times, and successfully started exploring the big maze. But the remaining maze traps still caused them heavy casualties. Nearly half of the people were sent out of the maze. Finally, Zane successfully found a treasure chest based on his rich experience. When he opened it, a tentacle monster jumped out, which almost scared him to death. Then, they were chased by the tentacle's offspring. This chase separated Zane and his adventure team. Zane had no idea where he was now, but he estimated that he was not far from the core room of the labyrinth. The passage he was in now looked a little different from before. The vegetation was more abundant, and there was even light. A huge X-shaped warning sign was placed at the exit of the passage, which meant that if you walked out of here, the personal accident insurance would no longer be valid. Walking to the entrance of the cave, Burns saw an extremely beautiful scene in front of him. On the forest grassland, all kinds of small animals were running, the stream was gurgling, and from time to time a fat fish jumped up, and a huge tree that blocked out the sun and sky stood in the forest. Oh my god, the tree of life? That's not right. Does the tree of life grow underground? There are no elves here. Burns' eyes widened. He wanted to go out, but he was afraid of stepping on a trap. The traps in this underground city had already left him with a psychological shadow. He had seen the eye-catching sign just now. At this moment, he saw a short child not far from him, happily picking flowers, and behind her there appeared a 7 to 8 meter tall cyclops, holding a huge stone in his hand. Not good. Be careful. Blade impact. Zane took a look and didn't care about the brand. He rushed out with the sword. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to accumulate more power. He directly slashed the cyclops' arm with a blade impact. Ouch! The cyclops covered his shoulder and fell down, blood flowing out like water. What are you doing? The little orc raised her head, and instantly pulled out a small crossbow from her waist, and pointed it at Zane, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Zane only felt something sting his neck, and touched his neck, and took out a blue needle with a tail, and instantly, a feeling of dizziness swept over him, and the last scene he saw was the huge cyclops standing up. My life is over, Zane thought desperately. After an unknown amount of time, Zane woke up, and opened his eyes to see an orc little lowly happily weaving a huge wreath. You? Am I dead? Zane covered his head and tried to get up. Well, it's almost done. I'm making a wreath for you. Are you happy? The little loli said unhappily. You little guy, how can you be so heartless? I saved you and you attacked me. As soon as Zane got up, he saw a cyclops sitting cross-legged behind him. Damn! It's still here. Zane immediately rolled over, rolled to the side, and touched his body, and found that his sword was gone. Damn! Where's my sword? The little girl who made the wreath rolled her eyes, and glanced at Zane as if he was an idiot. What a fuss, have you never seen a gardener? It's not that he has never seen a gardener, but that he has never seen a cyclops gardener. These cyclops were actually the spoils of Fangjia's expedition. It didn't seem to be of much use to pull them out to fight, so he handed them over to the little flower bud, who trained them into docile gardeners and cattle herders, responsible for taking care of the flowers and plants in the underground palace and the more ferocious animals. The little girl made a wreath, and then waved to the cyclops with a smile. The cyclops, who was wearing a bandage and hanging one arm, also lowered his head in cooperation. The little girl put the woven wreath on the head of the cyclops. The cyclops actually pounded his chest happily and made a sound of wow. Wow! Zane, looking at the scene in front of him, felt sick. So this cyclops was raised by this little girl? It looks great. Okay, although I bandaged your arm, the wound is still quite deep. You don't have to follow me today, go back and rest. Goodbye. The little girl smiled like a little flower, and said to the cyclops. The cyclops also nodded. One hand was tied with white gauze, hanging in front of his chest, and the other hand saluted the little girl, and picked up the huge stone basin with one hand, and left here, didn't even look at Zane during the whole process. Zane looked at everything in front of him in confusion. This was the most obedient cyclops he had ever seen. The little girl turned her head, and her face, which had been smiling like a little flower, immediately turned cold. Hey! Leave quickly if you have nothing to do. This is not a place for adventurers like you. If you die here, you will really die. No one will come to collect your body. No! Zane wanted to stand up and pull the little girl's hand, but the little girl dodged it nimbly. And the little girl also swiftly drew out her small crossbow again and pointed it at him. What? You want to be shot again? This time I promise to give you a beautiful wreath of the dead. Zane looked at the alert little orc lowly and immediately raised his hand. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I'm an adventurer too. How can a child like you be in such a dangerous place? I'm here to save you. Chapter 169 Zane's Adventure. The orc little Lolita's cute face was cold as ice. She didn't answer at all. She just stared at him. If this seemingly stupid human made any unusual moves, she would make him lie here for 3 days and 3 nights. My name is Zane. I'm a silver-level adventurer. My name is Yu, an ecological zoologist from Pamir. Yu put his exquisite crossbow back into his small bag and said, Don't stay here if you have nothing to do. The endless forest maze is much more dangerous than the ordinary maze you played. Bye. After saying that, Yu turned around and left. Hey. Since it's so dangerous here, why do you still want to stay here? Come with me. Zane quickly stopped Yu. Yu frowned and said irritably, I say, are you annoying? My home is here. Why are you walking around? Don't stop me from collecting samples. My home is here? Zane really couldn't imagine what kind of person could live in such a complicated and dangerous maze. He just thought that this little girl was trying to get him out of the way. You are so young, and you don't learn well. You are also cheating like others. If you want to collect samples, just collect them. I will cover for you. But you must leave with me after collecting. As he said that, Zane walked in front of Yu cautiously. Yu rolled his eyes. It was the first time she met such a stubborn guy. Yu took Zane to a suspension bridge. This suspension bridge was connected by the crowns of 2 huge trees. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. This made Zane nervous. He asked Yu next to him with some doubts. Yu said this place is more dangerous than the maze in front. But why don't I feel it? I feel quite safe. I didn't see any dangerous traps or scary monsters. Yu was really speechless about this guy. She was collecting samples along the way, and this guy was telling his adventure stories. That mouth never stopped chattering, making Yu want to sew his mouth shut. Hearing him ask this ignorant question, Yu stopped walking. Safe? Come on, put your hand out of the fence and try it. Zane doubtfully stretched his hand out of the fence and paused for 2 seconds. Yu immediately pulled him back. At the moment when he pulled his hand back, A huge bull monster head suddenly appeared outside the fence, like a shark breaking through the water to bite its prey, biting his arm where it was stretched out. The huge fangs and scarlet eyes seemed to scare him instantly, and the blood in his body seemed to solidify. Is that a giant bull monster? God, it's bigger than a giant bull monster. Zane was shaking all over, and it seemed that his arm that he had just stretched out was no longer his own. He quickly moved his hand to make sure that his hand was still on his body, and then said with some lingering fear, Fortunately, my hand is still there. You half closed his eyes. Yes, that's right. This is the Titan bull monster specially cultivated by Kepamir. It is more than twice as big as those giant bull monsters outside. And there is not just one below, but a group. Said this. You shook his head in a condescending manner. Damn it! We will be bitten by them if we stand on this bridge. Zane immediately thought, isn't the wooden bridge they are walking on above this group of bull monsters? Immediately pulled you up and ran forward. But you broke free from his restraints. Why are you running? There is a protective net under the wooden bridge here. Those bull monsters can't get up at all. TSK. You are so timid. You are a silver-level adventurer, really water. Zane took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the urge to beat up this bear lowly. No, I have to write down this passage quickly. As he said that, he took out a small notebook and drew on it with charcoal pencil. You didn't stop him when he saw it, just said leisurely. Don't think about it. You rookies still want to come here? It's impossible. Why? Zane stopped writing. You gave him a mysterious smile. Because? The forest doesn't allow it. Ha ha ha. After that, you continued to walk forward with big strides. You had almost collected the plant sample she needed and was ready to go home. So she took Zane, the unwitting burden, to the edge of the endless forest, found an exit, picked up a fluorescent plant lantern and walked in. Zane, since he was frightened by the bull monster, he never dared to leave you for a step, and always followed you closely, not even daring to breathe. Seeing how scared he was, you casually asked, Have you really been to many places? He hoped to chat with him, and make him less nervous. Although he looked a bit timid now. No one could compare to him when it comes to daydreaming. Well, I have been to many places. After all, my dream since I was a child is to explore all dungeons, slay all dragons, eliminate evil spirits, and, by the way, to seal the world-destroying monster like thousands of years ago and become a hero. Why don't you leave? You was stunned when he heard his words, and was stunned in place for a moment. You really dare to say that? You couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I'm very curious now. How did you live to be so old? This sentence offended all three naughty kids in the underground palace, who gave Fang Jia a headache. Maybe I'm lucky. Zane didn't understand why you asked him that. I think you'd better not talk about your dreams casually. Otherwise you might really become fertilizer for flowers one day. You shook his head and walked into a passage. Now he finally returned to the passage he was familiar with. And he breathed a sigh of relief. I know this place. As long as we turn this passage, we can return to the previous maze. He picked up you and started running forward. He remembered the passage here, and he had been here before. Hey, wait, you didn't have time to stop him, and was carried into the passage by Zane. We'd be there soon. Zane foolishly held you and ran faster and faster. But the more he walked, Zane felt something was wrong. Why did the passage here become more and more twisted? The air became wet and sticky. It seemed that a terrible monster was hiding in the dark passage. Alas, you sighed helplessly. Forget it. This idiot hero is hopeless. If you want to play, then play for a while. After all, it was the first time that someone entered the unspeakable great maze. Let's test it by the way. You rummaged through his small bag and found a small helmet that he put on his head. This helmet was made by Fang Jie himself. It can prevent the magnetic field here from affecting the human brain. Zane felt something was wrong as he walked. He put you down and smiled awkwardly. Well, maybe I remembered it wrong. Let's go back. You rolled his eyes. Now you remember to go back? It's too late. The entrance has been blocked for a long time. What should we do now? Zane was a little embarrassed. He actually had a very good memory. He could remember clearly the forks in the road he had walked through. Generally speaking, he could draw the map of the dungeons he had explored in his mind without looking at the map. But after entering this dungeon, he seemed to be confused. Lost aura effect. What should I do? It's easy. Let's go inside and find the exit. Yu raised his foot and walked towards the inside of the twisted maze. Zane had no choice but to quickly follow Yu. The further he walked, the more frightened he became. The passage of this maze had already been twisted beyond recognition. There were even various humanoid creatures assimilated and stuck together by tentacles on the walls. Zane was disgusted at the first sight and felt extremely uncomfortable. Zane suppressed his disgust and continued to walk inside with Yu. The whole passage was quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps. But he didn't know if it was Zane's illusion. But he always felt as if there was a monster following them. Are you sure you didn't go the wrong way? The further they walked, Zane became more and more unsure, and he even nervously grabbed Yu's little hand. I'm sure I didn't go the wrong way. Don't hold me so tight, you're hurting me. Yu wanted to shake off Zane's hand, but he couldn't shake it off after 2 attempts. Oh, I was wrong. Zane's nerves were extremely tense, and he directly ignored Yu's objections, and picked Yu up, and from time to time, he would look back to make sure there were no monsters following him. I feel something is very wrong. This place may be more dangerous than I thought. I'm sorry for dragging you in. I hold you so that I can protect you. If something strange comes out, don't worry about me and run away immediately. I cover you. Zane looked around nervously. His steps became lighter and lighter, as if he was afraid of disturbing some indescribable existence. Yu's fluorescent lantern made Zane's face pale. Yu had no choice but to stop struggling. He took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Zane's face. Are you okay? I see you are sweating a lot. Zane didn't reply, still looking around nervously. Just then, a breeze blew by, and a child's strange laughter entered Zane's ears. Who? Zane called out unconsciously, and the sound of who began to echo in the twisted tunnel and gradually became distorted, as if there was some terrible monster in this silent and twisted passage. Zane seemed to be extremely frightened, and ran inside in a panic holding Yu, as if he had disturbed countless demons and monsters behind him. Damn it! Damn it! How can it be so scary here? Because of the interference of the magnetic field, Zane himself had hallucinations. Suddenly, a twisted human-shaped statue appeared in Zane's field of vision in the twisted tunnel in front of him. Zane immediately threw Yu back, raised his sword and chopped at the statue. While slashing randomly, he shouted at Yu loudly. Go! Go! Yu? I help you block it. Yu run. Yu did not leave, but raised his hand and shot another arrow at Zane's neck, watching Zane become weaker and weaker, and finally fainted in front of the statue. Thank you for protecting me. Let's stop here. Yu walked to the fainted Zane, gently wiped the sweat off his face, and unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect you to have such a cute side. Hee hee. Silly and cute Capamere Sanatorian Zane woke up on the soft bed. And what caught his eyes was the kind-looking staff member of Mirror City, who smiled and said to him, Your treatment is over. Welcome to visit Capamere Great Underground Palace again, and beside his bed was a handkerchief with a word Yu embroidered on it. Chapter 170 Momo's Bloodline Awakens. In the dungeon, because you can't see the sun, everyone's perception of time will be particularly dull, and time flies by in the blink of an eye. That day, Shagar found Fangjia, who was being tortured by the level design. Wake up, Fangjia, don't sleep anymore. Shagar shook Fangjia, who was lying on the table helplessly. Huh? I didn't sleep, did something happen? Fangjia shook his head to drive away the sleepiness. The orc grandma asked me to ask you. Our astrology festival will start in 2 days. Would you like to go and see it together? Astrology festival? Fangjia thought for 2 minutes, and his brain finally reacted. Isn't it the summer solstice? Shagar looked at Fangjia's silly and cute appearance, and knew that he was seriously hurt by the design drawings on the desktop. Yes, the day after tomorrow is the summer solstice. Do you think it's still spring? Huh? Fangjia felt like he had just returned from the sea tribe, and it felt like spring hadn't even started yet. Well, my life has been flying by. It may have been eaten by the little tentacles. Okay, stop making excuses for yourself. The astrology festival will start the day after tomorrow. In addition to the sacrificial stargazing activities, there will also be a lantern parade, which is considered a more festive festival for us. Oh, no problem. Everyone in the Earth Palace will participate. By the way, what device do you use for stargazing? Fangjia stopped making jokes and patted his chest to indicate that he would participate. Well, it used to be a stone planetarium, but now you can use an ordinary monocular telescope. Shagar was not a priest, and she was not very clear about what kind of sacrifice she would use. What can you see with that small telescope? Wait for me to build you a big one. And I guarantee that you can see it very clearly. Fang Jie went off track again, swept the maze drawing on the table under the table, and began to design the world's first astronomical telescope. The next night, on the black sand tundra, a large group of guardians of the great underground palace gathered here. Ah, it's our turn. You have occupied this little cutie for a long time. No, he is so useful. I haven't had enough fun yet. You can't take him away. Ha! As long as I am alive. You can't take him away from me. No. Take it. I want to defend my ownership. Ha! You dare to hit me, pull my hair? Vine entanglement. You actually used your ability. Damn it. Watch me. Spider web attack. Fang Jie watched with a headache as Xiaobai and Xiaowabao were talking lewdly, while holding a thick black cylindrical object. Neither of them was willing to let go. These two super beautiful goddess-level monster girls even fought each other. Xiaobai and Xiaowabao tied each other up with tortoiseshell binding at the same time. But even so, neither of them was willing to let go. Have you two had enough fun? This is a small catadioptric telescope. Enough. Let it go. Fang Jie finally couldn't stand it anymore, and he showed no mercy to the two crazy girls. He gave each of them a blow on the head. The two beautiful monster girls let go of the telescopes at the same time, and they both hugged their bulging foreheads and rolled back and forth on the ground. Really? Are you two still young? Still fighting? It's true that no matter how beautiful the goddess's appearance is, she can't resist the killing power of crazy girls. Fang Jie said to the two veteran monster girls, who were rolling around with their heads in their hands, and looked behind him again. And you? Don't cheer for them here, come on. Go back to the underground palace, don't make trouble here. On the left, Xiao Baiyan, and you are holding two beautiful big red flowers to cheer for Xiao Huabao. On the right, Lilian and Momo are waving their arms to summon countless magic flowers to cheer for Xiao Bai. In the middle, the little tentacles, Lostia, Xiao Yu and the other three bratty kids are not sure whether they are cheering or making trouble. Anyway, just cheer. She has been occupying the place for a long time. Xiaobai ignored the big bump on his forehead and got up to argue. Who said this thing can clearly see the stars in the sky? It's super clear. It's really beautiful. Xiaowabao also stood up to fight for the greatest benefit for himself. You two stop arguing. This telescope is just a simplified version of a large astronomical telescope. In one day, there is definitely no time to build a large one. I will build an observatory for you on the top of Mir Peak in the future, equipped with a super large astronomical telescope, and you can see whatever you want. Fang Jie had nothing to say about the childish behavior of Xiao Bai and Xiao Huabao. Before, Xiao Bai complained about his childishness, but now it seems that she is almost the same. Now this thing should be handed over to the Orc Grandma and Xiong. They are the protagonists of this astrology festival. Fang Jie handed the Schmidt catadioptric telescope to Qiong, who was standing aside and watching the whole farce. It doesn't matter. The astrology festival is mainly based on the trajectory of the stars to predict the fortune of the next year. The Orc Grandma believes in it more. As for the others, they are just taking this opportunity to go out and have fun. If you want to play, play. Everyone line up. No more fighting. You can all come to see the stars. Joan smiled and set up the catadioptric telescope and asked the children in the underground palace to line up neatly and watch along. Oh! Lostia pulled the little tentacle to grab the first place. Lostia pointed the telescope at the white moon in the sky and opened his eyes wide. Is this the surface of the moon? It's so beautiful. These pits are a bit like sesame seeds on white cakes, and they look so delicious. Sesame seeds? White cakes. I want them. Puff. When the little tentacle heard that Lostia saw the white cake and sesame, it immediately struggled to see it too. Lostia gave the telescope hold to the little tentacle. The little tentacle leaned forward, drooling, and stretched out its tentacles to grab the moon. The white cake is delicious. It's my turn. It's my turn. Let me see it. Xiao Yu was anxiously turning around, regardless of the group of little guys turning around the telescope. Fang Jie lay on the black moss stone for a rare time, and relaxed his mind leisurely. He had been squeezing his brain cells all this time, and had no time to give his brain a break. Lying under the endless starry sky, I felt so relaxed and happy. Xiao Bai stopped playing with Xiao Huabao, and sat down next to Fang Jie, recovering her goddess posture, as if the crazy woman before was not her at all. Did you use telescopes like this before? Me? I usually don't use telescopes to look at the stars. Fang Jie said it out of his mouth, but fortunately he stopped. Ahem, but normally, we don't believe in the prediction of the future by the trajectory of stars. We observe the universe mainly to find new homes, and study, and verify scientific theories. You know, astronomy is one of the engines of the development of basic science. Oh, have you really achieved the interstellar travel described in those books? Xiao Bai's eyes flickered, looking at Fang Jie with interest. Haha, those are all science fiction works. The real situation is that we just flew to the moon, and dug a little lunar soil, but there is still a long way to go before interstellar migration. Fang Jie's eyes became deep. He recalled the past. Momo? What's wrong with you? Momo? Suddenly, you screamed, and woke Fang Jie up from his memories. What's wrong? Fang Jie looked up, and saw Momo staring at the telescope. There was a light behind her. The soft light seemed to reflect a goddess. This goddess had long golden hair, and a veil that made it hard to see her true face. Her body was wrapped in a white robe, and she had a pair of white wings behind her. This unknown goddess was hugging Momo, who was watching the starry sky. You wanted to touch Momo's shoulder, but was entangled by the vines of the small flower bud. The goddess's illusion lasted only a few seconds, and then it turned into starlight and disappeared into the darkness. Momo also fell to the ground and fainted at the moment the goddess disappeared. I take her back to the underground palace first. Fang Jie stepped forward and picked her up. The fainted Momo ran back. Magic exploration. Soul echoes all enveloped Momo. Fang Jie ran so fast that he didn't notice that Lillian next to him was already stunned. The bloodline of the underground palace guardian reborn which Momo has awakened. In Momo's panel, the name of the awakened bloodline suddenly appeared, Star Angel. The name on the information panel also changed to Star Angel Momo. Fang Jie really felt that this was completely unreasonable. Why can you see the awakening of blood by looking at the stars? Or is it angel blood? What is the relationship between angels and another world and stars? Immediately put Momo into the blood spring, but the healing information in the system has not been realized. Fang Jie opened Momo's system panel. Sure enough, Momo's UI also changed. It was an angel with 1,000-foot light behind her, a smooth and beautiful face, and snow-white skin that looked sacred, but her hair, wings, clothes were all black, like the starry sky in the night, adorned with countless stars like gems. 3 more skills were added to the skill panel. Astrological prediction. You can predict the enemy's movement trajectory based on the astrological model calculation. Starry sky magic. You can attack with the power of the starry sky. Star shadow. You can use it to hide yourself in the dark. Just then. Momo groaned, and woke up slowly. What's wrong with me? Is it Momo looking at the stars? Why are you lying in the blood fountain? Are you feeling better? We are also very curious. Why did you faint while looking at the stars? You anxiously grabbed Momo's hand. Well, Momo is fine. I feel great, but my back is a little itchy. Momo wanted to reach out and scratch her back. Your blood is awakened. It's the blood of an angel. Fang Jie stopped Momo, handed her a small mirror, and a pair of young black wings appeared on her shoulder blades. They are just beginning to grow, so it's a little itchy, which is normal. Momo's big eyes were waiting for the little wings in the mirror, and her little mouth opened into an O shape. Fang Jie patted Yu's little hand, and looked up at the monster girls in the Earth Palace, who were worried about Momo. Everyone, give Momo and me some space. I have a few questions to ask her. After everyone left, Fang Jie looked at Momo again. Momo, what did you see at that time? Chapter 171 The Witch Turned Out to Be Me. Woo. Momo tilted her head and thought for a while, and then said to Fang Jie. Momo was looking at the stars far away at that time. Momo felt that there was a connection between them, and connecting them was a bit like our magic runes. So when Momo was about to use this method to carve the runes made up of the stars in the sky, suddenly, my eyes went dark, as if I had entered a strange world, made entirely of starlight. A world of stars. Fang Jie was a little confused. But the feedback from the soul echo was that Momo was not lying. Yes, there were countless small light spots like stars in it. Momo was about to touch those light spots. And then she woke up. Momo said, as she drew a big circle with her little hand, to indicate that there were many stars in it. Fang Jie was convinced by this other world. It turned out that stars could also exist as a magical force, and were not completely celestial bodies. Did Momo hear any sound? Did an angel sister talk to you? Fang Jie asked carefully. The soul echo had been covering Momo. Fangjia was particularly afraid that with the awakening of her bloodline, the Momo before rebirth would come out and occupy the body of the current Momo. No. Momo tilted her head and thought for a while, then said to Fangjia. This was a direct answer, and there was no intention to bypass Fangjia. Fangjia breathed a sigh of relief. Momo was still as pure and flawless as before. Okay. Then, there are no more questions. You can go play with you and the others. Fangjia patted Momo's cute little head, and took Momo out of the blood spring bathroom. Lillian was standing outside the door waiting for Fangjia. When she saw Fangjia and Momo coming out, she immediately went to meet them. Fangjia looked at Lillian, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and patted Momo's head, signaling that she could go play. Momo happily went to find her friends in the underground palace to continue watching the stars. What's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about? Fangjia watched Momo walk away, then asked Lillian. Well, I have a feeling that the goddess who appeared behind Momo at that time should be Una. After Lillian said this, Fangjia also remembered the statue of goddess Una that was moved from Una Chapel. It is indeed very similar to the shape of the white angel who appeared behind Momo at that time. But Una doesn't have wings. Fangjia was a little puzzled. Una is the merciful goddess of light. In order to make people pay more attention to herself, she covered her face. In order to better listen to people's demands, she hid her divine light. This sentence is written at the beginning of the book The Gospel of Una. So I think the divine light here may refer to her wings. So she may really be Una. Fangjia's hand unconsciously touched the smooth chin. But what I don't understand is why Una has to be Momo. Lillian was also puzzled. Ahem. I may know the answer to this question, but I told you, you can't get excited, because this may impact your worldview. Fangjia coughed, and warned Lillian in advance. You said? Lillian looked at Fangjia with some doubt. It's like this. Didn't we know from the sea god Gardesia that Oros stole the power of death, and caused some of the new gods to be reborn? These reborn goddesses are called witches by humans. Unfortunately, Momo is one of them. Fangjia said, and looked at Lillian. But Lillian just stared at him, without moving. Lillian? Fangjia waved his hand in front of Lillian. Hey, wake up, Lillian. Fangjia raised his voice helplessly, trying to wake up the petrified Lillian. Are you sure? Momo, who is so obedient and cute, is actually a reborn witch? Lillian felt her worldview shattered into several pieces. I'm sure. You know I can sense things that others don't know. Fangjia immediately patted his chest and swore to the ceiling. When did you know? The first day I met Momo. No wonder, you changed your mind at that time. You must bring back all the orphans in the chapel, and ask me about the witch's situation in a roundabout way. Yes, I have no choice. I hope Momo can grow up healthy and happy. It's not a good idea to let her leave the chapel, so I had to move all your chapels away. Fangjia spread his hands. Okay, since she is a reborn witch, could she be the goddess Una? Lillian used band-aids to stick the broken world together, and then proposed a very reasonable idea. Will she suddenly stop recognizing us one day? Become the real goddess Una? Lillian now doesn't want Momo to be replaced, but also looks forward to the goddess she believes in coming. The tangled feeling is all written on her face. Yes, I have the same suspicion now, so I have been using Soul Echo to explore Momo's spiritual world. If the goddess Una really comes back, I will inform you as soon as possible, but Momo may not be able to stay in the underground palace anymore. After all, she is also one of the new gods, and you know the style of the new gods. Fangjia poured a basin of cold water on Lillian's head. Well, I understand. I don't want Momo to disappear either. Lillian felt as if she had regained her sanity, and nodded in agreement. Okay. Don't think too much. And witches don't necessarily have to be reborn to become witches. Ordinary people who break through the boundary between humans and gods can still become witches or wizards. Just like... Fangjia suddenly stopped. A drop of cold sweat formed behind his head. Huh? Just like what? Lillian tilted her head and looked at Fangjia. Nothing, ha 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 ha. Fangjia's head was covered in cold sweat. How could you just say it so easily? What are you hiding from me? Hurry up and tell me. Lillian was quick to sense that something was wrong and immediately grabbed Fangjia's hand. Well, okay, I tell you, but you have to hold on, it's no big deal. Fangjia couldn't get away with it anymore, so he had to tell Lillian the truth. The perfect magic attribute conversion curve model you made last time helped you break through the limitations of humans and gods and become an elemental witch. Fangjia looked at Lillian seriously and said, Ha ha. Me? The Witch of Elements? Don't be kidding. Lillian laughed, while patting Fang Jie. After laughing for a while, she found that Fang Jie was still staring at her, and a sudden panic filled her whole body. You are not kidding. Lillian couldn't laugh anymore, and asked with a stiff mouth. I am not kidding. You are now the Witch of Elements, the goddess of all magic. Oh, so I'm a witch too. No wonder. Lillian's eyes were dull, but she showed a smile that was played with her, and she started talking to herself. I'm actually a witch, so magical. Oh, I'm actually the witch. Hee hee. Fang Jie knew something was wrong when he saw Lillian's current state, and it felt like she would turn into ashes in the next second. He had no choice but to hug Lillian's shoulders and shake her hard. Hey! Hey! Wake up! Wake up! You are really the Witch of Elements. Lillian felt like she had just crawled out of the ruins of the collapsed worldview, and was beaten into a crusher by Fang Jie, and was crushed into powder. At night the next day, the cool summer breeze blew across the black sand tundra. There was no cloud in the sky. The clean feeling could see through the universe at a glance. At this moment, the stars in the sky were all in sight. The lights in Mir City were bright, and the streets were empty. Children held small lanterns and happily gathered together, running and jumping, playing their own games. The adults sat in the big theater, eating snacks and chatting, waiting for the start of the astrology festival. As the youngest high priest of Mill City, Joan led a sacrificial team of humans, orcs, and sea girls, and climbed the altar built in the square with the beautiful accompaniment of the little black band. They will dance today and pray to the gods to bless peace and happiness in the coming year. Little Tentacle, Lostia, and Xiaoyu once again mixed into the audience in robes, cheering for everyone on the stage in the audience. Lillian served as the chief engineer of stage special effects today, adding extremely gorgeous special effects to this dancing team. As Qiong waved her long silk ribbon, a dazzling yellow star appeared in the air above the theater. She waved it again, and lit up a blue star again. As Qiong danced, the stars lit up one by one. The silver thread connected the stars in a series, and they became the stars in the sky. The audience was moved, and they prayed for the biggest yellow star. This was the harvest star. This star was the brightest and the most dazzling. This indicated that the coming year would be a good harvest year. On the black sand tundra, Fang Jie was holding Momo and looking at the stargazing team of 7 orcs and human elders. They were conducting stargazing, divination and mapping activities under the leadership of the orc grandmother. The constellations seen in the theater were all drawn and provided by this group of old priests. The catadioptric telescope made by Fang Jie helped these old priests a lot. It was the first time for them to see such clear stars, and they found many stars they had never found before, so they couldn't wait to let Fang Jie take them out to watch the stars. Momo opened her big eyes, and the whole starry sky seemed to be reflected in her eyes. The black wings filled with starlight behind her would shake gently from time to time, and some starlight would scatter with the shaking of the wings. Brother, this feeling is so great. I feel like I have become a star in the sky. I feel so big, everything in the world has become like a toy. Those stars seem to be talking to me. Momo gently raised her little hand. A small bright dot appeared at the tip of Momo's finger. Several small stars of different sizes appeared around. This is a constellation composed of stars and lines. Chapter 172 Rift Abyss Right. Of course, the brightness changes of each star are a sign for us. As a star angel, you can certainly talk to them. Fang Jie rubbed Momo's head. Although he didn't believe in astrological predictions, he couldn't resist the impact of magic from another world. Even the star angels came out. Maybe it's still useful. Suddenly Momo paused, broke free from Fang Jie's restraints, ran to the orc grandmother with her short legs. Sure enough, just as Momo walked to the side of the orc grandma tripped over a stone under her feet, and was just supported by Momo. Thank you. Cute little Momo. The orc grandma patted Momo's black hair kindly. Momo, who was praised, laughed happily, and threw herself into Fang Jie's arms again with a hee-hee laugh. Brother, what the stars say is true. They can really predict some things. Of course. Will my brother lie to you again? Of course. Will the system lie to me again? Fang Jie felt his nose was about to stretch again, and pinched Momo's little nose, forcing Momo to wrinkle her face cutely. Momo's astrological prediction is more accurate at night, and slightly weakened during the day. It is used just like the observation hockey in One Piece, which can predict things in the short term within a certain range. This ability is not weak. If used well, Momo can move leisurely and freely in battle, just like passing through a bush of flowers without getting a single leaf on her body. Suddenly, Momo frowned. Brother Fanjie, there is a strange star in that direction. Momo pointed to a corner of the sky. A strange star? Fanjie stood up and looked at the sky where Momo pointed. But he saw nothing. There was nothing except the endless starry sky. Wow. Yes. It has a long tail. Oh. A comet? Or a meteor? Let me use a telescope to see it. Fanjie politely stepped forward, borrowed the telescope from an old priest, and looked in the direction Momo pointed. After searching for a long time, he finally found something different. It was a comet, which was flying rapidly in this direction with a red tail. Red comet? What? The orc grandmother was taking notes when she heard Fanjie's mumbling. She immediately stepped forward and drove Fanjie aside. Damn it. It's really an ominous star. The ominous star? What is it? Fanjie was a little unconvinced. In my opinion, it's just a comet. Its approaching means that something catastrophic will happen. According to our human records, after the arrival of the world-destroying monster, someone observed this ominous star dragging a red tail across the sky. It seems that a new disaster is coming again. The old bishop of Una Church, who was also observing the stars, answered Fanjie's question. It is also in our orcs' records. The orcs call it the blood-stained star. Although it is very vague, the red star dragging a red tail across the sky is like a blood-red hole in the sky. After observing it, our orc's hometown Singadir was blown up by a nuclear bomb. The orc grandmother said the same thing. Well, I suspect that the star you see is a star. Fanjie knows the inside story. Fanjie has not announced the secrets of the gods to the public. Only the guardians of the great underground palace know. Fanjie did not deliberately conceal it. He was afraid that if these believers knew that the gods they believed in were not gods, who disappeared but died, it might cause panic. Momo, do you feel that this star makes you feel uncomfortable? Fanjie still thought it would be better to ask Momo about the prophecy. Momo tilted her head and felt it. No, I think it's strange not because it predicts disaster, but because I feel it's alive. It's running towards me happily, but I feel it's running so slowly, it may take a long time to reach us. Although Grandma didn't quite understand Momo's ability, she still said to Fanjie, whether it predicts this disaster or not, this is the first time we see it so far away. Before it really comes, we need to be fully prepared. Fanjie nodded. Although he didn't really believe in the prophecy of a comet bringing disaster, it was still okay to be prepared. But it would be more reliable to ask Xiaobai. After all, Xiaobai had a similar ability to predict the future. After the observation, Fanjie took Momo back to the underground palace and prepared to ask Xiaobai for details. Xiaobai, I want to ask you, have you used your magical predictive skills to predict a major disaster during this period? Xiaobai, who was happily knitting a new secretary suit, was interrupted by Fanjie's random question. I have no idea at all. When I was using a telescope to observe the stars today, Momo discovered a red comet. The orc grandma and the others said that this comet is a bad omen star in their records. If it really comes, it will bring a world disaster. Fanjie simply paraphrased what the orc grandma and the others meant. So I want to build a shelter in the dungeon. If you can predict what kind of disaster it is, it might be better to build it in a targeted manner. No. My foresight skills are completely different from Momo's stargazing prediction skills. Although I can see some fragmentary images from time to time, there are no images of disasters at all. Xiaobai spread his hands helplessly, indicating that he was powerless. Okay. Fanjie saw that Xiaobai could not predict what kind of danger would come, so he could only start planning a shelter. At least food and water needed to be stored. Although Fanjie started to build the shelter, he did not tell the residents of Mir City outside about this news. In order to avoid causing panic, even the shadow of the ominous star did not appear in the astrological festival. However, Shagar, Sam, Brooke and others knew about it, and had already started the so-called emergency evacuation drill. Sure enough, Fanjie's shelter had just started to be built for a few days when he received a bad news. Fanjie, something happened. The orc merchant Gruul came back today, and he also brought back nearly 300 refugees from the southern foot of Mir Peak. He said that there was a big riot in the Rift Valley abyss. Shagar anxiously found Fanjie, who was humming a song while compacting stones to build a shelter. What? Hurry. Where is Gruul? Fanjie heard that he had no time to build a shelter. He immediately took Shagar to find Gruul, who was receiving treatment, and the members of the plague doctor expedition, who followed him. The Pamir Medical Center was in chaos. Xiaowabao and Shubian were already involved in the treatment. Even all the members of the Great Underground Palace came together to provide assistance. Most of the refugees brought back this time were injured. The most seriously injured were all members of the expedition team, who were basically wrapped like mummies. Some were seriously injured with broken arms and legs, and 6 people even lost their lives. Gruel was only slightly injured, with a broken right calf and a dislocated left arm. He has been bandaged and plastered now. Several black men are treating his right leg. Sorry, Fangjia. I messed up. Gruel saw Fangjia coming in, struggled to stand up, and said to Fangjia, "Don't blame yourself first. Tell me the details first." Shagar told me that the Rift Valley Abyss rioted. Fangjia stepped forward and pressed Gruel down on the seat, and continued to treat the little black man. Yes, after we set out, we treated the little black man in every county and city along the Caparis Mountains. The effect was remarkable. We saved a lot of people. But the closer we got to the Rift Valley Abyss, the more serious the epidemic became. Some small countries were even destroyed. We directly established a medical base around the Rift Abyss, treating the surrounding residents. This epidemic is so serious, even the surrounding human powers have acquiesced to our existence. But the good times did not last long. A lot of lunatics suddenly appeared from nowhere. They attacked our rescue caravan crazily. If you hadn't equipped the guards with such powerful firearms, we might not have been able to come back. We are basically attacked once a week. While they clamored for the return of the true Lord of Death, they attacked us. It was extremely crazy. I think it was crazier than those ascetics, who dedicated everything to God. As long as we can't kill them, they will even crawl over to bite us. But after the winter ended, a few days before the beginning of spring, the largest gray tide in history occurred in the Rift Valley Abyss. The gray fog rushed straight to the sky, as if it was going to cover the sky. From that day on, necromancers appeared among the attackers. They would hide behind and resurrect those fanatics, turning them into zombies, greatly reducing the lethality of our weapons. Fortunately, we have always had ammunition replenishment. Otherwise we might not survive until the spring. With the attack of these necromancers, we also suffered losses, and we had to retreat. After we retreated, several smaller countries were invaded by those necromancers, and some were even destroyed. So, I'm sorry, I didn't complete the task. Gruel's voice was a little low. No, I think you did a good job. This is not your problem. Since they sent people to stop you and destroy your medical operations, it means that this method should be effective. What's more, you have persisted in such an environment for 3 months. You are heroes. Have a good rest. After Fangjia finished listening to Gruel's story, he patted Gruel's shoulder, stood up, and walked out of the ward. Shagar followed Fangjia out of the ward. It seems that our situation is not very good. Could the coming of the ominous star be because of them? Fangjia touched his chin and pondered for a while. They may not be a world-class disaster. I was thinking about why they broke the seal so quickly. The news I got from the dead priest captured on the orc battlefield was that it would take a long time to break the seal. I know. Suddenly, Fangjia hammered his palm as if he had figured it out, which scared Shagar. Chapter 173: The Undead Attack. Do you know what they used to break the seal? Shagar was shocked. Those 2 damn tsunamis. They used the power of death to break the seal. The 2 tsunamis must have caused a lot of casualties in the entire coastal area. The city of Cape Hopeless, where we rescued people, lost thousands of people. This must have been a big help to them. And the time is almost right. Then why didn't Monsis take action? He should be able to destroy our expedition directly. Right? Based on your prediction of his strength, it should be easy to do. Shagar asked another question. I guess he either hasn't completely broken through yet, or he needs to rest for a while after the breakthrough, but it doesn't matter, and the countries destroyed by Monsis should be used to strengthen his undead army. It seems that he is not friendly. Everyone should be prepared for war. Mir village suspended the reception of refugees and entered the great underground palace in an orderly manner. Let's go to the ranch of Xiaowabao first. The shelter has not been fully built yet. Okay. I will issue a warning now. Shagar immediately ran to issue the order. Fangjia convened a mobilization meeting for the Pamir underground palace again, and told everyone that Monsis had broken through the seal and might be on the way. This will be a fierce battle. We don't know Monsis' ability. This time we must be fully prepared to deal with this battle. Fang Jie sat on the throne of the devil, and held a mobilization meeting seriously. But none of the audience members below bought it. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian looked at each other, and smiled knowingly. Good. We just waited for them to come, and test our combat effectiveness. Lostia also looked eager to try. Finally here. My efficient breath is thirsty. It was these bastards last time. This time, I will blow them all away. Xiaoyu and the little tentacles. Giggle. Laughing and chasing and playing there. Lillian listened very seriously. Yeah, I will definitely do my best. Momo also clenched her fists and nodded seriously. Yeah. Polly didn't understand, yawning lazily like a salted fish. I can only do your logistics work. My ability on land is indeed greatly reduced. Fang Jie covered his face directly. You? Can you be more serious? They are very strong. That Monsis is an old immortal, who has lived for who knows how long. Ha ha ha, don't worry too much. Don't we have an old god here? Just ask him. It's possible that he knows something about Monsis. Xiaobai walked to Fang Jie's side, with his slender spider legs, said with a smile while adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Monsis? The sea god Gardesia looked puzzled, eating steak, drinking wine, then don't live too comfortably. Yes. He calls himself a collector, and has a large number of followers, who all call him teacher. I don't have any impression. The old salted fish Gardesia took another bite of the tender steak. Enough. Think about it carefully. He and you are from the same era. Fang Jie couldn't stand this old salted fish anymore. He directly took away his whole steak with a shaping. Gardesia quickly stuffed the steak on the fork into her mouth, and said with a stuttering voice, But I really don't have any impression. There were so many gods at that time. Thousands of gods. How could I remember everyone? Think about it carefully. He should be specialized in dark magic. He has subordinates who study corpses, make various stitched monsters, torture the undead. Oh! Yes, and he is the one who spread the super virus this time. Fang Jie was unwilling to accept it, and urged Gardesia to think carefully. Dark magic? Stitched monsters? Undead? You are probably talking about the goddess of death. Those guys love to do this kind of disgusting stuff. Ugh! I feel sick just thinking about it. Gardesia spat as she spoke. Yes, he was sealed in the Rift Abyss, but he should have escaped now. Sealed in the Rift Abyss? Wasn't that a former mistress of the goddess of death? Gardesia thought for a moment and said, That guy was originally the mistress of the goddess of death. I really can't remember his specific name. He wasn't very strong, but he had great ambitions. But on the day when the goddess of death was killed, he turned against her, exposed the position of the goddess of death, and wanted to gain a place in the new gods. But the new gods were not satisfied with his behavior, and sent the goddess of war Una to severely injure him, and then sealed him directly. He originally wanted us to rescue him, but because of what he did, we all ignored him. Gardesia sneered at this man. Fang Jie never thought that Mensis had such a dark history. I'm not here to listen to the gossip and dark history of your gods. This guy is about to come to my door. We need his intelligence. Let's see if we can kill him this time. Well, this guy really wants to replace the goddess of death. So he has been replicating the power of the goddess of death, plague, and dark magic. However, because he is not very talented, he often looks for creatures with potential for death energy, teaches them, and finally devours their souls, taking other people's experience and understanding for his own use. Gardesia paused. You're not very strong. I think you guys can beat him up easily. Fang Jie choked. The last time he saw Monsis, he didn't seem to be very simple. Maybe because hundreds of years have passed. He must have become stronger. Take it and continue to eat yours. I am leaving. If they come, would you like to go out and show your face? Gardesia quickly took the plate back into his arms. He really loved the food here. Luckily, he followed Pearly this time, otherwise, this would be his eternal regret. I won't go. If that guy finds out that I've lost my power, I'd probably be humiliated to death. Fang Jie rolled his eyes and ignored the old shark. A week later, Shagar suddenly came to report to Fang Jie that a huge amount of gray fog had poured into the endless forest. All the plants began to wither after being touched by the gray fog, and the birds and animals began to flee the endless forest. Damn it! These bastards. They're destroying nature. The sisters Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian were busy rescuing the small animals that had escaped into the great underground palace, while reporting the latest situation to Fang Jie. The entire forest has begun to die. The plant guards outside have basically lost their function. Only a few plants that I assimilated are still alive, but they can basically not provide us with more information. Xiao Bian reported to Fang Jie while removing the erosion of death for a small monster. At present, their gray fog has covered the entire southern foothills of the Pamirs. My plant sensed the traces of many skeletons and zombies before they died. They will be cannon fodder for the invasion. And they are gathering at the entrance of the dungeon. Hey, if he wants to fight, then let him fight. How can we be afraid of his mistress? Fang Jie snorted coldly. Let's go! Let's go out and crush them. Hey, slow down. Slow down. Wow. Puff. The little tentacles were so excited that they ran around in the underground palace with their hands raised. When Fang Jie finished speaking, they pounced on him and pulled Fang Jie's hand out hard, especially like a husky who wanted to go out for a walk with his master. The other monster girls in the underground palace were also very excited. All followed Fang Jie out of the underground city. They would fight against the large army of monsters in the endless forest. In the endless forest, the surging gray fog rolled, as if it was a tsunami hitting the top of the Pamir Peak. As the gray fog enveloped, the originally warm summer became a little chilly. Xiao Bian took the first step out of the underground city gate. When she stepped out of the underground palace, the gray fog around her instantly cleared a large area, as if she had encountered some natural enemy, and quickly retreated. After that, it was Xiao Huabao, Lo Stia, Little Tentacle, Xiao Yu, Xiaobai and Fang Jie. But at some point, 3 followers who were supposed to be guarding the house ran out from the end of the team. No! What are you 3 doing out here? Fang Jie looked helplessly at the 3 people in front of him. Polly, Shagar and Momo Little Lolita. Of course we have to join the battle. Have you forgotten that? We are also part of the great underground palace? Shagar swung the halberd in his hand heroically, pulled the bullet belt on his chest, checked his 2 short muskets, looking like an iron-blooded warrior. I'm not weak either. I'm very powerful. Hey ha! Momo waved her little fist. Wow, I was pulled out by the 2 of them. But I can provide you with potion support. Polly waved her hand. And a humanoid creature made of water came out carrying several boxes of red and blue bottles. Okay. You will stand at the back of the team for a while. And run back to the underground palace immediately if you see anything wrong. Fang Jie could only warn them verbally, because there was movement in the gray fog on the opposite side. Countless undead skeletons appeared in the gray fog, including mammoths, cyclops, wolves, and even fish. It was like countless demons and monsters, looming in the surging gray fog. They rushed through the gray fog and knocked down all the withered forests. Ha ha ha! A sinister voice reached the ears of all the guards. I didn't expect you to come out to fight us. You are still as brave as before. A wisp of gray mist slowly separated from the main body of the gray mist, floating down, forming a human figure on the ground. Fang Jie raised the corner of his mouth and strode forward. I didn't expect you to come so soon, Mr. Monses. I thought it would take a long time before I could see you again. Chapter 174. The battle begins. Monses did not answer, but tilted his head, past Fang Jie, and fell on Xiao Bian, who had cleared the gray fog, and winked at her, making Xiao Bian shudder, as if being stared at by a pervert. Fang Jie took a step to the side, blocking Monses' sight. Monses squinted his eyes and replied, Haha, although your guards and your medicine have caused me a lot of trouble, but fate is helping me. 2 tsunamis occurred, and the coastal cities suffered heavy casualties, which made my energy surge. That's a pity. What are you doing here with your army in Pamir today? Fang Jie asked with a fake smile. Of course, I want to explore your underground city. Monses narrowed his eyes again, like an old fox. Ah, I'm really sorry. Our underground city is under renovation. No visitors are welcome. Fang Jie also narrowed his eyes. Ha ha ha, you are still as funny as last time. Don't let me down. I didn't make a move last time, but now, I'm here to play ha ha ha. The shadow of Menses disappeared without a trace. The undead skeletons in the gray fog, the demons and monsters seemed to have received an order and rushed towards the dungeon like a tide, howling and killing one after another. Xiao Yu. He smiled out, and countless little black people appeared around her. They revolved around their queen Xiao Yu, and played shocking music. Xiao Yu also sang along with the melody of the BGM. The notes became weapons, and spread out like ripples. It was as if holy light had broken through the gray fog, and shone directly on the earth. The undead that were touched by the holy light immediately fell to the ground, howling in pain. Countless undead were converted by Shuyo's singing and turned into light and disappeared into the sky. The song prelude to the undead directly blocked the tide of undead 100 meters away. Countless skeletons were afraid and wanted to escape from the range of Shuyo's singing. Xiaoyu, who had his own background music, smiled knowingly. Since you don't come to me, then I go to you. I really like you fans. As he spoke, he walked towards the fleeing undead. In a matter of minutes, he would sacrifice all the huge number of undead fans to heaven and convert them all. Ah, this is the cute little sediment. Has it grown so much now? It's so interesting. I really want to study you. The voice of Monses came again in the gray fog, and Xiaoyu got goosebumps after hearing it, and rubbed his arms vigorously. Haha, but wait until our battle is over. It should be soon. The second wave is coming. As Monses finished speaking, strange noises came out of the gray fog again. A slippery, creeping sound came out of the thick fog. Several giant slugs with terrifying human faces appeared in the thick fog. Pustules swelled up on their bodies, bursting as they walked. As these pustules burst, human bodies that looked like zombies fell out. Those human-like monsters stood up, covered with disgusting and sticky mucus. Their eyes turned completely white and yellowish. A crack appeared at the corner of their mouths, and it went all the way to the base of their necks. Their chins fell off completely, and strange maggot-like mouthparts grew out of their huge mouths. Oh my god! So disgusting. If you have spent a day in the world, you won't do this kind of thing. Lillian looked at these disgusting monsters, and didn't even want to touch them. She immediately stepped back. Only the little tentacles looked at these monsters with interest. She felt that these monsters seemed to be more suitable for her underground palace. I wonder if I can catch two and raise them in the indescribable maze. Ugh. The huge human-faced slug shook the fat on its body, countless pustules burst, and a lot of people fell down. They struggled to stand up and launched a fierce attack on the underground city. Seeing that the monsters were about to hit the door, the monster girls under his command actually gathered together. Rock, scissors, paper. Rock, scissors, paper. Ah ha ha ha. I won. Xiao Bian, who was joining in the fun, happily raised his hand to play paper. Why? I'm the elder sister. But I lost? Xiao Huabao looked unbelievable. Ah, I obviously wanted to play scissors. The figure girl Xiaoyu was already collapsed. Ah, I want to fight too. Lostia looked at her right hand with some anger. Me too. Poof. The little tentacle just likes to play with everyone, so it also stretched out two fists. Then the victorious little other shore proudly faced the monsters rushing up, and the few defeated little opponents behind started rock paper scissors again. They will compete for the next role to appear. Oh! Little flower of death, come on, surprise me. Let me see how much progress you have made in such a short time. Monse's voice came out from the gray fog again. Little Bian smiled evilly, took a deep breath and said, Then you just watch. I hope it won't turn into a shock. After that, countless blood-red flowers of the other shore grew under Little Bian's feet. The black and red corset moved without wind. The breeze blew into the gray fog. The gray fog that was like a wall was stirred by the breeze. The monsters that were roaring fiercely seemed to be silenced in an instant. The roars were all stuck in their throats. Countless fungi climbed up their bodies, and these monsters fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. The endless forest was quiet for a second. But these humanoid monsters got up again, and roared at Little Other Side again, as if nothing had happened. Ha ha ha. Is this the ability you want to scare me? Minces almost laughed to death. They were originally made into collections by death magic. But you use death magic to deal with them? Alas, you disappoint me so much. Go! Devour her flesh and blood. These monsters immediately made an attacking move. Of course I know that using death magic to attack your death magic directly will have little effect, but what if my death magic is higher than your magic level? Xiao Bian smiled mysteriously and snapped his fingers. Attack! The monsters that made attacking movements immediately turned around and rushed towards the slug monsters, frantically tearing the flesh and blood of these mothers, and instantly submerged the slug mothers. That's right, your magic can only be my wedding dress. Looking at the red hostile forces that were originally full of the screen and instantly turned green, Xiao Bian laughed arrogantly. Interesting. Interesting. You have great potential. You are worthy of my investment. I can't wait to get you. I have a feeling that you will be one of my most proud collections. Monse's voice began to become low and scary. No more playing. Attack! My students! Cut off their heads. Offer their souls. As soon as Monses finished speaking, The voices of various demons and monsters immediately sounded in the gray fog. A giant dragon rose into the air and roared. Roar! 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 This giant dragon blocked out the sun and sky, and its body length was over 100 meters, which was twice the length of an ordinary adult dragon. It had 9 heads. However, compared with a real dragon, this dragon that exuded the breath of death was not just one, but 9 dragons stitched together. There was even a head on its chest, which was the head of the stitched monster that had fought against Xiao Huabao. Roar! For our Lord of Death! Xiao Yu stared at the giant dragon with wide eyes, because she should have been the second one to attack. Excitedly summoning his own portable band, the shocking BGM sounded, floating towards the giant dragon. This big fool is mine. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. At this moment, a dazzling energy instantly passed over the head of the excited Xiao Yu. The gray fog blocking the energy disappeared directly, forming a long gray fog canyon, and directly bombarded the 9-headed zombie dragon. The dazzling energy instantly pressed the huge 9-headed zombie dragon to the ground and rubbed it. The huge energy generated by the nuclear explosion burned half of the 9-headed zombie dragon's body, and one of the dragon wings was directly bombarded and disappeared. This super fission breath stopped Xiaoyu's BGM. Xiao Yu looked back and saw that Lostia had completely recovered her dragon body. The fission breath just now was her masterpiece. You are trying to steal the head, and it's obviously my turn to attack. Sorry, Xiao Yu, this bastard used the flesh and blood of our dragon clan. I will make him pay with blood. I will compensate you next time. After saying that, Lostia swung her body over 200 meters long and rushed towards the 9-headed zombie dragon. During this period, she ate enriched uranium as ice cream when she had nothing to do. With sufficient energy, her body size exploded again. Okay, then I give it to you. Remember to compensate me when you come back. Xiao Yu pouts and slowly lands on the ground. Several painful banshees suddenly emerge from the ground, grabbing Xiao Yu and rushing into the gray fog. A 2-headed slug with a human face also appears in the gray fog. They carry a super fat monster. This monster is covered with fat. The whole person seems to melt and collapse on the slug's back. With his appearance, the monsters and dead trees around him seem to be under some kind of pressure and stick to the ground. Lillian looked at the fat man's performance with some surprise. She turned her head to look at the other underground palace guards and found that they didn't seem to notice the fat man. So Lillian gritted her teeth and walked towards the super fat man. Eat. 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 A strange baby's laughter also appeared in the gray fog. It aimed at the small flower bud and rushed straight to the small flower bud's head from the gray fog. This baby-like monster was extremely fast. There were no facial features on its entire face. Instead, there was a bloody mouth. The little flower bud dodged swiftly and avoided the attack of the little monster. The little monster missed the attack and did not stay after landing. It activated its agile limbs, bounced a few times, and disappeared in the gray fog, leaving only a string of strange laughter. The little flower bud and the little other side smiled at each other and walked hand in hand towards the direction where the little monster disappeared. Several naked people also surrounded them, aiming directly at the motionless Xiaobai. Fang Jie also received the system's prompt sound. The great underground palace is under attack. The endless forest grand labyrinth is under attack, 99% completeness. But in front of Fang Jie stood an old friend. Uskura, who was wrapped in black metal, still looked indifferent. Fang Jie said to Shagar Pali and Momo behind him without turning his head. The endless forest grand labyrinth is under attack. You go back to defend it. I chat with my old friend. As soon as Shagar heard it, he immediately pulled Polly and Momo back to the grand labyrinth. Chapter 175 Dragon War. I said, why are you imitating me? This kind of metal sci-fi style is not suitable for you at all. Fang Jie started to talk trash. He thought that Uskura might ignore him completely like before, but he was wrong this time. Uskura actually replied, your body and drawings, thank you. Uskura still had the same icy face that never changed. It's just that the content of what he said is not very lethal, but it is extremely insulting, and Fang Jie almost vomited blood. This is unscientific. Why didn't this guy have such a venomous mouth last time? That's right, Uskura is now covered in blood demon steel. Except for his head, his entire body is made of blood demon steel. It feels like a sci-fi armor. These materials were once part of Fang Jie's body. But these are not the most annoying thing. The most annoying thing is Uskura's flowing hair. It really makes Fang Jie cry. It's all blood demon steel. Why doesn't he have it? Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. Rocket fist. Fang Jie clenched his fist and rushed towards Uskara. In the distance of the endless forest, Lostia and the nine-headed corpse dragon collided with each other. Ah! Bastard! How dare you desecrate the noble body of the dragon race? Go to hell! Damn it! Why do you have dragons in Capamere? And such special dragons? Ah! It's so beautiful! I want it so much! The stitched monster's head widened its eyes, looking at the powerful Lostia, as if it had seen a treasure, while controlling the 9 corpse dragon heads to bite Lostia. Sure enough, the ugly corpse dragon bit Lostja's body, and countless sparks flew. But it just couldn't bite into Lostja's body. Lostia didn't need to dodge at all, and let the 9 ugly corpse dragon heads bite her body. Instead, she used her sharp dragon claws to grab the ugly face on the corpse dragon's chest. Answer me, you dirty bug. Where did you find the noble body of the dragon clan? Humph! What noble dragon clan? In my eyes, you are just dead meat. And you will become my most proud collection. Your body is so beautiful. I can't take my eyes away. The stitched monster blocked Lostja's dragon claws and roared at the same time. 9 corpse dragon heads began to breathe dragon's breath. Asshole! I will make you pay the price. Lostia was blocked, and he swung his slender and powerful tail to the side of the corpse dragon, smashing the half-charred corpse dragon into the mountain. The corpse dragon wailed, and 9 heads vomited blood at the same time. However, the dragon breath they had accumulated had been completed. The heads that were not trapped in the mountain, such as flame, frost, acid, and thunder, began to spit dragon breath at Lostia at the same time. The 4 types of dragon breath hit Lostia at the same time and exploded, producing a huge amount of black smoke, which instantly covered Lostia. Lostia waved her dragon claws to fan away the smoke, and the fin-like membrane on her body opened completely. Roar! The air wave blew away the gray fog and smoke that enveloped her, and her body began to light up with unusually beautiful spots of light. The fission breath with destructive properties was brewing. Minions! Attack! We can't let her release the breath of destruction. The zombie dragon roared immediately. Half of his body was still stuck in the mountain, and he hadn't pulled it out yet. Another shot might really kill him. Boom! A lightning dragon breath hit Lostja's face, successfully knocking Lostia off balance, and also interrupting Lostja's dragon breath. Who? Lostia looked closely. It was an adult Shingdi Thunder Dragon, but now his body was covered with mycelium and pustules, and the originally bright purple dragon scales had now become dim. While flying in pain, while wailing and struggling, his eyes were lifeless, just like a zombie controlled by a necromancer. In addition to this lucky Thunder Dragon, 30 or 40 dragons of different attributes rose into the air again in the gray fog, all struggling in pain, and occasionally spraying dragon breath at Lostia. Dragon? Lostia looked at these dragons in surprise. The 9-headed corpse dragon finally pulled itself out of the mountain. Ha ha ha! How is it? They have all become my puppets now. They are not dead yet. I am corrupting their minds. I can control their bodies at will, even their lives. My little cutie. Are you ready? The wings of the 9-headed corpse dragon had been completely burned, and now it could only lie on the ground like a toad. With a wave of his hand, some struggling dragons immediately wailed, fell to the ground, and rolled in pain. Damn bastard! I'm going to burn you to ashes. Lostia was surprisingly angry, and once again prepared a fission breath to send this bastard to the west. But the 9-headed corpse dragon only needed a look, and those painful dragons struggled to fly in front of the 9-headed corpse dragon. In order not to accidentally hurt his own kind, Lostia had to hold back his breath. Just like that, Lostia, who had the upper hand, was suppressed. Ha ha! Beautiful little dragon, just surrender obediently, you will definitely become my most perfect collection. The 9-headed corpse dragon said with a grin, with greed in his eyes. Waving his dragon claws, all the infected dragons rushed towards Lostia. Never. Asshole. Of course Lostia would not surrender. Since the fission breath could not be used, then he could only rely on his strong body. Lostia instantly wrestled with more than 10 giant dragons. Ignoring the attacks of the infected dragons, she used her dragon claws to attack their wings, making them lose their ability to fly. Although this made Lostia extremely sad, she thought of her lost pair of small wings, but in order to save the lives of the giant dragons, and defeat the zombie dragon, she had no choice but to do this. After a while, she was scratched with a lot of blood marks, although they were not deep. It gave the nine-headed corpse dragon a good opportunity. The nine-headed corpse dragon lowered its body, found an opportunity to launch an attack. It aimed directly at Lostia, and instantly jumped onto Lostja's body, and spit out yellow pus from one of its dragon heads, spraying it on Lostja's back. Lostia realized the moment the nine-headed corpse dragon climbed up, and rolled on the ground, crushing a lot of withered forests, but also successfully threw the corpse dragon off. But even so, the yellow pus spit out by the nine-headed corpse dragon had already fallen on Lostja's back, and there were countless disgusting maggots of pale yellow and white in these yellow pus, which would drill into the dragon's body from the gaps between the scales, live under the dragon's thick scales, reproduce, swallow, and control the host. In fact, many maggots from giant dragons had landed on Lostia before, but because of Lostja's special and delicate dragon scales, these maggots could not drill into it. Now when wounds appeared on Lostja's body, these maggots immediately drilled into them along the wounds, and began to corrupt Lostja's body. Although Lostja's enhanced super body was not so easy to be corrupted, there were too many wounds on Lostia. These giant dragons kept scratching new wounds on Lostja's body, which accelerated the speed of corruption. Within 2 minutes, pustules grew on Lostja's body, and the beautiful and delicate dragon scales were also covered with mold. Lostia also felt that her physical strength was disappearing quickly. Her muscles became weak, and she even had a slight symptom of dizziness. She stumbled, and her huge body fell to the ground. Ha! Xiaolong, you can't run away now, right? Do you feel dizzy, nauseous, or want to vomit? That's because my corrupt maggots are turning you into mine. The nine-headed corpse dragon actually walked to Lostia leisurely, with a few shield dragons, waiting for Lostia to become his trophy. Lostia shook her head and taunted, with your weak attack. You still want to corrupt me who has become a fission dragon? You must be dreaming. Maybe your attack is effective on other dragons. But for me, it's still a little short of it. Lostia was waiting for this moment. The radiation energy in her body burst out, and instantly enveloped all the dragons, and the nine-headed zombie dragon. If a Geiger counter was placed next to Lostia at this time, the value on it would definitely be off the charts. Within a second, the high-intensity radiation gave the surrounding dragons hundreds of high-intensity radiotherapy. The pustules and maggots parasitic on the dragons all died and fell off. Lostia stopped acting. It was time to move after lying down for so long. She exerted force on her limbs and jumped up. She immediately stepped on the shocked nine-headed zombie dragon and tore off the necks of 2 dragon heads with one bite. The remaining 7 dragon heads immediately spit out colorful dragon breath at Lostia in fear. But the damage of this dragon breath to Lostia is extremely limited. Let me go! Don't forget that the lives of your people are all in my hands. As long as I have a thought, they will all die without a burial place. The face of the stitched monster was finally full of fear, and he roared and threatened Lostia. Open your useless eyes and look. Your parasites have been killed by my radiation long ago. Do you feel dizzy and nauseous at this time? I give you the sentence. That's because your DNA is falling apart under my radiation. Asshole. Sure enough, no matter how the corpse dragon ordered to kill the host, there was no response. The infected dragons also calmed down and landed on the ground. You are just like what Sister Xiaowabeo said. You are just an incompetent waste. Go to hell. After Lostia finished speaking, she took a deep breath, the light on her scales lit up again, and a super high temperature fission breath was sprayed at the struggling nine-headed corpse dragon. The human face tumor parasitic on the corpse dragon instantly turned into ashes. The fusion breath burned through the corpse dragon's chest and shot out from the back. The high temperature burned the earth dry and cracked. The charred corpse dragon no longer moved. In a place that Lostia could not see, a green soul slipped away from the tip of the corpse dragon's tail in a gloomy manner, and was submerged in the gray fog. Roar! Lostia retracted the radiation, and the fin-like membrane of his whole body fully unfolded, and let out a long roar, announcing his victory. The surrounding dragons all woke up slowly, and bowed their proud heads to this beautiful dragon. One of them was a red fawn fire dragon that was less than 30 meters long, also woke up slowly, looking at the behemoth in front of him with some disbelief and muttering to himself. Lolodi? Chapter 176. I also know this trick. Xiao Yu was brought into the gray fog by 4 painful banshees, but she was not panicked. She only needed to hum a few notes, softly, which were extremely lethal to these ghosts. Sure enough, the moment Xiao Yu started humming, the 4 painful banshees immediately scattered and fled, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Humph! Who is it? Playing tricks? Come out, and let's fight! Xiao Yu was not afraid at all. She patted the non-existent dust on her body, adjusted the small crown on her head, and said provocatively to the gray fog, "Humph. Arrogant little guy. Necromancer attack." A voice came from the gray fog. And then a lot of green skeleton-shaped necromancers flew in from all directions. They roared and even wore purple armor. Painful black flame Xiaoyu waved his hand casually. And several balls of black flames immediately met the flying necromancers and collided with them in an instant, causing a violent explosion. The shock wave of the explosion revealed the necromancer. It was a skeleton floating in the air, covered by a wide and tattered purple robe, with no visible feet, and holding a purple crystal skull staff in his hand. "Hey, you are so gorgeously dressed. Who are you going to show it to? Or were you an actor before?" Xiaoyu whistled lightly. And several black flame skeletons crawled up around her, all dressed up as gorgeous skeletons in purple robes, and danced around Xiaoyu, just like a circus. "Ah, I am the stand-in of the great collector Mr. Monsis. What's around you? Is that the sediment of human nature? Why? Why do you have such pure sediment of human nature, and I don't? Why? Why is the teacher's attention always on you? Always on that black-haired little girl of God? Never looking me in the eye?" The purple-robed enchanting skeleton was indeed enraged. 10 fingers were like claws. It scratched its bald skull hard, leaving several white marks on the skull, and making the sharp and piercing sound of scratching on the blackboard. "I will destroy you. This way. Teacher Menses will notice me." Suffering Banshee. The purple-robed enchanting skeleton waved his amethyst skull staff. Countless painful banshees immediately floated out from the surrounding gray fog, screaming and grabbing Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu shook her head. This person has gone crazy, completely immersed in the shadow of the teacher, trying to kill her to attract the teacher's attention. Xiaoyu sang Amazing Grace softly. A melodious female voice flowed out of Xiaoyu's throat. The little black people also appeared behind her. They lined up in a horizontal row, surrounded Xiaoyu and sang with Xiaoyu. "Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me." The singing spread out like ripples. As the singing sounded, black flames bloomed in the air, as if countless black flame candles were floating in the sky. The sacred singing flowed through the ears of the painful banshees, and their hideous faces gradually calmed down. "I once was lost but now I'm found, was blind but now I see. Woo woo woo." In the melodious and sacred singing, the painful banshee, who was walking in the front, actually shed tears, knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. After the first one, there was the second one. The banshees shed tears, and gathered into a river of sadness. These lost souls, who forgot themselves in pain, finally found salvation at this moment. Xiaoyu's singing was like a lighthouse that illuminated this dark world, giving them bright guidance. The suffering souls kneeling on the ground reached out their hands to Xiaoyu, hoping that Xiaoyu would redeem them. Xiaoyu smiled slightly, nodded to them, put his hands together, and said to them softly, "May your body be like glass in the next life, pure and flawless." These redeemed banshees turned into light and disappeared into the air. "Damn it! What the hell is this?" When Xiaoyu sang, the purple-robed enchanting skeleton immediately retreated. This kind of singing carries an extremely powerful sacred power, as if it can wash away all the sins in the world. The moment he heard it, he immediately felt a strange feeling coming from the bottom of his heart, which was very warm. He had only felt this feeling when he was still a human, but he didn't like it. He wanted to stop Xiaoyu. So he swung a long whip of pain made of ghost spines at the female demons, who were kneeling on the ground and crying, trying to awaken their pain and awaken their ferocity. But his long whip of pain disappeared as soon as it penetrated into the range of the spiritual sound, leaving the purple-robed enchanting skeleton helpless. Sure enough, when Xiaoyu finished the song, the painful banshees of the purple-robed enchanting skeleton had all died. This made him very sad. This was the result of his hard work for 100 or 200 years. "Okay, if you have any tricks that you haven't used yet, use them all." Xiaoyu waited leisurely. "Humph. Then take it." Alienated undead. The purple-robed enchanting skeleton waved his amethyst skull staff again, and a purple magic circle appeared under his feet, and was expanding rapidly. Several zombie-like monsters crawled out from the ground. They had a huge head, and their faces were twisted with several bloody mouths. Their bodies were women's, and their limbs were somewhat like those of insects. The whole thing was a monster made up of various species. They are my latest masterpieces. Using the bodies of semi-finished banshees of pain, I imprison their souls, which are inaudible and invisible, and mainly strengthen their screams of pain, which are several times stronger than those ordinary banshees of pain. Little guy, your ability has a miraculous effect on souls, but for these flesh monsters, whose souls have been corrupted, it may not be easy for you to defeat them by humming a little tune. Hee. The purple-robed skeleton laughed arrogantly. Xiaoyu seemed to be able to hear the souls imprisoned in these dead bodies, and frowned slightly, and waved his little hand, and the inky black flames fell on these alienated undead spirits, but this could not stop them, as if they did not feel pain. Hee. They can't hear your singing at all, nor can they feel the pain, they are just vicious flesh and blood machines. I can already foresee you lying on the ground howling in pain. Go! Tear her apart. Hee. These monsters used all their limbs, rushed in front of Xiaoyu, opened their huge mouths. Stab! An extremely sharp sound came out of the monster's mouth, and the trees behind Xiaoyu trembled. Xiaoyu was speechless. She thought the monster was going to bite her. So she switched herself from physical form to spiritual form. As a result, Xiaoyu said, just like that, it just came over and howled. Xiaoyu gently fanned her nose with her little hands. Oh, this breath is really big. She looked at the somewhat dazed monster and said, I can do this trick too. After saying that, she opened her mouth wide. But no sound came out of her throat. Then an extremely strange scene took place. The monster in front of Xiaoyu was bleeding from its mouth. A second later, the monster exploded instantly, leaving disgusting pieces of meat all over the ground. Xiaoyu looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This move seems to be quite good. Let's call it high pitch from now on. This is impossible. I raised the painful scream so much? I can't do this. You didn't even make a sound. Why can you do it? If the purple-robed enchanting skeleton could still see, his eyes would have popped out of his sockets. Are you stupid? This sound has a frequency. It cannot be heard above this frequency. And it is not the case that the higher the sound, the better. A specific frequency will cause resonance, and this effect can be achieved. Oh! What physics can you and I, who haven't even graduated from elementary school, talk about? Xiaoyu shook her head in annoyance. She herself hasn't learned it well. Damn it! Attack! Everyone! Come together! The enchanting skeleton in purple robe didn't care, and rushed up with a large army. We've been playing for a long time. It's time to end it! Xiaoyu raised the corner of her mouth, slightly opened her pure black lips, and waves of vibration spread out from her small mouth. It was as if the air was trembling. The monsters that these waves passed through were instantly blown into pieces of meat, and the withered trees were instantly shattered. The purple-robed enchanting skeleton also knelt on the ground with cracks all over his head. His staff had already shattered in the waves. Xiaoyu jumped in front of him and asked happily, What song do you want to listen to when you are saved? We support the song request. The purple-robed enchanting skeleton suddenly raised its head. Purple soul flames were dancing in its dark eye sockets, and it stared straight into Xiaoyu's eyes. Heart of pain. Oops. Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She was careless, and didn't dodge. Sure enough, Xiaoyu was no longer on the battlefield, but appeared in a black space. A ball of light appeared in front of her, and in the middle was the soul of a proud man with a pale face and dark purple lips. Hee. Now you can't run away. This is the most painful and saddest memory in your heart. You will be eroded by pain here, and become a new painful banshee. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. She had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, the world lit up, and the scene turned into the confinement room of the underground palace. Xiaoyu lay on the small desk with no hope in life, and copied several questions marked with big red crosses on the test paper into the wrong question collection. Next to it was a pile of test papers, all of which failed. And this picture was still scrolling. Ah! Dark history. Public execution. Why? Why do you want to show me such painful memories? Xiaoyu was instantly overwhelmed. This? What is this? Where is the pain in this? The strange man was also confused. He didn't understand what was painful here. He wanted to awaken Xiaoyu's painful memories as a sediment of human nature, but there was nothing in her soul. Xiaoyu was wearing the painful halo of a bad student. She stood up with a dark face. She walked behind the strange man without saying a word and said sinisterly, You are dead. Brother. You have seen the dark history that you shouldn't have seen. I will make you go in great pain. Wait. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. At this moment, the heart of pain became worthy of its name. Chapter 177 The Strongest Blow. On the other side of the battlefield, Lillian blushed, and walked carefully to the super fat man, who was being dragged by two human-faced slugs. This big fat man was like a mountain, with fat all over his body, sitting on a special sedan, like a pool of half-melted ice cream, with pale skin, looking like a dead person, with a pair of eyes squeezed very small by the fat, half closed, as if he was asleep. But the fat man seemed to be surrounded by a mysterious power. And all the plants were suppressed, and fell to the ground. Hello? I am Lillian, the witch of the Pamir underground palace. Lillian carefully walked in front of the human-faced slug, just outside the power range of the fat man. Although it was still far away, she smelled a foul smell. My God! How long have you not taken a shower? It stinks. Lillian quickly pinched her smooth nose, released a bubble protection, covered her head, and entered the witch's combat state. In the witch's combat state, her personality changed drastically. The blush on her face disappeared, and was replaced by extreme rationality and arrogance. The fat man said nothing, nor did he make any movement. His tiny eyes did not even open. However, even though the fat man did not move at all, the human-faced slug seemed to have received an order and roared. Moo! Several pustules burst, and several fat men who looked like chunks of meat fell off. These monsters were slightly different from the cannon fodder mutants that the pioneer human-faced slug had dropped before. Each fat man was wearing a piece of heavy armor that looked very small. The greasy fat squeezed out from the seams of the armor, making the entire set of heavy armor tight. From the tattered heavy armor they were wearing, different symbols and patterns could be vaguely seen on the armor, some of which Lillian had seen before. Preliminary judgment showed that these mutant humans did not come from one place, but from the countries that had been invaded and destroyed. These mutated fat soldiers made an unclear sound of in their throats, as if their throats were blocked by fat, and attacked Lillian. Seeing these fat soldiers running and rolling towards her, Lillian raised her hand. A tiny fireball formed at her fingertips, and shot towards the first fat man in the lead. Although the fireball was very small, it had strong penetrating power, and instantly penetrated the fat man's heavy armor, and shot into his body. The fat man ran 2 steps, and exploded like a grenade. The highly flammable grease was scattered all over the ground, forming a wall of fire in an instant. Countless iron needles and armor fragments flew out with the explosion, but they were all blocked by the earth wall that suddenly rose in front of Lillian. Although the earth wall blocked the burning grease and debris from the monster explosion, the smell of rancid grease filled the air after the monsters exploded. Lillian, who was in the bubble protection, frowned again. She felt that the stench was actually corroding her body. So Lillian used the bubble protection again, wrapping herself in a dreamy big bubble. Lillian knew very well that her little fireball did not have this kind of explosion function. It was just an armor-piercing bullet. The explosion should be caused by the strange grease in the monsters. Looking at the oil barrel fat boys rushing towards her, Lillian tapped the ground with her toes, and the extremely elastic bubble floated up, leaving the oil barrel fat boys rushing in front of Lillian empty-handed. Lillian waved her hand, and countless light flower wheels condensed around her like a kaleidoscope, flying towards the fat boys at a high speed, dismembering them instantly. These light flower wheels cut into the gaps in the armor that were stretched open by the fat, without even a spark, and cut the limbs and heads of the fat boys cleanly. After the light wheel cut through the fat boy, it did not stop, but cut straight to the fat man, who was like a mountain of flesh. However, the light wheel that should have easily cut through the bones could not break through the skin of the mountain of flesh. Lillian also frowned. This defense is really thick. The fat boys on the ground who were directly hit had green, disgusting grease and internal organs emerging from the cross-section, flowing all over the ground, mixed with countless rusty nails. These vicious greases immediately began to burn violently after contacting the air, and instantly turned the ground into a sea of fire. However, as the restraining body, the oil barrel, was cut open, the highly flammable oil lost its explosiveness, and would only burn violently. Therefore, it did not cause any harm to Lillian, who was floating in the sky. It was just that the thick smoke blocked her sight. Lillian did not intend to give the human-faced slugs another chance to attack. If the entire ground was covered in fire, she would be in a difficult situation. Therefore, Lillian planned to attack the 2 human-faced slugs directly. Light flame conversion flower wheel. A huge halo formed instantly, and it cut straight towards the 2 human-faced slugs. When it approached the slugs, it turned into flames, covering the 2 slugs and the fat man. The screams of the 2 human-faced slugs came from the flames. Soon, The sticky skin of the two human-faced slugs was burned black. However, the two did not die. Their bodies began to secrete a kind of mucus continuously, trying to extinguish the flames. Fire resistance? It's quite powerful. Then I will use the blizzard and meteorite falling from the sky. Lillian narrowed her eyes, and was about to launch the 4 attribute mixed magic. But I don't know if it was Lillian's own illusion, the air around her seemed a little different. An invisible force spread out with the fat man in the flames as the center, and instantly enveloped Lillian. Boom! Instantly, Lillian was suppressed by this force, and almost fell to the ground, and the dry grass around her, that had not been ignited, was instantly suppressed, and fell to the ground. The two human-faced slugs that had just extinguished their flames were instantly crushed to the ground by this force, groaning non-stop, their internal organs tearing apart. Ha ha ha! I knew it! You really can do strange magic. Lillian became happy. One of the 2 magic attributes that humans have not recorded is this gravity magic. The flames around, under the suppression of supergravity, actually began to become slender, and the flame shot straight into the sky. Lillian's magic flames gradually extinguished, revealing the fat figure behind him that looked like a small mountain, and his pair of small eyes were fully opened. Ugh! Who disturbed my sleep? The fat man's voice came from under his fat. It sounded extremely hoarse, like he was rubbing paper with sandpaper, and his sentences were incoherent, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. There was also a magic circle under Lillian's feet, and dots of fluorescent light were rising, as if they were fighting against the fat man's gravity magic. Ha ha! I didn't expect that there was pressure magic in the world. The fat man's body finally leaned forward a little, and his body, which had not moved for hundreds of years, made a sound of being overwhelmed. Interesting girl. Then let me see how much you can bear. 50 of me. Instantly, the huge gravity pressed down again. The 2 slugs lying in front of the fat man and helping him pull the cart seemed to be stink bugs stepped on by a pair of huge shoes. They exploded instantly and sprayed green juice. The ground within a radius of 30 to 40 meters was pressed down by 1 meter. Lillian was also pressed down by this gravity and knelt on one knee. The magic circle under her feet became brighter and brighter. She could clearly feel that even breathing became extremely difficult. But she still insisted on standing up straight. Great! Great! The fat man sitting opposite her, who was too lazy to move, was about to applaud her. Then 100 of me. Boom! The ground collapsed again. Lillian was finally overwhelmed by the strong gravity, and sat on the ground. 50 of me? 100 of me. What kind of name is this? At this time, Lillian, who was sitting on the ground, was still in the mood to complain. Stubborn little guy. Oh. Look at my strongest attack. 250. The fat man saw that Lillian was still in the mood to complain about him, and immediately got angry and added 150 more. Burp. This time Lillian instantly lay flat on the ground. Ha ha ha. Little guy, you are just like that. Finally I can have a good sleep. The fat man saw that Lillian was finally overwhelmed, and laughed like a pig being slaughtered. Is this the strongest 250? It feels so. Lily Oscar-winning actor and got up from the ground, and patted her soiled skirt. This is impossible. The fat man, who was still laughing, felt as if his neck was being strangled. His eyes widened. But he was still small. He patted Lillian and said, Well, I actually want to tell you that this kind of magic is gravity magic, not pressure magic. You are wrong. And although your large-scale use of gravity magic looks powerful, its lethality is very average. And it is very easy to crack. You just need to use a gravity magic circle in the opposite direction to offset the gravity. As Lillian spoke, she gently tapped the magic circle on the ground, and her body flew up gently. As for how to increase the lethality, narrow range gravity interference minus 1000 G. Lillian smiled mysteriously, made a pistol shape with her hand, and gently pointed at the fat man. In an instant, a round, penetrating hole appeared on the fat man's shoulder, and fat and blood were flowing out. The fat man himself was also shocked to see the small hole that suddenly appeared on his shoulder. His skin was extremely tough, almost like dragon skin. It was difficult for ordinary attacks to break through his defense. Otherwise, he would not dare to sleep openly on the battlefield. Lillian raised her hand, like a pistol, and blew away the non-existent green smoke. This is called the smaller the contact surface, the greater the pressure. I declare that you have failed the test. Goodbye. Lillian smiled lightly, and quickly pointed a few times in the air again. The fat man opposite seemed to be hit by a machine gun. And countless blood splashed. All. The fat man who was beaten into a sieve fell to the ground with a bang, falling from his special sedan chair to the ground. And the heavy pressure field completely disappeared. Chapter 178. Open your mouth. Heat. Lillian also breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Although she acted very relaxed, this ability to precisely control gravity, and the anti-gravity array actually consumes a lot of magic. The fat man who fell to the ground was not dead yet. And he yelled at Lillian. This kind of gravity magic consumes a lot of magic. Your magic should have run out by now. But it didn't kill me, so you will die. I have also learned your moves. Just reduce the range. As the fat man spoke, he tried to reduce the range of the gravity magic. Lillian smiled slightly. In the roar of the fat man, she took out a large bottle of blue drink from her waist, and raised her head to drink. Tun tun tun. Herp. He burped after drinking. The blueberry-flavored magic potion is so delicious. Instantly, the magic power in his body was full. The blue arcane eyes emitted a fascinating blue light. The fat man on the opposite side was stunned. This is impossible. You burned your vitality? No, this is a special product of the blueberry-flavored magic blue bottle. One bottle guarantees that your magic power will last longer. Well, actually, the small range is not the strongest gravity magic. The strongest gravity magic is spherical. I and Momo developed it together. It consumes a lot of magic power. I give you one to play with. Lillian squinted her eyes, pointed at the fat man casually, and immediately ran away after she finished. She didn't want to be hit by this magic that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. The fat man then realized that, at some point, a small black ball the size of a fingernail appeared on his chest. This tiny black ball brought him an extremely huge sense of crisis. He wanted to retreat in panic, but his limbs that had not moved for a long time could not support his fat body. He only had time to shout no. The powerful attraction burst out from the middle of the small black ball, and instantly pulled the super fat man into a noodle, sucked it in, and then exploded, forming a blood rain all over the sky. In the gray fog, heat, strange laughter has been surrounding the two sisters Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian. The gray fog here is getting thicker, and the visual distance is particularly reduced. Little Flower Bud and Little Othershore stood hand in hand in the gray fog and dead forest, watching their surroundings vigilantly. The little monster whose entire face was a mouth was extremely agile, and could still jump up and down between the dead trees in the gray fog that severely blocked their vision. Humph! Little monkey, if you have the guts, don't run. Whip the thorns. Little Flower Bud snorted coldly, and countless vines grew out quickly, and whipped at the little monster, but it dodged them at an extremely fast speed, and disappeared again in the gray fog. Still want to run? The little flower bud stomped its feet lightly, and a large patch of moss spread out, climbing up the nearby dead trees and the ground. This is the little flower bud's all-around pressure sensor. As long as the little monster falls to the ground, the little flower bud will definitely sense it immediately. I got you! The moment the little flower bud sensed the monster's landing point, a thick and tough vine immediately pulled over. Crack! But there was only a sound of golden swords clashing in the gray fog, and the thick and tough vine broke immediately. Chuck! 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 The strange laughter came again, and the little flower bud frowned slightly. What's wrong, sister? Little Bian asked, while being alert to the gray fog around him. I feel that my moss has disappeared. Be careful. The monster is near us, but I can't lock its position. Little Flower Bud said to Little Bian hesitantly. In her perception, her spread moss is like a piece of white paper. If something steps on the moss, red dots will appear on the long white paper. But now, her white paper is like someone has randomly drawn countless lines with a black pen, which has broken the whole white paper into pieces. Ah! As soon as the little flower bud finished speaking, a small monster rushed out of the gray fog and bit toward Xiao Bian like a bullet. Xiao Bian narrowed her eyes, and a plant wall, made of tough black vines, immediately appeared in front of her. But unexpectedly, this tough black vine plant wall was simply vulnerable in front of the little monster's teeth like files, as if it was made of paper, and was instantly pierced by the little monster. Little Bian wanted to summon black vines to resist again, but it was too late. She could even see the metallic fangs in the monster's bloody mouth, like a shark, biting straight at her head. Be careful, Little Flower Bud shouted, and immediately pushed with her hand, causing Little Bian to stagger and avoid the monster's fatal blow. But green blood bloomed on her shoulder. Sister. Little Bian immediately looked at Little Flower Bud's shoulder, where a quarter-circular wound had appeared, and the cross-section of the wound was unusually neat. I'm fine, I was just bitten. Little Flower Bud waved his hand, and a huge leaf immediately covered the bleeding wound. The teeth in this guy's mouth are so sharp that they can easily bite off our vines. Humph. Little Bian was a little angry, protecting Little Flower Bud behind him, and the aura of death spread from Little Bian's feet, and the bright red flowers of the other shore began to sprout and bloom. In an instant, Xiao Bian's death aura covered a distance of nearly 10 meters. Eat, eat, eat. Delicious. The weird laughter of the little monster appeared around Xiao Bian again. The bloody mouth of the little monster's head opened and closed quickly, and it flew through Xiao Bian's death aura field. Xiao Bian also frowned. He is a little special. He seems to be able to eat my magic power, death aura, bacteria, have no effect on this little monster. Yes, my moss just disappeared like this. The Little Flower Bud took a sip of the red bottle, bandaged the wound on her arm with leaves, and looked around again with vigilance. So this time I'm going to give it a big one. The Little Flower Bud took a deep breath, stomped her feet hard. Countless thick vines, plants, broke the ground and grew out from under her feet, and in an instant, a towering tree grew up with her as the center. A piece of land of life grew up under the gray fog. Eat, eat, eat. The monster felt extremely happy, and immediately pounced on it, biting greedily at the tree, and immediately turned into a parasite, and began to dig holes in the giant tree. The little bug has taken the bait. The Little Flower Bud, who had consumed a lot of magic power, twisted open the blue bottle and drank a sip, and was about to control the giant tree to crush the monster to death. But the little monster seemed to be very alert, and did not go deep into the giant tree at all, but nibbled along the edge of the giant tree, eating away at the giant tree bit by bit. Damn it, are you so alert? The Little Flower Bud felt that the little monster was just going in and out of the surface of the giant tree, but it was not heading towards the center of the giant tree. This operation that could not get to the point for a long time made the Little Flower Bud a little irritated, and he unconsciously hammered the tree trunk. You just know how to eat. Are you a relative of the little tentacle? Go in a little deeper. The little other side hugged his chest and thought, and continued to observe for a while, and when he heard what the Little Flower Bud said, he immediately understood. I know. The Little Flower Bud beside him was also shocked. What do you know? It's not because it's alert, but because it needs some time to digest the food it eats. You see? Every time it drills into the giant tree for a while, it has to retreat to rest. This shows that its digestion speed is not as fast as its swallowing speed. Little Bian said excitedly. The Little Flower Bud's eyes lit up, and he almost jumped up while holding Little Bian. So it's possible that we will stuff it to death. When the little monster used his hands and feet to get out of the giant tree again, the Little Flower Bud controlled the giant tree and instantly pressed on the little monster. The vines grew out quickly and wrapped around the little monster's body, instantly fixing it in place. The little monster felt that he was fixed, and he was not panicked at all. He lowered his head and wanted to bite the vines that bound him. But the Little Flower Bud did not give him this opportunity at all. A thick vine wrapped with countless gravel rushed into the little monster's mouth like a pacifier. Ha ha! Open your mouth. Eat stones. The Little Flower Bud smiled evilly, and the vines rushed into the little monster's mouth like crazy. The giant tree also began to wither, and rot under the power of the little other shore, and became nutrients for the wildly growing vines of the Little Flower Bud. Sure enough, the little monster, who was very calm at the beginning, began to struggle under such high-intensity feeding, trying to close his mouth, and his limbs kept scratching, trying to break free. But how could Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian let the little monster get what he wanted? Xiao Bian was responsible for making the little monster grow a mouth. The two of them worked together without any fatigue. The little monster panicked. Let me out! Let me out! The voice of Missing came out, which was completely different from when he was giggling, more like a shriveled old man. Why aren't you giggling now? Oh, I'm giggling now, Xiao Huabao laughed and mocked. I will come out to bite your bones to pieces. Devour your flesh and blood. That little monster is still struggling. I can see that the magic power of both of you is rapidly decreasing. When your magic power is exhausted, I will eat you up sooner or later. Let me out now, I will spare your lives. Woo! The Little Flower Bud pondered for a moment and said, You are right, then let's see who will exhaust our magic power first. After that, he smiled at Xiao Bian, took out 2 bottles of blue magic bottles, and clinked them together. Cheers! The little monster was dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that the magic power of the two people was rapidly recovering. No! More and more vines and gravel poured into its throat. Its young body began to swell, as if it was inflating a balloon. Its limbs became shorter and shorter. Finally, it could not hold on any longer and burst open. Plants poured out of its swollen body, breaking its swollen body into pieces. Huh? I finally killed it. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian wiped their sweat together. This monster was still very tricky for them. Under the ground where Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian could not see, a huge worm was moving, rushing straight towards their endless forest maze. Chapter 179 Black Slime. Under the battlefield, in the endless forest maze, a huge burrowing worm drilled a big hole in the cave wall, and broke into it, and fell directly from the cave wall dozens of meters high, and fell into the artificial lake of the forest maze, and splashed a lot of water. The residents of Mir City who took refuge here were shocked, and the expedition team immediately stepped forward to form an attack formation, and the patrol team began to organize the evacuation of the people who came here to take refuge. Ouch! The huge burrowing worm rushed out of the water, and attacked the expedition team's defense line. Fire! The expedition team also opened fire immediately. The bullets hit the thick and rough skin of the burrowing worm, with no effect at all. Waterspout! At the critical moment, a crisp voice sounded from behind the expedition team. The water in the artificial lake seemed to have life, condensed into several tornado-like big hands, grasped the burrowing worm, and dragged them back into the water again, with countless bubbles emerging, and the lake water began to rotate rapidly, immediately forming a huge vortex. After a while the vortex stopped, and a burrowing worm with its belly turned up floated up. Okay, hurry up and push the fortress cannon over here. Your small guns are no different from tickling this monster. Hurry up, there must be more monsters behind. Shagar also arrived at the scene, and gave the expeditionary forces a clear and concise order, then squinted his eyes, and observed the 3 dark holes on the maze wall. He commanded the expeditionary forces to push the fortress cannon to the position, and aimed at the 3 dark holes. Sure enough, a sound came out from the 3 or 4 dark pits after a while. Fortress artillery ready. Shagar ordered immediately. The sound in the passage became louder and louder, and even the forest maze could feel the vibration, as if there were thousands of troops. A few seconds later, a fat worm with countless legs squeezed out of the hole. Fire! Boom! 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 Several fortress artillery shots fired at the same time, directly smashing the fat worm's head, and it exploded. Black sticky blood mixed with worm flesh and blood scattered all over the ground. The vibration stopped, and the black hole was also blocked by the remains of the strange worm. It's over. Shagar muttered to herself in some doubt. She didn't believe that the enemy had only this little ability. No, I can feel that those black things are alive. On the other hand, Polly's expression was serious now. The black mucus scattered on the ground actually began to wriggle, gathered together, and turned into several humanoid creatures covered with black mucus. As soon as these monsters took shape, they roared in unison. Ah! Who hit me just now? Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Attack! Destroy them! These black humanoid creatures immediately rushed toward Shagar and his men, and all the plants withered and died wherever they passed. Shagar narrowed his eyes and ordered, revolver rifle. Fire! The bullets fell on these monsters like raindrops, splattering countless black mucus, but these black monsters still rushed forward, and they couldn't even slow down their pace. Shagar frowned. Fortress cannon. Fire! Boom! Several more rounds rang out at once. The huge shells, with extremely high kinetic energy, shot towards the black monsters, instantly piercing through more than a dozen black monsters, tearing them apart, and hitting the wall behind them, shaking off countless dust. However, the footsteps of these black monsters did not stop, and they still rushed towards the defense line. After the black monsters were blown up, they turned into a group of smaller black monsters. The fortress cannon could not kill them at all. Shagar frowned. What the hell is this? Can't kill? Change to magic burning warhead. The magic burning warhead is a new warhead developed by Lillian. The warhead is a magic steel disc engraved with flame magic. When squeezed, it will crush the potion chamber filled with magic potion, and react with magic steel, and instantly release several high-intensity flame magics to form a large area of combustion. Using the same principle, several magic high-explosive bombs were also made. No. It's too late. These monsters are coming. Polly narrowed her eyes. waved her hand, summoned a huge wave from the artificial lake next to her, and rushed towards these monsters. The huge wave hit these black monsters, scattered all the black monsters made of mucus, and rushed hundreds of meters away, with these black monsters dissolved in water. Polly also frowned, because she felt that the huge wave was no longer under her control. Sure enough, after the huge wave subsided, the black mucus monsters stood up again, and there were more of them. Ah! The magic water is really a great tonic. Ha ha ha! These black slime monsters actually laughed arrogantly. Why don't you take a break? Your magic will hit more enemies. Shagar covered his face. Okay, I will control the water magic to evacuate the poor. Polly also felt that she was doing more harm than good, and ran to help evacuate the poor with her face covered. Fortress cannon. Fire! After Polly left, Shagar immediately ordered to fire again. Just now, Polly mainly helped them by time to change the ammunition. The incendiary bomb was fired instantly, with a whistling sound. It hit the location of the group of black slime monsters. Boom! With a sound, the monsters where the black slime was located turned into a sea of fire, and instantly burned up. Ah! The screams of the monsters were heard far away. These monsters actually began to harden slowly in the flames, and painfully turned into human-shaped sculptures. Huh, it finally worked. Just when Shagar breathed a sigh of relief. Ah! So cool! Ah, flames! So many flames! The group of black monsters that had been burned into sculptures actually started moving again. Thank you for helping me increase my resistance to fire. After the burned monsters hardened for a short time, their bodies began to shine with oil, and the flame slowly died out. After a while, they left the sea of fire and charged towards the defense line again. TSK. Shagar knew it wasn't that simple. Everyone. Free shooting. The bullets hit these black, oily monsters, but there was no reaction at all. Shagar. The residents have retreated to other mazes. Quick! Let's retreat into the maze passage and fight guerrilla warfare with them. Momo trotted towards Shagar and shouted. Okay. Everyone retreat. Shagar's eyes lit up, and he immediately led the remaining expedition members to run towards the underground palace passage. Humph! You want to run? It's not that easy. The black monster roared, and with a wave of his hand, he threw out several balls of black mucus and threw them over, and landed on the expedition members. The mucus quickly penetrated into the bodies of the expedition members. The eyes of the expedition members, who were attacked, immediately turned red. They roared, and raised their guns to launch indiscriminate attacks on the members around them. The evacuation formation was immediately broken up. Damn it! What is this? Shagar couldn't leave these expedition members alone, and immediately commanded. Knock them out. I cover you. You guys go. Shagar turned his gun and rushed towards the black monster. Frenzy! Shagar shouted. His pale skin immediately turned pink, and he chopped the first black monster with his halberd, instantly splitting the black monster in half. Ha ha! It's useless. Physical attacks are ineffective against me. The monster with only half of his body left said with a strange smile. You're just an eyesore. You're blocking me from hitting my target. Shagar raised his mouth, took out his revolver, raised his hand, and shot at the wooden box containing flame bombs and high explosive bombs. Boom! The violent explosion instantly blew all the black people in the center of the explosion to pieces. Shagar was blown away by the impact of the explosion, and his whole body was covered with black mucus. An uncontrollable anger surged into Shagar's consciousness, and his pink frenzied skin also showed a sickly blush. Ah! You actually blew us to pieces. I'm going to kill you! Suddenly, the black monster's voice paused, and he smiled evilly. Your body seems to be very good. Then I will occupy your body and kill all your people. Angry? Powerless? Desperate? Ha ha! Shagar tried to restrain herself and fight against the black slime monster that penetrated into her body, but the black slime that was blown up around gathered again and merged into her body. Shagar. Are you okay? Momo heard the explosion and immediately shook off the hand of the expedition team member, who was holding her, and ran towards Shagar. Momo! Don't. Come. Over. I can't control myself anymore. Shagar's eyes had turned red, scare Momo. Hey, human cub, let's start with her. Ha ha. As the last black mucus seeped in, Shagar's face suddenly changed, looked at Momo with an evil smile, raised his halberd and chopped towards Momo. Momo was frightened by Shagger's sudden change of expression, and sat down on the ground. The halberd drew a perfect arc, but stopped in front of Momo. Run! Shaggar struggled again, and stopped his halberd in front of Momo. The collision of the two consciousnesses caused his muscles to tear instantly, and a large amount of blood flowed down the torn skin, and Shaggar was instantly dyed into a bloody man. Waterspout. When Polly arrived, she saw Shaggar trying to kill Momo with a halberd, so Polly directly sent Shaggar flying with a waterspout. Momo! Are you okay? Polly quickly pulled Momo up from the ground and protected her behind her. I'm fine. Sister Shaggar is possessed by that monster, Momo said to Polly with tears in her eyes, trembling all over. Yes. And you? Mermaid! You were the one who splashed water on me just now. Shaggar got up, swung the halberd in his hand again, and rushed towards Polly. Chapter 180 New Spider Silk. Be careful. Polly hugged Momo, and dodged Shaggar's halberd with a jump with her wide fish tail. The frenzied Shaggar chopped the ground with his halberd, and the huge force was added to the blood demon tungsten halberd, and the ground instantly cracked, directly splitting a deep crack in the ground. You are still trying to stop me, Shaggar roared, and chopped the ground crazily. Humph. I'm not dead yet. You can't hurt them as long as I'm here. Shaggar briefly regained the initiative, and threw the halberd far away with all his strength, nailing it to the top of the forest maze. Huh? Do you think that if you lose your weapon, I can't kill them? Your body itself is a weapon. Shaggar regained control again, smiled evilly, raised his fist, and smashed it towards Perry. Go to hell. Perry also saw Shaggar's struggle, so she raised a water shield and did not attack Shaggar. Boom! Shaggar's fist hit the water shield with great force, shattering the water shield instantly and hitting Polly hard. Polly was hit hard by the solid punch and flew backwards, hit the wall, and fell into a coma. Ha ha. This time, she's dead. Shaggar laughed triumphantly, clenched his fist again, and sentenced Polly to death. No! Wake up, Sister Shaggar. At the critical moment, Momo stood in front of Pearly, closed her eyes nervously, and said loudly, the imagined pain did not come. Shaggar's fist trembled and stopped in front of Momo's little face. The sharp wind of the fist made Momo's little face hurt, but she was very happy because Shaggar heard her voice. Ah! Why don't you disappear? Shaggar went crazy and kept punching Momo, but every punch changed its trajectory in the middle and hit the wall behind him, making the hard wall full of cracks. The fist was unrecognizable, revealing the bones inside. Momo burst into tears. She knew that Shaggar was protecting her. She closed her eyes and began to pray to the goddess Una, asking her to come, asking her to help her drive away the demon in Shaggar's body, and asking her to give her the power to protect her family. The angel's vision appeared behind Momo again, and the beautiful goddess hugged Momo again. Momo's pair of black starry sky wings also broke through her clothes and fully unfolded from her back. The two angels, one big and one small, looked like a mother and daughter. The scene was peaceful and warm. Gradually, a soft ball of light appeared in Momo's hand, and it slowly became brighter and brighter. Impossible. Angel? Why do angels still exist? Who are you? Shaggar was stunned by the angels in front of him, as if he was frozen and couldn't move. Starry sky magic stars shine. The ball of light on Momo's chest began to burst out with dazzling light, as if everything would be covered by light. Ah! Shaggar burst into an unprecedented scream, as if he had suffered fatal injuries, and escaped from Shaggar's shadow, trying to escape from this bright place, but was instantly enveloped by the light, and turned to ashes. In the shadow of a corner far away where the light could not find it, a black soul floated out, and he looked in horror at the direction of Momo, and immediately fled to the cave where the worm had drilled out. Above the ground, several naked people crawled out around Xiaobai, both men and women, and the most special one was the leader. Xiaobai couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman, because he had the characteristics of both genders. Are you the white spider that invaded the underground palace last time? No, last time you didn't have a human upper body. God, your upper body is so beautiful. The leader circled around Xiaobai in a somewhat provocative manner, and said in an extremely neutral voice. Xiaobai stepped back a little, and asked softly, Who are you? Hearing Xiaobai's question, the man laughed at the same time. I am Hades' new incarnation of desire. Speaking of which, we should thank you. If you hadn't killed our senior sister, we might still be lingering in the teacher's collection room. Otherwise, We don't have to fight anymore. Let's have fun together. The man tried to lift Xiaobai's chin while speaking. But Xiaobai took a step back quickly and avoided the man's hand. The man was not angry, smiled slightly. Don't be so nervous, you must not have tasted such sweet fruit. My technique is very good, if you don't believe me. Asked this little sister. He then lifted the chin of a little beauty behind him and kissed her lips gently. Several people pressed together on the spot. The little beauty whose chin was lifted also laughed happily. Really, Miss Spider, it's really comfortable. Are you sure you don't want to try it together? After saying that, he also threw a wink at Xiaobai. Xiaobai looked at the group of people who started to play and fight on the spot and shook his head. Alas, although it's useless to say anything now, but I still want to tell you that greed for pleasure will make you lose yourself, and you won't know how you died in the end. Ha ha ha. Don't talk so much nonsense, come together quickly. The androgynous voice invited Xiaobai again. Xiaobai looked at the group of people entangled together and squinted his eyes. I think I should stand a little further away, your way of eating is really special. Hearing this, the people who were originally stuck together stopped their movements instantly. Did you see it? The androgynous voice also turned cold. The people just stared at Xiaobai, their bodies tightly pressed together. At this time, the places where they were stuck together had melted and stuck together forever, forming a monster with several limbs. The men and women who were fused together actually screamed, and various scars and ulcers appeared on their bodies. The whole mass of flesh and blood monster actually began to swell, turning into a huge piece of meat made up of different limbs. What a pity, you are so beautiful. I haven't even done it with spiders yet. The androgynous monster was at the center of the flesh and blood monster, and said with some regret, then we can only start a war. Lusty meat. Attack. Roar. The group of limbs that were fused together roared, moving together, and quickly crawling towards Xiaobai, and roaring non-stop. Come on. Have fun. Come and be with us. Several heads stuck together, now also became extremely ferocious. All eyes were fixed on Xiaobai. Xiaobai tilted his head, snapped his fingers. Several white silk threads tied up this mass of limbs. Special reinforced spider silk was deeply tied into the flesh. But these monsters did not feel pain, instead. They made strange and comfortable sounds. Xiaobai frowned slightly. She could feel that her spider silk seemed to be eroded by something, and was dissolving, sure enough. After a while, the spider silk that bound the lump of desire was eroded and broken. Ha ha. Your spider silk has no effect. Last time you killed my senior sister, I especially studied the spider silk you left behind. Now you can't use this special spider silk to kill us again. The androgynous monster laughed strangely, as if he had already eaten Xiaobai, controlling the giant claws composed of the lustful meat, grabbing Xiaobai. Xiaobai just slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and his 8 slender and beautiful spider legs jumped a few times, successfully avoiding the lustful meat, and clinging to the spider silk in the air, as if standing in the air. Really? So confident that you have eaten all my spider silk? After saying that, Xiaobai waved his hand again, and several blue fluorescent spider silks immediately appeared in the air. The slender spider legs hooked the spider silks, and launched itself out like a slingshot, and quickly cut towards the lump of desire. Xiaobai and the lump of desire flashed by, but the winner was decided. The lump of desire's flesh and blood and broken limbs flew all over in an instant, but Xiaobai was not hurt at all. Impossible. What kind of spider silk is this? I can obviously use my magic to erode your spider silk. Why didn't it work? The monster quickly stepped back, looking at Xiaobai standing behind him in disbelief. What's impossible? This is not ordinary spider silk. This is spider silk made entirely of magic. Oh, I forgot to name it. Let's call it arcane spider silk. Xiaobai turned the blue spider silk wrapped around his hand, smiled slightly. Don't retreat, watch this, catch with spider web. The blue spider silk instantly formed a huge web in the sky, covering the entire lustful meat. Xiaobai clenched his fist, and the arcane spider web closed instantly, cutting the monster into pieces of different sizes without even having time to make a sound, and the smelly blood flowed all over the ground. Half of the head rolled down from the pieces of meat, which happened to be the head of the androgynous monster, and now he only had one eye and half a mouth left. No. You can't kill me. Even if you cut me into small pieces, I can gather them together again, and combine them into new flesh and blood. The monster that was about to die actually had a trump card. Xiaobai glanced at the monster that had been broken into pieces. You can try to see if you can stick your rotten flesh together again. My arcane spider silk is made entirely of magic power, and mixed with my powerful venom. The wounds cut will be continuously damaged by the toxin and magic power, and they can't be healed at all. Just wait to be used as fertilizer for the flowers. The little flower buds, and the little other shore will definitely like it very much. No! Impossible. The monster finally panicked, and tried to heal his limbs again, but found that there was no way to glue his body together again. Xiaobai's eyes turned to the battlefield again. The center of the battlefield was Fangjie, who was being chased by Uskura. Xiaobai smiled slightly. Fangjie, do you need help? I see you seem to be struggling. It's not struggling. I'm almost being beaten to death by others. Okay. Come and help me. Help. Xiaobai? As he spoke, Fangjie, who was in tatters, was once again found an opportunity by Uskura, kicked away, and fell to the ground. Chapter 181 Dark Flow Dance vs Killing Dance. A few minutes ago, Fangjie ordered Polymomo and Shagar to defend the endless forest labyrinth, while he stayed behind to fight with Uskura. But this time Uskura was much stronger than before. He was covered by the blood demon, and his defense was greatly improved. Fangjie's rocket punch was blocked by his hands, making a crisp sound of metal collision. Uskura flew backwards again, and the metal on his arm seemed to be marked by Fangjie's punch, which made Uskura frown. Still using the original metal? Hasn't it been slightly upgraded? Fangjie smiled slightly, and the high temperature rays in his palm were stimulated again. I have already upgraded to 2.0. The high temperature resistance and hardness have been greatly improved. The 3000-degree high temperature rays flew towards Uskura. Uskura narrowed his eyes, and immediately dodged with a backflip, and the high temperature rays hit the stone on the ground directly, and instantly melted part of the stone. TSK, the speed has increased again. Fangjie curled his lips, and brewed another high temperature ray, preparing to melt Uskura into molten steel. Black Coma Fang's Metal Coma Dogs. Uskura immediately distanced himself from Fangjie, and waved his hand at Fangjie. A huge black hound immediately jumped out of the gray fog, covered in a skeletal armor made of blood demon steel, and rushed towards Fangjie, and bit Fangjie's arm with its mouth. The Coma Dogs with a metallic luster could not bite through Fangjie's blood demon tungsten arm at all, and the collision of the two metals only produced countless sparks. However, due to the Kamenu's bite, Fangjie's second high-temperature ray missed again. Damn dog! Although the Kamenu's bite could not break through Fangjie's defense, it would affect Fangjie's aim at Uskura, so Fangjie grabbed the Kamenu's metal head with his other hand, and the high-temperature ray was launched again, and it melted through the Kamenu's metal skull in less than 2 seconds, and orange flame spurted out of the Kamenu's eyes and mouth. Fangjie threw the Kamenu, which was still biting him even after death, to the ground, and looked at Uskura again. Uskura had distanced himself from Fangjie, and pulled out a long thin sword from his back, muttering something, and continuously casting blessing magic on himself. Black Flame Blade. Dark Blessing. 6 Guardians. The black aura once again surrounded Uskura's body, and the black flame began to flow on the thin blade in Uskura's hand. Fuck. You're cheating? Fangjie, who had dealt with the Iron Kamenu, saw that Uskura had already stacked several buffs for himself, and quickly attacked Uskura. Uskura stacked the last buff, looking at Fangjie, who was rushing over, lightly tapped the ground with his feet, swung the long sword with the black flame buff, and slashed at Fangjie. The two flashed by, and Fangjie's shoulder suddenly ignited with black flames, frightened Fangjie. He hurriedly put it out. After Fangjie put out the black flame on his shoulder, a deep cut that could see the bone was exposed below, and a few wisps of black flames occasionally spewed out from the wound. There was no way to use shaping to recover. The high-temperature ray from Fangjie hit Uskula's chest, and now it was charred. However, Uskula didn't care. The black magic surrounding him successfully blocked most of Fangjie's high-temperature rays, so the damage was actually very low. Uskula wiped off the black stain with his hand, raised his mouth to Fangjie, and moved his hand holding the long sword. And the long sword split into two. He made a double sword starting posture and rushed towards Fangjie again. Shit! This buff is so powerful! Fangjie was shocked. His strongest skill now is this high-temperature ray, but he was told that it was useless. What's the point of fighting? Let's run away. So Fangjie led Uskura around the battlefield. Uskura was also very tenacious. He chased Fangjie like a dogskin plaster and refused to let go. Fangjie was in a mess. Then the scene Xiaobai saw happened. Xiaobai smiled slightly, watching Uskura rushing towards Fangjie, who was still lying on the ground again, and gently waved his hand. A beautiful blue silk thread slashed towards Uskra. Uskra narrowed his eyes. And the two swords burning with black flames chopped at the silk thread. Dang! After a crisp sound, the two swords burning with black flames instantly broke into 4 pieces. Uskra opened his eyes, and immediately did several backflips to avoid the sharp blue silk thread. Xiaobai also found an opportunity to pull Fangjie up, and directed the blue arcane silk thread to penetrate into the wounds of Fangjie, pulling a lot of black magic, and pulling them out and disappearing into the air. Okay. Fix it quickly. There's a lot of blood demon gold leaking out, Xiaobai said with amusement while looking at the embarrassed Fangjie. Fangjie rolled his eyes at Xiaobai and quickly repaired his body surface. It's obviously this guy who cheated. If he can't beat me, he will transform and add buffs. Okay. You haven't made any progress except that your body has become a little harder. Look at the others. None of them has made more progress than you. Now is not the time to build the underground palace. We don't need to hide under your wings anymore. So just be a mascot. It's time for us to protect you. So let us, the Guardians, take care of the fighting. Xiaobai patted Fangjie's head in a comforting way, as if he was comforting his pet. This action instantly made Fangjie autistic, and left him speechless. Gradually, these little cuties in the underground palace surpassed him, making him feel like the front wave was beaten to death on the beach by the back wave. Xiaobai stood in front of Fangjie with a firm will, protecting him behind him. Uskra, who was on the opposite side, frowned when he saw Xiaobai standing up. He could clearly feel that the spider had become completely different. A sense of crisis lingered in his heart. Uskra looked at the blue silk thread surrounding Xiaobai, and decisively gave up the opportunity to attack, and threw the 2 broken long swords aside. Big dark sky arrogant angel. A black magic circle appeared at Uskra's feet, and the black aura lingered around Uskra, completely wrapping him inside, forming a black spherical cocoon. A terrifying aura burst out from the black cocoon, and even the air became much thinner. The black cocoon split into 6 petals and slowly unfolded, turning into 6 handsome pure black wings. Uskra in the middle gently pursed his lips, his eyes half closed, and a look of contempt emerged. With a light flap of the wings behind him, Uskra soared into the sky, and countless black angel feathers slowly floated down in the sky, and everything he touched was eroded by darkness. But Xiaobai danced calmly. The blue arcane spider silk was woven into several blue silks like rivers in the sky, fluttering with Xiaobai's sleeves. As Xiaobai danced faster, all the black feathers flying in the sky were pulled by the silk, gathered together, and wrapped into a ball. As Xiaobai waved the ribbon, the black feathers that were wrapped into a ball smashed towards Uskra flying in the sky. Uskra's wings were like knives, and with one knife, he cut the black feather ball in half. Watching Xiaobai's movements with disdain, Xiaobai smiled slightly, and opened his cherry lips slightly. Spider web hunting. Countless blue spider silks were pulled into an extremely hard web, and covered Uskra. Dark flowed danced 6 blades. Uskra was not afraid of this web at all, and the 6 black wings behind him slashed quickly, cutting down all the blue webs, turning into dots of starlight, and slashing towards Xiaobai with a black magic tail. Dance of killing silk dance. Xiaobai also waved 10 silks like rivers of heaven and collided with Uskra. Uskra's dark dance opened and closed, with a black tail, and every move of the 6 wings carried unmatched power. Xiaobai's killing dance was completely different, like a stream flowing under a small bridge, smooth and silent, and countless blue silks gradually wrapped around Uskra's 6 extremely hard black wings as if they had life. Sure enough, after the 2 danced for a few minutes, Uskra's 6 hard wings were all entangled in Xiaobai's spider silk. Unable to move at all, Uskra in the middle frowned. He didn't expect that Xiaobai's spider silk would be so difficult to deal with. He was the one who had the upper hand just now. Humph. Uskra snorted coldly, and black magic power emanated from his body, trying to corrode Xiaobai's arcane spider silk. Fangjie saw that Uskra was controlled by Xiaobai, so he stopped drawing circles, patted his butt and got up, and approached Xiaobai and asked, "How is it? Can you strangle him to death? His whole body is made of blood devil steel. Strangulation doesn't seem to be very effective on him. What should we do? You can't just stand there with him forever, right?" Fangjie scratched his head with some regret. "If I had known, I shouldn't have left the melted blood steel there." "Haha, who said I can't do anything?" Xiaobai smiled mysteriously. A magic circle of a fire tornado appeared at Uskra's feet, Instantly, the fire tornado soared into the sky, and completely wrapped Uskura in it. When did you learn human magic with Lillian and the others? Fang Jia's eyes widened. Xiao Bai had never used it before. Xiao Bai rolled his eyes. I don't want to be a poor student like you. Although I'm not as strong as Lillian, I'm still working hard to learn magic from Lillian. Okay, just pretend I didn't ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Jia knew he had asked the wrong person. Xiao Bai was a top student with the title of learner. Aren't you afraid that the flames will burn all your spider silk? No, my spider silk is a pure stack of magic power, and the flames don't have much effect on it. Okay. But it's useless. Now he has dark magic to reduce his damage. There's no way to melt him. Otherwise, I would have melted him into slag. Don't worry about it for now. Come. I give you a glorious task. Help me add some fire to my fire tornado. Xiao Bai smiled and patted Fang Jia's shoulder. Fang Jia half-believingly shot his high-temperature ray into the fire tornado, instantly raising the temperature of the fire tornado to a higher level. After burning for a while, Xiao Bai seemed to be calculating the time and stopped Fang Jia. Do you remember what you said about thermal expansion and contraction? Now is the moment to witness a miracle. The flame tornado changes its attributes to an ice tornado. As soon as Xiao Bai finished speaking, the thick flame tornado instantly turned into an ice tornado. Shoo! A huge amount of steam erupted from the ice tornado. Uskura, who was struggling to erode Xiao Bai's spider silk in the middle, also screamed at the same time. Chapter 182 Black Ball Seal. The ice-attributed blast tornado dissipated, leaving behind a pile of ice debris and a charred black figure half kneeling on the ground in the middle, still groaning. A closer look revealed countless cracks on the black figure, and the uneven temperature caused fatal damage to his metal structure. TSK, amazing, you are a cockroach. You experienced Wolverine's death before, and now you've experienced Dr. Doom's death again, and you're still alive. Fang Jia was ready to step forward and give Uskura the final blow. Then he saw a green soul flying out from the charred remains, and flew rapidly into the air. At this time, Fang Jia discovered that there was a black figure in the air. The green soul of Uskura flew in front of the figure, and knelt on one knee. I'm sorry, teacher, I failed. Forget it, return, I will do it myself, their growth has exceeded my imagination. Yes. Teacher, it is my greatest honor to dedicate everything to you. At this moment, Uskura, who always had an expressionless face, actually smiled, embraced Monsis, and slowly merged into Monsis's body. Wow! Uskura's six-winged angel wings instantly opened behind Monsis. Well, arrogant little Wu, the soul is delicious. Very talented. Monsis slowly landed, licked his lips involuntarily, as if he was savoring some delicious food, squinted his eyes, and still looked like an old fox. Roar! At this moment, the dragon roar of Lostia came from the depths of the gray fog. Wu, it seems that Bishop has also failed. Mensis shook his head. Sure enough, after a while, the soul parasitizing the chest of the nine-headed corpse dragon jumped out of the gray fog and knelt in front of Mensis. Yes, I'm sorry. Teacher. Following Bishop, another embarrassed and weird purple soul jumped out. Scott, I didn't expect that you, who are proficient in soul magic, would also fail? Monsis finally frowned. But that's not all. After a while, Archer, Harris, Blake, Sykes all knelt down in front of Monsis, not even daring to look at Monsis. This made Monsis's face more distorted, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Ha ha ha! None of my 7 sinners can beat the others. You bunch of incompetent trash. Idiots! How long have they been around? 1 year? 2 years? Your 100 years of cultivation are actually not as good as these newborn children? Monsis was extremely angry. The gray smoke seemed to boil up and turned into countless undead souls wailing. The 6 failed souls kneeling in front of him were all trembling, not daring to move or even speak. Since you all failed, it proves that their talents are much higher than you bunch of trash. This makes me look forward to their souls even more. Come on, my 7 sinners, give your all. I want to defeat them myself. Ha ha ha! A gray-black magic storm surrounded Monsis's body, sucking the kneeling soul into his body. No! Teacher, don't! The 6 souls tried to escape in panic, but no matter how they struggled, they could not escape the fate of being swallowed. Greedy Bishop, it tastes good. Jealous Scott, hiss, a little sour. Lazy Archer, a little greasy. Greedy Harris, this one is more fragrant. Angry Black, it tastes a bit spicy. Desire Sykes, This is a good combination of fat and lean. Monses was like a gourmet, while devouring the souls. He also gave comments on the food. As Monses ate each soul, a painful grimace would appear on his face. After 7 souls were swallowed, 7 painful grimaces would appear on Monses' face, making it extremely hideous. The violent momentum soared into the sky, and the gravity field expanded wildly. Even Fangjia felt the incomparable heaviness. The black viscous substance spread out from Monses' clothes, began to erode the earth, swallowing all polluted substances. The tormented souls began to dance around Monses. Ha ha ha! Submit to me. I can accept you as my students. Monses laughed and said to Fangjia. Don't even think about it. Fangjia narrowed his eyes, staring at Monses, resisting the increasing gravity. Ha ha, kneel down. Monses smiled and said nothing more. Just gently pointed at Fangjia. Be careful. Fangjia opened his eyes, and pushed Xiaobai away with all his strength. Instantly, a heavy pressure came from all over his body, as if the blood magic gold in his body became extremely heavy, and could no longer flow freely. Suddenly, a blue magic circle appeared under the feet of Fangjia and Xiaobai, which greatly reduced Fangjia's strength. Huh, I finally caught up. Lilian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you coming so slowly? Fangjia calmed down the blood demon gold in his body and said. It's easy to get lost in the gray fog. If I hadn't met Xiaoyu, I might still be wandering around in there. Lilian said helplessly, as she looked at Xiaoyu, who had emerged from her collar. Uh-huh. I ran too fast to catch up with that purple stinky uncle. But I found Sister Lilian and the others. Sister Xiao Huabao and Sister Xiao Bian were out of magic power. So I asked them to rest outside. I was almost exhausted. Xiaoyu crawled out of Lilian's collar, circled around Fangjia, and lay on Fangjia's head. The question now is how to fight this monster? He devoured the souls of those monsters and gained their abilities. Most of our abilities will be cracked by him. Xiaobai's face was also serious. I have a way to seal him temporarily. But he needs to touch this thing. Lilian said, as she took out a small black ball the size of a marble. This is the product of my research on the seal of the world-destroying monster. It's still a semi-finished product. But it shouldn't be a problem to use it to seal him. Leave it to me. I find a way to throw this seal on him. Plus, I have flame propulsion to accelerate, so it will be easier to escape later. Fangjia took the ball from Lilian's hand. This is very dangerous. This shell is very fragile. It can only be triggered at close range. And the core of the seal magic is gravity magic and another mysterious attribute. After the seal starts, it will suck in all the matter within a radius of 34 meters. So you have to get away from him as soon as possible after throwing it on him. Lilian said to Fangjia solemnly. Okay, I got it. I run faster. Fangjia nodded, turned and walked towards Monses. How's the discussion going? Are you still not going to be my student? Monses, who was standing opposite, raised his feet and sat on a throne made entirely of twisted flesh and blood. Humph, you're really a pervert. Being your student won't end well. Anna knew this at the time, and she was quite merciful not to beat you to death. Fangjia walked slowly to Monses. You know? Monses frowned deeply. That's right. We also know that you are the lover of the goddess of death, a traitor to the gods, and an abandoned child of the new gods. How dare you call yourself a teacher? He started to mock him. You all know? Who told you? Monses' face covered with ghosts became more hideous. I won't tell you. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Fangjia raised his neck arrogantly. Very good. Then you can die. Monses, who was publicly executed, was indeed angered by Fangjia, and rushed towards Fangjia with a demonic wind. Fangjia calculated the timing and threw the black ball at Monses. Although Monses didn't see the lethality of this ball, he still evaded it swiftly. You don't think this little thing can hit me, do you? Fangjia raised his lips. A high-energy beam shot directly at the black ball, smashed the ball to pieces in front of Monses, then immediately turned around, turned the rocket on his back to the maximum, ran out of the ball's influence. The black ball shattered, and the extremely strong attraction instantly enveloped Monses. Fangjia only ran a few dozen meters, still couldn't get rid of the influence of gravity, and was captured by the attraction of the black ball's seal. Damn it! He can't run away. Xiaobai flicked the Olympic spider silk, and wrapped the blue silk thread around Fangjia's body. The 8 spider legs struggled to hold the ground. Lilian and Xiaoyu also joined the tug-of-war at the first time. Ah! No! 10 attribute sealing magic? How do you know this thing? Monses was shocked and flapped his wings vigorously, trying to escape from the scope of the seal. But no matter how hard he flapped his wings, he was inevitably pulled towards the black ball. He was extremely desperate and saw Xiaobai struggling to pull Fangjie. Even if I'm sealed again, I drag you down with me. After saying that, he angrily swung the black blade at Xiaobai. A black blade with a long tail, and quickly slashed at Xiaobai. Fangjie gritted his teeth and spurted out flames in his left hand and moved his body 4 or 5 meters to the right, just blocking the black blade attack and Xiaobai. No! Xiaobai saw Fangjie's action and let out a mournful cry. The black blade slashed heavily on Fangjie's back, blasting him away, and Monses was also swallowed by the black ball, turned into a black sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. Xiaobai immediately rushed to the place where Fangjie fell. He looked very miserable now. A huge wound appeared on his back, which almost cut him in two. Fangjie? Fangjie? Wake up! The most troublesome thing was that this powerful attack penetrated Fangjie's defense and cut directly into the heart of fire in his body. The heart of fire has been damaged. Integrity 88%. Detection and repair methods. Unable to repair. Skills, temperature control. Flame control. The Flame Master is affected and cannot be used normally. Ding. Get a new skill, Core Meltdown. Warning, this skill is a suicide attack and can only be used once. Ahem. I'm fine. Fangjie woke up slowly. He was awakened by the system's prompt. Huh? Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. That damn guy must be sealed. Fangjie sat up with difficulty. Well, it's temporarily sealed in the black ball. Ah. Xiaobai pulled out the black magic power from Fangjie's wound and answered, but a high temperature ray suddenly spurted out of Fangjie's wound, scaring Xiaobai. Are you okay? The situation is special. I can't control the high temperature energy a little bit. It will be fine after a while. Don't worry. Fangjie didn't want Xiaobai to worry about him, so he just brushed it off and started to change the subject. Lillian frowned. She felt that the seal of the black ball seemed to be a little strange. Chapter 183. Go ahead. Little tentacles. Use bite? Lillian frowned, approached the black ball seal, squinted her eyes, and looked at the black ball. Not sure if it was her illusion, she felt that the surface of the black ball seemed to have a bulge. But it didn't seem to appear when she looked at it from a close distance. Lillian shook her head. Maybe it was really her illusion. Because I haven't studied the other mysterious attribute too thoroughly, so this black ball may not last too long. We need to think of a way to kill it. Lillian observed for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was going on. Fangjie, who was repairing his wound, asked, where's the black hole magic you just researched? If I feed him a small ball now, can I kill him? I thought so too. I used black hole magic to devour a fat man before. I think his name was Lazy Occur. But his soul still escaped. Do you think his teacher, Menses, can't escape? It's okay to destroy his body, but you have to destroy his soul as well, otherwise he will always have a chance to revive. Lillian spread her hands, somewhat helpless. Hearing what Lillian said, Fangjie also felt the difficulty. Thinking about it now, the reason why Anna chose to seal him instead of killing him directly was probably because there was no way to kill him directly. How long do you think you can withstand this black ball seal? Fangjie rubbed his head with a headache. Maybe a week. Maybe even shorter. Lillian was also a little unsure. Before Lillian finished speaking, she heard click. A crisp sound came from the seal of the black ball, and the hearts of everyone present were lifted. Everyone looked at the black ball in amazement. There was a bulge on the surface of the black ball, and cracks also appeared on the surface of the black ball. Damn it! Fangjie cursed inwardly. You bunch of ants! I will kill you! I will bind your soul and torture you forever. The cracks on the black ball became more and more, and black magic had already erupted from the cracks like liquid. You even used the 10 attribute seal. But this seal still has flaws. It can't stop me who has been promoted to the Lord of Sin. Ha ha ha. The surface of the black ball was damaged, and Menses' arm and his hideous head stretched out, looking like a clown wearing a fat mascot costume. Lord of Sin? Fangjie finally reacted. Where is the little tentacle? Where did the little tentacle go? Fangjie immediately looked for traces of the little tentacle on the battlefield. For a long time, the skills of the little tentacles were basically the infinite devouring of the world-destroying monsters, and the proliferation of the tentacles, so that Fangjie forgot that the little tentacles also had the skills of the Sin Devourer and the Sin Controller. Fong Jia only saw the little tentacles use this skill once, when interrogating Lillian. She seems to have been hiding in the cracks of the rocks over there since the battle began. Xiao Bai also frowned and pointed to the huge stone next to the entrance of the dungeon. Fong Jia didn't even care about his own injuries, and immediately ran to the crevice. The little tentacle was hiding in this narrow crevice, and the crevice was already sticky. Little tentacle, why are you hiding here? Come out and help. Fong Jia wanted to pull the little tentacle out of the crevice, but he failed after several attempts. No. Puff. This answer was beyond Fong Jia's expectation. All the tentacles of the little tentacle were tightly clinging to the stone wall, and its head was stuck in the crevice. No matter how hard Fong Jia tried, he couldn't pull it out. Why? Fong Jia couldn't pull it out, so he had to ask helplessly. Go out. I can't help it. I can't bite people. The little tentacle had tears in her eyes, and her saliva was dripping down, almost drowning herself. In fact, since the 7 sinners appeared, the little tentacle had smelled their fragrance, which was no less than seeing a group of chicken legs that could move by themselves, barbecue, and hot pot in her eyes. At that time, she wanted to go out for a good meal, but she remembered clearly that Fong Jia had said to her, "Don't bite people in the future. Otherwise, he would not love her anymore." So she shrank herself into this crevice, forcing herself to resist the urge to rush out for a good meal. God knows how she resisted. This was simply the greatest torture for her. Ugh, Fong Jia wanted to slap himself hard. If the little tentacle had taken action at that time, perhaps the great underground palace would not have been in trouble. Looking at the little tentacle trying to suppress its nature and crying in grievance, Fong Jia's heart was about to melt. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's a monster that won't die for hundreds of years. It's not a human. Biting it doesn't count as biting a human. Fong Jia had to comfort her softly. Really? Puff? The little tentacle finally moved a little outside. Really? Really? Bite him, you love me too? Puff? The little tentacle finally jumped out of the crack and covered Fong Jia's face like a little octopus. Love. Of course I love. You are our most beautiful little angel. Fong Jia finally coaxed the little tentacle out. Huh, bite it as you like this time. Bite it however you want. It's best to bite it until there is nothing left. Fong Jia picked up the little tentacle and rushed towards the seal. This time he was ready to use nuclear weapons. The seal of the black ball was already shaky, and most of Monce's body had already moved out of the black ball. Xiao Bai, Lillian, and Xiao Yu had been launching magic attacks on Monces, trying to delay the time for Monces to break through the seal. Okay, everyone, make way. I'm going to use my ultimate move. The nuclear bomb is coming. Go ahead. Little tentacles. Use bite. Fong Jia rolled the little tentacles into a ball and threw the little tentacles over from a distance. Swoosh, bang. The small tentacles drew a beautiful arc in the sky with a long string of crystal clear saliva and hit the bullseye accurately, hitting the hideous head of Monces. Countless tentacles emerged, wrapping Monces inside. Ah! What the hell is this? The young of the world-destroying monster? No, something doesn't look like it. Ah! Monces screamed immediately. MMMM. MMMM. This is great. Puff. Sour jealousy. Puff. Huh? Huh? Spicy anger. Puff. Ah! So good. On the contrary, the small tentacles were simply enjoying the food, not giving Monces any time to activate his skills, and they grew bigger and bigger, until they completely wrapped the black ball inside, forming a small hill of tentacles. The ghost faces on Monces' body also moved restlessly. Some even broke through Monces' body, flew up, trying to escape the feeding range of the small tentacles. But the little tentacle refused to give up. It pouted its little mouth, and the waiting tentacles instantly became translucent, catching the souls that wanted to escape. Don't run. Little dessert. Mine. All mine. Poof. The little guy attacked from both sides, licking the left side, sucking the right side, just like a little girl holding a bunch of lollipops. No! This is not the cub of the world-destroying monster. Get down! Monces howled, pulling the tentacles of the little tentacle hard, trying to tear off her tentacles that were eroding him. But it was all in vain. Even if the tentacles of the little tentacle were torn off, they could regenerate at super speed. Monces screamed, trying to retract himself into the black ball again, to avoid being swallowed by the small tentacle. Ah! Don't run. Mine. A feast. Puff. The tentacles of the small tentacle followed Monsis into the black ball seal. The little guy frowned and used the strengthened tentacles to push, crushing the already broken black ball seal like an eggshell. No! Dark magic. Death magic. Erosion. Monsis, who had nowhere to hide, clenched his teeth, and the two kinds of magic came out of his body, trying to erode the small tentacles like the spider silk of Xiaobai. Black and gray darkness, death magic emerged from Minces's body, washing over the tentacles of the little tentacles. But how could the little tentacles let him do what he wanted? Her skin had a strong magic-eating ability. These dark magic, death magic, did not cause any harm to the little tentacles at all, and were all absorbed by the little tentacles. Woo! Drink? Poochie. As a result, the little tentacles that were eating sins discovered a new world. If there are delicacies, there must be drinks. Woo! Drink. Pudgy. Delicious. Darkness, death magic. Pudgy. Don't move, effect, I drink magic. Damn it! What the hell is this? Why is it all ineffective? Monsis screamed, and immediately stopped his magic erosion. The little tentacle was drinking Monsis's magic, and while eating Monsis's sins, he found that his magic drink was gone. The little tentacle, who was enjoying the food, frowned his cube brows. Drink. Puff. I want it. When the little tentacle saw that Monsis had cut off her drink, she refused to do it. Several tentacles wrapped around Monsis's body and began to extract the magic power in Monsis's body. No! My stored magic power. Let me go! Let me go! Monsis began to struggle with a hideous face. Hee, great lord of sin, how does it feel to be eaten by the sin devourer bit by bit? Fang Jia watched Monsis's constant struggle coldly from the side. The little tentacles happily absorbed Monsis's magic power crazily, while they also complained that his struggle was too big, which affected their drinking. The strengthened tentacles instantly spread to Monsis's whole body and exerted force. Crack. Crack. After a while, the sound of fine fractures came out. The little tentacles broke all of Monsis's bones, preventing him from struggling too much. No. It's impossible. This is not. The young world-destroying monsters are not that strong. What on earth is this? Monsis's struggle became weaker and weaker, as the magic power was absorbed quickly. Monsis's face became older and older. I curse you and curse you to die without a burial place. You have been noticed by them. Ha ha ha. Noticed. You will be like me. Like me. Hearing this, Fang Jia frowned and had to stop the little tentacle that was eating happily. Little tentacle, wait, I have a question for him. Poochie? Although the little tentacle was a little confused, it still stopped swallowing Minces. Even so, Minces had been swallowed up for the most part, and his voice became weak. Tell me the truth. Who are they? Are they the followers of Oros, or the conservative Protoss, who were beaten down? Ha ha ha. You actually know that Oros, that bitch, also knows about our grievances? The extremely weak Minces showed a somewhat surprised expression. I know a lot more. For example, it was because of you, a traitor, that the goddess of death was killed by Oros, and the fact that you were the mistress of the goddess of death. Fang Jia sneered. Asshole. How did you know all this? Monsis struggled with a hideous face, like a skinny evil ghost, trying to attack Fang Jia. Fang Jia gave him a look, and the little tentacles happily bit him again, successfully suppressing him. Be honest. Answer my question. Who are they? Fang Jia yelled at Monsis again. Ha ha ha. That stinky bitch Orlos won't come to save me. Her own injury hasn't healed yet. Otherwise I can't get out. The man in black helped me open the seal, otherwise my power and believers can't be revealed. But I won't tell you who they are. You will die in fear. Just like me. Ha ha ha. Minces laughed arrogantly. Hee hee, do you think I don't know even if you don't tell me? Even if it's not the remaining conservative Protoss. It's Haliska who can fight against Oros. Since Oros can survive, then there is no reason why the strongest Lord of Light in your Protoss can't survive. Fang Jia had a sharp eye and spoke out his guess, although Monsis didn't say anything. From his suddenly widened eyes, Fang Jia might have guessed right. So you can't scare me with these. As long as he appears in front of me, we will definitely have the power to catch him in one fell swoop. Just like you. Old bastard. Fang Jia grabbed Monsis's hair and punched him hard. The tentacles of the small tentacles moved quickly again, covering Monsis, whose jaw was broken, layer by layer. No! Monsis could only let out a weak scream, before being completely swallowed up. The gray fog covering the earth finally dispersed completely, and the light once again enveloped the earth, dispelling the chill of death. I'm done eating. Pudgy. After the little tentacle was finished swallowing, it turned back into the cute little tentacle girl again, rubbing its round belly and jumping 3 meters high with joy. Fong Jia hurriedly caught her. Good time. Pudgy. Hiccup. Giggling. The little tentacle was held in Fong Jia's arms and burped happily for a long time. Fong Jia also shook his head helplessly. As long as you are happy. Xiao Bai on the side did not speak, but Lillian frowned tightly. Don't be nervous. Even if it is really Heliska, he must be very weak. Just think about the fact that Oris, who is stronger than him, has not recovered from his injuries yet, which means he must be half crippled. Otherwise, he would not hide behind these people as a man in black, so our chance of winning is still quite high. Xiao Bai saw Lillian's nervous look and comforted her. Xiao Bai is right. Don't think too much. We just need to be prepared for the battle. Let's count the spoils of this battle first. I am so tired. I hope to get some good equipment. Fong Jia patted Lillian and winked at her. Chapter 184. You are the one to be drawn. Are you sure this is our spoils? Fong Jia asked Xiao Bai, standing in front of him helplessly. That's right. That's all. Xiao Bai spread his hands and said helplessly. No gold or silver treasures. No gems, jewelry, rare equipment or anything like that. Fong Jia asked unwillingly. No. At most some armor and some fragments of Lona, estimated to be from several countries. They may have been swept all the way by monsters. Shit! Don't these necromancers drop equipment? And they call themselves collectors? And they just leave me with corpses all over the floor. Fong Jia was so angry that he really wanted to drag Minces out of the little tentacle and give him a good beating. What else do necromancers collect if not corpses? I guess most of their assets should be in the Rift Abyss. Since their manpower has been destroyed, it should be no problem to let Xiao Yu lead the expeditionary force to the Rift Abyss and empty their Hades palace. Xiao Bai held a list of spoils and said with a smile, Well, you make sense. When the time comes, let Xiao Yu take Xiao Chu Shou and Lostia together, go to Hades' underground palace, and take out everything you see inside. It should be very profitable. Fong Jia calmed down after hearing what Xiao Bai said. After all, he wouldn't bring all his assets with him when he went out to fight. This is not a game. Okay, by the way, speaking of Lostia, she seems to have something to ask you. This battle gave her the biggest gain. She found dozens of her own kind. All of them were dragons controlled by the necromancer. Xiao Bai winked at Fong Jia while speaking. Oh, this is good news. I go check it out. Although Fong Jia was a little surprised why Xiao Bai winked at him, he didn't ask any more questions. In the endless forest, Little Flower Bud has begun to restore the forest vegetation, and Little Other Side is helping Lostia eliminate the erosion of the dragon race by the dead magic. Next to these dozen dragons, there sat a red fane fire dragon with a body length of nearly 30 meters. This dragon was now extremely humble, lowering its head, looking pitifully at Lostia, the little Lolita, who was sitting on the big rock in front of it. Lottie, it's really you. How did you become so strong? You have already learned the transformation that only adult dragons can learn. The red dragon's voice was a little hoarse, but it could still be heard that his voice was very young. He was a young dragon. Humph! Loslands, don't interrupt. Tell me, why did you leave me? Where are my parents? Why are you still here with those uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, and were captured by those hateful necromancers? Explain it to me clearly. Little Lolita Lostia stared at the red dragon Loslands with her eyes fixed, with her arms folded across her chest, with an expression that said, If you don't give me an explanation today, I make you suffer. This is really a long story, said the red dragon Loslands helplessly. Fong Jia had just walked a short distance away when he heard Lostia's voice. He thought the two dragons were quarreling, so he immediately rushed forward, protected Lostia behind him, and said to the huge red dragon, What? Want to fight? Don't bully a kid and come fight me. I will teach you a lesson. After Fong Jia finished speaking, the 8 colossi surrounded Loslands. No. No. Brother Fong Jia, let me introduce you. This is my brother. Loslands, brother, this is brother Fong Jia who saved me. He is awesome. The little Lolita Lostia, when she heard that Fong Jia wanted to help her teach the red dragon a lesson, she immediately grabbed Fong Jia's hand. She thought Fong Jia would stop after hearing her introduction, but as soon as she finished speaking, Fong Jia's eyes narrowed. Brother? The brother who tricked you out of your home and abandoned you? Fang Jie's eyes suddenly became dangerous. The soil and rocks around the red dragon suddenly moved, and instantly wrapped the shocked red dragon tightly, hanging it up. Why did you attack me? I am really Lottie's brother. Loslands was injured, and he has not recovered yet, so he is very weak, so he can't break free from Fang Jie's shaping restraints at all. Yes. You are his brother. If you were not his brother, I would not have whipped you. Now I am whipping you. You are still young and you are not a good person. Does it make sense to trick your own sister out and abandon you? As Fang Jie spoke, he made a super long whip out of metal for the 8 colossi, and whipped Loslands's butt hard with each whip. Ouch! Loslands's butt was whipped so hard that dragon scales flew everywhere. Whip him hard. Whip his butt hard until it blooms. Fang Jie had already picked up Lostia, and said fiercely, there was a reason at that time. Oh! There was a reason. Oh! Losland wanted to explain, but Fang Jie didn't listen at all. Yes, there may really be something hidden, brother Fang Jie, don't hit him first. Lostia looked at Losland with some heartache, and persuaded Fang Jie. Lostia, don't worry about this matter first, I know my limits. But I said before that I will beat your brother's ass when I find him. And I will do it. I will do it. This is a matter of principle. No matter what the situation. He shouldn't abandon you. Fang Jie patted Losjia's back comfortingly. No. It really was like that. Loslands tried to explain something. I won't listen. Do you know what your sister went through after you abandoned her? If I hadn't met her, your sister might have been enslaved by orcs as a dragon. You didn't see how miserable Lostia looked at that time. Now you're howling like this after I whipped you twice? This is nothing compared to what your sister has gone through. So no matter what your reason is, I will beat you up. As a brother, how can you be so irresponsible? What? Orcs? How dare they? Loslands opened his eyes wide when he heard it, and saw Losjia's nervous little face. This time he stopped talking, and clenched his teeth to prevent himself from making embarrassing sounds. A few minutes later, Loslands' buttocks really bloomed, and dragon blood flowed down the dragon scales. Loslands finally loosened his clenched teeth and gasped hard. Humph. You have some backbone. Now you can explain the situation clearly. Fang Jie snorted coldly, and put Loslands down. Xiao Bian had been waiting on the side. When Fang Jie started to punish Loslands, the other injured dragons wanted to come up to help. But she stopped them. Now that Fang Jie had finished the punishment, she immediately stepped forward to help Loslands treat his wounds. I obeyed my parents' orders at that time and took Lottie away from Dragon Island. At that time, there was a big problem on Dragon Island. The monster that had been sealed in the volcano of Dragon Island was about to break the seal. Therefore, my parents asked me to take Lottie away, and they would stay to fight. So I took Lottie away and put her in a safe place. I immediately rushed back to help my parents. But? What? What about Mom and Dad? Tell me quickly. Don't say but. When Lostia heard this, she immediately became excited. Sorry. Lottie and the others are gone. Loslands' expression was a little dim. No. You are lying to me. Right? Speak up. You are lying to me. Right. Loslands' eyes turned red, struggling in Fang Jie's arms, trying to question Loslands. Calm down, Lottie. Fang Jie could only hug Lostia tightly, and lend his chest to Lottie to lean on. It's okay, they will be fine, leave the rest to me. I will help you get the information first. Brother Fang Jie? My parents? Oh. Lostia finally burst into tears. Big tears fell from the corners of her eyes, wetting Fang Jie's chest. It's okay. Brother is here. You should take a rest first, have a good sleep, and you will be fine when you wake up. Fang Jie gently patted Losjia's back, and winked at the little flower bud. The little flower bud immediately understood, and sprinkled special effects sleeping powder on Lostia, making Lostia fall into a deep sleep, making her forget her sadness for a short time, and crying all the time is not good for the body. Fang Jie gently carried Lostia to Xiaohua Bao. He turned to Loslands, and said seriously, Okay, now tell me everything about your Dragon Island volcano seal, don't hide anything, Lostia is my family, my sister, I can't just sit back and watch. Loslands looked at Fang Jie, with a complicated expression. Okay, there is a powerful monster sealed in the Dragon Island volcano seal, its name is Daimosi. And it is a powerful monster that controls the cold winter. Its appearance will cause abnormal weather. The winter has become longer in the past 2 years. And the reason why the temperature is still low even in summer is because of it. Fang Jie frowned. If so, because the seal of the Dragon Island monster loosened, the world fell into a small ice age, which just provided a strong prerequisite for monsters to spread the virus. Then the appearance of the world-destroying monster triggered a tsunami, which accelerated their process of breaking the seal. TSK, what happened in the past 2 years? How come these sealed monsters popped up one after another? Fang Jie pressed his temple with a headache. I didn't expect these events to be related to each other. Who knows what other strange influences there are, just like the butterfly effect. Deimos should not have completely broken the seal yet. It is a double seal. It has now broken through the first layer of the volcano seal. The second layer of the seal is Dorgan itself. When the second layer of the seal is broken, it will bring disaster to the world. Loslins accepted Xiao Baiyan's treatment with a grimace, while telling Fang Jie about the situation on Dragon Island. Chapter 185 Blood Altar Promotion. When I left Lostia and rushed back to Dorgan, I happened to see Daimosi breaking through the volcanic seal. Instantly, ice and snow covered Dorgan. The huge blizzard was enough to break our dragon scales. Thousands of dragons on Dragon Island fought with it for 3 days and 3 nights, but still couldn't beat it. In the end, only hundreds of tribesmen escaped from Dorgan under the leadership of the elders. As a result, when we were resting on the mainland, those hateful necromancers appeared. They attacked us, enslaved us, transformed us, and even killed our elders and made them. Loslin's tears also flowed from the dragon's eyes. Sorry, please accept my condolences, dragon can't be resurrected after death. You also saw that, those necromancers have been wiped out by us. Now I am more concerned about the monster Emperor Moses. Do you have any other information? Fang Jie sighed. These dragons are really unlucky. I only learned about the monster after I put Lostia down and went back, so I don't know much. Loslins felt a little regretful. It's okay, I know more details. A purple Xingdi thunder dragon stood up. His wings were broken by Lostia. He could only limp to Fang Jie's front, slowly shrinking, turning into a purple-haired uncle nearly 2 meters tall. Hello, my name is Leo. I am the captain of the Dragon Clan Vanguard Guard. Leo stretched out his uninjured left hand. Fang Jie also stretched out his hand and shook it with him. I am Fang Jie. You can also call me Krizit. I am the founder of the Pamir Underground Palace. Fang Jie had just finished speaking when he received a notification from the system. Dropped blood bond successfully established a link target, which a power Shagar. Which a power Shagar is recovering, remaining time 28 hours. Awakened Ocean Elf Perihydra is recovering, remaining time 21 hours. Drops monster blood altar meets requirements. Promoted to 10,000 demon blood altar, highest level. Fang Jie narrowed his eyes, unexpectedly. This battle actually promoted Shagar to a witch on the surface. He did not show anything, just tilted his head to look at the dragons that had surrounded him, gently picked up the sleeping Lostia and said, Since you are all injured, come with me. Eat something first, rest for a while. I will deal with some things first, and then explain the situation of Daimosi to us. In the lounge of the Great Earth Palace, Momo has already placed Shagar and Polly in the 10,000 demons blood altar. She herself is sitting beside the blood altar panting. It took her a lot of effort to move these 2 people back to the Great Earth Palace. Momo, are you okay? How are Shagar and Polly? Fang Jie led a group of dragons into the bathroom and asked immediately. Momo is fine. It's just that Sister Shagar to protect me, all the muscles in her body are severely torn, especially her hands are seriously damaged, and Sister Polly was hit hard by Sister Shagar, and her internal organs are damaged. Okay, it seems that nothing serious is wrong. Fang Jie went forward to check the 2 people, and it seemed that there was no big problem, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, this is our healing holy spring. Those who can transform can soak in this small pool. Those who can't transform can soak in the Lostia special pool over there. It will be good for your injuries. I get you something to eat. Fang Jie said to Leo and Loslins, while putting Lostia into the blood pool. Not long after, the blood spring of monsters in the underground palace was filled with a group of dragons. Only 11 dragons could transform, and the remaining dozens of young dragons could only enter the blood spring pool dedicated to Lostia. However, even so, they just filled up the pool that could only accommodate Lostia. Fang Jie slaughtered more than 10 super titan bull monsters that were a specialty of the Pamirs, roasted them, and cut open the panel to check the situation of the 10,000 demon blood altar in Shagar. The Witch of Strength Shagar possessed skills, Advanced Berserk LV5, Max, Strength Awakening LV1 Precision Shooting LV5, Max, Weapon Use LV10, Max, Physical Enhancement LV4 Flesh Enhancement LV4 Bone Enhancement LV5. These skills are within Fang Jie's expectations. Basically, they are moving in the direction of Blood Cow. It seems that her position is the tank in the front. Combined with Lillian's long-range magic, the combination of the two of them should be very strong. The panel of another blood altar has changed a lot. Blood altar of 10,000 demons, Arachne 10,000 demons ancient statue blood altar, branch skill, blood spring branch, not opened, main bloodline, Arachne bloodline plus. Life and Death Princess Bloodline plus 200 by 2 Soul Singer Bloodline plus 200 Fish and Dragon Princess Bloodline plus 200 Tentacle Girl Bloodline plus 200 Star Angel Bloodline plus 200 Elemental, Witch Bloodline plus 100, and 70 Ocean Elf Bloodline plus 100, and 10 Strength, Witch Bloodline plus 140, and other bloodlines. Glamour, reach the upper limit possessing aura, recovery aura, shock aura, abnormal state recovery aura, soul repair aura evaluation. The goddess Arachne is watching you. Fang Jie hadn't opened the panel of the 10,000 demons blood altar for a long time. For a long time, Fang Jie only thought it was a place for healing and evolution. He didn't expect that the gorgeousness had reached the upper limit. He added a branch of the blood spring, which allowed another branch to be opened. Fang Jie thought for a while, and placed the blood spring branch in the first maze, which made it easier for the expeditionary army to obtain potions. At night, on the dining table of the Earth Palace, so many dragons ate so deliciously, devouring them like starving ghosts, and ate more than a dozen roasted whole cow monsters. They almost licked the clean bone sticks. The little tentacles were so scared that they used their tentacles to gather and wrap up the small bowls with their tentacles, fearing that these dragons who were reincarnated from dead ghosts would steal their small rice bowls. Sir Crisit, I'm sorry. We haven't eaten for a long time. And the food you cooked is indeed the most delicious food we have ever eaten. So, burp. The leader Leo burped a little embarrassedly. Well, it seems that you have recovered well, and are in good spirits. Now can you tell us in detail about Dorgan's situation? Fang Jie patted Lostia, who was in no mood to eat barbecue, comfortingly. After a good sleep, her mood has stabilized a lot. No problem. Timothy is a creature born in the sky, a moving frost disaster. Its appearance will cause large-scale climate anomalies, and the temperature will drop sharply. So after Lord Dragon God defeated it, he imprisoned it in the volcano of Dorgan. Humph! No wonder the elders don't allow me to play in the volcano. Lostia pouted, talked to herself. Her eyes began to redden again, recalling the past. You can't blame them for this, Lostia. Your body is special, and they are also afraid that you will affect the volcano's seal. Loslins also sighed. He didn't know how to comfort Lostia, because of Lostia's special physique. The little dragons of the same age rejected Lostia. The adults didn't have time to care about the conflicts between the little ones, which caused Lostia to dislike these high-ranking dragons. She just glanced at Loslins, and stuffed her head back into Fang Jie's arms. Seeing Loslins was very upset. He kept sighing. Who is the real brother? For a long time, until the dragon god disappeared. The seal of Timothy was very stable. But a few years ago, a group of men in black invaded Dorgan and forcibly destroyed the structure of Timothy's seal. Although we repelled the group of men in black, it still caused the leakage of Timothy's power. So we need your help. Lostia is the most powerful dragon I have ever seen. She may be as powerful as the dragon god. So I beg you to let me take Lostia back to Dorgan to defeat the monster Emperor Moses again. I will definitely keep her safe. Heh, you can't even protect your little dragons. So how can you protect Lostia? Are you sure you will protect her, or she will protect you? Fang Jie didn't even wait for Leo to finish his words before he retorted. Leo felt choked, and couldn't say the rest of the words. Lostia is very powerful now. The dragon god is 12 hill dragons, about 141 meters long, and Lostia's size easily exceeds this size, and you saw her battle with the 9-headed dragon. Losland wanted to help Leo persuade him again, but was retorted by Fang Jie again. Lostia is very strong. You don't need to tell me, as her brother. Of course I know it very well. Fang Jie's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Losland's chest. How could he, as a brother, not realize his sister's potential? Fang Jie ignored Losland, whose face was getting worse and worse, and continued to ask, how does the power of Daimosi compare to that of the world-destroying demonic beast? World-destroying demonic beast? Daimosi appeared earlier than the world-destroying demonic beast, but it should not be as good as the world-destroying demonic beast. It can only be regarded as a natural disaster, and there is still no way to defeat the world-destroying demonic beast. Leo took a deep breath and explained again. Although he didn't know why Fangjie asked this, Leo still answered Fangjie's question truthfully. He saw from the beginning that Lostia was very dependent on this scary-looking puppet. If he wanted to take Lostia away, he must get his consent. So what are its means of attack? Besides the blizzard, what else is there? Tell me all the information you know. Fangjie touched his smooth chin again. It mainly controls the blizzard. Its blizzard temperature is abnormally low. Even the scales of a giant dragon will be instantly frozen into ice sculptures, and then shattered. And the range is very large. When it breaks through the volcanic seal, basically the entire Dorgan is covered by this super blizzard. Fangjie listened carefully to Leo's words, gently patted the back of the little Lolita Lostia, and said softly, Losha, the decision is yours. If you want to go, then we will go. If you don't want to go, then we won't go. No one can force you, I said. Lostia raised her head and looked at Fangjie with a firm look, and then looked at Leo and Loslands with hope in their eyes. I want to go, but I don't want to leave the underground palace, Lostia said hesitantly. Chapter 186 Blood Dawn Judgment Army. Ha ha ha. No one can force you to leave the underground palace. You have already been one of the guardians of the underground palace. If you want to leave, you have to ask the other 9 guardians of the underground palace for consent. Little fool, if you want to go, go. I've said it before. The decision of revenge is yours. Fangjie laughed. Yeah. Thank you, brother Fangjie. Lostia threw herself into Fangjie's arms, and a smile finally bloomed on her little face again. This instantly turned Loslands into a sour person. He was so sour. Lostia was supposed to be his sister, but now she was in Fangjie's arms. Fangjie didn't care that Loslands had eaten several tons of lemons. He scratched Lostia's nose lightly. Loslands, who had eaten lemons, almost soaked in lemonade. After the banquet, Fangjie immediately arranged for Xiao Bian, Xiao Yu, Xiao Chusho and Lilian to set off for the Great Rift Abyss, preparing to completely empty the entire Hades underground palace. The airship was equipped with the latest magic-driven engine developed by Momo, which greatly increased the power and speed. Moreover, because the most perfect magic curve was found, the consumption of blue bottles was greatly reduced. Basically, 4 or 5 bottles were enough for this big guy to fly for a day. The journey that would have taken 8 days was completed in just 1.5 days by the airship after the power transformation. What surprised Xiao Bian was that they were not the first to arrive. Outside the Rift Abyss, a large number of elite human troops have been assembled, wearing black and red armor, densely packed. According to Shio's estimation, there are at least 2,000 people. They are fighting monsters that occasionally run out of the rift, while advancing towards the direction of the Great Rift. Where did these humans come from? Most of the cities, and even a few small countries around here were destroyed by Hades' gang of necromancers, weren't they? Little Bian was looking at the battle below with a telescope, and he did not notice that Lilian's eyes had turned ugly. No! I recognize the symbol on the armor of this army. This is the Bloody Dawn Judgment Army of Iliska. Look over there. Lilian also looked at the army below with a small telescope, and her expression was a little solemn. Little Bian looked in the direction Lilian pointed. The village next to the Rift Valley had already been set on fire, and the elite human troops rushed into the village and killed anyone they saw. Many survivors ran out of the village to ask for help from the army, but those wearing black and red armor didn't even look at the survivors, and just chopped them with their knives, instantly shattering the hopes of the surviving villagers. These bastards. They actually slaughtered the unarmed poor. Xiao Bian was so angry that he smashed the guardrail of the airship. These bastards are all notorious butchers. They are simply emotionless killing machines. After the disappearance, they started the Witch Crusade, which made the Tassos Empire in chaos, so that it was later overthrown and split into so many countries. I didn't expect it to still exist now. Lilian now had a serious look on her face. It seemed that Fangjie's previous guess that Iliska was still alive was not true. It means that they still have a grudge against the witch, and now they are jumping out to compete with us for Hades' spoils? This is a new grudge plus an old hatred, so Lilian, I leave it to you. Little Bian glanced at Lilian and asked. She remembered that Lilian was a witch. Right? Leave it to me? I can't do it. Lilian widened her eyes and retreated a little. It was okay for her to fight the necromancer, but she still had some psychological barriers to fight humans directly, even if they were notorious butchers. Don't worry. You can do it. You are a witch now. Not a little nun who blushes when she speaks. Little Bion winked at Lillian, and without giving her a chance to refute, he pushed her out of the cabin. Wait. Wait. I don't have a parachute. Lillian's eyes widened, and she disappeared into the clouds. Sorry. You said she should be fine. Right? Little Bion said to the little tentacle. How about you go and help her? No problem. Poof. The little tentacle rolled its eyes, and followed Lillian down. My lord. We are not those undead monsters. We are just villagers nearby. Don't kill us. Don't. Ah. One of the villagers tripped over the ruins, and fell to the ground while escaping. What greeted him was the heavy sword of the Knight of the Scarlet Dawn. It was ironic that they had gone through hardships and dangers, hid from the undead army, and finally died at the hands of the Judgment Army, who were also human. Don't listen to their nonsense. They are all humans who have converted to the devil. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive in an environment where the dead are passing through. Purify them all. A fat man holding a flag, wearing a white cloak, and covered with various gorgeous decorations, dressed like a bishop, said coldly while sitting in a luxurious carriage. Ah! You! Stop it! Don't bully the common people. Just then a pleasant voice came from the sky. Who is it? Come out! The bishop immediately frowned, his filthy little eyes, and began to look around. He was immediately surrounded by more than a dozen knights of the Bloody Dawn, who were on guard. Lillian fell from the sky. At the moment she was about to hit the ground, a complex magic circle appeared on the ground, completely offsetting her kinetic energy. But even so, she was covered in dust. Witch. It must be a witch. The moment the fat pig with a big brain saw Lillian, a burst of golden light burst out of his eyes. There will be a big reward for capturing her. Remember, I want to live. I will personally escort her to the glory of Heliska to purify her. A high-ranking knight, wearing heavy armor, and holding a huge hammer immediately slapped the person in front of him and rushed towards Lillian first. Ha ha ha. You are mine. Little girl, don't run. Don't come over here. Lillian hurriedly climbed up from the ground. The fire burning on the ruins around her made her silver-white hair red. The wide robe on her body moved without wind, revealing the black tight combat nun uniform inside. Swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air came from the sky, and a black little guy smashed straight into the big man. Bang! The little tentacle fell down and stepped on the big man. Little tentacle? Why did you run down? Lillian was a little happy. Support? I'm here. Pudgy. The dizzy little tentacle shook its chubby face and said in the direction of the Judgment Army with mosquito-repellent eyes. Lillian covered her face, who is supporting whom with this little idiot's cute look. Damn it! What the hell attacked me? The big man shook his head, which was knocked unconscious, and found that there was a cute little girl wearing a tentacle-like skirt standing in front of him. Little witch. The big man narrowed his eyes, swung the huge hammer, and smashed it towards the little tentacle, hitting the little tentacle's head hard. Ha ha ha. The little witch has turned into meat paste. What about you? Surrender? Is it possible that I can avoid hurting you? The big man laughed wildly and said to Lillian. Are you sure? I think you are qualified as a toy, so you can play with her for a while. I will come to see you later. Lillian patted her clothes, and couldn't help shaking her head, with an expression of reluctance to watch. What? You actually? The big man frowned, wanted to swing the sledgehammer to attack Lillian again, but was pulled back by the force from his ankle, and the big man looked down, and found that a tentacle had wrapped around his leg without him noticing. The little witch, who had been smashed into a puddle of meat paste, had actually recovered and was curiously looking at herself, with her head tilted. Why? Hit me. Pfft. Impossible. You've been smashed into a meat pie by me. The big man looked incredulous, and swung the giant hammer again, smashing it hard at the little tentacle. The little tentacle did not dodge, and was hit hard by the big man's heavy hammer, and the ground under its feet was even cracked. The big man slowly moved his sledgehammer away. This time he was sure that he had beaten the little witch to death. As a result, the little witch, who had been beaten into a paper figure, put her thumb in her mouth, blew air, and her deflated body immediately swelled up like a balloon. Then she dusted herself off, still tilted her head, and asked in a rather silly way, Why? Hit me. Poochie? The big man opened his eyes wide in horror, looking at the little lowly in front of him, who had twisted her head into a knot. Send check 1D 196 25ths failed. Monster. Monster. Don't pass. The big man was so scared that he didn't even want the sledgehammer anymore, turned around and ran away. The little tentacle thought he was playing with her, so she happily picked up his sledgehammer, chuckling and chasing the big man. But in the eyes of the big man, it was not such a cute picture at all. He saw this weird little lowly with countless tentacles growing out of her feet. Twisting forward like an octopus, her head twisted into a knot, and her little hand holding a sledgehammer bigger than her and chasing him, which almost scared him to death. On the other side, Lillian was surrounded by a group of bloody dawn judges, who surrounded Lillian tightly with evil smiles. Little girl, you are surrounded. Come with us. We promise not to hurt you. The soldiers approached Lillian with evil smiles. That's right. You don't even have a staff. It's meaningless to resist at this time. Lillian took a deep breath and entered the witch's fighting state. The tension disappeared completely. She twisted her neck casually and raised the corner of her mouth. Well, I think you are wrong. It's not that I am surrounded by you. It's me who surrounded you. I give you 2 seconds to put down your weapons and surrender immediately. The soldiers surrounding her were all stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What did this little girl say? She surrounded us? Is there something wrong with her brain? Ha ha. I am really laughing to death. Ha ha. Ouch, I don't have the strength to laugh. Is she going to laugh to death and then sneak away? I know you don't believe me, so you must stand firm. Lillian gently stretched out her slender legs and gently tapped the ground. Wide area gravity interference -6G. As Lillian finished speaking, a wave of magic power spread from the tip of Lillian's toes. Chapter 187, Beating the Judgment Army. A heavy pressure came down on their heads, and the Judgment Army who were laughing all around fell to their knees, like geese whose necks were instantly strangled. The ones with slightly weaker physical strength were directly pressed to the ground by gravity, and could only make slight whimpers. The knights riding on the war horses in the back were even more unlucky, and their weight instantly crushed the war horses, and they themselves fell off the war horses, and their heads were broken and bleeding. The armor that could be worn easily at ordinary times now became extremely heavy, and it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds when worn on the body. The fat pig bishop, who had arrogantly demanded that Lillian be captured alive and escorted to purification, was even more unbearable. Now he was lying on the ground under his own weight, and could not move. I told you that you were all surrounded by me, but you still didn't believe it. Do you believe it now? Lillian shook her head. Some captains of the Bloody Dawn Judgment Army were still quite courageous, and struggled to stand up. Oh, you are quite courageous. You'd better lie down quickly now. Do you feel chest tightness and shortness of breath under the 6G gravity? If you continue to insist, you will break bones and tear muscles. Damn bitch, what kind of evil curse did you cast on us? One of them, who looked like the captain, struggled to stand up and screamed at Lillian. Lillian was startled and picked her ears. Why are you yelling so loudly? This is not a curse, it's just a gravity magic. Every planet has a gravity constant. I just slightly doubled this constant. Nonsense. You can no longer be purified. You have completely fallen into darkness. God of Heliska, please give me the power to defeat the devil. Blessing of light. The captain struggled and chanted a spell. Instantly, a white light appeared on the people around him, as if they had really received the blessing of the God of light. They slowly got up from the ground. Blessing of light is not the power of Heliska. It just uses magic to increase your body's recovery ability, and make your body secrete adrenaline quickly to increase your strength. Lillian's face flushed, because she was angry. These people actually played the blessing of light in front of her? Are these butchers worthy? Wide area gravity interference -12G. The Knight of Judgment, who had just stood up staggeringly because of the blessing of light, fell to the ground at a faster speed. Stop struggling. You have no way to escape. Do you feel uncomfortable all over now? Your blood flow is not smooth? You feel dizzy? Your vision is black? That's because your capillaries are broken, your retina is detached, and those with weaker health will have internal organs ruptured. Is that right, Bishop? Lillian lightly jumped over the knights lying on the ground, and stood in front of the fat pig bishop, who had begun to spit blood and had red eyes. Devil. Devil. She is the real devil. She is the enemy of Heliska. It is her. Come on. Come on. Come on. Help me. The fat bishop spit blood, his limbs flailing, his eyes terrified. trying to escape from Lillian. Damn Heliska. He is just a wizard who transcends racial boundaries. They are the ones who claim to be gods, and use them to deceive you fools. Use them for his own benefit. If you practice well, you can also reach their level. As a result, you don't use your talents in the right way, but fight among yourselves all day long, using the name of God to satisfy your own desires. Not only did you suppress the enemies of Heliska, but you also ruined your own future. You are a bunch of fools. Lillian was very angry when she talked about this. The two Protoss forces fought among themselves, using other races in the world as sacrifices. They are all a bunch of liars. They are just a race with stronger abilities. They are not the gods you think they are. In my opinion, they are just a bunch of false gods. The fat bishop struggled even harder. The devil is brainwashing us. Brainwashing? Someone come. Someone come. Kill her quickly. Lillian rolled her eyes, stubborn. Stone hit. As Lillian's voice fell, a huge stone immediately appeared above the fat man's head. No! The stone fell down at a very fast speed under the interference of gravity, and instantly smashed the fat bishop's head into a broken watermelon. Damn witch! The trial knight next to him could only have red eyes, powerless and furious, and had no way to deal with Lillian. Perhaps they heard the movement here. Outside the range of Lillian's gravity magic, a lot of trial troops have gathered, and the battle has just begun. Where is the priest? Use magic attack. Judgment Knights. Defend. Don't step into the realm of the devil. Under the command of a commander wearing a cherry tassel crown, they quickly formed an attack formation. Glorious spear. Judgment is coming. Light hammer smash. In an instant, countless light magics rained down on Lillian. Humph. You dared to show off your skills in front of an expert. Lillian snorted coldly. Large miniature arcane shield. Lillian waved her hand. Countless blue dots of light appeared in front of her. All the rain-like attacks were blocked by these blue dots of light. The light magic was thrown down like a torrential rain, but it didn't even touch Lillian's loose wizard robe. Instead, the trial knights around Lillian became victims. For a moment, the area around Lillian was wailing all over the place because of their own magic. And Lillian's magic control also made the priests on the opposite side stunned. Their light shield always covered their entire body. But such a magic shield not only consumed magic power, but also received too many attacks, and was very easy to be broken. But Lillian's magic shield is very small. Each shield can only withstand one attack, and the consumption is almost negligible. It's my turn now. Condensed snow light flame transformation. Lillian's eyes glowed with blue light. Countless light rings appeared around her like a kaleidoscope. Light magic? Impossible? Why would a demon use light magic? The commander widened his eyes, looking at the light rings in the sky. Go! Countless light wheels spun and flew towards the Judgment Army like snowflakes. Defend! The Judgment Knights in the front row immediately raised their heavy shields, and the priests summoned the Shield of Light, preparing to resist Lillian's magic. But no one noticed that Lillian had a mysterious smile on her lips. Countless light wheels cut into the shields, and the Shield of Light, exploding with a loud bang, and the entire Judgment Army's defense position fell into a sea of fire. In an instant, the ignited Judgment Army was on fire, wailing and fleeing in all directions, successfully breaking up the entire defensive formation. Form a formation. Form a formation. Don't lose your composure, the commander shouted anxiously. But now the battlefield was in chaos, and there was no way to restore order. Lillian walked towards the commander with a frosty face, stepping on the flames, and said coldly, Compound magic stone rain. Thousands of thumb-sized stones formed in the sky, with narrow-range gravity interference, making these small stones like sharp arrows, killing the wailing Judgment Army, and instantly piercing their knees. 2 arrows per person. Without exception. Impossible. No witch can do this. Who are you? Those witches can't be that strong. The commander who was hit by 2 arrows in the knee asked, while enduring the pain from his knee. Ha ha ha. That's because you bastards have never caught a real witch. You just imposed the title of witch on ordinary people for your own benefit. Listen carefully, you scumbags. A real witch is on the same level as your Heliska. It is an existence that has broken through the limits of human beings and is moving towards a higher level. Are you guys a bunch of idiots worthy of being called the Judgment Army? Are you worthy of being called the Judgment Witch with such a big mouth? Lillian took a deep breath and said again, Is it clear now? Leave with your army immediately. Go tell your pope. Hide where I can't see. Otherwise, I will send all of you bastards who harm women to see your fallen Heliska. Humph! Lillian found the little tentacle and her toys next to the ruins of the town. The big man who used the sledgehammer was only half dead. His eyes rolled up, foaming at the mouth, and twitching from time to time. Little tentacle, I've solved it here. We can go find Xiaobian and the others. Are you okay? Pudgy. I'm here. I want a hug. The little tentacle dropped the toy, jumped out of the ruins, and jumped directly into Lillian's arms. The twisted neck scared Lillian. Hey, what's wrong with your neck? Little cutie. Lillian lovingly picked up the little tentacle, turned her head straight, and looked at the judges who were supporting each other and leaving with some melancholy. Hey little tentacle, do you think I did something wrong? These people were just deceived by the superiors, and they themselves may not have done anything wrong. As a nun of the Una Chapel, she was very restrained from beginning to end. Even if these people were extremely evil in her eyes, she couldn't bear to kill so many people. She just crippled them all, so that they could not continue to do evil. Puff? What? The little tentacle was confused, thinking that Lillian was injured, and immediately stuffed her tentacle into Lillian's mouth. Open your mouth and take medicine. Puff. Cough cough cough. Lillian, who was caught off guard and had her mouth filled with the tentacle, immediately started coughing. I was wrong. Cough cough. I'm not injured. Don't force me to drink any more, or I vomit. I'm just coughing cough. Puff? Not healed yet? Hearing Lillian say this, the little tentacle was shocked. She hasn't healed even after drinking the blood bottle? She was so scared that she immediately dragged Lillian towards the abyss of the Rift Valley. Maybe only the little other shore can cure her. Chapter 188, We Were Attacked. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! The little tentacle dragged Lillian to the bottom of the Rift Valley abyss. After passing through the rocky witch forest of sorrow, we saw little other side directing several black flame skeletons to carry supplies. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you injured? Little other side, who was directing the black flame skeletons, looked confused. I thought someone was injured. No. Yes. Puff. Lillian and the little tentacle said at the same time. Little Bian was confused by these two people. Where is the injury? Her brain is injured and she is talking nonsense. The blood bottle can't cure it. The little tentacle pointed at Lillian with a wrong look. Oh. Did you hit your head? Let me see. How come even the blood bottle is useless? Little Bian thought that Lillian's head was attacked by some special attack, so that even the red bottle had no effect on her. As a result, after pulling Lillian's head and looking at it for a long time, there was no wound found. I'm not injured. I just feel a little sad. I know that the judges I fought are guilty, but I still can't bear to kill them directly, so. Lillian looked helpless and let Xiaobian check her. Look. Pudgy is talking nonsense. The little tentacle confidently spread his hands to Xiaobian, with a hopeless expression on his face. Xiaobian understood what was going on as soon as he heard it, rolled his eyes, and said, You really have a cat cake. Huh? Lillian's eyes widened. What's wrong with her? Madonna disease? It needs to be cured. Little Bian said unhappily. Look. Look. Poof. The little tentacle never thinks it's a big deal. It's full of pride on its face. It's nice to have someone backing you up. The hit Lillian could only draw circles in the corner. She used to be a nun in Una's chapel. Her doctrine doesn't allow her to kill indiscriminately. Under the great underground palace, a large group of undead spirits were chased by Xiaoyu alone. Xiaoyu used her unique soul-saving singing voice to convert all the undead spirits left in the underground palace to heaven. Because the collector Monses and his 7 strongest students had all disappeared, the Hades underground palace was now leaderless, and the remaining guards had no strength, and could only be chased around by Xiaoyu. And Xiaoyu and her subordinates had little black people who could pass through walls. Monses' Hades underground palace was directly turned upside down. No matter how many secret doors there were, they were all found, and the harvest was very large. Among them, gold and silver treasures were the least, and magic materials were the second, and the most were those strange creature corpses and specimens, ranging from various insects to giant dragons. What surprised Xiaobian the most was the huge amount of books and various experimental materials in Hades' underground palace. It took a whole ship to load them. This was the most valuable loot Xiaoyu had found. The impact of extreme death environment on the human body? Tens of thousands of biological anatomical diagrams? Oh my god! I really like this place. They have a lot of information I want. I wish I could do these experiments too. Xiao Bian was excited, and he almost drooled as he held the yellowed and moldy book in his hand. Lillian, Little Tentacle and Little Yu all took a step back, looking at Little Bian with horror, fearing that she would turn around and raise the scalpel at them. Be normal. Little Bian. Human experiments are not allowed in Kepamir. Lillian was so scared that she crossed her arms, and her face was full of defense. Little Tentacle and Little Yu hid behind Lillian, shivering. They were deeply affected. Even Lostia, who was far away in the underground palace, shuddered and looked confused. She was obviously the strongest fire dragon among the dragons. And she would catch a cold? Look at your cowardly look. I'm not going to dissect you. Xiao Bian turned around and saw the three guys looking at her like that, and said with some annoyance, I don't trust you. The three trembling girls shook their heads, and quickly retreated further. Xiao Bian raised her hands helplessly, and swore to the sky. Okay, I swear, if I want to use others for experiments, I will be struck by 5 thunders, no. Boom! A thunder exploded, and struck the black flame skull next to Xiao Bian. Is God so unkind? Xiao Bian was shocked. This is unscientific. Why can there be lightning when she is standing in the deepest part of the canyon? The black flame skeleton whose bones were blackened by the thunder blew out a puff of green smoke and fell down slowly. There was a purple arrow stuck in his back. The black flame faded, and a little black man, who was dizzy from the thunder, rolled out of the skull's head. There are enemies. Be careful. Xiao Yu was the first to jump out and stood in front of Xiao Bian. Lillian's flower of light will also appeared in the sky. The little tentacles lowered their bodies, and all the tentacles stood up. A purple arrow flew out of the gray mist again, directly aiming at Xiao Yu. However, the quick-eyed and quick-tender little tentacle grabbed it in its hand. Boom! The thunder exploded again and struck the little tentacle fiercely, but this was no different from tickling the little tentacle. Her skin even absorbed all the purple lightning. Thunderwood? This is an arrow made of thunderwood. Xiao Bian narrowed his eyes and waved his little hand. Countless black vines and plants grew out and rushed into the depths of the gray mist like a tide. Natural concealment technique? Interesting. It's a pity that you met me. You were entangled by vines. No. Hide quickly. Someone was immediately caught and made a panic sound. Impossible. She found us. I'm trapped. Is this life magic? Several voices came out from the gray fog one after another, and there were quite a few people. Life magic? Why do you know the life magic of our elves? Who are you? A pleasant voice came out from the gray fog. Little Bian had a cold expression on his face. He raised his foot and walked towards the direction where the sound came from. With every step he took, the gray fog moved back a little. As Little Bian approached, more than a dozen bound people gradually emerged from the gray fog. They were all handsome men and beautiful women with dark green hair and long ears. Elves? Why are you attacking us? Are you coveting our spoils? Little Bian didn't care whether these elves were beautiful or not. He frowned. The black vines that bound these elves slowly began to tighten, as if they sensed Little Bian's mood. We are here to explore the Rift Abyss. Our friends have been captured. The elf girl with a very nice voice said quickly. But the vines of Little Other Shore were very tight, causing her to stutter. Friends were captured? Please explain clearly. The vines of Little Other Shore loosened a little, allowing the elves to breathe. Ahem. Our friends are dragons. Some of them were captured by the demons of the Rift Abyss, and the rest were seriously injured. So we came here to explore the situation in the Rift Abyss. Heh, with just these few elves of yours, are you here to deliver experimental materials? Don't lie to me. I can tell if you are lying. Xiao Bian's eyes became dangerous. We didn't lie to you. Our natural wizard felt that the hostility of this land had disappeared, and predicted that there might be something wrong with the Rift Abyss, so he sent us here to investigate. We didn't encounter any undead along the way, and only saw a few undead around you, so we thought you were caught by the undead, so we... The pretty elf girl immediately spoke out like pouring beans. Xiao Yu looked puzzled. So you think I kidnapped them? And jumped out to attack me? The elf girl didn't say anything, but nodded gently. Okay, the crisis is over. I thought it was the remnants of the Rift Abyss who came to attack. Xiao Bian changed his previous style, snapped his fingers. The black vines wrapped around these elves immediately withered and died, and let them go. Death magic? Impossible. Death and life magic coexist? One of the male elves looked at Xiao Bian in shock. Xiao Bian stepped forward and gently patted the non-existent dust on the shoulders of the already dazed elf girl. First, she is our friend and will not hurt us. Second, the demons in the Rift Abyss have been completely wiped out by us. And your dragon friends have been taken to our home for recuperation. So there is nothing for you to do here. You can go back and report. Third, the Rift Abyss is my trophy. And you can't even think of having a piece of it. After saying that, Xiao Bian turned around quickly and immediately asked the Black Flame skeletons to speed up the search. He said to himself, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Why are all these strange races showing up at this time to grab the spoils? Don't be lazy. Hurry up!" The elves on the side had never been treated like this before. They were all confused. They claimed to be a noble race. But how could they become a strange race in Xiao Bian's mouth? If they couldn't beat them, they would let Xiao Bian know what the nobility of elves is. The attitudes of Lillian, Little Tentacle, and Little You were completely opposite to those of Little Other Side. The three of them were all looking around the elves. Sniff. There is the smell of Little Flower Bud's sister. Poof. Little Tentacle approached the elves and shrugged his nose. Your ears are so long. Can you hear sounds far away? Little You was also curious. Do you have any special magic books? I can exchange with you. Lillian was very curious about what magic they knew. This group of elves, who never left their homes, were stared at by the three demon kings in the underground palace. Only then did they feel that the breath of this strange team was very dangerous. Chapter 189 Los Lance Adventure. Hello, I am Hillier, captain of the 4th Squadron of the Elf Guard. Nice to meet you. The elf girl with a nice voice introduced herself under the gaze of the three demon kings. Oh, I am the demon king of the 3rd largest maze in Capamere, Xiao Yu introduced in a singing voice. 5th largest maze demon king Little Tentacle Puff. Little Tentacle put his hands on his waist in a domineering manner. Just don't stutter when speaking. It might be more domineering. I don't even know which maze this is. Demon King Lillian. Lillian's face turned red again. She said a little embarrassedly. The elf team on the opposite side was shocked. Is this invaded by the demon world? How come everyone is a demon king? Hee hee. A group of noble elves dared not move, and could only laugh. Hillier kept complaining about their natural wizard in his heart. What about the reduction of hostility? What happened? A group of demon kings who love each other appeared? What about that tall girl? Is she also a demon king? Hilary swallowed his saliva and said carefully. She is Manjashich, one of the demon kings of the 2nd largest maze. Lillian answered first. She also has a sister who has mastered the complete life energy. If you are interested, you can go and talk to her, and you may gain a lot. Really? Hillier was a little unconvinced. Are there people in this world other than the elves who have mastered the energy of life? Of course it's true. They are not human beings. They both evolved from plants. They are spiritual creatures born and raised by nature. She also created a super huge tree, which blocks out the sun and sky, and a single tree forms a forest. Maybe it can compete with your tree of life. Lillian also narrowed her eyes, and kept gesturing with her hands. She learned this expression from Shagar. Xiao Yu and Zayakusha beside her looked at Lillian in shock. Is this still the Lillian who blushed every time she spoke? When did she learn Shagar's deception skills? The elves really got it. They opened their eyes wide, looking incredible. Impossible. Only the elves can take care of the tree of life. Hillel unconsciously said what was in his mind. Hee, you saw Xiao Bian controlling the plants just now. This ability mainly comes from her sister. We have seen them create a super giant tree with a diameter of 100 meters with a wave of their hands. So don't you plan to go and see it yourself? Lillian tried to fool the elf ladies. Hillier was about to speak when he was interrupted by an elf next to him. He gently pulled Hillier's clothes and whispered something in Elvish. Is it a trap? Gerald whispered to Hillier. It shouldn't be. Hillier was a little undecided. The plant magic of Little Bian just now amazed Hillier. As the daughter of the elf's natural wizard, she knew very well the difficulty of this kind of magic. Even her father needed the help of the nectar of life to promote the growth of plants. Not to mention promoting the growth of plants like Little Bian to bind or attack others. Well, I take 2 people with them. You go back immediately to deliver the information to Her Majesty the Queen, and ask her to send an official envoy to visit Capamere. Hillier hesitated for a moment, and then made up his mind. How about it? Have you decided? After counting these spoils, we may go to the Dragon Tribe's Dorgan. Xiao Yu also floated out, spreading his hands and said, It's decided. I take 2 people with you first, and the others will go back to send an official envoy to visit. Yeah, Lillian secretly clenched her fist for herself. It seems that she is quite talented in fooling people. Led by Gerard, the other elves walked into the gray fog one after another. Come on! We can introduce our adventure history to you. It's so thrilling. It's so exciting. Seeing that Hillier stayed, Xiaoyu immediately flew forward and held Hillier's hand. She was so excited that she almost sang a song. Now the Mere Village has completely gathered the 4 largest intelligent races on the continent. Humans, orcs, sea tribes, and elves. Compared to the busy little other side, and the others, Lostia in the underground palace was almost annoyed. Why didn't she realize how annoying these dragons were before? Especially as certain Loslands, who evolved into a lemon dragon. I said, don't follow me anymore when your injury heals. Go and train well. Try to learn the dragon form shifting as soon as possible. Don't follow me all day long, you get hurt if you go where I'm going. Lostia was really mad at her brother. Since her injury healed, he has been following her. No matter where she goes, he follows her. She doesn't even have a chance to sneak in to eat uranium ice cream. No! You are a little girl. What if you meet those orcs again? They might kidnap you again. It was my negligence that caused you to be captured by the orcs last time. This time, I will never leave you again, Losland said righteously. Please! This is in the underground palace. In my opinion, this place is much safer than Dorgan. Besides, where can bad people come from in my family? I have grown up. I am no longer a little girl. Lostia really wanted to turn back into a dragon and hit her brother's head hard. This is not here. Dorgan is. When talking about this, Loslands felt so jealous. How come he hadn't seen Lostia for only 1 or 2 years, and his sister's heart was kidnapped by that ugly and fierce puppet? He actually willingly called someone else his brother. There is really no communication between you and me. You can play here by yourself. Lostia was really angry, and turned around and went into a small secret passage, which the huge Loslands could not enter. Ah! Don't run. It's very dangerous. Lostia wanted to catch Loslands, but Loslands dodged him. This made Loslands very anxious, so he had to follow Loslands' breath and go through the wide passage. This drill made the whole maze a mess. The little tentacles and little ghosts were gone for the past 2 days. The adventurers who felt ready to do something big came in, and saw a huge dragon running around in the maze. They looked at the huge red dragon, with a confused look on their faces. They thought they had accidentally entered a dragon's nest, and triggered a battle with the evil dragon. They immediately rushed up with shining eyes to kill the dragon. Losland saw this and thought, how can this be? They actually dared to attack the noble dragon clan. Ignoring their little magic, he slapped them all away. If Lostia hadn't told him before that it was not allowed to kill people in the underground palace, he might not only knock them away, but also beat them into pulp. However, this still caused the heroes to complain collectively about the difficulty of the Capamir labyrinth after they came out of the hospital, which made Shagar very anxious. He personally came down to persuade Loslands to leave. But who cares who comes to Loslands? Who is crazy about killing? Before Shagar could say anything, he slapped him. Instantly, several veins appeared on Shagar's forehead, and his whole body turned red. With one punch, he broke Loslands' dragon claw. As a witch of strength, Shagar's strength was greatly enhanced. With a twist of her arm, she beat Loslands, a dragon that was not yet an adult, and even pulled off many of its dragon scales. Loslands could not beat Shagar, so he had to run around in panic, and crashed into the endless forest of small flower buds. He was entangled by huge vines. While struggling, he was breathing fire and rushing around in the forest. As a result, he fell into the bull monster pasture, and was surrounded by a large group of fearless titan bull monsters, and beaten wildly. If there were only a few of them, he might not be that scared. But if there were thousands of them, he would be a little scared. After all, even a large number of ants can kill an elephant. These titan bull monsters are big, ferocious by nature, and the key is that their brains are not very useful, which greatly reduces Loslands' dragon power, and is comparable to Fangjia's flat-headed brother in his previous life. Loslands, who was in a state of embarrassment, was forced to enter the passage again after biting more than 10 bull monsters to death. This time, he was extremely lucky to run into the indescribable maze. Although the most lethal magnetic field here is not particularly effective for his strong body as a dragon, he was still scared. Especially those slippery mosquito larvae worms, whose heads stretched and retracted, always reminded him of the disgusting bugs that the necromancer put on them to control them. He finally walked out of the indescribable maze while spitting fire and groping. Finally, he fell into Lostya's lava maze and completely fainted. Lostya, who was lying on the super treasure bed and licking uranium ice cream with a comfortable look on his face, was startled by the guy who fell into the lava lake. Where did you go to get into trouble? Lostya covered her face. How could this brother be even more troublesome than herself? She quickly got into the red lava and pulled the miserable Loslands out. Loslands was not Lostya after all. Although he was a fire dragon, it was still dangerous to stay in the lava for a long time. Loslands looked miserable now. There was only one good scale on his body. His face was bruised and swollen. He was also scared to death. Hey, wake up. How did you find this place? Lostya slapped Loslands twice and saw Loslands slowly wake up. Lostya. It's too dangerous here. Come with me. Loslands grabbed Lostya's hand nervously. How could his sister live in such a dangerous place? Let go. You haven't answered me how to find this place. Before Lostya finished asking, Fong Jia's voice came from afar. Chapter 190 Super Maze Design. He first fought with the adventurers in Shagger's ordinary maze, and finally beat Shaggar. After being beaten up, he ran to the maze of Little Flower Bud and bit many bull monsters to death. He also dug holes in the bull monster pasture, which made Little Flower Bud very angry. Then he ran into the indescribable maze of Little Tentacle to cause damage, burned many statues, and many ghost-faced ghost orchids. I guess when Little Tentacle Xiaoyu comes back, he will eat him alive, and finally came here. Although Fong Jia's voice was not loud, it successfully made Lostya's eyes widen. Isn't this more rude than the three of them? Lostya was really confused. You are even more cunning than the three of us. He patted Loslands' dragon claw with pity. I think you are dead. You offended 4 demon kings at once. Then I came to read out your brother's compensation bill. TSK. It's not a small amount. How about you help him pay it back? Fong Jia stood on the shore, holding a long roll of list in his hand, and asked Lostya tentatively. No. Lostya was as if facing a great enemy when he heard this. He wrapped his treasure bed tightly and stared at Loslands. You can't touch a single gold coin. Who are you? I don't have a brother like you. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Loslands was petrified on the spot after hearing this. His sister didn't want him anymore. Fong Jia could even see cracks on Losland's body. He was afraid that he would break if he was touched lightly. I'm afraid I have to work in the underground palace for the rest of my life. Fong Jia hadn't finished speaking. Losland started to cry loudly and kept repeating, My sister doesn't want me anymore. I was wrong not to want me. It's all your fault. You stole my sister? Losland wiped his tears and glared at Fong Jia. Jealousy had made him split apart. He rushed towards Fong Jia, ready to teach the person who stole his sister a lesson if he couldn't snatch her away. But before Fong Jia could do anything, he was slapped into the lava pool by Lostya's slender dragon tail. He could hear Lostya's roar before he was slapped into the lava lake. You are not allowed to treat brother Fong Jia like this. Losland, who tried to swim in the lava lake, was completely autistic. Who is your real brother? Regardless of the autistic Losland, after Losland's disturbance, Fong Jia also had a new plan for the maze. It is indeed a bit boring to pass through a big maze like Losland's. It is better to connect all the big mazes in parallel with multiple channels. This way, there will be more changes. But this parallel connection method needs to be carefully designed. In Fong Jia's conception, each large maze has at least 3 channels connecting 3 different large mazes. In this way, including the mysterious maze given by the system, all 10 large mazes can be combined into a super huge maze. But how should this large maze be designed? Fong Jia began to have difficulties and entered the painful difficult labor mode again. Ding 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 when Fong Jia was scratching his head and designing. The steampunk transmitter on the table rang. Fong Jia narrowed his eyes, picked up a pen and decoded the telegram. Oh! I didn't expect to find elves when I went to the Rift Abyss to settle the spoils. It's interesting. Thank you very much. Monses. I went there twice, brought back the sea tribe once, and brought back the elves once. It's really a treasure trove. Looking at the note in his hand, Fong Jia's mouth couldn't help but rise. For Hillier, these 2 days were simply the most sci-fi 2 days they had ever experienced. At the beginning, Xiaoyu boasted to them that he would make this metal monster fly like a cloud. But they didn't believe it at all. As a result, when this metal monster really floated and took them up, they almost scared the 3 of them to death. When the airship flew above the clouds, Xiaoyu immediately invited Hillier and the other three to play in the observation room with starry eyes. It was more interesting to observe the ugliness of these noble elves than to scare 100 people in the underground palace. The performance of these elves did not disappoint Xiaoyu. They had never seen such a scene before. They were so scared when sitting on the airship. Not to mention the room with glass under their feet. 2 of them were so scared that they fell to the ground. They dared not step on the thick glass. Their faces were pale, without a trace of blood. They sat directly on the floor, holding the guardrail tightly, for fear of falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Due to the dignity of the elf, Hillier stood bravely in the observation room. Although her calves were trembling, she dared not move at all, with a hollow look in her eyes, as if she was a puppet that had been played with. So when Hillier stepped off the airship, like a zombie, the next day, and stood firmly on the ground, she felt powerless all of a sudden. Her legs softened, and she fell directly into the arms of Fangjie, who came to greet them. Hillier's move made Fangjie, who came to greet them, dumbfounded. What was going on? Throw yourself into my arms as soon as you get here? I am not that kind of person. And the elves are supposed to be pretty and pure? Why does it feel different from what I imagined? But the touch is still quite good, with a nice curve. Ahem, hello, welcome to visit Kepamir. I am Crisette, the creator of the Kepamir Underground Palace. Fangjie faced the death gaze from Xiao Bai, coughed twice, quickly straightened up the limp Hillier, and molded a chair for her to sit on. I'm sorry. Hillier's face instantly turned red. It was so embarrassing. Fortunately, the person in front of him was just a metal puppet. I'm Hillier, the daughter of the great natural witch. I'm glad to meet you. Lillian also helped the other 2 elves, who were pale and retching from time to time. Down. Xiaoyu sneaked away from the other side of the airship. After all, he had caused trouble. If he didn't run away, he would be locked up in a small dark room. Fangjie immediately used plastic to make 2 stretchers, helped the 2 elves onto the stretchers, and asked several gargoyle guards to carry Hillier to the treatment room. How did it become like this? Where's Xiaoyu? Fangjie frowned. Originally, the first stop was to take them to visit Mir Village, but they were sent to the hospital for a day trip as soon as they got off the airship. I didn't expect these elves to be so afraid of heights. Xiaoyu may have escaped when they were flying high in the sky. She took 3 elves to the observation room for fun, and it turned out like this. Lillian said helplessly. I knew it was this naughty kid's fault. Fangjie also shook his head and said helplessly. The originally scheduled tour project can only be postponed. You did a good job this time, Lillian. However, one thing is one thing. Fangjie gave Lillian a thumbs up for tricking the elves to visit the great underground palace. Lillian's face turned red in response to Fangjie's praise. She no longer looked like an elemental, who could survive the siege without getting her clothes stained by blood. She turned back into the shy little nun again. Hee, it's so embarrassing. Lillian covered her red face again. This time, I even brought out the tree of life of the little flower bud to persuade them. Fangjie couldn't hear what Lillian said next. Just at that moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Fangjie's mind. Lillian, you are such a genius. I love you so much. Kiss. Fangjie suddenly hugged Lillian's head and kissed Lillian on the forehead. Lillian was attacked by Fangjie. Her face turned red at a visible speed. Steam was coming out of her forehead. She forgot what she just said. I leave the matter of entertaining the elves to you, Shagar and Xiaobai. I have something to do, so I leave first. After Fangjie finished speaking, he rushed into the passage of the underground palace without looking back, leaving the 3 people, who looked at each other in bewilderment. Tree of Life. Ha ha. Lillian is really a genius. Fangjie rushed into his studio, swept all the designs on the table to the ground, spread out a new piece of white paper, and began to draw the design of the super maze. It only took a cup of tea, and 3 pillars, 10 elements, 4 worlds, and 22 paths appeared on the paper. This Tree of Life is not the Tree of Life that nurtured the elves, but the Kabbalah Tree of Life in the previous life. This is the best blueprint in Fangjie's mind. 10 source substances represent 10 large labyrinths, and the 22 paths are the passages connecting the 10 large labyrinths. Each large labyrinth will be a spherical super 3-dimensional labyrinth with a diameter of 5 kilometers. Each large labyrinth has at least 3 passages leading to the other 3 large labyrinths. Each large labyrinth is interconnected and linked to each other, which has brought the super labyrinth to the highest level. The 6 large labyrinths currently being built are the ordinary trap labyrinth guarded by Shagar, the mobile labyrinth guarded by Xiaoyu, the endless forest labyrinth guarded by the 2 sisters Xiaobao and Xiubian, the indescribable labyrinth guarded by the little tentacles, the high-temperature lava labyrinth guarded by Lostia, and the broken mirror labyrinth guarded by Lilian. Fangjia actually has plans for the other 2. One of them is the Great Labyrinth at the bottom of the deep ocean guarded by Polly. As the name suggests, it is a large labyrinth made entirely of water, using Polly's ability to communicate with the ocean and control the ocean. Countless ocean current whirlpools can be created in this labyrinth to form a labyrinth. If you are not careful, you will be swept into the ocean current whirlpool and completely lost. The other one will be the Great Labyrinth of the Void Starry Sky guarded by Momo. And there is nothing in this labyrinth. That's right, this is a spherical super large void with a diameter of 5 kilometers. During this period, Momo and Lilian have made great progress in studying gravity magic. In addition, Momo's own Starry Sky magic has many similarities with gravity magic, so it is not a big problem to make a large maze composed of different chaotic gravity fields. If you are in this maze, you will be sucked into the void by the chaotic gravity field if you are not careful, and drift in the emptiness until you die. The last one is Xiaobai's spider web maze. But Fangjia has not yet decided what it will look like. After drawing the layout of the Kabbalah Tree of Life in one breath, Fangjia finally breathed a sigh of relief. This design has tormented him for a long time. Now all that's missing is Xiaobai's spider web maze. Chapter 191 Xiaobai's Great Labyrinth. After Fangjia left, Xiaobai accepted the task of sorting out the materials. To be honest, she was very satisfied with the spoils of war this time. The first batch of spoils was the various books that Xiubian had looted from the Rift Valley Abyss. There were millions of them, from geology and humanities to historical documents, and even magic books. It can be said that there was everything. This made Xiaobai very happy. She happily controlled the spider silk to stuff all the books into the library. The library could not even hold any more. Ding. The library has met the requirements. Upgraded to the Ancient Library. Ancient Library. Collection, 102385. Gorgeousness, reach the upper limit, too crowded. Please expand. Aura, memory enhancement. Learning speed enhancement. Silent environment. Document repair aura. Magic suppression. Fireworks prohibited. Guardian of knowledge, unlocked. Fangjia, who was thinking about where to start building the super maze, was stunned for a moment. The surge in the collection caught him off guard. Fangjia, what are you busy with? This time Xiaoyu and her friends brought back a lot of books. Even the library we use can no longer hold them. Why don't you come and expand the library? Xiaobai found Fangjia in his studio. Indeed, the current library is the smallest compared to the other functional rooms. With only 4 stone tables, even the kitchen is bigger than it, and this library has not been placed in any maze. Seeing that Xiaobai likes reading so much, Fangjia had an idea. Xiaobai, how about I put the big library in the maze you guard? This way you could become the guardian of knowledge. Xiaobai pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his face, and even smiled with his eyes bent. Okay. Okay. Then what will the big maze I guard look like? Have you thought about it? Well, I haven't thought about it yet. My original idea was to let you weave a maze with spider webs. But now it seems too unfeatured. Fangjia was a little depressed. The other mazes were completed one after another. Only Xiaobai's was postponed again and again. Luckily, Xiaobai never urged him. Well, I don't think it's necessary to worry too much. The mazes of the sisters in front are already very good. Those who can walk here must be extraordinary. So an ordinary bookshelf maze will do. I can also decorate it to make it warmer like my little nest in the library. Xiaobai didn't care at all. She preferred to stay in her little nest and read books. Well, in that case, I will move the entire library down and put it in your big maze. Fangjia walked into the library while chatting with Xiaobai. Now the books here have piled up into a mountain, and there is no place to rest. There is a musty smell in the air. These are antiques that have been collected for hundreds of years. However, due to the existence of the document restoration aura, the mold on these books is gradually disappearing, and the incomplete parts are slowly being completed. These are only a part, and there are still many piled on the tarmac. Xiaobai followed Fangjia carefully into the library. Okay. Then I will start building your spiderweb library maze. Fangjia snapped his fingers, and the shaping started. The surrounding walls began to wriggle as if they were melted, and they were shaped into the shape that Xiaobai wanted. Rows of huge bookshelves with simple shapes rose from the ground. The solution to the center of the maze was left to Xiaobai. She could use spider silk to make a huge teardrop-shaped spider nest. And she could lie in it and read books when she had nothing to do. Xiaobai waved her arms, sorting and classifying the books like a symphony conductor, and stored them on the bookshelf that was more than 10 meters high. The overall layout of the bookshelf was still like a spider web, divided into 24 sectors, each sector representing a category, such as Sector I for literature, Sector J for art, Sector K for history, geography, Sector N for natural sciences, Sector M for magic, and so on. The bookshelf was like a circle of spider silk, with a design of one layer inside another. But this maze would no longer have dead ends, and every road was connected. To put it bluntly, you could go any way you wanted, and there would be no place where you couldn't go. Although the area of the first phase is not large, it is the size of a city library. But if there is no map, the ability to get lost is not bad at all. After Fang Jie finished building it, he almost thought that this spiderweb library had a lost aura, because he almost couldn't get out after getting in. When Hillier woke up again, he was lying in Kepamir's treatment room. There were also several female mercenaries lying unconscious on the hospital bed. "Hello, Miss Elf. How do you feel?" A human girl in a nurse's uniform asked Hillier in a friendly manner. "I feel pretty good. Is this still in Kepamir?" Hillier looked a little dazed. He looked out the window. It was sunny here. There were even a few birds chirping and landing on the windowsill. The streets in the distance were bustling with people of all races. They looked so harmonious, as if they had forgotten all the hatred. Of course, this is Kepamir, but it's no longer in the underground city. This is Mir City. Welcome, beautiful elf lady. This is the first time I've seen an elf. The little human nurse smiled and answered Hillier's question, expertly pulled out the plant drip in her arm. "Okay, your treatment is over. Your companions are waiting for you in the lounge outside." "Oh, okay." Hillier was stunned for a moment, immediately put on her coat, and followed the little nurse to the lounge. Not only her other two companions, but also Lillian and Shagar, the two elf girls, were excitedly surrounding Shagar, who didn't look like an orc at all. Hillier, you're awake. Come on. There are so many new things here." One of the elf girls had sharp eyes, and immediately saw Hillier, and waved to Hillier excitedly. Hillier saw how excited Kathy was, and couldn't help but whisper to her, "Be reserved. You are now representing the elves." Shagar looked at Hillier with amusement. She still liked these elf girls very much. "It doesn't matter. It's not time for the formal reception yet. There's no need to be so particular. Welcome to Mill City. Let's go eat something, and then I take you to find the little flower bud. I heard that you are very interested in her super big tree." Shagar waved the small flag representing the tour guide in his hand, and started a one-day tour of Kepamir with 3 elf girls. The first stop was the beautiful elves in Kepamir, who rarely eat meat. The taste was very similar to that of Little Other Shore. So Shagar took them to Janie's crystal cake delicatessen, and took them to taste the crystal ice cake they had never eaten before, as well as Kepamir's unique preserved egg vegetarian porridge, and the matching pearl mist milk tea. The deliciousness made Hillier almost swallow her tongue. It was the first time she had eaten such delicious food. The food she ate most often before was fruit. She had only eaten a little bit of processed food such as white cake brought back from humans. But both the texture and taste were not as good as this crystal cake. The other two things were things she had never seen before. Take a bite of the salty and sweet preserved egg porridge, and then take a sip of the sweet and fragrant pearl mist milk tea. It was simply a pleasure. Just one bite made her completely fall in love with the deliciousness of these foods. Wow! It's so delicious. How nice it would be if I could live here. No. No! Be reserved? You must be reserved. Hillier, with a flushed face, shook his head vigorously, putting those irrelevant thoughts behind him, and put on a face that said not bad. Shagar smiled and shook his head. If she hadn't seen the small bowl that Hillier licked and could be used as a mirror, she would have believed it. Okay. Breakfast is over. Let's go find the little flower bud directly. She is in the second largest maze. Shagar smiled slightly. It's time to enter the second stage. The second largest maze in the Pamir Underground Palace, the Endless Forest Maze. Hillier had never thought that there could be such tall trees and such a spectacular forest underground. When they pulled away the huge leaves and came out of the passage, it suddenly became clear. She even felt that she had entered another world. A world composed entirely of trees, forests, grass and flowers. Nearby were endless flowers and meadows and cheerful streams. And in the distance were endless dense forests. With flowers, birds, fish and insects. Populous camels happily floated across the sky in groups. Like small clouds, the walls were covered with vines of various colors. And even the ceiling was covered with inverted forests. The most spectacular was the huge tree growing in the center of the forest. Hillier even felt that the tree was even bigger than their tree of life. One tree was a forest. The crown of this giant tree is actually white, and some small waterfalls flow out from the crown, and form a beautiful rainbow in the sky. Goddess of life, how is this possible? Is that the world tree? One of the elf girl's jaws almost dropped to the ground. It seems that you have seen the world. Just then, a pleasant voice came from the sky. When Hillier looked up, he saw a huge dandelion-like flower appearing in the sky, and an incredibly beautiful green-haired girl holding the flower slowly descended. When the little flower bud fell to the ground, Hillier seemed to see the goddess of life reappear in the world. All the plants were shaking their bodies to salute the goddess of life in front of them. The urge to kneel down and worship was almost put into practice, but as the daughter of the great natural witch, she naturally did not show such an ugly appearance, but the two elf girls who came with her had already kneeled down unconsciously. I am one of the demon kings of the second largest maze in the Kepamere underground palace Landwini. I am very happy to meet you, the elves known as the sons of nature. Do you mind if I dissect you? Caw. Hillier was petrified instantly. Chapter 192 Observation. Is this how everyone in the underground palace greets others? Hillier's admiration disappeared instantly. Cough. 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 Shagar coughed hard. Well, don't be afraid. She's just curious about you, and she won't hurt you. Please rest assured. Yes, I'm very curious. Aren't you elves said to be life forms born from the tree of life? Animals that can be born from plants are so curious. As the little flower bud spoke, he looked Hillier up and down, as if he was looking for where to cut. Hillier shuddered involuntarily. Those are all legends. We were also raised by our fathers and mothers. We were not born from trees. Really, I told you not to scare them. If you want to study animals born from plants, you should first study yourself. Didn't you evolve from a plant to an animal? What if you scare them away? Shagar slapped the little flower bud unhappily, and handed the little flower bud the little flag. Take them to visit the endless forest maze. I come back to pick them up later. The little flower bud stuck out its tongue in embarrassment, and winked at Hillier. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Come with me. I take you to visit our big maze. This is our bull monster ranch. Here are the small animals we have cultivated, Titan bull monsters. They are in this forest. They have blood-red eyes. Little flower bud casually led Hillier into the bull monster ranch. A pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness of the jungle. It is bigger than the giant bull monster outside. A huge figure appeared with the blood-red eyes, like a small hill. They have well-developed muscles. The hill-like figure walked out of the shadows. Fluorescent light illuminated its body. Muscles were bulging. When hunting, it's extremely fast. The hill-like bull monster had already started charging at everyone, and its huge weight stepped on the ground as if it was going to cause an earthquake. Hillier had already seen the behemoth, and wanted to interrupt the little flower bud. But the little flower bud still said to himself, a mouth full of fangs is very suitable for hunting and biting prey. The Titan bull monster ran wildly, while opening its mouth. Its mouthful of fangs was extremely ferocious. The blood-red eyes revealed endless rage. This scene frightened several elves so much that they touched the elf bell hanging on their waist reflexively, but they touched nothing, and the little flower bud next to them continued to introduce them, as if they didn't see it. Stop talking. Please! Hillier almost cried when he saw the little flower bud, who didn't care at all. He grabbed the little flower bud and tried to escape, but the little flower bud's feet seemed to have roots, and he couldn't pull it at all. We have raised thousands of these Titan bull monsters. Why don't you say anything? The little flower bud was still a little confused, looking at Hillier with an innocent expression. Swish. 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 Countless red lights lit up in the forest. Why don't you say anything? After listening to me, don't you think these little animals are super cute? What's cute about them? I can't see it at all. Okay? It's so ferocious. Hillier complained madly in his heart. The bull monster roared and bit towards the little flower bud, but countless vines suddenly grew out of the ground, and tied the bull monster tightly. The huge body of the bull monster fell to the ground instantly, and the forward momentum also caused it to slide for a distance, And finally the ferocious bull monster's head unwillingly stopped about 1 meter away from the little flower bud. As the Titan bull monster fell to the ground, thousands of Titan bull monsters in the forest all stood up, roaring like 100 demons parading at night, and charged towards the few people. The 3 elves had never seen such a scene before, and their faces turned pale with fear. You know, the giant bull monsters are already quite ferocious monsters outside, and thousands of Titan bull monsters that are bigger than the giant bull monsters running wildly can scare them to death. Let's go quickly. It's too late if we don't leave now. You can restrain one with vines, but those thousands of bull monsters are not something that one person can handle. Hillier was really anxious. Don't be afraid, we have people who are responsible for herding. As the little flower bud said, he shouted loudly. Bull herder dragon? Bull herder dragon. Where have you been? Don't be lazy. Otherwise I will report you to Lostia. As soon as the voice fell, a red dragon covered with wounds suddenly jumped out of the jungle nearby. Roar! My name is Loslands. Loslands. Not bull herder dragon. Damn it! I just hid. The roar of the dragon was obviously more hateful than those skinny little people. When the running bull monsters saw the dragon, they were like dogs seeing bones. They surrounded Loslands like a tide. Loslands was so scared that he ran away quickly. Hey! Bull herding dragon. I told you. Learn from the sheepdogs, bite their legs. Let them be afraid of you. The little flower bud shouted at Loslands relentlessly. Damn it! I'm not a sheepdog. Also, these bull monsters are more ferocious than sheep. It's useless to bite them. Ah! Loslands roared and ran away, but was still bitten on the tip of his tail by a fast-running bull monster. Watching Loslands being chased away, little flower bud shook his head, turned his head, and saw the 3 elves who were completely stunned, smiled and explained, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Herding bull monsters is to better exercise their muscles, so the taste of roasting them will be cuter than when they are alive. Slurp. Let's go! The next place, I show you other cute little animals, and then I take you to find those giant dragons. The little flower bud shook the little flag that represented the tour guide, and continued to walk deeper into the forest. Hillier kept complaining in his heart, I'm afraid this person has some misunderstanding about the definition of cute little animals. Under the guidance of the little flower bud, Hillier and others finally walked to the underground of the giant tree. From this angle, they can finally experience the shock brought by this super giant tree. Under this giant tree, even the giant dragon just now became as small as a small beast. The tree canopy is as high as 1,000 meters, blocking out the sun, and each leaf is 3 or 4 meters long. Many Minotaur and Cyclops are working hard here, cultivating fields, planting crops, a thriving scene. And the huge tree has become a city for monsters and monsters to live in. You should know that both the Cyclops and the Minotaur are war monsters raised by the orcs. They are very ferocious monsters, but the 2 monsters living here don't seem to be bloodthirsty at all. They are extremely friendly and peaceful. And they also saw a magical phenomenon. On the shoulder of a giant Cyclops, with a wreath of flowers, sat a little orc lowly. She was smiling and directing the Cyclops to stride forward. Behind the Cyclops was a black-armored human carrying a lot of bags. He was panting heavily and chasing the Cyclops with a super long stride. It was tiring to watch. The little flower bud glanced at the 3 elves, who looked like Grandma Lou entering the Grandview Garden, and her mouth curved slightly. She actually waved to the one-eyed man. You? Here. Here. Where are you going? Ah. Sister Zayawabeo. You saw the recruited Zayawabeo. And immediately commanded the Cyclops to run towards Zayawabeo. The Cyclops came to Zayawabeo, and immediately knelt on one knee, lifted you up with his palm, and set you to the ground. Ha. Sister Zayawabeo. We are going to help them build a few more hanging baskets at the crown of populous camels. Yu's little face was full of excitement. Behind you, Zane, a black-armored warrior carrying a lot of bags, ran over breathlessly. Wait. I'm so tired. You looked at him with disdain. You are so weak. Are the physical strength of silver-level adventurers so poor? Zane didn't say anything, but just kept panting. The little flower bud's eyes burst into a gossipy light, looking at the panting boy, said with some sarcasm, Why don't you introduce this guy? Oh, his name is Zane, claiming to be a silver-level adventurer, but his physical strength is not as good as mine. Some time ago, I went to Mill City to teach natural science classes to children. I don't know where this guy got the news from, and he found me with my handkerchief and refused to leave. You rubbed his head with a headache. Xiao Huabao was very happy beside him. You didn't think about the fact that she ate the Titan Bull Monster's barbecue every day, tribute-level ice barley, grew up in the blood spring, and the blessing of racial characteristics. Of course, no matter endurance or physical fitness, it was much stronger than others. As a human, there was no comparison in strength with her. If there weren't so many people now, Xiao Huabao would have mourned for 2 seconds for this human genius boy named Zane. There was nothing to be ashamed of by their sister. Sister, there is a flower on your head, you reminded helplessly. Don't worry about those details. The little flower bud pretended to be calm and took off the cute pink flower on his head. Where are you going next? Oh, we are going to the crown of the Papukum on the top of the tree of the homeland. There are more Papukum there. We are going to build a few more homes for them. You happily raised a huge Papukum nest. It just so happens that we can go together. Oh, I forgot to introduce them. These are the elf sisters, who came to visit the great underground palace. The little flower bud winked at you. Yu's eyes immediately burst into golden light, and immediately understood, smoothed out his clothes, and stood in front of Hillier and others, and said solemnly, Hello. Elf sisters, who are known as the children of nature, I am an ecological naturalist from Capamere. Can I give you a comprehensive physical examination? I promise I won't hurt you. Sure enough, there is no normal person here. Hillier was speechless. Such a little girl's words were so terrible. Chapter 193, Cheating to Death. No compensation. Phase 2. Above the crown of the home tree. The environment here is really like heaven compared to the environment where the bull monster lives below. There are white fluff balls everywhere. Clusters of them look like clouds. Groups of poo-poo camels are playing and frolicking here, flipping and dancing happily. Little guys, come out to eat. You took out a handful of white grass seeds from his small bag and scattered them into the sky. These light grass seeds floated in the air. A bunch of puppy heads immediately appeared on the white clouds nearby, meowing. Over to compete for the scattered grass seeds. Some of the little cuties even rubbed their heads against Yu's face, acting coquettishly towards her, making you giggle. Hilaire simply loved these cute little creatures. Why weren't there any in the elf forest? One of the little pupae flew in front of her, looking at her timidly, and it almost melted her heart. Hillier gently held the little guy in his arms, and stroked its curly hair that was as soft as cotton candy. He felt soft inside, as if the trauma of being frightened by the bull monster before was healed. How about it? These little guys are pretty, aren't they? Their hair is very soft and light. Our winter clothes are 100% made of the hair of these little guys. If you like them, you can take one. It's not 998, nor 99.8, but only 9.8 yuan. Little Flower Bud was diligently promoting his products. I don't want clothes, I want a little guy like this. Hillier really couldn't let go of this little guy. Well, our poo-poo camels are not exported, because they eat glow grass seeds, and drink water from the water god tree. You may not be able to keep them alive if you take them out. Water god tree. Hillier was a little confused. This was a tree she had never heard of. They claimed to be experts in planting plants. There was no tree they hadn't seen. For example, the purple lightning-inducing tree was planted, and they used its branches to make lightning-inducing arrows. You don't know? The little flower bud was a little skeptical. These elves are born gardeners in the story. Hillier shook his head. Well, maybe this is also unique to our place. The little flower bud saw Hillier's expression and realized that this tree was given to her by Fangjia at that time, and the name was also told to her by Fangjia. The little flower bud led a few elves, who had never seen the world, into the tree hole in the tree crown. In the middle of the tree hole was an ancient broken altar. In the middle of the altar was a sapling with blue leaves, and clean water flowed out from the roots of the sapling. The water flowed into the tree hole and formed a huge cool pool. The lotus leaves and flowers floating on the pool looked extremely beautiful. The little flower bud led the elves to the altar on the huge lotus leaves. This is our water god tree. The spring water in the underground palace is all due to its existence. Hillier looked at the small sapling with blue leaves in confusion. She had never seen such a magical tree, which could form a stream continuously. She gently scooped up a little stream water at the bottom of the water god tree and drank a sip. The sweet and cold spring water poured into her throat, as if taking away all the fatigue. Is this the nectar of life? Hillier was a little surprised. Although the content of life force in this spring water is not high, it does contain the ingredients of the nectar of life. The nectar of life? What is it? Hearing this name, Xiao Huabao felt that it was very high-end. Why hadn't she heard of it before? Although the nectar of life in this spring water is relatively thin, It is true that it does contain the ingredients of the nectar of life. Seeing that the little flower bud was still confused, Hillier explained again, the nectar of life is the dew of the tree of life of our elves. It contains very strong vitality, but the yield is very small. Oh, water with vitality. Right? I know that. The little flower bud waved his hand, and a huge flower grew out of the home tree. A light green liquid flowed out from the center of the flower. The breath of life also drifted out with a light green liquid, flowing to the ground, and green plants grew immediately. Hillier and the other two elves' eyes almost popped out. It was the first time they saw the life nectar flowing. Their own life nectar was calculated by the drop, and the effect was not as strong as hers. What a waste! This water is actually the condensed life force. It has a miraculous effect on plants, but it is not so effective on other life forms. Although it can also be used to treat diseases, it is still not as powerful as the blood spring that can bring the dead back to life. So Xiaowabeo classified it as useless. Its main use is the plant drip in the hospital. I didn't expect that this thing is so precious in the eyes of the elves. The other two elves immediately pulled Hillier aside and communicated in Elvish. This seems to be the nectar of life. In this way, the disease of our tree of life can be cured. Yes. Yes. If we can bring her back, we can definitely cure the disease of our tree of life. Don't be happy too soon. Maybe their production is not much. They just show us the accumulated nectar of life. Compared with the optimism of the two elf girls, Hillier frowned. They thought that the little flower bud couldn't understand them. But in fact, all the elven language they spoke was heard by the little flower bud in the form of soul echo. The little flower bud decided to increase the strength of being a seal. So the little flower bud summoned several flowers to spray the nectar of life together, and used it to water the flowers directly. Is this thing precious? For me, I can make it at will. Generally speaking, we don't store it. We just add it to drinking water and drink it at will. You can also take a bath if you want. Alas! 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 Why are you kneeling down? Now Hillier and the three elf girls knelt down in front of the little flower bud. Please! Don't waste it. Find a basin to collect it. It just flowed for a while, and it was all their output for hundreds of years. Great Goddess Landweenie, please save our tree of life, Hillier said as he knelt down at the feet of the little flower bud. The little flower bud saw that the blow to Hillier was almost enough. The second stage should be over. It's time to achieve the real goal. The little flower bud thought as he pulled Hillier and the three elves up from the ground. Oh! What happened to your tree of life? Tell me if I can cure it. There is a problem with our tree of life. It is showing signs of withering. And in recent years, our life nectar production has been decreasing. It has basically dried up, Hillier said frustratedly. Now it seems that you are the most likely person to cure her. I hope you can help us cure her. I can't go directly to you, because the world is too big, and we don't have the ability to save so many people in the world. So we only protect our own people in Capamere. So, I'm sorry. The little flower bud made an awkward expression while speaking. We can exchange our things. Hillier gritted his teeth and said, what do you have that you can exchange with us? Plants? Fruits? I guess you don't have as much as we do life nectar? You've seen it, we don't lack it. The little flower bud had already waited for the little white rabbit to fall into the trap. Hillier racked his brains for a long time, but couldn't think of a bargaining chip that could be used to exchange with Capamere. Look, we don't lack anything. Go back and think about what you can exchange with us. I take you to see your friends, and see how the dragons are doing. The little flower bud walked forward without looking back. You just said that you only protect your own people. Then I will join you in Capamere. Is that okay? Hillier took a deep breath and said, Hillier, you can't use yourself as a bargaining chip. The other two elf girls were stunned. They didn't expect Hillier to use them as bargaining chips. This is too cunning. They wanted to. Where Hillier couldn't see, the little flower bud raised a smile, and forced herself to suppress her excitement. If she only changed one person, it would be a big loss. So she said lightly, Don't worry. Your envoys haven't arrived yet. You can discuss it later. The goal was achieved. The cleanup of Hades lasted for nearly a month. The airships kept running back and forth between the two underground cities, delivering supplies. As the spoils were delivered to the premiers, Fang Jie finally laughed happily. Thank you for your hard work, little ones. You did a great job. When Xiaoyu, Little Tentacles and Little Other Shore finally finished their expedition, Fang Jie who had been busy all the time, finally found time to greet them. This month, Fong Jie has been building the second phase of Mir City and expanding the entire underground palace. Now the mountain city of Mir Village has grown to a considerable size, and the role of CBD has also been initially reflected. Poochie. The expedition is over. Poochie. Poochie. Happy. The little tentacle lowly happily jumped into Fong Jie's arms and left a big lip print on Fong Jie's face. And me. And me. I want one too. Xiao Yu also giggled and flew to Fong Jie's shoulder and left her lip print on the other side of his face. Thank you for your hard work, little Bian. You have grown taller after working so hard for so long. And more beautiful. Fong Jie looked at the lazy little Bian. She was now a head taller than him. Her beautiful face and figure had fully grown, becoming graceful, and her charm as a goddess was fully reflected, making everything fall for her. Little Bian stretched his body, showing a smile from the bottom of his heart. Yeah. I'm back. Please feed me. I want to eat preserved egg and barley porridge. I've been thinking about it for a long time. And the little flower bud on the side glanced at Fong Jie with a bit of jealousy. Go and make food quickly, really. We see each other every day. Why can't you see that I have grown up too? As he said this, he straightened his chest. And Fong Jie had to touch his nose subconsciously, preparing to make a statistics of the spoils of this battle first. Chapter 194 The Arrival of the Elf Envoys. The harvest of this expedition was quite rich. It took Xiao Yu more than 10 ships to transport all the books. First of all, there were hundreds of thousands of books. Close to 1 million. It took Xiao Yu several trips to transport them all. Now they have all entered the spiderweb library maze in the underground palace. Secondly, there were various experimental products and collections of monsters. However, not all of them were moved to the underground palace. These monsters were too disgusting. Most of them were taken by Shubian to make fertilizer for flowers. Little Tentacles was particularly interested in these very sanity-losing monsters. So she caught some of the ones she liked and transported them back to the underground palace. For example, a weirdo with fish fins and a fish head, a disgusting hound that can turn invisible and deform, a wrinkled monster that looks like an insect and ape. All these unspeakable monsters were put into her indescribable maze, enriching the ecological environment of the maze, preparing to give those lovely warriors a surprise in the future. In addition, the most common thing in monsters is various skeletons. Xiao Yu brought back a lot of them. She tried to summon black flame skeletons with different skeletons, such as mammoths, giant whales, and worms. As for the magic materials, Fong Jie stuffed them into Lillian's magic laboratory, allowing her to study them. After a month of long journey, the elf delegation finally arrived at Kepamir before Fong Jie set off for Dragon Island. There were only 20 people in total, and the leader was Hillier's father, the great natural wizard Joe. Father! You are finally here. Hillier greeted them with surprise, as soon as the delegation came out of the forest. Little guy. You are too impulsive this time. How can you take 2 team members to an unknown place alone? Joe patted Hillier's head with some doting. Father, there are so many people, please give me some face. And why are there only so few people this time? They are really worth making friends with. Hillier was a little dissatisfied with the number of envoys. There is nothing we can do about it. After the queen's attitude changed drastically, her style of doing things also changed completely. If I hadn't insisted on coming this time, it is possible that these 20 people would not be able to gather together. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao also seemed a little helpless. The 2 sisters, Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian, came hand in hand, and saw Xiao, who kept coughing, but didn't think much about it. Welcome to the respected natural, which of the elves in the Kepamir underground palace. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian didn't salute either, but just said with a slight smile on their lips, Are you really from the gods? Xiao opened his eyes wide, looking at the 2 beautiful twin sisters in front of him. They are now nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall. As they walked by, all kinds of flowers and vines actually grew under their feet. The breath of life and death met under their feet to form a Tai Chi Bagua pattern, slowly rotating, endlessly. Compared to the gods you call us, we prefer you to call us the great demon king of Kepamir. The 2 sisters smiled at each other, and said in unison, Yes, they are completely different from the gods recorded in the literature. They don't have that kind of superior feeling at all. I have been with them for such a long time, and I feel like they are just friends. Hillier has been successfully assimilated by the great underground palace, and excitedly introduced them to his father. That's right, nice to meet you, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian extended their hands at the same time. Xiao also shook hands with Xiao Huabao, and Xiao Bian generously one by one. But after he shook hands with Xiao Bian frowned. Just after shaking hands, Xiao started to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Father, are you okay? Hillier said a little worriedly. I'm fine. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Bian said softly, Mr. Qiao, although I don't know what happened in your elf tribe, I can feel that a lot of dead air has accumulated in your body. If you don't expel it quickly, it may not be as simple as being fine. After Xiao Bian finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a black aura emerged from Qiao's facial features, which was collected by Xiao Bian in his palm. Xiao immediately felt much better. Okay. But your body is still relatively weak. Take care of yourself these days. Dead air? Why is there dead air? Has the condition of the Tree of Life deteriorated again? Hillier was stunned and asked in confusion. Ahem. It's okay. Only Qiao himself knew that their Tree of Life was in danger. And it was not as simple as Hillier thought. Just a little sick. But he couldn't say it now. He was afraid that the people of Kepamir would use it to threaten him. After hearing what he was thinking, Xiao Bian and Xiao Huabao just smiled at each other, without saying anything more, but turned their attention to the two masked men at the end of the elf team. Hello, friends of the Dragon Clan, your fellows are now stationed in the suburbs of Mir City. I will take you to find them. Sister, you entertain these elves. Xiao Bian winked at the two. The two people at the end of the team also looked at each other, put down their hoods, revealing their true faces underneath. One of them was the green-haired Watpa Poison Dragon Der, and the other was the red-haired Fane Fire Dragon Locke. They both bowed to Little Bian and Little Flower Bud at the same time, performing a human salute. This time the dragons were badly damaged, and the crippled dragons could only find the elves, and were ready to recover from their injuries with the help of the elves' life nectar, but they received news that the dragons captured by the undead were rescued by others. With the mentality of finding out the truth, they sent two powerful adult dragons to follow the elves' envoys to Kepamir. But they were recognized before they even entered the door. Yes. That's it. You have to knead it well. Rub the flavor of the spices into it. It's you. Put your claws back. Don't cut the skin. Apply force evenly when slapping. Don't break the meat. And you? This is the second time. If you can't control the heat well, you will be deducted from dinner tonight. Poochie. There's nothing to eat. Duel and Locke followed Little Bian to the outskirts of Mill City. Before they reached the gathering place, they heard a cry. A little loli with long pink hair and a strange dragon tail was pulling another little loli with tentacles on her lower body to scold the dragons, and from time to time she would whip the dragons with a cane. Is this how you treat the noble dragons in Kepamir? Without waiting for Little Bian to speak, the hot-tempered Locke spoke first, and rushed forward to rescue the enslaved dragons without caring what Little Bian wanted to explain. We misjudged you. Duke was also shocked and angry, and quickly followed. Wait. You misunderstood. Wait. Forget it. It's all for nothing anyway. Little Bian wanted to explain something helplessly, but the two dragons didn't listen to anything. Locke was the fastest. He rushed forward and shouted, Don't be disrespectful to the dragons. Whose cubs are you two? Lostia and Little Tentacle turned around in confusion and looked at the two big men. Why don't you two go sell barbecue? What are you doing here? Lostia asked in confusion. Huh? We too sell barbecue. Dur and Locke were both shocked. This little guy actually asked two adult dragons to sell barbecue. Locke, who had a hot temper, could not bear it any longer. He instantly removed the dragon illusion, revealed the original body of the Fane Fire Dragon, and roared. Roar! Such an impolite little monster. I will teach you a lesson for your parents. Duke, who was standing next to him, also restored his green dragon body. His dragon head, like a python, bit the little tentacle, and the poisonous breath in his mouth began to brew. Lostia was furious when she heard Locke's words. It had been a long time since she heard someone call her a little monster. She hadn't heard this word since she left Dorgan, and she had to teach her a lesson on behalf of her parents? She took a step forward, and instantly grew bigger, revealing her beautiful and shining dragon body like a mountain peak again. The eyes of the young enslaved dragons next to her almost popped out of their buds. It was really too beautiful. 200 meters versus 40 meters? The difference was instantly decided. In front of Lostia, Locke was like a dragon figurine, pressed to the ground and rubbed by Lostia's claws, leaving him no room for resistance. Locke was completely stunned. His eyes widened like copper bells, and he was slapped to the ground by Lostia's claws. leaving him no room for resistance. You Locke couldn't even finish his words. What did you call me just now? Please say it again. I didn't hear it clearly. Lostia asked in a sinister voice. Locke struggled in fear and asked Dur for help. Dur. Save me. Dur? He can't even save himself. As Lostia spoke, he curled up his dragon claws and slammed them hard on Locke's face. With his huge size advantage, each slap seemed like a slap on Locke's face, which made Locke dizzy. And Dur, who was standing by, was also in a miserable state. Just now, Dur blew a mouthful of poisonous acid towards the small tentacle. Generally speaking, no matter what kind of monster encountered his poisonous acid breath, it would be turned into slag. Therefore, he did not check whether the small tentacle was hurt, and wanted to help Locke. But several thick tentacles suddenly stretched out from the area covered by the green poisonous breath, and instantly wrapped around his neck, binding him tightly. Dur wanted to struggle, but it was useless. The tentacles were so strong that his dragon bones began to squeak under the wrapping of the tentacles, making a sound of being overwhelmed. Slurp. A little delicious. Puff. Sour. Spicy. Puff. A childish voice that couldn't even speak clearly came out from the poisonous fog, and the tone was as if he had eaten a very delicious snack. Two more thick tentacles emerged from the poisonous fog. In Dur's horrified eyes, these two thick tentacles stretched straight to his mouth, opened his mouth, and then went all the way inside, barbarianly inserting into the poison sac in his mouth. Not too thick. Too thick. Huhulu. Duel, who was deeply coughing, had already started to turn his eyes up. Little Bion kept shaking his head as he watched from the side. It was really his own fault. And Leo, who had just sold the barbecue and came to buy more goods, was stunned by the extremely chaotic scene. Chapter 195. The bloody murder caused by the barbecue. Your Highness Lostia. Your Highness Lostia. This is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? He is Locke, a warrior of the Fane Fire Dragon clan. Put him down quickly. Leo didn't even care about the barbecue cart, and hurried forward, and loudly dissuaded Lostia. Lostia glanced at Leo, who kept waving at her, snorted coldly, and let Locke go. Humph! Little monster, I won't bother with you for the sake of Uncle Leo. Don't mess with me again, or I give you to the little tentacle as a snack. Lostia blew a breath at the little tentacle, blowing away all the poisonous fog that enveloped her. Little tentacle. Okay. Let him go. He'd be dead if you mess with him again. TSK. I haven't had enough. Pudgy. The little tentacle pouted unwillingly, and retracted all its super tentacles. Lostia also began to shrink, and the moment she shrank back to the size of a little loli, she was wrapped up by the tentacles of the little tentacles. Humph. There's also a set of my clothes. It's very expensive. I put it on your head. Lostia gave Locke another vicious look, and went back with the little tentacle to change clothes. The little tentacle's clothes weren't a big problem, after all. They were made of Xiaobai's special spider silk, and Dur's venom was not enough to corrode them. What's wrong with you two? Why did you confront Princess Lostia as soon as you showed up? Leo looked at the two people who were being played around speechlessly. Locke and Dur also recovered their human forms. Locke was fine, but he was covered in dust. He tried to stand up, but he was too dizzy from the bullets, so he fell to the ground again. Duke retched and coughed as soon as he recovered, and he almost coughed out his lungs. His cheeks were visibly sunken, and his venom had been sucked dry by the tentacles. They saw Lodi whip your young dragon, so they rushed up to defend the dignity of the dragon race, and ended up fighting. Well, I brought you to the place. I'm going to run away first. Little Bion looked at the two with amusement, and turned away. Okay, take care. Ms. Manjusaka, Leo said as he bowed to Little Bion. Why do you have so little dignity for the dragon race now? Locke saw Leo's unwillingness and roared. Leo slapped Locke on the forehead. Why are you still so impulsive? That's the new goddess of death. Is it wrong for me to respect her? This is not Dorgan. Any of the demon kings here can crush you too like a bug? Dignity of the dragon race? Dignity of the dragon race is nothing here. We are equal to humans and orcs. Leo was really pissed off by this guy. Why did the elder send these two idiots here? How do we know they are so strong? I saw it. Locke didn't know what to call Lostia for a moment. He had never seen such a big dragon. Bigger than the dragon god. Lostia, that's the deformed little fire dragon that was once laughed at by others, and you are from the same clan. What? Lostia? Locke's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. That's right. Leo was very satisfied with Locke's current expression, which was no different from his past. Damn. No wonder she reacted so strongly. I called her little monster, Locke said with a frustrated look. What the hell? Why are you doing that? She didn't tear you apart, which was a big favor to you. Leo covered his head with a headache. I saw her beating those young dragons. I thought she enslaved them, and the first thing she asked me was why I didn't go to sell barbecue. I'm a purebred adult dragon. How can I go back to buy barbecue? Locke felt very wronged. Why, you look down on people who buy barbecue. I went to sell it. What's the matter? Leo looked at Locke with a disdainful look, and resisted the urge to beat him up again. We bought the barbecue because we eat and live here, and it's considered as a reward to Kepamir. As he spoke, Leo moved the barbecue cart next to him. It clearly said dragon finger licking kebabs. 2 yuan per kebab. The dragons who haven't learned to transform will help with the barbecue, and those who have learned will go to the city to sell. You two who have learned to transform, of course you will be asked to sell the kebabs. Ahem. We were willing to be whipped by her. Being whipped by her is a gift to us. She is so beautiful. She is so powerful when waving the whip. One of the young dragons, who had just been whipped, said a little embarrassedly. His cheeks were red, and he looked intoxicated. In fact, they didn't feel anything when Lash's whip was whipped on them. After all, their hard dragon scales were not able to be beaten by the whip. It was not the super metal whip that Fangjia used to whip Loslands. This was mainly to remind them not to do wrong things. Locke and Der were both speechless, although they also saw how beautiful Lostia was now, and how tempting she was to these young dragons. This was too fucking spineless. Fangjia has completed the second phase of the Mill City project during this period. This time, the school, commercial center, and political center were mainly built. The third phase will focus on building an observation deck, a resort, a ski slope, and an astronomical observatory on the top of the mountain. The higher you go, the steeper the mountain becomes, so the buildings become relatively sparse, making it more suitable for sightseeing. Shagar was not idle either. The materials required by Fangjia had already been collected. The progress of industrial machine tools was even more rapid. In addition, Uncle Tiger had been learning from Fangjia in the great underground palace. He was very fast at getting started with these machines. Now he could make steam engines. These steam engines were put into the material collection industry, which accelerated the speed of material collection. So Fangjia stopped the excavation work in the underground palace, and gave priority to completing the main part of the city of Mir, where the population began to grow explosively. After the main part was built, Fangjia was completely free, and no longer had to be urged by Shagar to build the city of Gundur. When Xiaobai found Fangjia with a pile of documents, Fangjia was trying to find a way to put a building similar to the Krusar temple into the cliff. This was strongly requested by the Sea Sisters. Fangjia, come down quickly. The representatives of all tribes have arrived, and the expedition meeting can begin. Okay. Wait for me, I get it done right away. Fangjia heard Xiaobai's call, and casually shaped a small tentacle statue, and placed it in the center of the Krusar temple. After doing all this, Fangjia jumped down from the cliff directly, and fell heavily on the boulder that had been prepared in advance. Xiaobai immediately stepped forward, and took out his specially made handkerchief to wipe the corners of Fangjia's mouth and eyes, wiping off the golden blood demon gold. Be careful, I feel your core is becoming more and more unstable. From time to time, blood magic gold would flow out from the gaps in these structures. Since Fangjia was injured in the core by monsters, this situation has often occurred. Sometimes, high-temperature spots of up to thousands of degrees would appear on the body. Fangjia had no way to control these well. It was like he had some incurable chronic terminal illness. He gradually lost the ability to control his own body. Only Xiaobai knew about this, because Fangjia couldn't hide it from her. But the others didn't think much about it. Fangjia looked at Xiaobai's worried face and smiled. It's okay. Don't worry. Except for the high-temperature rays. Other things such as shaping are basically unaffected. As he spoke, he looked down at the panel. The Heart of Fire has been damaged. The completeness is 82.7%. And this number is still slowly decreasing. No matter what Fangjia did, he couldn't repair it. Even Xiaobai couldn't do anything about it. Xiaobai said with some worry, don't go on this expedition. I will stay with you in the underground palace. I feel your condition is getting worse. But this monster is not ordinary. It is a big monster that is older than the world-destroying monster. I am a little worried if I don't go to watch it? Fang Jie wanted to say that I have no problem. But the person you can't deceive the most in your life is yourself. His situation is indeed not optimistic. Just let them go. Now those little bear children have grown up and are able to protect themselves. Which one of them is not better than you? Now you are at the bottom in terms of strength. You are adding burden to them instead of helping them. And you can't even take care of yourself now. And you still worry about others? Xiaobai complained, while knocking on Fang Jie's left chest. At some point, the fist-sized metal on Fang Jie's left chest turned red again. Although Xiaobai was telling the truth, but why did Fang Jie feel so heartbroken? I always felt that the girl he raised was going to leave him. Fang Jie skillfully poured magic power into a small magic circle next to him. After a while, a block of ice as big as a brick condensed out. He pressed the ice on the red metal on his left chest, making a hiss sound. Can't you give me some face? I know I can only be a mascot now. It's easy to hurt my self-esteem if you say that. Fang Jie pretended to be very sad. And said, okay, I believe you. Let them go on the expedition this time. I will focus all my energy on the construction of the underground palace. Let's go to the war room. Aren't they all here? Fang Jie put on a huge black cloak, completely hiding his appearance. Although he looked calm on the surface, he had actually made up his mind. No matter what, the underground palace will be the last line of defense for these cute monster girls. And it will also be their home. The Heart of Fire will eventually collapse completely. He doesn't have much time left. Before the Heart of Fire collapses completely, he needs to complete the construction of the great underground palace. Only in this way can these monster girls be protected to the greatest extent. After the great underground palace is completed, he may start his last expedition and leave all of them. He can feel that if the Heart of Fire collapses, he will be forced to perform the core melting skill. It may be a grand explosion, and the power may be comparable to the super nuclear explosion that Eliska once used. Chapter 196 Chapter 195 The Third Front Expedition Operations Meeting. When Fang Jie brought Xiaobai to the operations meeting room, the entire operations meeting room was already full. The attendees included Shagar, who represented the orcs. Her seat was engraved with countless orcs, who would never be enslaved. Polly, who represented the Sea Clan. Her seat was a wave seat with countless marine creatures riding on the waves. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian were sitting hand in hand on chairs woven with countless vines and flowers. Flowers were blooming under their feet, and next to them sat the natural wizard Xiao of the elves. Xiao Tentacles was sitting curiously on the Demon King's chair decorated with tentacles, and looked around. It was the first time she saw so many people gathered together. Xiao Yu also sat on a chair decorated with skeletons and dead spirits. She was very excited. This atmosphere made her want to sing a song. Momo also sat obediently on her chair inlaid with starry sky gems, waiting for the meeting to be held. Xiaobai's seat is right next to Fang Jie's, and is made entirely of spider silk. Fang Jie's seat is the most inconspicuous of the 11 seats, with a very simple shape. It is the most refreshing and refined among all the gorgeous Demon King seats. There is no fancy decoration, just a huge stone chair. Fang Jie is wearing a huge cloak, and his face cannot be seen at all. Only a little red light can be seen from time to time in the shadow of the cloak. Well, where did Lillian and Lostia go? Why haven't they come yet? We're waiting for them. After Fang Jie sat down, he found that there were still 2 empty seats. One was a seat that looked like a dragon's nest. That was Lostia's. Beside him sat Leo, Locke, Duel, and all the dragons behind him. Fortunately, the war room was big enough, otherwise they wouldn't be able to fit in. The other was a seat with countless magic runes carved on it. That was Lillian's seat. Mother Mary was sitting next to him. She was also looking for Lillian. During this period, Lostia has been mainly training those dragons to make dragon barbecue, or hanging out with Lillian, doing something mysterious. Xiaobai pushed his glasses and said, everyone in the meeting room was waiting for the meeting to start, whispering quietly. So Fang Jie and Xiaobai's conversation did not attract everyone's attention. Come here! Come here! Just when Fang Jie was about to use the monster sandbox to find Lillian and Lostia, the 2 of them finally arrived. You have to practice hard afterwards. You can definitely do it. Cheer up. Lillian winked at Lostia at the end. Lostia was a little shy, nodded gently, and sat back in her seat. Okay. The 10 great demon kings of Capamere are all here, and the second meeting of the Council of All Races begins again. Fang Jie's voice was not loud, but it sounded like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, instantly shocking everyone present. And instantly all the whispers disappeared. But not everyone is convinced. Poochie. There are obviously 11 of them. Xiao Huabao was laughing with her hands covering her mouth. Fang Jie was speechless. This guy is a person who can't stand without making trouble. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is there anything wrong with 11 of the 10 demon kings? Really? We're at a meeting. Be serious. Yeah. Be serious. But don't make it sound like there's no you in the underground palace. Xiao Huabao looked at Fang Jie meaningfully. Well, about this expedition, it's mainly because the seal of Dorgan was destroyed by the black-clothed man, and the so-called disaster beast, Timothy, is about to break the seal and come out, so we decided to expedition to Dorgan, to help Dragon Island recover, and this expedition is mainly led by Lostia. Fang Jie told everyone in detail about Timothy. The high priest Bayonnaise, who was sitting next to Polly, stroked his beard, and frowned, because the black-clothed man had appeared in the Crusar temple before. Respected Lord Cresset, the characteristics of the men in black you just mentioned also appeared in our Crusar temple. At that time, I thought they were just thieves, and they even knocked out 2 of our guards. But when we counted them later, we found that nothing was missing. At that time, I was very curious about what these people wanted to steal. Also appeared in the Sea Tribe Holy Land? From what you said, they were also behind the riot of the world-destroying monster. Fang Jie paused. He probably guessed that these men in black should belong to the forces of Heliska, but why did they go looking for these seals? What good would it do for them to release the monsters in these seals? I think they might want to break the seal and release the destroyer monster, but they might have underestimated the power of the destroyer monster seal, so they returned empty-handed. At that time, only a lot of decorations were knocked over in the hall, nothing was lost. And the seal was not damaged at all. But this does not rule out that they did nothing. If Heliska is really behind them, he might have some means to bypass the stone and directly enter the real seal. In this case, the destroyer monster's riot can also be explained. The question is, why did this guy release those evil monsters? Xiao Bai pushed his glasses and said hesitantly, if it is really Heliska, will he use these ancient monsters to contain or suppress Oros? If these ancient monsters fight Oros, then he can reap the benefits. But doing so is no less than dragging the lives of all the creatures in the world to their deaths. Doesn't he feel guilty for doing so? Shagar said angrily. For now, these are just speculations. But there is a high probability that he thinks so. So solving the disaster beast Daimosi is secondary now. The main thing is whether we can find out these people hiding in the dark and causing trouble. If we don't find them out, then this time it will be Daimosi, and next time it may be Dimmadong. It will never end. Fang Jie pressed his temples with a headache. Lillian's face was also full of seriousness. If these 2 seal riots were related to Heliska, then he was unworthy of his title of Lord of Light. Moreover, this tactic of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting oneself by 10,000 was indeed something that those fat-headed bastards could come up with. The country with the largest number of people who believe in Heliska is the human Vendoma theocracy. Heliska is their main god. Most of the Heliska believers gather there. Why don't you let me go there this time to take a look? Maybe I can find some clues about Heliska. Fang Jie nodded, and looked at the elf nature wizard Qiao, who was sitting next to the 2 sisters Xiao Huabao. Wizard Qiao, can I ask if there are any seals of ancient disaster beasts in your elves? Such as under your tree of life? The Sea Tribe has the world-destroying monster Crusar, and the Dragon Tribe of Dorgan has the disaster beast Emperor Moses. So Fang Jie has every reason to suspect that the elves may also hide some monsters. Qiao stood up and said slowly, as far as I know, there are no strange seals in the elf forest. Our elves have always loved peace and rarely participated in the struggle of the world. In addition to forming an alliance with Kepamir, we also hope to seek Kepamir's help. Now the Tree of Life has shown signs of withering. Hearing that there was no seal in the elf forest, Fang Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. That's good. Before Fang Jie finished speaking, Qiao said again, however, the situation of the Tree of Life is not optimistic this time. So I hope to ask the Daughter of Nature to go to our elf forest immediately. Well, there is no rush for your elf forest. Let's go after we have dealt with the disaster beast Emperor Moses. Fang Jie didn't want to disperse his forces too much. It would not be fun if they were attacked by the enemy. But Zhou and Hillier were extremely anxious. This was their last straw. Don't worry, I tell you. Little Flower Bud interrupted Zhou and winked at him. In the past 2 days, I learned about the situation of their Tree of Life through them. It is indeed very serious. If it is not rescued in time, it will be irreversible. So this time, Xiao Bian and I will go to the forest of elves with Hillier and others. Believe us, there will be no problem. And who knows if Aliska is also behind this matter. Sister is right. Otherwise, why didn't the Tree of Life wither earlier or later? Why did it have problems at this time? Xiao Bian also spoke. Fang Jie fell into deep thought. He was a little undecided. Relax. I believe they will be fine. Xiao Bai took out a special handkerchief and helped Fang Jie wipe the blood and gold that oozed from his hands without leaving any trace. Xiao Yu, who was closest to her, frowned. Although Xiao Bai did it very secretly, she still noticed it. Okay, if that's the case, then let's fight on 3 fronts this time. Since everyone thought so, Fang Jie no longer insisted. Then let's finalize the combat personnel. The first front line is Dorgan to suppress and annihilate the disaster beast Emperor Moses. Who would like to volunteer to go? Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 3 arms were raised. The first one was Lostia. Of course. The other one was Perry. Dorgan is an island located above the sea, so she might be able to help a little. The last one to raise her hand was Momo, which he had not expected. Momo. Stop it. You're still young. I'm not young anymore. I want to help everyone. Now I'm also one of the guardians of the great underground palace. Right? Momo stood up from her Demon King role, blushing and arguing. And my ability is not bad. Sister Lillian said that even she may not be able to beat me. Okay. Fang Jie saw Momo's insistence, and could only shake his head helplessly and agree. Momo can even beat Lillian. So it's not easy to beat me. The child is grown up, and I can't control him. The little tentacle was going to raise his little hand to participate, but was caught by Lillian, who was sitting next to him. Poochie? Lillian winked at her. Leave the second-line expedition to Vendorma to me and Little Tentacle, so we can take care of each other. It just so happens that the Gods' Heavenly Words Conference in Vendorma is about to begin, and we should be able to get a lot of information there. Leave the third-line rescue of the Tree of Life to me and Little Other Side. Just take care of yourself. Little Flower but also smiled and said, Are you sure? Fang Jie looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. This little guy didn't even ask to go out and play. He actually sat quietly in the chair, thinking about something. Fang Jie waited for a minute, but Xiao Yu didn't say anything, so he had to nod at everyone. Okay, since everything has been decided, let's get ready to go. The third line operation officially begins. Chapter 197 Frozen Dorgan. After the meeting, Xiao Yu praised this little face, and found Fang Jie and Xiao Bai with a serious face. Are you two hiding something from us? Xiao Yu said straight to the point with his hands on his waist. Well, there is nothing hidden from you. Fang Jie glanced at Xiao Bai, and said cautiously, Since you were hit by that bad guy Minces last time, you have been hiding from us in a mysterious way unless it is necessary. Even the ambassadors of the elves were received by Sister Xiaowabeo instead. You were not like this before. No, aren't we going to build the underground palace? We need to speed up the construction now, otherwise how can we resist the external threats? Fang Jie wanted to argue for himself again. Humph! Xiao Yu took out a piece of golden metal from his bag. Argument? You keep arguing. Then explain what this thing is? Fang Jie was shocked. It was a piece of metal condensed from the blood demon gold in his body. We have never seen you bleed from time to time like this before. It's like you are seriously ill. You showed up again today. Right? I've been keeping an eye on you two since the meeting. You wouldn't wear a cloak to attend a meeting on such an important occasion before. Fang Jie and Xiao Bai looked at each other, not knowing how to explain this to Xiao Yu. Alas, Fang Jie hurt the Heart of Fire in order to block the black magic that attacked us, causing irreversible damage to the Heart of Fire, and now his temperature and fire skills are greatly suppressed. Xiao Bai stepped forward, touched the little girl's head, and told her the truth. As expected, don't treat everyone as fools, everyone has seen it. Xiao Yu flew directly to Fang Jie's forehead, and hit Fang Jie's head hard. Fang Jie reluctantly took Xiao Yu off his head. It turned out that everyone had noticed it. No wonder Xiao Huabao looked at him meaningfully during the meeting. I didn't mean to hide it. But this thing can't be repaired. If there was a way, I would have asked you to help a long time ago. This thing was said by the system, not Fang Jie. Although this system is useless, Fang Jie has never been disappointed by this information. We can always find a way if we work together, Xiao Yu said firmly. Okay. We can always find a way. Sorry. I shouldn't have been hiding from you all the time. It's just because sometimes I can't control my body temperature very well. So I should keep a little distance. Fang Jie didn't argue with Xiao Yu anymore. If they want to mess around, then let them mess around. The first-line expeditionary force Lostia, Perry, and Momo sat on the back of their brother Loslands, and the dragons carried them to Dorgan. For a while, the sky was full of colorful dragons. The humans in some cities below were so scared that they began to gather their armies, fearing that the dragon tide would attack the city. Your Highness Lostia, are we really not going to the elf forest first? If we can get the help of the giant dragon of the elf forest, it might be more beneficial to us. Locke flew to Loslands and said to Lostia and the other two sitting on Losland's back, well, we won't go. It will save time. Besides, it's useless for them to come. Most of them are injured. Let them take good care of themselves. On the contrary, if they go to the battlefield, they may be accidentally injured due to the chaos on the battlefield. The fewer people, the better. Let's find them after we deal with Daimosi. Lostia patted Momo's back while speaking. She was not without reason to be so worried. Her fission breath could easily hurt her own people. The temperature was so high that even an adult fawn fire dragon would turn to ashes if it was hit. Therefore, the fewer dragons that went, the better. When we arrive at Dorgan, don't get close. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you during the battle. Don't be uncomfortable. If you keep uncomfortable, I faint. Fly steadily. Lostia slapped Loslands in anger. Momo's current condition is not good. She doesn't get airship sick, but she gets dragon sick. Loslands was so wronged that he dared not move. It would have been fine to bring Lostia, but he had to bring Pearly and Momo with him. This made him complain a little bit as he was treated as a mount. Now, it was no surprise that he was reprimanded by Lostia. Okay, I listen to you. If you can't win, come out immediately. We will meet you outside Dorgan. Locke sighed. This is the only way. The dragons were moving very fast. In a few days, they were close to Dorgan. The closer they got to Dorgan, the faster the temperature dropped. It was early autumn, but heavy snow had already fallen. Dorgan was already covered in ice and snow. Even the sea was frozen by frost. A huge storm was shrouding the main island. Thunder and lightning kept flashing in the thick clouds. Damn! This horrible weather. Is it really caused by Timothy? I have never seen a monster that is powerful enough to control the weather. This is too scary. Polly has wrapped herself in a thick cotton-padded jacket, and she looks fatter. Lostia also looked solemn. The temperature here dropped very quickly. Just as we arrived at the outskirts of Dorgan, the temperature dropped below freezing. It is hard to imagine what kind of icy hell it would be in the center of Dorgan. We are about to arrive. You will land on the edge island of Dorgan. I will go in to investigate the situation inside Dragon Island first. Lostia handed Momo in his arms to Perry beside him. Be careful. Perry took the dizzy Momo and shouted to Lostia, who was about to leave with some worry. Yeah, I be careful. Lostia nodded solemnly, slid down from Losland's body, completed the transformation in midair, and drilled into the not-so-thick ice layer on the outside. Loslands, Leo, and a group of dragons were stationed on the edge island of Dorgan. Perry immediately set up a telescope, looking at the central island with a huge volcano in the center of Dorgan. The magic power immediately communicated with the ocean, and was ready to support Lostia at any time. Dorgan is a volcanic island with an area of 68 square kilometers. It has a main island with an active volcano, and countless small islands. It is humid all year round, with abundant rainfall, so the vegetation is lush. It is a typical subtropical marine climate. However, heavy snow has fallen and everything is frozen. Even if it is in the Arctic. Pearly would not believe it. Lostia secretly broke the ice and landed on the main volcanic island of Dorgan from a beach. She regained her lowly figure. After 2 years, everything has changed. The beach where she could run and play happily is now completely covered with ice and snow. All the tall tropical plants were frozen, and the several meter-long ice ridges were curled up by the strong wind, forming an unusually beautiful wave shape, as if the strong wind was frozen. The biting cold wind cut Lostia's face like a knife, blowing her pink hair flying in the wind. Lostia narrowed her eyes and walked into the depths of the main island of Dorgan. Lostia felt very heavy along the way. She had seen several dragons frozen into statues, and the more they went to the center, the more statues there were. Although she was unfamiliar with them, she could still see their fearless determination from their tragic expressions. These ice sculptures of giant dragons were all very intact, and the damage was not serious. This discovery surprised Lostia. because it meant that they were all frozen in an instant. If they could be thawed, they might still survive. Dad? Mom? Where are you? This discovery made Lostia very happy. Hope rose in her heart again, and she immediately ran towards her home. The gathering place of famed fire dragons is on the south side of the Dorgan volcano, which is the closest to the volcano among all the giant dragons. There is a basin below the dragon nest of Lostja's family. Small hot springs of different sizes form several hot spring pools, like steps here. There are yellow and red colors, which are extremely beautiful. Other dragons dislike the smell of sulfur here, so they rarely come here to play. Lostia used to be excluded by other dragons. Her favorite thing to do, when she was alone, was to roll in these hot spring pools. The higher the temperature, the happier she was. Gradually, this place became her own little world. But now this place has been frozen into a lifeless ice block by the snow. Lostia shook her little head, pulled her thoughts out of these memories, and quickly passed through the small world that once belonged to her. Lostia quickly climbed up the dragon's nest halfway up the mountain without making any sound. The closer she got to home, the more nervous she became. She was afraid of seeing her parents die, which made her walk slower and slower. She couldn't help but stand in front of the dragon's nest, and didn't dare to go in. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, Lostia resolutely walked into the former dragon's nest. When she saw the giant dragon in the dragon's nest, Lostia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her father protected her mother with his wings, turned his head towards the exit of the dragon's nest, roared, and his expression was extremely angry. Without any timidity, the mother kept looking at her father, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Although there was a trace of regret, she was not afraid at all, as if she already owned the whole world. Lostja's eyes were moist. Big tears flowed from her eyes, and before they fell to the ground, they were frozen into ice crystals like gems. Dad? Mom? I'm back. Lostja's trembling fingers ran across the surface of the ice sculpture. I'm here to help you defeat Timothy. A strange sound caught Lostja's attention, and she turned around immediately. At some point, a translucent creature appeared in front of the dragon's nest. It looked like a worm with several limbs, and there were two small black dots on the synapse-like structure, which could rotate 360 degrees like eyes. Atmospheric creature? Lostia was a little confused. How could there be atmospheric creatures in such a cold environment? The synaptic eyes of the atmospheric creature turned, staring at Lostia. Gaw! Instantly, blue light burst out from the insect legs, directly targeting Lostia. Damn it! Lostia raised her hands to block it. She couldn't dodge it. If she dodged it, then the blue light would attack her frozen parents. Chapter 198 Reunion. Now that her parents were frozen, they became extremely fragile, and any slightly violent collision could shatter them. Of course, Lostia could not allow this to happen, so she stood still and took the blue light attack from the atmospheric creature. A layer of frost immediately covered her arms, forcing Lostia to take a few steps back. Even so, there were still one or two blue rays that missed Lostja's blockage and hit her father's tail, shattering the tip of the tail. Asshole! Hit more accurately when fighting. You can't hit me even if I'm standing here. When seeing the tip of his father's tail break, Lostia was really furious. He rushed towards the atmospheric creature outside the cave and knocked the huge atmospheric creature out of the nest. Instantly restored to a huge body of 200 meters long, he pinched the atmospheric creature in his palm, and the atmospheric creature kept struggling, and a sharp and piercing wail came out of its mouth. Lostia ignored the wailing of the atmospheric creature and crushed it directly. Finally, it's quiet. Just when Lostia breathed a sigh of relief, a huge roar came from the crater. Ah! A huge creature with a white body rushed out of the crater with a storm, pointing straight to the sky, and was instantly submerged in the storm. Blue light was faintly visible in the storm, like two evil eyes, staring at Lostia. Instantly, the temperature dropped again, and within 2 seconds, white ice crystals covered Lostia. Damn it! Hurry up! Hurry up! Lostia gently held her parents in her palms with her dragon claws, protecting them in her arms, protecting them from the cold wind as sharp as a blade. Lostia immediately twisted on the ice like a snake, and countless trees were knocked down by her huge body, and she quickly slid to the outside of the island. Ah! When the demon saw that Lostia wanted to escape, it immediately rushed towards Lostia with countless storms. Blue freezing rays shot out from the storms and hit Lostja's back. The delicate and flexible scales became fragile due to the freezing, so cracks appeared. But Lostia could no longer care about that. Radiation energy penetrated his body, wrapped his parents tightly on his chest, trying to melt the ice and snow in the shortest time. In order to avoid touching the frozen dragons along the way, Lostia chose a road that few dragons would come. At the end of this road was a cliff over 100 meters high, which was also the road closest to the sea. She herself was not afraid of the cliff over 100 meters high, but the ice sculpture in her arms could not withstand such an impact, even if there was soft water on the other side. Not to mention that there were only thick ice blocks now. So she had to try her best to melt the frost before reaching the edge of the cliff to weaken the brittleness caused by freezing. The radiation condensed into a translucent yellowish sphere, which enveloped the ice sculpture, melting the ice at an extremely fast speed, restoring the toughness of the dragon's flesh. Seeing that the ice on his parents had almost melted, the road had reached the end, Lostia jumped up from the 100-meter cliff, and the fission breath that had been brewing for a long time was instantly exhaled, and bombarded the solid ice layer on the sea surface. Boom! The fission breath instantly shattered the solid ice layer, and stirred up a 100-meter high mist, which turned into hail in the air, and fell back to the bubbling sea surface, and the sea surface turned into a hot spring. Lostia's breath had two purposes. One was to break the ice layer that blocked the way. The other was to slow down the impact of the fall, which could protect the parents' bodies from damage to the greatest extent. Lostia successfully led her parents into the sea, splashing countless water. Timothy rushed out of the cliff with an unstoppable freezing storm, hovering over the huge ice cave, and roared for a long time. Roar, roar, roar. Outskirts of Dorgan, Edge Island. Lostia broke through the ice layer and put her parents on the shore. Quick! Blood spring water. Where is the blood spring water? Leo rushed to Lostia first with a wooden barrel full of blood spring water, and poured the blood spring water into the mouths of the two fawn fire dragons. Ignoring the injury on her back, Lostia recovered her lowly figure and lay directly on her father's chest to listen to whether his heartbeat had recovered. Automatically filtering out the whistling wind, Lostia was surprised to hear a faint beating sound, although the sound was not loud, but it was indeed beating, which meant that there was no big problem. Lostia once again lay on her mother's chest, but no matter how hard she listened, she could not hear the beating sound again. Hurry up! Hurry up! Move! Move quickly! Please! Move quickly! Lostia's eyes were filled with tears. Leo! Use your lightning breath. Perform CPR. Hurry! Momo was held in Polly's arms, and she shouted at Leo. Polly's speed was a little slow, but she moved over in a hopping manner, and Momo, who was in her arms, was very anxious. Resuscitate the heart, Leo. Hurry up! Lostia was no longer sad. Power is 300 joules for humans. Damn the dragon! How much does the dragon need? Never mind. Hit with all your strength. Hit me. You will get hurt. And you are in the phantom state now. Your defense is far less than when you are in dragon form. Leo was a little hesitant. I said, hit with all your strength. Hit me. Lostia looked at Leo, her eyes firm. Okay. Leo gritted his teeth, recovered his dragon body. A thick lightning bolt appeared in Leo's mouth and struck Lostia's back. Lostia stiffened for a moment, was a little out of breath, and Lostia's mother Elena didn't react at all. Not enough. Where are the thunder dragons now? Altogether, more than 10 thunder dragons walked out of the dragon group again. Isn't it too much? Leo swallowed his saliva. These are more than 10 thunder dragons. Come! Lostia's eyes were firm. This was her mother. Boom! The lightning breath of more than 10 thunder dragons gathered into a super thick lightning, which hit Lostia's back with pale lightning. Lostia's body formed a conductor that greatly reduced the lethality of lightning, turning it into pure electric current, which was then transmitted to her mother's body, shocking her body. Lostia's little face turned pale, and she fell down again. No. 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 You will die. Leo hesitated again. I said, come again. Lostia glared at Leo with gritted teeth. As the strongest dragon, her might shone through her body. Her bloodshot eyes stared at Leo, making Leo extremely frightened. Although she was small at this moment, no dragon dared to say no to her. The might of the dragon god had completely enveloped the entire island. The surrounding dragons all bowed their noble heads to Lostia. Leo, who was in the center of the storm, had already prostrated himself on the ground. It's your majesty the queen. A thick lightning bolt struck again, and struck Lostia's back again, causing Lostia to tense up again, and her face turned pale. No! Losland wanted to go out to replace Lostia, but was restrained by Locke's quick hands and eyes. Calm down. You are a dragon. The lightning strike on you will have little effect on Elena. And if you transform, you will be killed by lightning. No dragon's transformation can match the defense of Her Majesty the Queen. Not even the former elders. Otherwise, Her Majesty the Queen wouldn't have to do it herself. She's my sister? My sister? Losland struggled, staring at the shaky Lostia. Come again. The shaky Lostia said again. Boom! The thick lightning struck Lostja's back again, transmitted to the chest of Lostja's mother, and it bulged again, even her fingers moved. Losland had completely lost consciousness, smoke came out, and she fell softly from her mother's body. Before she lost consciousness, she saw Losland break free from his restraints and rush towards her. I don't know how long it took. In the central cave of the outer edge island of Dorgan, the north wind was still howling outside, but it was relatively warm inside the cave. Mom! Mom! Don't go! Lostia suddenly woke up from a straw bed, as if she was awakened by a nightmare, and suddenly sat up. Xiaobao! Mom is here! Mom is here! Irina, who had been sitting by the bed, trembled in her voice, and went forward to hug her. Mom! You didn't leave. That's great. You didn't leave me. Lostia felt the familiar embrace, and his eyes immediately moistened. Elena also burst into tears. Xiaobao. I'm sorry. My Xiaobao. I'm sorry. She couldn't say anything, and kept apologizing to Lostia. A strong arm came over and hugged Elena and Lostia at the same time. Dad. That's great. It's great that you two are okay. Lostia looked at Loskane behind Elena in surprise. I'm sorry. Lostia. Loskane also looked apologetic. His masculine face was rarely tired, and tears were in his eyes. Your tail. Lostia felt a little guilty. She could see that the tip of her father's slender tail was broken. It's okay. I'm lucky to be alive, Xiaobao. You've suffered. I've already beaten your brother severely. It's really lawless. How dare he abandon you? It's really embarrassing for us Fane Fire Dragons. Loskane shook his head and said, Are you feeling better? I was so worried when I rescued you. After the tenderness, Lostia became worried again. This level of injury can't be recovered in a few days. We are in good health. Although we are a little weak, we are fine. You have been unconscious for 5 days, and have not woken up. I was scared. More than 10 thunder dragons attacked a phantom dragon like you. It's just a mess. Elena was extremely scared when she thought of this incident. That can't be helped. I can't watch you leave me. Besides, I'm super strong now. I'm not the same person I used to be. Lostia finally showed a bright smile, raised her arm, and made a biceps movement. Yes. Yes. Our little treasure is really great. Who dares to say that our little treasure is a little monster now? Let's beat it. Elena was finally amused by the funny Lostia. Losland, who was not loved by anyone, was trembling outside the cave. The eldest son doesn't have the dragon power? Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Chapter 199 Rescue Dorgan. In a cave on the edge of Dorgan Island, all the dragons gathered here. All the dragons that could transform did so, and those that could not transform stretched their necks, looking at Lostia standing in the middle of the venue. Fangjia has always told me to plan before taking action, so I will start a pre-war mobilization with you. After my close observation, this disaster beast named Deimos should be an atmospheric creature. At that time, Lostia was running away with her parents in her arms, and she also noticed Deimos in the middle of the storm. Although its body was snow white, its skin showed a translucent texture, as transparent as jade. According to the research of my other 2 sisters, the bodies of these creatures are very fragile, but because of its 0-degree field, we cannot get close to it, and its breath cannot break through its frost storm. Lostia put her hands on her waist, and said to the giant dragons around her, And the only thing that can break through its frost storm protection is my fission breath. But before that, we must save all the dragons in Dragon Island, because my breath is too powerful. Those tribesmen who are completely frozen are likely to be affected by my breath, causing irreversible damage. So before that, we must save them all. As soon as Lostia finished speaking, the dragons below began to whisper. Silence. My best friend Momo will explain the rest of the information to you. Hey. Momo climbed onto Lostja's podium a little clumsily, and stood with Lostia. The wings hidden in her clothes made her look a little hunched. Ahem. Momo blushed a little. All the people present were dragons. The huge dragon eyes were all staring at her with piercing eyes, making her a little uncomfortable. The idea of Lottie and I is that Lottie will go to the center of the island first and use excessive radiation to create a large-scale low-temperature fission reaction shock. The temperature will instantly reach several thousand degrees, which is enough to thaw the entire Dorgan. However, this time will not be long, and it can only last for a few minutes. Therefore, you must rescue all the frozen people in Dorgan within these few minutes. The group of ignorant dragons whispered again. You call this low temperature? I think even if I am a fire dragon, I will be burnt to ashes next to him. Loskane stared at Lostia with his eyes wide open, with a look of disbelief on his face. He only heard from others that his little treasure was very powerful, and learned to transform at a young age. But he didn't expect that he was so powerful. Lostia blinked at Loskane. Very proud. Since he is so powerful, why can't His Highness Lostia shoot directly at Timothy? Wouldn't it be possible to directly deal with Timothy? Of course. Some dragons also express different opinions. Well, it's not that simple. According to the observations of the past 2 days, the entire Dorgan is shrouded by Timothy's 0-degree field. This is a powerful weather magic. In this magic, the temperature will reach more than 100 degrees below zero. This is just under normal conditions. If it launches a real attack, it may be close to the real absolute zero, that is, minus 273 degrees. In that state, even the vibration of microscopic molecules will be frozen by it. The dragons below stopped whispering, and all of them stared at her with their eyes wide open. Well, they don't know about microscopic molecules and atoms, so there's no need to tell them. Lostia poked Momo's waist awkwardly and took over the conversation. Ahem. You just need to know that there are too many variables in attacking Timothy directly. Let's follow our plan. I jump up and start a group to attract Timothy's attention, and release all of our members. After that, I hold Timothy back, and you all hurry up to rescue. After you complete the rescue, evacuate immediately, so that when I start the big move, it won't affect you. Do you understand now? Yeah. I understand. Yes. Your Majesty, the Queen explained it clearly. These dragons almost wrote on their faces that I didn't understand, but they still said they understood. Lostia covered her face, really embarrassed by these fellows. Then Sister Polly, I need you to help the dragons carry the injured dragons. By then, part of the sea will be thawed, which should help you control the sea water. Yeah, no problem. Perry nodded, turned the trident of Poseidon that Gardesia gave her, and said easily, Then, the rescue operation of Dorgan officially begins. After making all the preparations, Lostia sneakily climbed up Dorgan again, fleeting from the patrolling atmospheric creatures in the sky with his small wings, and arrived at the foot of the volcano in the center of Dorgan again. Lostia took a deep breath, and instantly turned into a huge dragon body. The fin-like membranes all over his body opened, and his whole body turned red, and spots of light appeared on his skin. Roar! A high-temperature energy shock visible to the naked eye instantly spread out from Lostia as the center, like a scorching wave that instantly swept across the entire Dorgan island, melting the ice and snow wherever it passed, and instantly melting the thick ice layer into water vapor, colliding with the frost storm above, forming a super thick cumulonimbus cloud. Those plants that were ice sculptures a second ago actually caught fire directly after the hot wind. Faced with the thick frost storm, the scorching wave was not to be outdone, and directly pushed a hole in the frost storm with a thick cumulonimbus cloud, turning Dorgan into a scorching land. Dorgan, who was originally in the icy hell, was thrown into the scorching hell again in a blink of an eye. Fires broke out everywhere. The frozen dragons were finally rescued from the frost and fell to the ground. Quick! 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 Everyone! Act immediately! Momo, who was sitting on the back of an Elena, saw that Lostia's fission nuclear reaction had begun, and immediately commanded all the dragons to fly in for rescue. Perry waved the trident in her hand, and a huge wave formed in the sea, breaking through the ice and sweeping towards Dorgan. Wherever the huge wave passed, no grass grew, and the huge wave took the dragons back to the sea. Ouch! The Timothy in the central volcano also reacted, howling and soaring into the sky, carrying a biting cold wind, and the temperature around it dropped instantly, and there was a faint tendency to expand. And Lostia, who was at the foot of the volcano, finally saw the whole picture of this guy. This is a nearly perfect atmospheric life, with a body as smooth as a manta ray, and unlike those transparent atmospheric life, its skin is white and translucent, like a piece of crystal clear aerogel. Come on! Big monster! The moment Lostia saw it, He swung his sharp dragon claws and grabbed it. Timothy, flying in the air, was extremely flexible. He raised his body slightly and avoided Lostya's huge dragon claws. The huge manta ray-like body hovered over Lostya and let out a howl of "Aah," as if mocking Lostya for not being able to fly. Lostya raised his head and squinted his eyes. This position is really good. No need to worry about accidentally hurting others. Fission breath. Fire! The dazzling light gathered in Lostya's throat and pointed directly at Timothy hovering in the air. The thick fission breath shot straight into the sky like a cannonball. Timothy, who wanted to tease Lostya, was hit directly by the fission breath. A big hole was punched in the middle of his manta ray-like body by Lostya. Ouch! Timothy, who was hit, seemed to be angry. The height instantly increased. The manta ray-like body began to deform, becoming like a sailfish. The speed instantly increased. The body became extremely flexible. With a flick of the tail fin, he could fly far away. Lostya wanted to spit out another fission breath to finish off the dragon, but it dodged it with a flick of its tail fin. It seemed as if a hole was poked in the sky, but it was immediately submerged by the thick storm clouds around it. The power of the frost storm in the sky began to increase greatly, causing the temperature to drop rapidly. It pressed down Lostya's scorching waves, and the sky actually began to rain heavily because of the huge amount of steam. In less than 2 seconds, it upgraded to a blizzard full of hail. Lostya gritted his teeth, and the scorching radiation energy penetrated his body again, causing the hail to melt and evaporate in midair and turn into water vapor again, starting the ultimate battle between ice and fire. On the other side of the battlefield, Perry also felt the change in temperature. She was originally on the periphery of the battlefield, and the temperature dropped even more, returning to below zero. It was no longer possible to use huge waves to wash the dragons back into the sea. So Polly waved her trident, and these huge waves actually gathered together, forming a tsunami several dozen meters high, rushing towards the center of Dorgan. In the process, the tsunami was frozen into an iceberg by the intensified freezing storm. Those dragons! Hurry up and move your people over. Slide down the slope of the iceberg. It's much more efficient than flying with those dragons. Hurry! The rescue dragons covered with frost saw it, and immediately grabbed the rescued companions, threw them onto the iceberg, slid directly along the frozen wave crest surface to the frozen sea, and were then transported away by the follow-up dragons commanded by Momo. In just a few minutes, she rescued all the thousands of dragons in Dorgan. Polly gritted her teeth and immediately put her magic power into the control of the ocean and transported all the dragons that were washed into the sea to the edge island of Dorgan. This consumed a lot of magic power, and when she sent the last dragon away, she was exhausted. If Lostkane hadn't pulled her out of the sea in time, she might have really sunk to the bottom. And at this time, the battle on Dorgan had just begun. Chapter 200: The Collision of Ice and Fire. The collision between Lostya and Timothy caused countless chaotic air currents, and the wind was strong, uprooting all the plants on the entire Dorgan island. Some were set on fire by the hot air currents, and then perhaps they would be instantly frozen into ice in the next second, and the rapid switching between hot and cold caused the earth to crack. Timothy relied on his own agility in the air, and occasionally condensed blue freezing rays, and shot them at Lostya, consuming Lostya's physical strength. Lostya was also extremely anxious. Each time she exhaled fission, the consumption was very huge. If the uranium in her body was consumed, she might really be kited to death by this disaster beast. Swoosh! At this moment, a group of fireworks flew up outside Dorgan Island and exploded in the air. Although it was blown away by the strong wind in just a moment, the sharp-eyed Lostya still saw it. Great, the rescue is finally over. Lostya finally smiled. She could finally attack without restraint. Then Lostya swung her powerful limbs and ran all the way to the center of the Dorgan volcano, as if she was running away. Her heavy body crushed the ground. Gaw! Ouch! Timothy saw Lostya turn around and run. He thought Lostya couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to escape. So he roared excitedly and chased after Lostya. Timothy chased after Lostya from behind, and shot the blue freezing light at Lostya's back, completely freezing part of Lostya's fin membrane, which would turn into crumbs with just a slight touch. Timothy chased after him more and more, noticing at all that Lostya had raised her lips. It's great to be able to fly. Get down. Lostya had already run halfway up the mountain, turned around and jumped high, and bit Timothy with her huge mouth. Timothy had never expected that Lostya would turn around and kill him. It was too late to break. and Lostia bit his tail instantly. But it was an atmospheric creature after all. Lostia seemed to have bitten a cloud. Light and fluttering. As if there was something. And as if there was nothing. Ah! Timothy screamed. Struggled to tear his tail. Escaped from Lostia's mouth. And raised his body again. Lostia fell back to the ground unwillingly. Stepping heavily on the volcano's mountainside, his feet sank deeply into the mountain. After a tremor, the mountain of Dorgan volcano collapsed, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the Dorgan volcano. TSK! You run so fast! Lostia tore off Timothy's fishtail, but still felt a little unwilling. Roar! Roar! Timothy got angry, and let out a terrifying roar. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and countless atmospheric life forms emerged from the clouds, some in the shape of insects, some in the shape of fish, and even one in the shape of a whale, all besieged Lostia. Huh? What are you doing? You're still calling me a younger brother if you can't beat me? Lostia was ready to take all these fragile little guys away with a fish and breath. Woo! At this time, she realized that the half of the fish tail she had torn off before had turned into an octopus with bared fangs and claws wrapped around her mouth, making it impossible for her to open her mouth. Gaga! Timothy shouted in mockery, and he would not give Lostia time to break free, commanding the army of atmospheric life to gather into a torrent, and slammed into Lostia's chest fiercely. The huge impact force, like a giant fist, actually knocked Lostia to the ground. In addition to the unmatched impact force of this punch, it also caused extremely low temperature damage. After the attack, a large part of Lostia's chest was frozen by frost. Cough. It hurts. Lostia also vomited some radioactive dragon blood. It hurts so much. Asshole. Timothy, who successfully made Lostia vomit blood, screamed and recalled the torrent composed of atmospheric creatures. He actually made those atmospheric creatures merge into his body. And his body size instantly became very large, even exceeding Lostia's body size. Bigger? Wouldn't that make it easier to fight? Lostia wiped the dragon blood from the corner of his mouth, lowered his body, and opened all the fin-like membranes on his body again. He exhaled a high-temperature fusion breath and rushed towards Timothy like a cannonball. Although Timothy's size had increased, his body was still extremely flexible. He swung his tail and slid dozens of meters in the sky, avoiding Lostia's fish and breath. Ga, he turned into Lostia's appearance, hovering gracefully in the air, as if he was a white mirror clone of Lostia. As if he was mocking Lostia. Who else can't fly? In an instant, the sarcasm was full, and Lostia's eyes turned red with anger. Asshole! Don't become like me! The light gathered in Lostia's throat again, and she didn't plan to hold back this time. The fish and breath continued to output. It instantly turned from a cannonball into a lightsaber that pierced the sky. Timothy swung his tail quickly, trying to avoid Lostia's breath like before. But he didn't expect that Lostia's breath could still be continuously output, as long as Lostia shook his head. This huge lightsaber would chase after Timothy's ass and vowed to cut it in half. Then a spectacle appeared. The top of the Dorgan volcano was covered by a dark blizzard. In this hellish environment, Timothy turned and moved in the storm, and fled everywhere. A lightsaber that could not be looked at directly chased after him, and cut the blizzard into pieces. Finally, the lightsaber found the right position, and slashed through Timothy's waist, splitting the huge Timothy in half from the middle. Timothy screamed and fell into the storm. Who? Cough. Monster. Where are you going? The high-power fish and breath output hurt her throat a little, so her voice was a little hoarse, but her eyes were still fixed on the place where Timothy fell into the storm. Such damage was not enough to kill it. Sure enough, after 2 seconds of silence, the storm began to boil violently. Timothy turned into a shark with sharp teeth again, wrapped in the storm. Opened his bloody mouth towards Lostia. Its size became larger, but his body was no longer as white as before, and his body became much lighter. Ouch! The shark that Timothy turned into suddenly jumped out and bit Lostia's slender neck. Its teeth could not pierce Lostia's dragon scales. The frost power it carried instantly froze Lostia's skin. It wrestled with Lostia and rolled into the central crater of Dorgan. This crater had been frozen by it, and completely transformed into its frost palace. It could exert a more powerful freezing ability inside. Timothy used his super low temperature ability to the fullest, and emitted a dazzling blue freezing light from his mouth to erode and freeze Lostia. At that time, there would be an exquisite super dragon ice sculpture in its frost palace. Lostia clenched her teeth. Her whole body turned red, and all the remaining uranium in her body fissioned. Timothy looked at the dragon in front of him with a redder body in surprise, and his small eyes were full of fear. He found that no matter how he lowered the temperature, even if he lowered the freezing light to the limit, he could not freeze the dragon in front of him. Why can't the freezing ray be emitted? Then is it my turn? Lostja's eyes were fixed on Timothy. Take it. High temperature fission reaction. Now Lostia is like a huge nuclear bomb. Ultra-high temperature radiation penetrates the body, and the temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees turns everything into purgatory. No matter if it's a frost palace or a frozen volcano, it will all be burned to ashes, and burned to magma. Lostia and Timothy fell into the crater together. It was less than 2 minutes before the crater suddenly turned red, as if the volcano had erupted again. There were still some atmospheric creatures in the crater running around in panic, trying to escape from this purgatory, but they were all burned to death by the scorching wind and high-temperature steam coming out of the crater. Boom! The violent explosion destroyed the entire crater, and the entire Dorgan trembled. The violent explosion activated the frozen volcano. A series of chain reactions caused the Dorgan volcano to erupt again. Magma gushed out like a fountain. Black volcanic ash rushed into the sky, dyeing the thick frost storm even darker, as if the end of the world had come. The huge lava debris flew thousands of meters with a bright red lava tail like a meteor, smashing countless large holes in the frozen sea. Momo has been watching the movements of Dorgan. Since the storm started to intensify, Momo had a bad premonition, and her astrological prediction skills made her alarm bells ring. As expected, a huge battle took place in the storm. The red and blue energies intertwined with each other. The red energy cut the storm into pieces like a giant sword, and even almost cut Momo herself, which scared her. Just after the red and blue light calmed down for a few seconds, the red light became stronger. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. The earth shook. Black smoke rushed into the sky, and a large amount of lava blocks were thrown into the air, smashing towards the dragons with a whistling sound. Volcano. Volcano erupted. Hide. Hide. Hide in the cave. Momo reacted immediately, and hurriedly urged Elena to fly towards the edge of the island in panic. In the chaos, she didn't notice that behind her, there were 3 people in black cloaks flying towards her at a rapid speed. Who? Elena was carrying Momo, and huge lava rocks were falling from time to time around her, so when she felt the movement behind her, it was too late. The 3 men in black had already caught Momo. Just then a piece of lava rock fell beside her. The huge impact force sent her flying, and brought up countless smoke. No! Ahem. Momo? Elena flapped her wings to blow away the smoke. Momo had disappeared from her back. The 3 men in black flew away at a very fast speed, and had turned into a small dot. Elena gritted her teeth and chased after them.